Our story kicks off with our main man, Gu Yongchun, taking center stage. Believe it or not, this guy was actually a top-tier prodigy with the blade, born straight into one of the most elite noble houses. But he got mixed up with a dangerous crew and ended up being... He's stuck as a bottom-tier grunt, scraping by in the Heavenly Demon's terrifying legion. Now he's slumped in total defeat before the realm's strongest swordswoman, her blade leveled right at his throat as she demands the truth. With his back against the wall and death staring him down, he starts laughing at the twisted irony of how his life ended up like this. The insane story of how the woman standing before him actually became the Sovereign Sword's hand-picked disciple. This is the same absolute beast who single-handedly shredded hundreds of demonic martial artists with her god-tier blade. Turns out, this woman is the most lethal martial artist to ever walk the earth, and this poor guy just hit the jackpot of bad luck by crossing her path. She's the same ice-cold legend who put an end to the Heavenly Demon, the absolute monster responsible for igniting this entire nightmare of a war. The slaughter only ground to a halt when the warrior plunged his blade straight through the Heavenly Demon's chest. He delivers the killing blow with one final devastating swing. Get ready to meet the absolute legend they call the Heavenly Sword, Seola. She's out here screaming her lungs out at this jerk who refuses to give her a straight answer. Our divine warrior is absolutely livid that Yang Chan is still gatekeeping the location of the demon's secret hideout. Her face twists with a mix of pure rage and heartbreak as she begs him to remember the soul he's lost. But honestly, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't squeeze out a single word because his throat was absolutely pulverized. And to top it all off, the very heart thumping in his chest is branded with a nightmare of a curse. That seal turns every single breath into a living nightmare, acting as a brutal gag that keeps him from leaking a single secret. A single tear escapes her eye, and it's a total shock. The same absolute beast who just soloed an entire army, and the Heavenly Demon is now breaking down over a man who's barely clinging to life. She's practically pleading with the guy to just give her a straight answer so Seola can actually save his skin. Now, keep in mind, she has zero clue about his seal or the curse, so she's convinced he's just being a total liar. Watching her tremble and beg through a flood of tears was a side of her he'd never seen before. Now she's starting to question everything, wondering if she actually despises those demonic martial artists as much as she thought. It's probably because her fiancé, Sun Young, was snatched away, leaving her in a total state of desperation. He can't help but chuckle at the irony. The strongest woman on the planet is actually losing her cool over a crush. The look on his face is the final straw, sending her into an absolute blinding rage. Seola just hurls him into the dirt like he's spiking a game-winning touchdown. She's shaking like a leaf, but she's officially hit her breaking point, convinced that this guy's being difficult for a very specific reason. He's kicking himself now, wishing he'd just finished him off the moment he had the opening. Her words are playing on repeat in his head, forcing him to dig through his memories and wonder, when did they actually first meet? Looking back, their story actually kicked off in a crowded marketplace. They were just little kids when she first approached him, offering a simple potato as a peace offering. It was a beautiful, innocent bond, until it took a dark, twisted turn that changed everything. He sold out his own blood just to chase the path of a demonic martial artist, so let's be real. He's the only one to blame for the mess he's in now. Even now, Seola is hanging on by a total thread, fighting to stay upright as she stumbles away. She whips around, only to find him desperately crawling and scrawling a frantic message into the floor. She's completely thrown off, demanding to know what the heck Yang Qian is even trying to pull in his current state. But the second he spilled those secrets, the seal snapped back, putting his body through absolute hell. The impact is so brutal that he ends up hacking up a literal fountain of blood. Yang Chun tanks the hit like an absolute beast, refusing to stop as he scrawls across the floor using his own blood as ink. He knows that if he dares to break the contract, his heart will literally implode and tear his body to shreds. And boom, that's exactly how it goes down. This man literally had his heart was completely obliterated the moment he dared to double-cross the demonic temple. His long-lost friend's voice echoes in the distance, but it's already too late. He's lost so much blood that her cries can't even reach him anymore. But here's the absolute best part. She's already seen right through his little game. He's desperately begging for mercy in his broken state, but the guy just won't stop, leaving Yang Chun with the crushing regret that he'll die before he can finally expose the truth. He didn't actually choose to backstab his own people. He was played like a fool and backed into a corner. But honestly, it's way too late for excuses now. Yang Chun takes the hit like an absolute pro, owning his mistake while he finishes scribbling away. In one final act of loyalty, he hands Seola the exact location of the demon's secret lair. Suddenly, the seal's power backfires, unleashing a violent surge that starts shredding his internal organs from the inside out. As the light fades from his eyes, Yang Chun is haunted by one final question. How did everything go so horribly wrong? He's haunted by the soul-crushing memory of standing there, completely powerless, as his sister's life slipped through his fingers, sending him off with a heartfelt wish for the peaceful life he truly deserves. Sayola's voice tears through the alleyway, but he's already too far gone to hear a single word. Instead, Yang Chun is absolutely drowning in the crushing weight of every single regret from his totally wasted life. A jagged memory surges back into Yang Chan's mind the second he finds a woman desperately clinging to her final breath. Her heart absolutely broke for the guy. He's left standing there, completely paralyzed, his eyes overflowing with nothing but pure heartbreak and soul-crushing regret. Sayola's voice thunders through the air, screaming his name over and over as her emotions explode. Tears splash against his face, and after an absolute eternity, it's finally happening. Yang Chun flashes back to the agonizing moment he suffered yet another crushing defeat. As she lay limp in his arms, the white-haired woman looked up and whispered, "Wait, are you actually crying for me?" But Yang Chun kept his tough guy act on lock, playing it off like those were just raindrops on his face. With her very last breath, she asked about the moon, finally finding a sense of peace as she slipped away. That lethal gas inside her finally did its job, and she slowly faded away until there was nothing left. This is the same Yang Qian who once belonged to the legendary House Ku of Sanseo, a clan world-renowned for their absolute honor and righteousness. He spiraled into the ultimate betrayal, transforming into a terrifying demonic martial artist that the whole world despised. Now, his life is hanging by a thread, facing a cold death as the loser of a war that destroyed everything. This was supposed to be the final, tragic chapter of his story, and honestly, it's every bit as pathetic as it sounds. The moment he shuts his eyes, Ciella's voice finally snaps into focus, echoing loud and clear inside his head. But here's the kicker. It's that exact same little girl again, and she's still asking him if he wants a potato. Yang Kaon's jaw hit the floor the second he caught sight of him. He's standing right back in the middle of that busy marketplace on the very day it all started, with absolutely no idea how he just got sent back in time. Our boy is just standing there looking like a total deer in headlights, completely lost in the sauce. He's reliving every agonizing second of his own brutal death, the ultimate price for shattering that forbidden seal. I mean, his heart literally just detonated, and let's be real, nobody is surviving a hit like that. The last thing he remembers is Ciela desperately clutching him while screaming his name at the top of her lungs. But now his heart is thundering through his chest as if that entire nightmare never even happened. He's staring down at his tiny, shrunken frame, having regressed back to his childhood as if he's lost in a vivid dream of the past. Ciola's past self just stood there, staring him down with a look of pure, utter confusion. Yang Chun is racking his brain, desperately trying to pinpoint the exact words he said to her back in his past life. He just straight up smacks the potato right out of her hand. He left her paralyzed in shock as he brought his heel down and absolutely pulverized it. Visibly offended, Yang Chun showed zero mercy and absolutely humiliated her right in front of the entire crowd. That was his past life, but this time around he's refusing to let history repeat itself. He lets out a quick chuckle, finally deciding it's time to bury the hatchet and make things right. He actually reaches out and snatches the potato right out of her hand. He actually went out of his way to thank her, clearly trying to flex that Sigma energy just to look like a total boss in front of her. But the instant he sank his teeth into that scorching hot potato, the guy straight up scorched his tongue on that first bite. Yang Chun is totally floored that a dream could hit him with such an insanely vivid sensation. Watching him get completely wrecked by a single potato is just pure comedy gold. She's absolutely howling with laughter the second he goes and scorches his tongue like a total amateur. While Yang Chun stands there completely paralyzed, a servant from the Sanseo-ku comes charging in to find him. The kid suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving our guy absolutely freaking out. Wait, that guy is actually Muyeon, the elite personal guard sworn to protect Yang Chun at all costs. To make matters worse, our guy can barely even mumble a word because his tongue is absolutely fried. This guard is so paranoid he thinks the girl actually tried to take out the young master and nearly draws his blade. It's honestly wild how fast this man is ready to just delete her. But Yang Chun isn't following the script. He insists on settling this his own way, and he's demanding they hand over the yakwa right now. It turns out there's only one left, so he snatches it right out of Muyan's hands. He actually hands it over to Ciola, leaving both of them completely floored. All the kid wanted was to return the favor after Ciola hooked him up with that steaming hot potato. She locks eyes with Yakuha, and man, he is looking like a total snack right now. Her mouth is watering and her eyes are sparkling, because this is the one thing she's been dying to try forever. But out of nowhere, Ciola pivots and rushes off to meet her grandfather. He bolts over in a total panic, desperate to make sure the little girl is actually okay. Man, it's like these kids are actually trying to stay lost at this point. He starts chewing her out for trying to be a lone wolf, but then Ciola managed to snag those potatoes and made it back in one piece. but her sweet grandpa was absolutely worried sick that she'd gotten herself hurt. But just seeing the guy in the flesh is enough to leave Yongcheon completely shell-shocked. She finally admits that she shared her precious potato with the little guy. Her grandpa reacts in a flash, yanking her back with total desperation. He actually stunned everyone by dropping into a deep bow, showing massive respect to the young master of the great house. But our boy just laughs it off, telling him not to sweat it since the girl was just hooking him up with a snack. Yang Chun keeps it classy, showing some serious respect by absolutely raving about the meal. He shares his food and even sweetens the deal by offering up a yakwa in return. Right from the jump, Siola's grandpa is looking dead serious and deep in thought. But the little girl is absolutely losing it, jumping around with pure excitement. And he's itching to snatch it up right this second. The poor girl is left absolutely crushed as her grandpa literally hauls her away from the scene. He felt like it'd be a total blow to his honor to accept such a god-tier snack from the young master. Our boy refuses to back down, shutting the old man up while still being a total class act by personally handing the little girl her snack. Siola's eyes are practically glowing with pure hype, leaving her grandpa absolutely stunned into silence. From that one brief exchange, Siola's already convinced they've finally tracked down exactly what they were hunting for. The two of them split up right after that encounter, while young Chen, suddenly he's pulled back into a deep flashback of his past. Wait, it finally clicks. This old man is actually the grandmaster of the entire Murim Alliance, and he is definitely not someone you want to mess with. He used to sit at the absolute peak of the martial world, reigning supreme as the strongest warrior to ever live. He was the single most feared monster on the entire demonic path, the legendary original sovereign sword, Hyojinwai. But he's completely stumped. He can't for the life of him figure out why this guy would even show his face here. Yang Chun's whole life is literally screaming past him in a split second. He catches a glimpse of the gorgeous girl watching him go, her eyes radiating a warmth that hits him right in the heart. Both groups finally part ways, turning their backs on each other as they head back to their own territories. With his life finally at an end, Yang Chun doesn't have a single regret left, deciding it's the perfect time to let this dream fade away for good. But even after he reaches the family estate, this nightmare refuses to break, and it's been dragging on way longer than it should. At this point, Yang Chun is seriously starting to suspect this is just a final nasty curse the heavenly demon threw out as a desperate last resort. He's completely in the dark about the massive secrets lurking right under his nose. But just then, a girl's voice rings out, catching him completely off guard. She rushes over to him, her jaw hitting the floor because she can't believe her brother actually made it back home. Feast your eyes on the legendary master of the flame himself, the Scarlet Fire Sword, Yonsuku. Meet Yang Chun's second older sister, his absolute #1 hater who is, quite frankly, a total nightmare. Plus, he's absolutely floored to find out his dad is actually coming home today. Yonsu just won't shut up, relentlessly mocking him as a total delinquent who's bound to pull another one of his garbage stunts. Our guy shuts her down instantly, making it clear he's only there out of obligation, which causes her to absolutely go off on him for being a total ghost in the past. Forget getting triggered. Yang Chen actually humbles himself and promises to apologize to his father, proving he's finally dead set on changing his life, one small step at a time. And man, that sends Yonzo into a total white-hot rage. She screams his name with everything she's got, channeling every single ounce of her hidden power. He's practically radiating pure fury as he marches right up to challenge him. They start pointing fingers and calling him out, certain he's just trying to pull a fast one. She holds absolutely nothing back, telling him straight to his face just how much he's making her blood boil. He cuts her pity party short, pointing out that their old man has finally arrived. Let's be real, this entrance is absolutely stone cold, and it's the ultimate proof that Yang Chun's old man is a certified menace who isn't playing games. And their old man? He's basically a total carbon copy of Masashi over here. He's absolutely stunned to see his son finally stepping up and greeting him with this much confidence. He whips his head around, locking his sights right on the chief steward. He checks in on his squads and finds out the first unit is already back from the front lines, while the fourth is locked, loaded, and ready to move out at a moment's notice. He signals his chief to mobilize the fourth squad and hunt him down immediately. Switching to Yang Chang, the guy is completely locked in place, paralyzed by the soul-crushing weight of his father's stare. The housemaster leaves the kid with one final order. Finish your meal and come find me immediately. Youngchun is absolutely floored by that bombshell and immediately grills me for the truth. He's reaching for the antacids because that level of intimidation was straight up nauseating. Let's skip right ahead to the moment he finally sits down to feast. Youngchun's stomach still turns just thinking about how absolutely foul that meal tasted. Nothing's changed, and he's absolutely petrified at the thought of facing his old man again. His nerves are absolutely fried, and he's low-key praying for a total disaster just to shut this meeting down. Right in the middle of dinner, the housemaster breaks the silence to address the table. He grills Yeonsu, demanding to know if her martial arts skills have finally reached the next level. She's absolutely hyped to announce she broke into the third ring just a few days ago, leaving every other kid her age in the dust. He demands she push past her limits, and Yang Qian actually sides with his old man here, knowing that hitting that third ring as a kid is nothing short of legendary, especially since a natural-born prodigy like Yang Su becomes an absolute beast the moment he starts putting in the work. But most impressively, he's shocked to see the little girl smiling, when unusually she has a damn resting bitch face. Talk about a jinx, because the absolute second that thought hits him, she locks onto him with a glare so lethal it's practically dripping with killing intent. The second his old man finally acknowledges him, Yang Chun straight up flinches in pure terror. Mu Yan spills the beans about the kid heading to the market, and the boy doesn't even try to deny it. He confirms the whole thing. This sends his old man bolting to his feet, shouting that he's gotta bail immediately. The kid's totally blindsided because he expected Musashi to actually say something, but Yang Cheon just brushes it off, chalking the silence up to his father's urgent demand to see the boy in his office. But hold on. Even that gets derailed when a maid reveals the meeting's been pushed to tomorrow, leaving Yang Chun absolutely floored by the sudden change. Later that night, while he's just chilling back in his room, he's shocked that he hasn't snapped out of this wild dream yet. And now he's starting to wonder, did he actually just pull a classic time travel or regression move? That realization fuels his absolute rage, giving him one desperate shot to take out the heavenly demon before everything goes up in flames. It's a tempting offer, but Yang Chun is still dead set on this being a dream, so he figures there's absolutely no point in even trying. Plus, there's no way he can go toe-to-toe with the same heavenly demon who single-handedly wiped out 3 sovereigns. This takes him right back to the day he groveled at her feet just to stay alive, a choice that condemned him to the soul-crushing life of a demonic martial artist. Yang Chun is absolutely haunted by his past, and the guilt is eating him alive. His entire existence is basically the textbook definition of what it means to live in pure, unadulterated regret. It's the only emotion he has left, a crushing weight that's constantly dragging him down into the abyss. But deep down he'd always wondered, what if Yang Chun actually got a shot at a total do-over? He's dead set on rewriting his destiny, and he'll go to any lengths to make sure he never looks back. Since he's got the spoilers that Seola is destined to crush the heavenly demon and the entire demon temple, he figures his best bet for a peaceful life is to just lay low and play the ultimate long game of survival. Realizing this is his one and only shot at a redo, Yang Chang swears he won't screw up again, determined to bury his past regrets once and for all. He's pumping every ounce of that raw energy straight into his core. Yang Chun's feeling pretty down since he can barely muster more than a tiny pathetic spark of internal energy. But his sister? You guys saw Yeonsu literally erupting in flames, right? That's the massive gap between a regular person and a total prodigy who's already mastered the third ring. But honestly, this much energy is plenty for him, since he's banking on his family's legendary cultivation technique to do all the heavy lifting. The 9-flame blaze wheel art is straight up legendary. This was his ultimate chance to finally mend his wounds and get his body back in peak fighting condition. And once he breaks into that 4th ring, he'll finally be able to unleash a blinding inferno of raw internal power. The second he hits that 7th ring, just like his old man, his entire body is going to surge with a power that changes everything. But as it stands right now, our boy is stuck at the absolute rock bottom of the 1st ring. So he's on a desperate grind to hoard every scrap of energy he can find just to blitz his way into the 2nd ring. To make matters worse, his demonic powers are totally locked away, forcing him to survive this mission using nothing but his own grit and his family's secret martial arts. Deep in a trance, he funnels every ounce of raw power straight into his core. But there's a massive catch. That power is literally sucking the life right out of him. It's absolutely bleeding him dry at his current level, leaving Young Chun practically useless with the weak skills he's got right now. He can't just brute force his way through this, or he'll risk a total internal meltdown known as chi deviation. But believe it or not, there's actually one massive win buried in all this chaos. He's finally cracked the code on the 2nd ring and is right on the cusp of tapping into that massive power. Instead of rushing like his past life, Yang Chan is staying right here to hammer out a breakthrough that's on a whole new level. But he's gotta play it cool and make sure he doesn't accidentally derail the original timeline. Morning rolls around and our guy is still down for the count, unable to catch a single wink of sleep because his entire body is screaming in pure agony. He's got no one to blame but himself for treating his training like a total joke his entire childhood. Stealing his resolve, he gears up to finally face his father later that day. But the second he swings that door wide open, he's stunned to see that same little girl standing there, casually waving hello like they're old pals. But to understand this, we need to rewind and see exactly what went down on that one life-changing day. The sky literally cracked wide open, leaving everyone below frozen in fear as they tried to figure out if that light was just a star or something way more dangerous. Out of nowhere, a monstrous eye erupted from the shattered void, literally tearing its way through reality. That was the day the demons tore their way into the realm. And these weren't just your average monsters. They were cold-blooded savages who absolutely leveled the entire planet. The hellish dimension they crawled out of is none other than the gate of the demonic realm. To push back the demon threat, every clan assembled their own elite strike teams called sword squads. And before long, every major family had one ready for war. Turns out the legendary Ku family actually has 5 heirs, and the eldest sister, Hibiku, is the absolute powerhouse leading all 5 commanding squads. Since he was the clan's notorious little menace, he actually spent 6 grueling months training under her wing in the original timeline. That's exactly when he bumps into Siola, and she just hits him with this stone-cold, almost miserable stare. They made a pact to reunite exactly 6 months down the road. But get this, whatever he did must have made a massive impression, because the very next morning, she was already standing right at his front door. Our boy is officially done with this day and starts heading out. He tries to head back inside, but she suddenly yanks on his shirt to stop him right there. She jumps in to stop him, praying they can finally just play nice and get along. But before the poor girl can even get a full sentence out, Gramps wasn't having any of it and swiped her hand away instantly. He barks at his grandson, calling him a total brat for having the absolute nerve to lay a finger on the young master without permission. Young Chun is left completely tongue-tied as Siola actually drops an apology on him. He's still reeling from their sudden visit, and he's got absolutely no clue why her grandpa decided to tag along. He's absolutely floored when the man drops the bombshell. By the clan head's direct orders, he's officially been assigned to serve Yang Qian. Our boy is straight up reeling when this guy introduces himself as Manhwa instead of Hyogun Wee. And get this, Siola's officially on duty too, serving him right alongside her grandpa. But everything is spiraling out of control so fast that he can barely even process the chaos. He lets out a heavy sigh, knowing his old man is behind this mess. And while he offers a quick thanks, he's already convinced his life was doomed from the jump. Plus, he's totally over the formal titles and just wants them to use his name, but the stubborn old geezer isn't having any of it. Fast forward a few hours, and while the old man is busy scrubbing the place top to bottom, young Chiz, Leon spots him crushing his chores with a look of pure, unbothered satisfaction. He's completely lost as to what's happening, so he pivots his focus straight to Siola. This spunky little girl is dying to impress him, so she tackles a massive mountain of laundry all by herself. The other maids actually try to be sweet and offer to help, but Siola shuts them down, dead set on carrying the entire burden on her own shoulders. But all that swagger gets absolutely wrecked the second she trips over a rock and goes face first into the dirt with a massive thud. Ouch! She just ate the pavement head first, and you know that's gonna leave a massive mark. She completely breaks down, sobbing in pure frustration while a laundry basket lands right on her head. Watching her fail like this, Yang Chun realizes she's truly in a league of her own for being a complete disaster at everything she touches. Since he's a straight-up martial arts prodigy, he's completely baffled by her total lack of body control. Everything spiraling out of control right now is giving him one massive, throbbing headache. Siola mopes over to him looking totally heartbroken, somehow still looking adorable with that basket stuck on her head. She vows to follow him to the ends of the earth, but let's be real, she's just following a direct order from her gramps. Wait, so it turns out Siola is the kid's actual personal servant, not that old geezer. It's pretty obvious the other maids plotted behind her back, trapping her with this total nightmare of a job. Born into a powerhouse family, our MC is sweating over picking his own servant, not just because it's Siola, but because her grandpa, the legendary Sovereign Sword, is going to be breathing down his neck while she fixes his robe. But honestly, even that is just a pathetic, soul-crushing tangle of wrinkles. He absolutely shatters her spirit by pulling it off solo, leaving him to wonder if the clan head is totally clueless about the Sovereign Sword's real identity. As Yongchun heads out to meet his father, he's certain that the answers he's been hunting for are finally within his grasp. Siola closes the distance in a flash, cutting him off before he can even think about escaping. But he shuts her down cold, telling her she's not going anywhere until she finishes her job right here. Those words hit way too hard, sending her into a total breakdown that even her grandpa catches. Yang Chun finally heads out, but not before letting his guard down and showing Siola a rare glimpse of his softer side. He strikes a deal. If she crushes her mission, he's bringing Yakwa straight back to her. That one tiny comment is all it takes to send her heart into a total frenzy. We cut over to Yang Chun, who's practically vibrating with nerves just standing outside his father's office door. Terrified of the fallout, he starts second-guessing himself, wondering if he should just pivot and ask about Hyogun and Siola instead. His slick plan gets totally trashed when the clan head creeps up behind him and scares the soul out of his body, before barking at him to get his butt inside. He's instantly hit with a wave of regret for swearing right in his dad's face, genuinely wondering how his heart didn't just stop from the sheer panic. They kick things off by jumping straight into a discussion about his brand new squad of servants. The kid is beyond grateful to get his hands on them, but he's still completely in the dark about the real reason why. His old man stays tight-lipped about the truth, betting that his son will eventually piece the mystery together on his own. Oh man, things just took a turn for the absolute worst. Yang Qiol finally realizes his father is definitely in on the secret of the Sovereign's sword, but the old man's true endgame remains a total mystery. The clan head tells him to drop everything and prep for tomorrow's massive 9-Dragon Council, and Yongchan actually follows orders. He's totally blanking on what the whole point of this council was even supposed to be. Suddenly, the realization hits him like a freight train, and he's shaking with pure terror the second he remembers that council's name. Yangchun is so pushed to the limit that even death is starting to look like a sweet escape. While Mujan, his lethal personal guard, watched his back. He's starting to have serious second thoughts. Does he really want to stay on the sidelines while the council calls the shots? This council is actually a big deal. It honors the legendary sword squads who put their lives on the line to shield Sanseo from the demon realm. Every 6 months they hold this massive event to celebrate those heroes and scout out the next generation of elite warriors. Since he's a member of the main family, he's forced to attend the council. But bro is so over it that he literally orders Mujun to just chop his head off right then and there. Even his own bodyguard is convinced that if Yongchan refuses to go, his father is straight up going to kill him a second time. Plus, the second elder is running the show this time, and he's already sworn to beat Yang Qian into the dirt if he even thinks about skipping out. Things just spiraled into a total nightmare way faster than he ever could have imagined. This second elder is a total nightmare who's been making our boy's life a living hell since he was in diapers. But let's be honest, the kid is a walking disaster zone, so you can't exactly blame the old man for being on edge. Even so, he's putting his faith in the brat, demanding he finally step up and carry the weight of the family name like a true heir. Yang Shun is low-key terrified of the old man's brutal training and mountain of chores. But deep down, he's grateful because the second elder was the only one who actually cared while the clan head treated him like a ghost. It's a straight-up miracle he turned out so well in his original life, especially after surviving the absolute hell the second elder called training. All right, it's showtime. They're just waiting for the carriage to pull up so they can finally hit the road. Our boy presses Honghua for the latest scoop, and the maid reassures him that they've got Ciola under their wing. This has the young master sweating bullets, terrified that she just made everything 10 times worse. Turns out, they were actually just busy scrambling to get her styled in a sharp, polished outfit. Seeing her in that elegant dress, she looks so incredible that even young Shun finds himself completely spellbound. He's a total blushing mess, completely defenseless against her blindingly pure smile. She bounces over to him with a grin as bright as a kid's and starts gushing about how all the other maids were totally obsessed with how stunning she looked. And he's totally for real, because even a guy like Young Chun is completely defenseless against her overwhelming cuteness. She finally summons every ounce of her bravery and asks him point blank if he thinks she's beautiful. And boom, that's all it takes to send the little master into a total blushing meltdown. He's a total blushing mess, dodging her gaze and desperately pivoting the conversation just to escape the heat. Next up, we see that carriage absolutely tearing across the landscape at breakneck speeds. She's giving Ciola the absolute ride of her life, and since it's her first time ever in a carriage, the girl is practically vibrating with pure hype. Muyan fills the young master in, revealing that the council is gathering in Cheonil's legendary commercial district, the absolute heart and soul of their entire territory. With a massive 4-hour trek ahead of her, Cheiyan figures her best move is to just knock out and catch some Z's. But that hyperactive brat behind him is yapping so loud he's about to lose his freaking mind. Youngchin jams a yakwa snack into her mouth, telling her to finally zip it for a second. That actually shuts her up for good, giving him the perfect chance to finally drift off into dreamland. But forget about catching any Z's, because he's jolted wide awake only a heartbeat later. He snaps back to reality, realizing 4 hours have vanished and they've finally reached their destination. Yang Qian hops out of the carriage and is instantly blown away by the stunning lights and the buzzing energy of the festival crowd. He takes a quick second to loosen up and shake off the rust, and he runs smack into a Sulchan! The district's head officer has been absolutely dying to finally get an audience with the young master. Yang Chun introduces himself with total class, making it clear he's hyped and honored to finally be standing in the presence of such a legendary figure. He finds out that the boy's sister and the second leader were the secret powerhouses who made Day One look like a total walk in the park. But honestly, just the sound of Yeonsu's name is enough to trigger him, instantly bringing back memories of her absolute garbage attitude. He's praying to every god out there that their paths don't cross. Turns out the big guy upstairs has a serious bone to pick with him because, Wasting absolutely zero time, he tracks her down the literal second the scene cuts. Classic move. She hits him with a look of pure disgust, acting like he's got some serious nerve even daring to say hello. Yeonsu starts venting about what a total nightmare her little brother is going to be at the festival, warning him that he better keep his act together. But just like before, he doesn't even blink. He just shrugs it off and casually tells them he's perfectly fine chilling in his room. This was a total reality check for his bratty sister who's always starving for attention. But then, her eyes snap toward the girl trying to stay hidden behind her brother's back. Junsu is absolutely disgusted, calling her brother out for trying to get down and dirty in a place like this. She storms off, shaking her head at the total creep who clearly doesn't know the meaning of self-control. Then, out of nowhere, the door slams shut, sealing him inside. Young Chang is straight up losing it, wondering what kind of twisted insanity has totally broken his psycho sister. He actually stops to apologize to Officer Cheyenne for the mess, but instead of retreating to his room, he's got other plans. But hold everything, because the young master's got an urgent detour that just can't wait. With Siola in tow, the group heads straight for the main arena to see where the real action happens. This thing is absolutely massive and decked out with some seriously flashy details. The crowd absolutely lost it on day one, erupting into a massive roar for the 5 sword squads. And tomorrow, the high-stakes trials to pick the new members finally kick off. Since the main family is totally exempt from that brutal competition, things are looking pretty sweet. Young Chun is already kicking back, convinced he's got a one-way ticket to the easy life. But out of nowhere, the second elder pulls a total "he's right behind me" jump scare, and you just know our boy's whole day is officially cooked. Crashing down like a bolt of lightning, the second elder is low-key impressed that the kid actually had the guts to show his face at the festival. He looked up just in time to see that palm lunging straight for his face. Young Chun is straight up shaking, petrified that he's about to get folded like a lawn chair. But to his absolute shock, the old man just reaches out and gives him a reassuring pat. He demands to know what finally lit a fire under the kid to actually show his face. Young Chun has basically turned dodging the second elder into a full-time job. So when the kid warns him that the old man is absolutely losing his mind, he knows he's in deep trouble. Then he just brushes it off, acting like those twisted words never even left his mouth. This old man is straight up obsessed with the kid, mostly because he's the only male heir left to carry on the family name. Sayola, on the other hand, is practically vibrating with hype to finally meet the guy. She's absolutely beaming, letting all that pure happiness shine through. But damn, he's staring her down with the terrifying, soul-piercing gaze of a literal demon of death. Her face instantly crumbles into a mask of pure terror and heartbreak. She's just too precious, shrinking back behind Young Chun while he snaps at the old-timer to quit the death stares and chill out. The old guy finally chills out, but he immediately starts digging for tea, asking if Sayola is actually his secret girlfriend. But Yang Cheon doubles down, insisting that her outfit is a dead giveaway that she's nothing more than a common servant. She slips away into the shadows to lay low, while the second elder tells the kid it's finally time to get some shut-eye. Before taking off, he casually warns Yang Cheon that he's a dead man if he tries to skip the festival. Man, I can't tell if this guy is obsessed or just a total psychopath. Siola just won't stop calling him the Bear Man, and honestly, I'm totally digging it, so that's officially his name from now on. Bearman realizes right then and there that this kid is built totally different this time around. We're jumping straight into day 2 of the festival, and the energy is already through the roof. Yang Chun's out here at the crack of dawn, but he's already stuck at the tail end of a massive, never-ending line. Since the requirements are basically non-existent, a literal sea of people is swarming the recruitment office just to join the sword squads. Let's be real, earning a spot in the legendary sword squad is the ultimate badge of honor. Siola starts shaking like a leaf, terrified that the bear grandpa is about to hunt her down. But her genius plan to just ask him to go back into hibernation is honestly pure comedy. Our boy is totally clueless about what's got her so terrified, and he's gotta watch his step because she's actually the granddaughter of the legendary Sovereign Sword himself. He gives Siola his word that if she's ever feeling scared, Muyin will step in and absolutely crush any threat that dares to show its face. The guard is totally clueless about the Bear Grandpa nickname until our boy clarifies it's the second elder. But since the pressure is way too much for Muyan, they decide the only option left is to sacrifice Sayola. Hilariously, she takes the order way too literally, deciding today is her funeral and she's gotta martyr herself for the squad. And honestly, seeing her younger self like this is just straight up wholesome. Yang Kaon keeps frantically backpedaling, swearing up and down that he was totally just joking. But plot twist, Siola's big final request is just for him to buy her a mountain of dumplings so she can die happy. So he basically gives her a total free pass to run wild and do whatever she wants. With her gone, Muyun spills the tea on how the young master is giving Siola some serious VIP treatment, even though she's just a low-ranking servant. He's playing it cool, but deep down, he's still totally hung up on the Siola from his original life. Muyan's sharp as a whip, and she immediately calls out the young master for dipping into his own pockets just to buy her those dumplings. He totally shut them down, leaving them with zero room to talk back. The young master doesn't even give them a second glance, just turning his back and walking away with total indifference. Muyan is low-key thrilled to find out the kid isn't the monster the rumors painted. But Yang Chun snaps at him to not let a few dumplings turn him into a total softie. He totally corners Muyan, calling him out for judging the young master based on nothing but a few trashy rumors. He's only been on the job as his personal guard for a measly 2 weeks. He's only running his mouth because Yang Chun just recruited him as a guard the very second he regressed back into his past life. Their conversation gets totally cut short when some noisy woman starts hollering at a lady nearby. He warns her that wandering off solo is basically a recipe for disaster. She tells them to back off, insisting she's got this entire situation handled solo. Plus, she's got a whole squad of absolute powerhouses from the House of Ku watching her back. Their voices are a dead ringer for young Chaeyeon, instantly sending him spiraling back into his memories. Yobi, the girl's loyal servant, is freaking out, insisting that crossing paths with the Ku family's young master would be a total disaster. But honestly, that family is crawling with boys, so Yang Cheon figures she could be talking about literally anyone. Even she knows that finding him in this massive sea of people is straight up impossible. Even Yang Cheon has a total meta moment, breaking the fourth wall because he's dead certain this is all just massive foreshadowing. She suddenly whips around, her eyes wide with shock. She nearly jumps out of her skin when she spots the young master standing right there, looking just as stunned as she is. Muyan leans in close, whispering a secret directly into his ear. Judging by their weird reactions, he realizes things just got super awkward and starts wondering if he's actually met these guys before. The second Young Chun caught a glimpse of her face. Those piercing obsidian eyes were burned into his memory forever. She's sporting a ring on her finger with a cryptic pattern that's totally impossible to decipher. But here's the catch. Absolutely nobody has a clue what that mysterious symbol on the ring actually means. He recognizes it immediately. This thing is straight out of the House of Peng in the Habuk region. And get this, it turns out this very woman is actually his ex-fiancée. So, let's break down how this power couple engagement between the two great houses actually happened, especially since these two were practically the same age. The House of Pings had their eyes on him, already sensing that this kid was destined to lead the entire clan. That's exactly why they bet their daughter's entire future on an engagement with him. Predictably, this guy started wreaking absolute havoc, and with his reputation as a total loose cannon scaring the House of Ping to death, the engagement finally went up in flames after the parting words he spat at her. She doesn't waste a single second before demanding to know what he's even doing there. But Yongchun shuts her down immediately, flipping the script and throwing that exact same question right back at her. She brushes him off with the urgent business excuse, snapping that his family's reputation means she doesn't owe him a single explanation about her mission in the Sanseo region. But he just hits her with a look of pure ice. This totally sets her off, and she snaps at him to remember she's still a whole year older. He immediately flips the script, ditching the attitude to address her with the respect she deserves. He whips around to Siola and tells her they need to grab those dumplings and get moving. Meanwhile, this cute little beast just scored a massive haul of dumplings and is happily bouncing out of there. He tosses out one last parting shot, telling his ex-fiancée to enjoy her stay, leaving her completely blindsided and speechless. She's cursing her luck for running into him of all people, but she's already clocking the suspicious servant standing right by his side. She's low-key fuming that he's already managed to score himself such a gorgeous servant. And just like that, it finally clicked. He's still the same hopeless pervert he's always been. Flashback to the day their engagement shattered. Yang Chun went for the jugular, calling her a spoiled mistress's brat and dragging her mother's name through the mud. This sent her into such a blind rage that she was ready to absolutely wreck him. But Yang Chun isn't flinching for a second. He doubles down on his claim like an absolute madman. Bro just straight up ate a Mike Tyson hook from her, and honestly, he totally deserved to get rocked. Even with her family's legacy on the line, she's officially reached her breaking point with this guy's trash attitude. Yobi lunged to hold her back, but the girl just slapped her hand aside like it was nothing. She slams her heel down inches from his skull, her eyes burning with the clear intent to end him right then and there. Take Yang Chun out for good. Looking back at her memories, that day was nothing short of a living hell. Even now, she's still desperately lying to herself, trying to believe he's the same guy he used to be. But get this, the kid is actually getting his hands dirty helping his servant with the dumplings, and you can just tell he's not the same person anymore. She brushes it off as a total fluke, convinced that a class clown like him is never actually going to grow up. But deep down, she can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, he's actually turned a new leaf. Out of nowhere, a thunderous roar echoes from the distance, stopping them dead in their tracks. This dude is absolutely losing it, screaming that those recruiters are the ones who are going to get him thrown behind bars. That cryptic comment just sucked the air out of the room, leaving everyone in a bone-chilling silence. While the group is busy bickering, the young master tells them to snap out of it and gear up, sensing that some real trouble is already brewing nearby. Muyan warns them not to lift a finger unless they're forced to, so they decide to just let the recruiters deal with that total nightmare of a guy. And yeah, that actually goes down, but here's the massive catch. He absolutely craters the recruiter into the concrete, betting that this brutal flex is more than enough to punch his ticket into the tournament. Naturally, his ruthless way of handling business got him slapped with a permanent ban from the premises. Muyon's ready to jump into the fray, but Seola is just vibing, totally hooked on the epic spectacle that just unfolded. The guard is absolutely floored. He can't believe the young master is just brushing off a crisis this big. Yang Chun pushes back, insisting he's just trying to dodge the massive headache of getting dragged into their mess. The tension skyrockets as the recruiters refuse to back down, and honestly, they have every right to stay stubborn since this guy is still hiding his true identity. Even after he just flexed his insane power, they're still refusing to let him through those gates. Fed up with the disrespect, he finally snaps and reveals his true identity as the rightful heir to House Ping. So it turns out this guy is actually Yang Chun's ex-brother-in-law. The news hits them both like a ton of bricks, and they're left reeling to see him actually entering the fray. Let's rewind the clock and see exactly how this whole mess got started. One morning, she's stunned to find her brother wide awake at the crack of dawn. She's left totally confused, having absolutely no clue why he's even there. Meanwhile, he's living his absolute best life, stuffing his face and soaking up the heat from a roaring fire he just sparked up. His sister couldn't care less about his antics. Her eyes locked onto the nameplate in his hand, while he just laughed and teased her about tossing it into the fire as spare kindling. But before he can even react, he gets absolutely clocked by a flying stone. His sister had officially reached her limit with his antics, so she decides to spill a juicy little secret about her brother. He actually shattered records as the youngest heir in House Ping's history. And that nameplate is a total flex, because the Lord handed it to him personally. She's desperately trying to keep the conversation serious, but her brother won't stop clowning around about the firewood until she finally snaps and knocks some sense into him. She's hammering home the massive responsibility that comes with being the next head of the family. Her words hit him like a gut punch, and his face falls as if he's terrified of the massive weight he's now forced to carry. His sister notices right away, hyping him up as a total prodigy who's been stacking up legendary achievements his whole life. But even after all that, the guy still looks absolutely miserable. He lets out a shaky laugh and scrambles to set her straight. He drops the bombshell that he's hitting the road and won't be back home for a long, long time. She finally stops bossing him around and tells him to go clear his head with a walk instead. That one little suggestion sparks a total brain blast, but it's definitely not the kind of plan his sister was expecting. 4 agonizing months have dragged by since that day, and the only thing she's got to show for it is a single cryptic note claiming he'd just be gone for a bit. She was absolutely fuming and let Yobi have it with a massive earful. She's the one who leaked that the Vagrant clan had a lead on him, desperate for any shred of news about where her brother had vanished to. But the Sanseo region? That place was a total enigma that she just couldn't wrap her head around. But her luck just ran out, because she just ran smack into that same loudmouth who was obsessed with forcing his way into the 9-dragon competition at any cost. He was busy picking a fight with the recruiters, shouting that he didn't have a single second to waste on their nonsense. The massive ruckus immediately caught the attention of our boy and the guard. They both heard him blabbering about the Black Knight Blade, a secret move belonging to House Ping. Our guy realized things were about to spiral out of control, so he tried to make a quick exit. But of course, Grandpa Bear had to kill the vibe at the worst possible second by lunging forward and snatching the kid right by the face. Blown away by the kid's ties to the legendary Peng family, he decided to give this troublemaker a shot and let him join the squad. That's when Wu Jin Peng finally steps up to introduce himself, making sure the second elder of the House of Ku knows just how honored he is to be in his presence. The old man starts howling with laughter, and since Wu Jin played him like a fiddle, he's more determined than ever to let the kid compete, even while the recruiters are losing their minds because of who he really is. The second elder buys it hook, line, and sinker, fully convinced that Wu Jin is telling the straight-up truth. Talk about a chip off the old block, the kid is the spitting image of his father. And if that wasn't enough, that ring on his finger is the ultimate smoking gun. Yang Chun is absolutely stunned since he was kept in the dark about Wu Jin too. But Grandpa Bear shifts the focus, questioning why the prestigious heir of House Peng is even competing in a trial meant for joining the great squads. Wu Jin doesn't hold back, boldly confessing that he's actually miserable every second he's stuck back at home. The second elder absolutely loses it and starts howling, while Yang Chun just watches them, Convinced they've both officially lost every last brain cell, Wu Jin nonchalantly reveals he ditched his home, proving he's a total rebel who lives to break every rule in the book. That's all the old geezer needs to start cackling his head off yet again. Here's the crazy part. Wu Jin is actually 23, which is wild because he looks like a total teenager, and even the second elder is blown away by what House Ping has brought to the table. He shoots Yongchun a look of pure disgust, treating him like total trash for being so pathetically weak compared to him. Muyon and Siola start grilling Yongchun for answers, and all he can do is bark at them to zip it while he withers in embarrassment. But then it hits him. He's not even mad or jealous about what was said. The heir of House Ping is a straight-up dragon in human form, and it makes perfect sense, since this is the same kid who'll one day be feared as the legendary Heavenly Blade. Looking at him, it finally clicks. Yangchun realizes he's actually crossed paths with Wu Jin's sister before. Speak of the devil! Ahi Pen suddenly bursts onto the scene, frantically searching for her brother. Think we're about to get all mushy and sentimental? Yeah, not a chance. She doesn't even hesitate, absolutely burying her fist right into his face. He connects a massive shot to the guy's face and sends him cratering into the ground. Ahi is absolutely fuming because the guy literally ghosted the family the second he was named the heir. His face is a total disaster, and now Wu Jin is desperately scrambling just to call a timeout. But his sister is in full-blown John Wick mode, and she doesn't hesitate for a single second before she starts absolutely mopping the floor with him. As she's pummeling him, she mocks how pathetic he is for ditching his own family just to suck up to the House of Ku in their tournament. He's getting absolutely folded and starts screaming for a savior like a total princess. He laid such a brutal beatdown on him that she's left standing there, completely drenched in his blood. But the elder's officially seen enough, and he bellows for her to shut it down right this second. She nearly jumps out of her skin when she spots him, immediately stammering out apologies while trying to explain the massive mess she just dragged him into. Ahi swears he'll pay back the House of Q with interest later, but for now, he barks the order for everyone to move out immediately. But her stubborn brother refuses to budge, making her wonder if he's actually begging for another world-class beatdown. But this time, Wu Jin is officially done messing around and he's playing for keeps. It gets so twisted that even Ahi starts getting the major creeps. She's completely baffled by his sudden attitude shift, wondering what on earth has possessed him. But the kid is dead set on his choice, convinced that the House of Peng is a total drag. In his eyes, literally anything is an upgrade compared to the soul-crushing life he left behind. Ahi gives him a serious reality check, reminding him that he's the heir now and it's finally time for her to step back. Wu Jin is determined to live it up before he's shackled to his family duties, especially since the only way to quit is in a casket or a wheelchair. And since he's not a fan of either, he's found a secret third option. Wu Jin holds nothing back, spitting on the very idea of leading the family and declaring that the monsters of House Ping aren't even human anymore after the sick things they've done. Knowing he's the only one who can play the invisible man, he swallows his pride and takes the title just for his sister's sake. Yang Kaon is honestly losing his mind over Bear Grandpa letting Wu Jin join the fray, especially since this mess has exploded way past the competition and dragged in the other houses. Even the second elder knows there's no easy way out of this disaster. He barks out a challenge for a 1 versus 1, telling Wu Jin that if he can somehow topple this absolute unit, he's in. But let's be real, he's basically asking for a miracle. Even Ahi has to admit that his jokes are a total train wreck. But the old man isn't budging, insisting that 10 measly strikes are more than enough to crown a winner. And check out Wu Jin. He's got that look in his eyes that screams he's young, hungry, and absolutely locked in. The second elder isn't backing down an inch. And right now, he's laying out the exact win conditions Wu Jin has to deal with. He declares that if the kid lands even a single touch, it's game over and the boy wins. Suddenly, the young Peng heir blurs behind him with insane speed, but Grandpa Bear? He's just standing there, completely unbothered. Meanwhile, Wu Jin is screaming down from the sky, ready to plunge a lightning-charged Chidori right through the guy's chest. But the script flips in a heartbeat when the old man unleashes a monstrous counterpunch, and yeah, Wu Jin is straight up cooked. We jump straight to the massive arena where the real action is about to go down. This is where the high-stakes duel between Yang Qian and his sister Yeon Su turns out to be a total setup. Naturally, his two-faced sister puts on her best innocent angel act the second anyone else is watching. Meanwhile, our boy is spiraling, questioning his entire purpose in this world. And that's not even mentioning the absolute nightmare of having to fight his own sister. But hold up, let's back it up and see what happened to Wu Jin. Like I told you, Gramps absolutely folded the kid, cratering him into the dirt like a human meteor with a massive crash. This fight was over the second it started. 1 hit was all it took. Just like that, the old man flips the switch from a cold-blooded killing machine back to everyone's favorite wholesome grandpa. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon is losing his mind, wondering why this absolute lunatic would tank the hit when he could have easily dodged it. Bear Grandpa makes it clear that the punch that nearly folded Wu Jin was him barely even trying. Yang Chun is absolutely shaking at the thought of House Peng's fury if they find out, but the old man couldn't care less. Our boy actually tries to comfort Ahi, but she just shrugs it off, convinced her brother earned every bit of that fist to the face. She figures a harsh reality check is the only way to finally humble this spoiled heir, and honestly, her logic is pretty much bulletproof. The second elder shuts those accusations down instantly, insisting he only suggested a spar because he was looking for a little fun. Fed up with that absolute garbage, Yang Chun actually tells his servant they should just ditch the old fossil and save themselves. While he's totally unfazed, Ciola is losing her mind like she's watching a high-budget movie, making our guy wonder how this hyper-girl could ever become the most terrifying warrior in existence. Ciola's flattery worked like a charm, and now the second elder is officially her biggest fan. He even slides a snack over to the girl who's totally obsessed with sweets. Out of nowhere, she pulls a total 180 and is suddenly obsessed with Bear Grandpa. Not wanting Yongchan to feel left out, the second elder decides to bless him with a special gift, announcing that our boy is going to have to throw hands in a surprise spar the second the competition wraps up. And just like that, we're stuck in this absolute mess where Yang Chun is forced into a brutal face-off against his own sister. She's absolutely floored that he's refusing to even draw his blade. The boy is completely blindsided, left wondering if a kid this young is actually already wielding a weapon. The coolest thing about the 9-flame blaze wheel is that it can supercharge almost any weapon, but if you want to reach peak lethality, you've got to slap it onto a sword. The big catch is that Yang Qian is completely clueless with a blade since he ditched weapons to master the art of the beatdown, basically deciding his hands are rated E for everyone. Yeonsu straight up admits she doesn't give a damn about him using a weapon, and her massive ego actually ends up being the ultimate shield for his cover. She's hyped about one thing and one thing only, because let's be real, she just scored the ultimate golden ticket. She's basically giving herself a free pass to pummel him into a pulp without any consequences. And the fact that the entire world is watching him get embarrassed makes it even sweeter. This girl is straight up unhinged. But believe it or not, even a powerhouse like Yang Chaon is sweating bullets over this upcoming showdown. Flashback to his talk with the second elder. He was straight up disgusted that they'd even dare suggest he trade blows with his own sister. Bear Grandpa straight up collapsed in pure despair, certain that this competition was going to be a total snooze fest otherwise. Yang Chun saw right through this old geezer's game. The guy was just looking for a laugh and already had his white flag ready to go the moment the match kicked off. But the second elder reads his mind like a book, gesturing toward Wu Jin's mangled body as if to say, "Surrender, and you're getting the exact same treatment." Yang Chun was absolutely losing it, unable to accept that he was about to get crushed right in front of this massive audience. But the old man wasn't having it, straight up asking the kid if he'd already made peace with losing. Those words keep looping in Yang Chun's head, and he knows this new life is way too precious to just throw away. That's exactly why he's dodging a brawl with his sister. He's done with the chaos and refuses to let family drama ruin his fresh start. Right as he's getting lost in his own head, Yeonsu's voice suddenly snaps him back to reality. She let out a roar of pure fury, cursing the fact that her brother inherited everything just because he was born a man. The second the fight starts, she explodes into a frenzy, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that he just barely manages to dodge. Yeonsu follows up with a second swing, but our boy just slips right under it like it's nothing. She isn't letting up, unleashing a wide horizontal cut that forces him to scramble back and duck for his life once again. Yeonsu is hit with a terrifying realization. Her brother is effortlessly weaving through her every strike, even though he's barely reached the second ring. Yang Chan is barely dodging by the skin of his teeth, and as his body starts to break down, he realizes he's still got a massive mountain of training ahead of him. But he's still debating his game plan, even considering just tanking a massive hit and faking a knockout to end the fight right then and there. Look, with her going all out like this, he's done playing pretend. He legit thinks she's about to put him in the ground. He doesn't even have time to cook up a strategy before his sister dives straight back into the attack. He snatches his uniform, gripping it tight to make sure he isn't going anywhere. The entire area trembles as she lets fly with another devastating sword strike. He ducks the strike again and whips his shirt off, letting Yeonsu's blade shred the fabric to pieces. He starts trash-talking his sister, claiming her blind rage is making her moves way too predictable, before suggesting they end the fight and asking just how deep her hatred for him really goes. They weren't even using real steel, yet she still shredded his shirt like it was nothing but paper. Yeonsu fires back, admitting she finally had to swallow the bitter pill. Despite sacrificing her entire life to training, the rigged system meant she was never going to be the heir. But even though he's a total deadbeat who lives like literal trash, he gets the position handed to him on a silver platter just for being a son. which is exactly why she absolutely loathes his guts and thinks the whole system is a total joke. Yeonsu cranks the heat way up, surging her blade with raw internal energy to push this fight to the breaking point. Youngchun's jaw hits the floor when he realizes his sister has already powered straight past the third ring. She keeps the non-stop barrage coming, throwing everything she's got just to land one single solid hit. She goes off on him, calling him a spineless coward and a straight-up useless clown who he's stuck just dancing around every blow because, let's be real, dodging is the only move he's actually got. They're trashing him as a total scrub who's got zero talent and even less motivation. She knows that if her brother keeps living this reckless life, things are only going to get worse. If destiny's calling the shots, then it's time to wipe him out once and for all. Wildly enough, the kid just soaks up her trash talk, but when the next strike lands, you can literally see the heartbreak written all over her face. Youngchun stands his ground like a statue, not even flinching as Yeonsu starts spitting venomous insults about his mother. And let me tell you, the way this all wraps up is a total mind-bender. He actually shuts down her assault by snatching her wrist right out of the air. Youngchun fires back with a look of pure malice, demanding to know what kind of absolute garbage just spilled out of his sister's mouth. After spilling her heart out, Junsu finally admits that she absolutely idolizes her older sister. This girl was a total prodigy, earning the legendary Searing Blade title at just 15 and becoming a complete monster by the age of 20. Through pure talent and an insane grind, she rose to the very top to lead the elite 5 swords of the House of Ku. She was an unmatched warrior respected by everyone. Yet even with all that power, she was still denied the one thing she wanted most, the title of head of the house. That kind of luxury was strictly for Yang Chunku, the mistress's son and the only guy actually in line for the throne. Jeonsu was actually head over heels for her half-brother at first. And because Youngchan's mom was so incredibly sweet to her, Jeonsu loved her right back. Which is exactly why she never felt creeped out or threatened by him back then. Then, the unthinkable happened. One day she just vanished into thin air, leaving her 2 kids behind to fend for themselves. Their father, the clan head, strictly forbid anyone from searching for her, making the whole mission a total dead end. Right around that time, the kid's heart turned to ice as he started lashing out at everyone, making sure he didn't have a single soul to call a friend in the entire clan. But then, the gossip mill exploded with shady rumors about what he was really doing with women behind closed doors. But no matter how the deck was shuffled, one brutal truth remained. Yang Chan was still the one destined to sit on the throne as head of the house. It wasn't even his fault. It's just the way this rigged system hands titles to men by default. And deep down, Jeonsu knew there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell of that changing. She was completely eclipsed by her older sister's legendary talent, and that comparison sparked a dark, burning resentment in her heart. She grew to despise him, hating the fact that he was handed everything while barely even using the power he possessed. Back in the present, the second his sister mentions their mother, Yang Qian snaps, locking onto her with a glare that's straight up terrifying. He strikes such pure terror into her heart that she bolts immediately just to save her own skin. But none of that matters now, because he's officially done playing games as he teleports right behind her. He unloads a massive punch straight into her face. Watching the fight go down, Ahi is completely blown away by Youngchun's sister's insane skills, especially since they're practically the same age. She catches the siblings trading words right in the heat of their duel, but frustratingly, no one can make out a single thing they're saying. The only reason this worked is because the second elder decided to flood the entire arena with his own overwhelming internal energy. Or, at least that's the claim Wu Jin is making. Plus, the poor guy walked out of that spar with his face looking like a total wreck. If I were him, I'd be hiding in a cave instead of showing my face in public after a beatdown like that. Even Ahi starts roasting the clown for his reckless antics. But she's terrified of heading to House Peng because she knows they're going to grill her for answers. They're both geeking out over Yeonsu's insane talent since she's already a third-ring beast with a blade. But here's the real twist. Wu Jin couldn't care less about the prodigy. He's actually locked in on her opponent instead. Ahi's jaw drops as Yobi steps in to drop the bombshell. These two are officially siblings. Watching that clash, Wu Jin realizes the House of Ku isn't just a one-trick pony. They've got a whole roster of absolute monsters. Just look at that face. The guy is absolutely beaming with pure joy. Ahi is absolutely crushed, realizing the brother she once knew is gone forever now that he's taken the cold seat as the head of House Ping. Back in the heat of battle, Yeonsu realizes her only move is to dodge her brother's deadly strike. She barely slips the attack and roars back with a final terrifying swing that spells certain doom. She's dead certain the fight is over, thinking she just sealed his fate by ripping right through that fatal opening. Yangchun shuts her down with words as cold as a blizzard. That's the moment you know you're about to get absolutely fried. It's a wrap when your opponent is literally roasting you while you're unleashing your final attack. He tells her he understands her pain, so he's not even going to judge her for wanting him dead. Her little jab definitely got under his skin, but Yongchun plays it cool and brushes it off, mostly because he's praying she'll forget the wild stunt he's about to pull next. He cocks his hand back and unleashes a massive surge of raw power. He delivers a devastating blow, absolutely clobbering Yeonsu with pure raw power. He slams her to the ground, knocking her out cold in an instant. The dust settles and everyone's jaw hits the floor because the guy they called a total loser, Yang Chun, actually pulled off the win. The dust has barely settled, and the kid is already drowning in regret over the way he handled that entire mess. He wasn't even trying to win, and now things look terrible because a lowly second-ring fighter just flatlined a third-ring elite. Yang Chuan just can't shake it. His sister's words are still echoing in his head like a ghost he can't outrun. And while he's busy wallowing in a total pit of despair, Muyan and his servant burst into the room, desperate to see if he's actually going to pull through. Muyan's about to drop a major bombshell on our boy, right as the entire city is losing their minds over how he survived a fight everyone thought he'd get absolutely wrecked in. The second elder has to jump in to wrangle the rowdy crowd, and since the speech is still dragging on, Yang Chun finally has a golden window to bolt before that old man catches him. Sayola's freaking out over his bleeding hand, but the truth is way worse. He lost his grip on his internal GY at the absolute worst moment. The precious Siola tries to play nurse and bandage his wound, sending our boy into a total blushing meltdown. But man, the poor girl is struggling so hard she can't even figure out how to wrap it right. She's breaking down in tears, desperately clutching his hand and apologizing over and over for being so completely useless. That moment was pure perfection and had Yang Chun completely frozen in time, right until Wu Jin decided to crash the party and absolutely kill the vibe. Even after all that, Yang Chun keeps it classy and greets him with total respect. Ah-hee is absolutely dying of embarrassment out here and is practically begging to just pack it up and go home. I seriously love how unbothered this guy is, treating Yang Chun like his day one homie even after the engagement with Ah-hee blew up. He's actually out here playing wingman for the two of them. Our MC is completely blindsided, left scratching his head and wondering how the heck he even ended up here. Wu Jin claims he's just looking to rub shoulders with the elite, and while he's always put his sister Hibiku on a pedestal, he never expected to find a hidden powerhouse like Yang Chun. The kid is completely blindsided that Wu Jin actually knows a thing about his sister. The vibe at House Peng proves these two are actually super tight, but he's still acting clueless about how she feels. Talk about a major contradiction. Yang Chun just laughs it off, treating the whole ridiculous situation like it's nothing but a joke. He watches Wu Jin disappear with Yobi, but get this, his ex-fiancée is still hanging around for some reason. She's finally done staying quiet and is ready to spill everything. She's apologizing for the chair smash, and honestly, it looks like she was just seconds away from finally burying the hatchet. But Yang Chen shuts her down mid-sentence, leaving her absolutely floored when he's the one who apologizes first. He knew he'd crossed a massive line by trash-talking her mother, so he took her retaliation on the chin and called them even. Ah-hee finally gives in, coming to terms with the crazy situation he's stuck in. As she heads out, she drops one last hint. He better go check exactly what her brother left behind for him. Yongchan scans his uniform and stumbles upon a mysterious little slab, but he has absolutely no clue what he's looking at. The night finally winds down as the two of them share one last bittersweet goodbye. Yang Kaon is finally erasing the blunders of his past life. But let's be real, he's still got a massive mountain of mistakes left to fix. While they were finally trekking back from the scene, Iola's lights are out instantly, and she hits the dirt like a total sack of bricks. Our guy is still totally moping over that massive showdown with his sister. In his past life, he never even got the chance to cross blades with her. And looking back at it now, Yang Chun is dead certain he shouldn't have been able to pull off that win. He realized that the strings of fate started twisting the very second Siola began working under him. One simple act of mercy just flipped the script and completely derailed the destiny he was supposed to follow. He's still completely clueless about why this is all going down, so he's got to be dead serious about rethinking his next move. Out of nowhere, the kid's survival instincts scream as he feels something dangerously sharp closing in. He doesn't waste a single second, practically begging Mu Yan to inspect that cursed demonic talisman. The guard flashes a confident grin, assuring his master that there's absolutely nothing to fear because the talisman is working like a total charm. But just as Mu Yan's dropping that bombshell, the talisman suddenly surges to life. And just like that, he barks out an order to bring everything to a screeching halt. That talisman is going absolutely ballistic, meaning a demonic gate just ripped open right next to them. So Mu Yan orders his men to protect the young master at all costs. But to his absolute disbelief, that same young master is just chilling outside, casually stretching his limbs like the upcoming brawl is nothing more than a light warm-up. Mu Yan starts laying into him, constantly barking about how this mission is a total death trap. But Young Chun just shuts him down, telling him to quit worrying and keep his eyes locked on the danger right in front of them. It was like a jagged rift just tore through the air, splitting reality wide open. Suddenly, a glowing green gate spirals wide open. They start unleashing these savage hound-like beasts, but thankfully, a green gate only spits out the absolute weakest demons in the bunch. He's locking in and charging up his signature move. Yang Qian goes on a total rampage, shredding through those monsters like they're absolutely nothing. Now listen up, because there's one crucial thing you need to know about every single demon out there. Every one of them has a glowing stone embedded in their chest that acts as their heart. It's a massive power core, sure, but it's also a fatal weak point that can be ripped right out of them. Another monster lunges from his blind spot, trying to take a massive chunk out of his back. But our boy's got lightning-fast reflexes, wasting no time as he starts ripping those demonic stones out like a total pro. Taking out those two left his energy reserves bone dry, making his 9-flame blaze wheel flicker and fade. But he's got to keep pushing, because stopping now just isn't an option. And things just got a whole lot worse, because 3 more of those hideous hounds are charging straight for them. But he was in for a massive shock. Muyan bursts onto the scene, throwing himself in harm's way to shield his young master. He moves with blinding speed, unleashing a storm of slashes so fast you'd swear Virgil himself taught him how to pull off a judgment cut. Young Chun's jaw is on the floor as he watches his badass servant pull off a move that's nothing short of legendary. Mian whips around to check if he's okay, and he's just thanking his lucky stars that he walked away in one piece. The dust is already settling since barely any of those monsters actually made it through, so honestly, our heroes just caught a massive break. Mujun is straight up panicking because our boy just dove in head first, and let's be real, that could have ended in a total disaster. Young Chun tries to play it cool, but he's dead wrong. His hand suddenly erupts into a violent purple blaze, sending him into a total spiral of absolute soul-crushing agony. Not even Mujun has a single clue what kind of insanity is currently taking over his young master. Yang Chang lets out a frantic curse, his heart racing as he demands to know why the hell the Heavenly Demon's martial arts are suddenly going wild. This move right here is the Heavenly Demon's legendary signature, officially known as the Heavenly Absorption ability. We're diving headfirst into a legendary flashback for the ultimate demonic beast, Yang Qian. He just single-handedly shredded an entire battalion, leaving the broken survivor to desperately ask why he was so heartless. Why slaughter them all for absolutely no reason? Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, Yang Chun looked him dead in the eye and asked if those were really the last words he wanted to go out on. He stared down at the elder's severed head and let out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the sun, looming over the entire horizon. A massive dark dragon erupts from a crimson portal, and the Heavenly Demon wastes no time leaping down from her mount. He marched right up to Young Chun, who was still stuck on his knees. He basically admits he could have put way more effort into keeping her entertained. Feeling a little satisfied with his progress, she decided to hook him up with a brand new skill. And that brings us right back to the present, where the boys are absolutely losing their minds. The 9-flame blaze wheel kicks in and purifies his absorption technique into a legendary merging effect. Something so insane he never even saw it in his past life. Meanwhile, Siola and Mujon are absolutely freaking out over him as he finally drags himself back to his feet, brushing it off and insisting he's totally fine. He's worried he took some hidden damage during that showdown with his sister. And while Muyan is scrambling to find a doctor, our guy plays it cool because there's no way he's letting anyone find out he's been snacking on demonic energy. Meanwhile, Seola's over there whimpering and throwing a total fit like a lost puppy. She's literally mashing his cheeks together, begging for the truth because she honestly feels bad for how pathetic he looks. Thankfully, the other servant steps in and drags her away to give Yang Chun a break, while Mu Yeon practically begs them to see a doctor one more time. But the young master's over it, figuring they should just head back home so he can crash and sleep off his total burnout. As his men gear up to hit the road, the boy realizes something mind-blowing. He doesn't feel a single drop of demonic energy left in him, proving his family's secret technique really did its job. He catches the stone's color draining away, confirming the demonic energy was totally devoured, but he doesn't waste another second overthinking it. He grinds the stone to dust in his palm, realizing he's got to kick his master plan into high gear immediately. The very next morning, Seola's legendary sweet tooth is back in action and hunting for sugar. But our boy Stone Cold ignores her begging and pulls a total 180, completely flipping the script on her. Young Chun throws it back in her face, reminding the girl that she's the one who's been holding on to this the whole time. He's basically just sticking around for absolutely no reason. But hey, moving on. Muyan's seriously scratching her head, wondering why on earth they've dragged her out to a place like this. The kid is still barely back on his feet after what went down, so it makes zero sense that he's wandering the market instead of getting some much-needed rest. Mu Yan kindly offers to help him track down whatever he's looking for, but while the young master appreciates the gesture, Yang Chun decides he's better off handling this one solo. He zeroes in on a specific street and starts scouring every inch of the dark alleyway. This just sends Muzan spiraling into even more confusion. Yang Chun sends the girl packing, orders Mu Yeon to tail him, and tasks Siola with delivering a message home that he'll be back just in time for dinner. She's sweating bullets right now, terrified that her Gramps is gonna blow a fuse and give her the lecture of a lifetime. Yang Chun plays right into her greed, dangling 10 delicious yakwa snacks as the ultimate bribe to get the job done. Out of nowhere, she's radiating pure confidence and demands a side of dumplings to seal the deal. Yang Chang is absolutely thrilled. He's all in on those terms. And they seal the deal with a handshake, acting like they've been ride-or-die bros since day one. Back in the alley, Mu Yan is dying for some answers, but our boy is playing it cool and keeping him in the dark. The guard is scanning the area like a hawk, sensing the danger in the air, but even Yang Chun knows they're walking straight into a death trap. After all this time, he's finally tracked down exactly what he's been hunting for. He's freaking out at first, thinking he's completely lost the trail. Mu Yan's left scratching his head, wondering why the young master is so obsessed with this specific building. He even admits his gut is screaming that something is seriously wrong with this building. Yang Chuan gives him props for those killer instincts and swings the door wide open. A pack of low-life thugs starts harassing the kid, thinking he's just some lost brat. But their smirks vanish the second they spot the weapon his bodyguard is packing. Which basically means it's the perfect opening for them to finally finish these two off. These punks have Mu Yan on high alert as he tightens his grip on his blade, ready to throw down. One of the guys demands to know why this kid would ever choose to show his face in a place like this. Yang Chun doesn't even sweat it as he drops the bombshell. He's actually just a customer. But that smug attitude is the final straw, and the thug starts barking threats right in Yang Chun's face. Mu Yan is itching to slice every single one of those scumbags down right then and there. But the young master holds him back, knowing they have to wait for the perfect moment to strike. He reveals that every single one of them clocked his identity the second he stepped into that alley. And while Yang Chan asks if they're shaking over the House of Ku's power, he's actually there for something else entirely. Rather than turning the guy into mincemeat, our hero actually stops mid-swing to try and strike a deal with the manager. Stunned by the kid's pure nerve, the thug mocks him, claiming Yang Chun clearly never learned a single shred of respect. But our sly young master claps back instantly, reminding those thugs that they're definitely no saints themselves. The thug just lets out a cocky snicker, clearly finding the whole thing hilarious. And instead of going along with the boy's offer, he commands all of his men to slice the kid down. In a split second, the entire group lunges at him from every single angle at once. Mu Yan's patience finally snaps, and he goes on an absolute rampage, wiping out the entire group. He's pulling every single punch, making sure everyone walks away from this brawl in one piece. After that massive flex, Yang Chun doesn't even flinch, basically chilling like he's on a farm while his guard mows down the entire crowd. The punk's jaw hits the floor in absolute disbelief. He's honestly not even shocked that Yang Chuan brought such a monster for backup. But let's be real, there's zero chance he's actually giving in to the young master's demands. Out of nowhere, the thug gets a ping from the big boss, and it looks like the higher-ups already have their eyes on the kid. The messenger steps forward to deliver the news, breaking down the high-stakes situation they're facing. Meanwhile, our boy's gears are turning as he starts second-guessing what kind of shady game they're actually playing. He's totally over this waste of time, so he orders Mu Yan to just step in and wipe them all out. But out of nowhere, the thug stops cold and drops a bombshell. The big boss actually wants a face-to-face, so there's no reason to keep swinging. Yang Chun is low-key fuming that they didn't just lead with this, but he still tells Mu Yan to stand down. They stay hot on the heels of those thugs, shadowing their every move. Mu Yan is still totally clueless and hunting for answers. But the kid finally drops a massive hint about his secret master plan for the Vagrant Clan. Now, let's dive into the Vagrant Clan. These guys are ranked among the elite 10 great clans for one reason. Their scouting and intel network is straight up god tier. But don't let that power fool you. They live by a righteous code of honor that keeps their reputation spotless in a world full of snakes. Since the first clan couldn't deliver, he's pivoting to Plan B, the notorious Howl Clan, a group so ruthlessly evil they make the vagrants look like saints, and that's exactly why he's here. He drops straight down to the level below. Our hero finally tracks down the man running the show in this region, the branch manager, Wun Chu Do. She apologizes for her men's aggressive welcome, explaining that they only lashed out because they were totally rattled by the boy's sudden arrival. Yang Chun couldn't care less about any of that, though. He's demanding to speak with her face to face. The branch manager wastes no time, demanding to know why a big shot like him would ever set foot in a dark and twisted clan like this. The kid shuts them down instantly, firing back that there's absolutely no way he's honoring a request from a clan of vagrants. The manager finally apologizes for the interrogation, admitting that his ties to the House of Ku had the entire staff breaking into a cold sweat. Yang Shun totally gets the mess they're in, but he's not making a move until they finally give him a straight yes. Wunchu Du makes it crystal clear. His clan will take on any job, no matter how insane, as long as the price is right. Relieved they're finally playing ball, he reveals he's hunting for a specific kid over 10, and whips out a detailed sketch to show them exactly who he's after. He's tearing through the details of this mysterious file. The branch manager recoils in a panic, admitting that there's absolutely no way they can handle a request like this. But here's the catch. Someone beat Yang Qiang to the punch by hunting for the kid's guardian first, sparking a massive conflict of interest that neither side is ready to swallow. Yang Cheng flashes a smug grin and offers to settle the score by demanding intel on their clan leader, instantly earning him a death stare from every guard in the room. They instantly whip out their blades, ready to carve him into mincemeat. But Mu Yan is a total cheat code, swooping in to parry all 4 of their blades at the exact same time. This guy is an absolute beast. The manager's sweet mask instantly shatters into pure bloodlust as he demands to know how this kid uncovered their most dangerous secrets. Yongchen shrugs it off, pointing out that since both sides have major dirt on each other, they should just call it even. But even so, Wunchu isn't just taking his word for it. He demands proof that this intel is actually the real deal. But the young master just laughs it off, warning them that if they dare refuse, he's heading straight to the Vagrant clan to spill every dirty secret about the Howl Clan leader. This threat is so massive that there's no way the branch manager can just look the other way. She's got 0 options left and is forced to cave. To that, our boy is getting seriously impatient, wondering just how much longer he has to wait for them to finally pull this off. The Howl Clan insists they need at least 3 months to pull this off. But for Yang Jian, that's the perfect window of opportunity. He heads out, making it clear that the real deal only happens once they've met every single one of his demands. But the boy freezes when he catches the manager's look of pure dread, sensing a dark secret hidden within the Yejok mountain range. Wunchu gets tipped off the second he tries to make his exit. He drops a cryptic clue, teasing that it's just a little hint for now. The branch manager is absolutely losing his mind. The thug scoffs, wondering if she's really betting everything on a kid's word. But she's dead certain he's legit since he knows their clan leader has vanished, leaving them no choice but to follow his lead. Even Wunchu is completely clueless about the kid's true scheme, convinced he's running his own hidden agenda while doubting a young master like him could ever dig up such high-level secrets. This puts the head of House Ku right in the crosshairs, and even though he's actually innocent, she's dead certain he's the one pulling the strings. She tears that mask right off, finally letting everyone see her real face. She looks way younger than the mature woman she's actually supposed to be. Wunchu starts piecing it together, realizing the clan head is only in hiding because his own people have 0 respect for him and he's terrified of a total mutiny. And get this, that man is actually her very own father. And that's exactly why she's putting her entire soul into this. Next, we see Yang Qian and his guard as they stride right out of the building. He put on a brave face, but deep down he was terrified things would spiral out of control. Thankfully, his memories from his past life are finally saving his skin. That's when he discovers the Howl Clan leader has been rotting away in a cell for 5 long years. And get this, he's the exact reason the clan launched a full-scale war against the Obsidian Night Palace. The Merm Alliance absolutely decimated the Obsidian Night Palace, but their desperate mission to rescue the clan head ended in total tragedy when he didn't make it out alive. This disaster pushed the entire clan to the absolute brink of total annihilation. But here's the kicker. He's actually clueless about the palace's location, and he only scored this mission by bluffing his way through with some basic trivia. It's a massive headache to go this far, but Yang Chun knows that tracking down this kid is absolutely non-negotiable. See, this kid wasn't just anyone. He was destined to become the demonic temple's most vital and trusted inner circle member. He'd eventually be feared as Hyok Jigal, the brilliant mastermind pulling every single string from the shadows. That's exactly why Yang Jian is dead set on taking him out right now, before he ever gets the chance to become a nightmare. He remembers how this guy's insane tactics have pushed a beast like Ciola to the brink way too many times. And if he doesn't end this right now, they're all absolutely cooked. Muyeon snaps out of his own head and demands to know what the kid is actually hunting for. He demands the job be finished by summer, but he's seriously on edge about how much the young master actually knows about the Howl Clan. Yang Chun locks it in, confirming he'll have that intel in his hands by the time summer rolls around. But out of nowhere, a new complication hits him, and it's seriously starting to get under his skin. It hits him like a bolt of lightning. This is the exact moment House Yan's secret treasure mine was finally unearthed. We're talking a literal mountain of riches stashed away, enough to flip the entire world upside down. But all that treasure was basically trash compared to the real jackpot. those legendary spirit pills. These pills were a total game changer for anyone's cultivation, and in the first timeline, they pushed a warrior to such insane heights that the heavenly demon himself actually recognized their strength. Now our boy is stuck juggling two massive headaches, Jiggle and those mysterious spirit pills. And while he's dying to uncover the truth about the meds, tracking down a solid lead is proving to be an absolute nightmare. So our boy pulls a total galaxy brain move that's basically a certified classic at this point. He's throwing in the towel because this is pure insanity. With all this chaos, there's no way he's ever finding that treasure. We cut back to Ciola, who's standing there with her jaw on the floor because this guy starts shamelessly hitting on her, demanding she ditch her post to serve him instead. The second elder wastes zero time hunting down Ciola's grandpa. He admits the kid is the only reason he made it this far, but he's absolutely floored to see the Sovereign Sword himself acting as the boy's personal bodyguard. The two share a quick laugh, but the second elder makes sure to remind him that the grind never stops. That's the final straw. He effortlessly obliterates the broom, demanding to know why the hell Elder Ryun even bothered showing up. What's wild is that even the legendary bear grandpa is shaking in his boots, as the Sovereign Sword shuts him down and demands he start picking up the pieces of that broken broom. And while all that's going down, Elder Ryon is busy making his own moves. He demands to know the second elder's true agenda, but he's not even shocked Ryun tagged along. After all, the guy's been on his radar for a while now. Believe it or not, just 3 months ago, this kid couldn't even pull off his family's legendary horse stance. And just like that, he suddenly has the power to take down his once untouchable sister. With his blaze wheel finally perfected, it's clear this kid is a total diamond in the rough with potential that's absolutely off the charts. The Sovereign starts questioning if talent is even the right word, because in his entire life, he's never seen a kid level up this fast in just a few months. This immediately sets off alarm bells, and now he's eyeing the kid with major suspicion. He's convinced the House of Ku's first elder is lurking in the shadows, spooked by how fast the kid is leveling up. Even Ryun is on board with that theory, knowing the old man is definitely up to no good. But as for the boy, he's pulled a total vanishing act, and nobody has a clue where he's hiding. Luckily, he's staying out of the line of fire for now, especially since his watchers are tracking his every single move like hawks. Let's jump back to Sayola's absolute disaster of a situation, where she's currently reeling after someone just dropped a massive love confession on her. This precious girl lets us right into her head as she confesses that a total nightmare absolutely wrecked her sleep last night. In this blurry dream, she's straight up wrecking everyone in sight, and she isn't stopping until she gets exactly what she wants. She was begging her body to stop, but the nightmare followed her home as she ended up devastating the very people she loved most. Suddenly, an old man inside the house speaks up, claiming he actually would have crushed her, and right after that, he lunged forward and drove the blade deep into her gut. He jolted awake, gasping for air as he finally clawed his way out of that haunting nightmare. She choked out a desperate apology, her voice trembling with nothing but pure, crushing guilt. The second she snapped awake, she was absolutely desperate to lay eyes on Yongchun. Honghua, the head servant, pointed her straight toward the training grounds to track him down. She went for it and actually beat Yang Cheon to the punch, but she was shocked to find someone else already staking out the training grounds. He promised Ciola a world of happiness if she'd just jump ship, but she was already loving every second of life by Yangchun's side. After that, our boy looked like a ticking time bomb just seconds away from a total meltdown. He wasted no time and got right in that random kid's face to start a showdown. He's left spiraling, wondering who he really is and what secret game he's actually playing. One look at that awkward, blushing face, and even Yang Qian is thinking this dude is a certified creep. He apologizes for skipping the formal intro, but then flips the script by revealing he already knows exactly who the young master is. He likely introduces himself as Jolie Upku, and he's already itching to throw hands in a sparring match. But our boy doesn't waste a single heartbeat, shutting that offer down before they can even finish the sentence. The kid is absolutely floored because walking away makes Yang Chun look like a total coward, but he honestly owns it with zero shame. This sends the other kid into a total rage, and he starts mocking the young master for being a pathetic weakling. Our guy isn't even trying to act tough anymore. He's straight up owning how weak he is because at this point, why even bother lying? The kid is left completely stunned, but here's the real kicker. If Yang Chun starts picking random fights right now, he's going to land in way more hot water than he ever was before. But right as he's making his getaway, Grandpa Bear steps in and absolutely wrecks his life all over again. He materializes out of thin air, practically begging Yang Qian to finally throw down. Joliot pays his respects to the second elder, giving our boy a quick refresher on just who this heavy hitter is. In a massive twist, it turns out he's actually the first elder's grandson, and one look at his face proves the resemblance is absolutely uncanny. The second elder is totally down for the duel, but Yang Qian pulls no punches, calling the kid out for his creepy-ass plan to seduce Siola. He starts to suspect Geoliope is actually a puppet for the First Elder, and that sudden challenge for a spar? Yeah, that was definitely a setup. Turns out this isn't just a clash of fists, it's a high-stakes political power play. The First Elder is a power-hungry snake who's been pulling the strings from the shadows, rigging the game so a weak-ass clown like Yang Chun becomes the boss just so he can control him like a puppet. But now that this talentless kid somehow crushed his genius sister, everything's gone sideways, and Geoliop is being sent in to personally wreck Yang Chun. Elder Ryan is practically begging him to show some mercy, but our boy is stone cold and has zero interest in humoring the kid. Yang Chun shuts it down, arguing that there's absolutely no point in throwing hands when defeat is already written in stone. Grandpa Bear gives him a massive boost of confidence, swearing he's got the win in the bag, and honestly, this old man is the ultimate MVP for always having Yang Chun's back like this. Yang Chun's seen enough to know he's completely outclassed, realizing Joliop is a total beast compared to even his sister, so he's got zero interest in fighting a suicide mission. But just as he's making his exit, the First Elder's cocky grandson doesn't hesitate, lunging forward to snatch her by the arm. He reminds Siola that she's on a whole different level and way too elite to be wasting her time with a total joke like Yang Chaewon. He tries to recruit her, swearing he'll give her a life of luxury if she finally ditches that pathetic weakling she calls a master. But here's the truly chilling part. The moment Yang Chun sees Siola in danger, all his logic and caution vanish as he flashes a terrifying look and accepts the duel on the spot. Instant regret hits him like a truck the second he realizes he's stuck in the arena against an opponent who's way more dangerous than the last guy. But Bear Grandpa's got his back, figuring that even if the kid takes an L, this is the perfect chance for him to finally level up. Yang Chun isn't lifting a finger for free. He demands a massive reward before he even considers stepping into the fray. The Second Elder is more than happy to take the deal, but he warns the kid that as the clan lord's heir, losing this fight would be a total disgrace. But the kid isn't backing down, shouting that he never even wanted to lead the family. And you can bet that confession leaves Rion absolutely floored. They claim he has no choice since he's the only male heir left, but Yang Chun is fuming inside. Why does everyone think he's thirsty for power when he literally threw this same future away in his past life? Just to twist the knife, the kid warns the old man that he'll throw the entire match if Rion even thinks about backing out of their deal. Grandpa Bear gives the green light, but there's a massive catch. He's got to walk away from this fight as the winner no matter what. He squares up, locking eyes with the enemy standing right in his path. Jiliop actually gives the kid a moment to shake off the rust and get his blood pumping. He even drops an apology, acting like he's genuinely sorry things had to get this messy. He actually felt bad for Yang Chun, because in their match last year, Joliop absolutely demolished him and left him bedridden for an entire month. Even Yang Cheon is losing his mind, wondering how on earth he managed to forget something that massive. Joliot's still talking trash, claiming the kid was a total loser back then, and that his victory over his genius sister was nothing more than a massive fluke. This guy is straight up handing out warnings, acting like he's way too high and mighty to waste his time crushing some low-level scrubs. Joliot absolutely loathes seeing a weakling climb the ranks, so he charges his blade with lethal energy, ready to unleash his full fury on the boy. He turns to Eldorayun and lays it on the line. If he walks away with the victory, he's got a condition of his own that needs to be met. Grandpa Bear is actually totally down with that plan. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, Joliet's big price for this showdown is none other than Siola. He just had to drop the one line that would push our boy over the edge, and now he's absolutely seeing red over the sheer audacity of this guy. The Elder is getting a huge kick out of the chaos and finally gives them the green light to go at it. The fight kicks off, but Joliot is clearly dragging his feet, looking like he's having some major second thoughts. He just stands there frozen, unable to look away as a savage red aura explodes from the kid's body. He tries to play it off as tradition, that the stronger fighter lets the other guy strike first. But Yang Chuan calls total BS, wondering if Joliop is actually just shaking in his boots. But here's the kicker. Joliop is an absolute beast when it comes to mastering his raw power and internal energy. He's completely frozen by the young master's insane aura, and even though the guy is wide open, he's too petrified to actually take the shot. They're convinced Yang Chen is burning through every last drop of his power just to pull off one massive bluff. Joliop lets out a cocky laugh, convinced he's finally won because he thinks Yang Chuan is a total moron for burning through his internal energy so recklessly. Our boy is officially done playing the waiting game and strikes first, blitzing Joliop so fast he's on him before the guy can even finish his sentence. He lets loose a thunderous kick so fast it nearly takes his opponent's head off. But Joliot isn't sweating it at all, convinced that his insane speed advantage is still way too much for them to handle. But he's caught completely off guard when Yang Chun's next strike hammers home. blasting him straight into the stratosphere. He shuts the whole thing down with a bone-shattering kick straight to the damn face. He slams Joliup down, forcing him to his knees in total defeat. The kid hacks up a violent spray of blood as he struggles to stay on his feet. Yang Chun drags out the humiliation by stalling his final strike, making it crystal clear that this victory wasn't just some lucky sneak attack. Joliot's ego gets absolutely wrecked as he finally admits he was dead wrong to look down on the young master's insane potential. But he's far from finished, and he's just waiting for the perfect opening to deliver some serious payback. This brawl is far from over, and things are looking grim for Yang Chun as he realizes he's stuck fighting yet another monster way out of his league. He's precision channeling his energy into his limbs right at the moment of impact, triggering explosive bursts of power while keeping his body from hitting a total meltdown. But here's the reality. Yang Chun is on a ticking clock, and he's got exactly 7 minutes to wrap this fight up or he's done for. Joliup is busy unleashing the insane scarlet sword of the 9 dragons, and Yang Chun is glued to that blade, tracking every lethal flicker. The split second that blade clears the scabbard, Yang Chun is wound tighter than a spring, barely hanging on by a single thread. He's got a split second to dive clear before that massive sweeping strike connects. This speed demon isn't letting up for a second, immediately diving back in to finish the job. He unleashes a flurry of laser-focused strikes to catch Yang Chun off guard, proving that Joliup has spent an insane amount of time perfecting his deadly craft. The way this move flows so naturally might just be his secret weapon. But there's a massive catch. If that blade's rhythm gets broken, the whole thing falls apart. Yang Chun ignites his internal energy, anchoring himself to the spot so he doesn't budge an absolute inch. And right as Joliup is about to drop the final lethal strike to end him for good, the kid erupts like a human bomb. But right as he's about to follow through, he snuffed out every bit of heat in his body at once, totally throwing Joliup off and giving our boy the perfect opening to end the fight right then and there. Yang Kaon buries a fist so deep into Joliup's gut that you can practically feel the impact through your own screen. That explosive punch blasts Joliot straight into the wall, carving out a massive crater and ending the fight right then and there. But Yang Qian isn't done yet, and he drops a total bombshell. He couldn't care less about the family head title or any of the trash they've been talking behind his back. But if there's one thing he absolutely despises, it's when lowlifes like Joliup try to strong-arm people out of their belongings. That's the one thing that truly makes his blood boil. He unleashes a soul-crushing pressure, consumed by the burning rage that he'll never forgive Joliot for daring to lay a finger on Ciola. He's so livid that he's ready to snap the guy's arm like a twig if he steps out of line again. Honestly, this man is a total savage. And right when he's a split second away from snapping Joliup's arm like a dry toothpick, Elder Ryan cuts him off, desperately pleading with him not to take another step. Once the smoke clears, the kid gets absolutely grilled for going full demon mode, but Yang Chun argues that in a real fight, someone's bound to bleed. Since Joliot managed to limp back home on his own, he's clearly fine. But Rion is still sweating bullets because he knows the First Elder is about to go absolutely nuclear over this mess. Yang Chang finally snaps and admits he doesn't give a single damn about leading the clan, making all their petty political schemes totally worthless to him. He even offers Ciola the role of househead, and she's ready to take charge, just as long as he keeps the snacks coming. Elder Ryan is dead serious about how massive this situation is, while Young Chon just shrugs it off, casually admitting that Ciola is way out of his league. He stops cold as it hits him. He actually has no clue when she officially became a beast with the blade. The Sovereign Sword should have been drilling his star pupil by now, but he hasn't even seen Ciola touch a blade yet, and it's totally tripping him up. Especially since she seems way more clueless in this life than the last. Now he's left questioning what kind of person she really was at this point in her life. Yang Chun is drawing a complete blank on the details, which is crazy because he definitely should remember this, while the adorable girl next to him asks if he's actually doing all right. Yongchan suddenly smacks her across the face, desperate to snap her back to reality. Finally, the second elder drops the whole househead debate and tells our boy to go get some much-needed shut-eye. But Yang Chun is way too sharp for that, stopping the old man dead in his tracks to remind him about the little deal they made. Alderaan is visibly irritated, but a deal's a deal, so he sucks it up and asks the kid what he's actually after. Young Chan plays the second elder card, figuring a guy with that much clout would find this favor to be a total walk in the park. With those words, he flings his hand out to the right. He makes his move, demanding a one-way ticket straight into Sachi's territory. Talk about a massive headache. Especially once our boy realizes he can basically waltz into Sachion whenever he feels like it. This news hits the young master like a freight train, leaving him absolutely floored. They hit the old man with a reality check. Sachion is way out of reach, and he can't just go rogue when he's being watched and guarded every second of the day. Grandpa Ryun steps in with a brilliant idea. suggesting he use the House Dang weapons exhibition as the perfect cover story for his secret business. Zoom in on his face, and he looks like his brain just completely short-circuited. He remembers the annual Weapons Expo, a massive tradition where families flock to see the most mind-blowing gear imaginable. Even if he doesn't have to show up, he's definitely using this event as the perfect cover story. Out of nowhere, Yang Chun flips the script and reveals his true goal. He's really just after the cold, hard cash. The sharp-eyed elder sees right through him, realizing the kid is absolutely desperate to reach Sacheon at breakneck speed. But truth be told, he's actually stoked to ship the kid off to Sacheon. Yongchan's starting to sweat bullets, realizing that asking this guy for help might have been the biggest mistake of his life. But Grandpa Bear lets out a feral roar, screaming that he's booting him out of there right this second. The young master pulls him back, reminding him that filing a proper report isn't something they can just rush through. Grandpa Ryun shuts down all the drama by declaring the boy's departure an official decree, sending the caretakers into a total panic to get him ready. Before Yang Chun could even process the madness, he suddenly realized he was already back inside his carriage. That old geezer played our boy like a fiddle and sent him packing. Meanwhile, the Sword Sovereign dumps a mountain of chores on Ryun, claiming it's only right for the youth to serve their elders. Ryun pulls the Sword Sovereign aside for a private moment, desperate to finally unload the heavy secrets weighing on his soul. Word on the street is the clan leader is hunting down the divine physician, and he's definitely got a secret agenda. Feeling the heat, the second elder gets totally rattled and desperately pivots the conversation. He confronts Sayola, dropping a bombshell. He doesn't see a single trace of humanity in that girl, like she's something else entirely. But that simple question pushes the Sovereign Sword over the edge, and he snaps at Ryun to shut his mouth while unleashing a whole arsenal of divine blades. Ryun doubles down on his claim that Sayola isn't even human, flashing back to their first meeting at the council where he instantly realized her body was nothing but a hollow shell. Elder Ryun shuts that idea down instantly, warning them that even a divine doctor's medicine is a total waste of time since Sayola isn't actually sick. But while he's still yapping, the Sovereign Sword erupts, raining down a storm of golden blades with a bone-crushing pressure as he screams that Sayola is nothing but a human. Ryan isn't buying a single word of it, so he just turns his back and lets the Sovereign Sword take the lead. Get this. Her grandfather is actually convinced he can fix her broken soul just by turning her into a real human. He's ready to throw his life away in a heartbeat, all just to guarantee his granddaughter grows up healthy and strong. A few hours tick by before her grandfather finally realizes she's vanished from their room. They've been grinding on the road for days, yet Sashon is still nowhere in sight. Mu Yon is sweating bullets over the young master's disappearance. But Yang Chun actually ditched them for some peace and quiet. Turns out he's just bored out of his mind without Sayola around. But here's the kicker. Our boy is actually grinding like an absolute beast, pushing himself until his body literally hits the breaking point. But let's be real. The guy's still a total scrub, gassing out after throwing just a few basic punches. 10 full days into this journey and Yang Chun has hit a massive dead end. No matter how hard he tries, that next level breakthrough is nowhere in sight. That showdown with Joliot forced him to face a brutal truth. His internal energy reserves are straight up pathetic. Step 1. He's got to head back and grind his internal energy until he pushes his cultivation to its absolute breaking point. He finally pulls the trigger, unleashing the terrifying power of his demonic art of heavenly absorption. He realizes this thing is literally draining the life force out of every living soul nearby. Here's the catch. This insane power slowly eats the user alive from the inside out, but thanks to the blaze wheel technique, he completely dodges those deadly side effects. Since he's got zero demonic energy, his potential is basically infinite. Every demon he slaughters just fuels his internal power even further. But here's the thing. Rocking the heavenly demon's martial arts is a massive liability in this new timeline, and he's dead set on avoiding the same tragic end that took him out the first time around. Out of nowhere, a piercing shriek rips through the air, snapping him right out of his zone. Our hero bolts straight for Mujon, desperate to finally get some real answers. The personal guard spills the beans that something absolutely wild is going down inside that carriage. This leaves our boy hungry for answers, so he starts digging for the truth all on his own. Right then, Sayola pops out of nowhere with a huge, beaming smile. She plays it totally innocent, acting like she just happened to wander all the way out here. Let's rewind the clock 10 days to see the exact moment everything started spiraling out of control. Sayola was strictly forbidden from even setting foot in the Sachin region thanks to her overbearing, iron-fisted grandpa. He only let her attend the Nine Dragons Council because he knew she had a massive safety net. But out in the Sachian region, she's flying completely solo. And that spells serious trouble for our girl. The old man wasn't taking no for an answer, barking at them to quit stalling and dive straight into the laundry. Sayola was totally spiraling, realizing Yang Chun wouldn't be back for an entire month. And since she's a disaster at chores and has zero special skills, she knew she'd just be dead weight if she tried to tag along. But out of nowhere, a voice rings out, making the poor girl jump right out of her skin. She frantically scans the room, remembering that mysterious voice from the box as she desperately hunts for any kind of answer. But out of nowhere, a hand lunges out and shoves her straight to the ground. She loses her balance and goes tumbling headfirst right into the middle of the rationing zone. Sayola didn't even want to step foot inside, but she fell right into a trap, leaving the poor girl absolutely terrified and screaming for someone to save her. But those same spectral hands start working their magic, lulling her straight into a deep, hypnotic slumber. And just like that, it all went down in the blink of an eye. Sayola hit the dirt, out cold, while that voice actually had the nerve to apologize for knocking her senseless. The carriage lurches forward as those final words echo through the air. Sayola is the one who's supposed to be their shield. But get this, the little girl finally spills the beans, basing her whole explanation on, the three of them are completely frozen in place, their brains totally fried by the bombshell she just dropped. The look on their faces has Sayola spiraling, wondering if she just made a massive mistake. She doubles down, hammering the point home one last time as she finally brings her story to a close. She claims a ghost lured her into that carriage. But let's be real. Nobody is ever going to believe a story that wild. Chun wanted to send her home. But at this point, there was just no turning back. They were pushing through the dead of night when, out of nowhere, an owl circles just above, but Sayola is too busy eyeing the local wildlife and gleefully describing exactly how she's going to devour them. Even our boy is straight up shook because this girl has absolutely zero chill when it comes to her appetite. He initially wanted to ship her right back to the House of Ku, but since they're already running on fumes, he realized that trip would just bleed their resources dry. Sayola dangles a wiggling worm right in his face, trying to score a yakwa in exchange. He's so fed up that he hurls his food aside, officially regretting the moment he ever let her join the squad. Their chill vibes are instantly shattered the second Chun senses a massive presence closing in. He shouts a warning to Muyeon, who immediately dives in to halt the rest of the guards in their tracks. But just as he thinks he can finally breathe easy, the peace is shattered in an instant. Suddenly, he picks up the dark energy of 4 demons lurking way off in the distance. But his heart nearly stopped when he realized he could only sense 3 of them left. And before he could even process the chaos, he was the last man standing. This last one goes for a desperate lunge, charging straight at the carriage. Just as our boy is about to land the final blow and put this beast in the dirt, suddenly the silver-haired girl in the purple robes just lets her hidden power explode. She lets her steel fly, cleaving that demonic beast clean in 2. She snaps her blade back into its scabbard before the dust even settles. She apologizes for being so reckless with her prey and letting it get dangerously close to the carriage, leaving even young Chaeyeon completely clueless about who this girl actually is. That is, until she turns around and locks her gaze right on him. He's about to hit this guy with a shock that'll leave him absolutely floored. He's suddenly haunted by the nightmare of this exact woman shredding an entire squad of warriors like they were nothing. He locks eyes with the absolute smoke show from his memories, the same girl he coincidentally crossed paths with during his past life trek to Sacheon. History repeats itself as that very same girl steps up, begging to join their party in this timeline too. This stunning beauty is Bienam Gung, but to Chun, she's the literal madwoman still haunting his every nightmare. Let's rewind to the absolute nightmare that was their first meeting in the previous life. This woman just ruthlessly wiped out every single warrior in the area without showing a shred of mercy. Meanwhile, the demon martial artist Yang Chen was left doubting if she really had the power to slaughter every last one of them. Turns out they're actually on the same team, and now Namgung is itching to know exactly what their master has planned. He finds out Yang Cheon was sent to reel her back in before she went on a full-blown killing spree, and he absolutely tears into her for being a total psycho. The irony is peak. She's a stone-cold killer, but her sense of direction is so trashed she can't even tell left from right. Realizing this idiot is nothing but a massive waste of time, he just snaps at her to shut up and keep up. Chun finally tracked down a fresh job for her to take care of. Namgung couldn't help himself, leaning in to ask just how much god-tier power that sovereign sword was actually packing. He warned her to steer clear of the sovereigns, since they're the heavenly demons' rivals, not theirs. But Namgung's curiosity was through the roof as she burned to see how her blades stacked up against theirs, or even her master's. She spent the entire day just yapping away without stopping for even a second. Our boy finally snapped and unleashed a devastating strike straight at her. She didn't even spare him a glance, casually cleaving that energy blast right down the middle like it was nothing. Confused as hell and ready to square up right then and there, this girl is seriously just out here farming aura. Chun lets a blast fly just to snap her out of it, barking at the idiot to quit wandering off and just stay on his heels. As they trekked onward, she was totally driving him up the wall by firing off yet another question. But this time, Yang Chun wasn't bluffing. He was ready to tear her limb from limb if she dared to mention those sovereigns one more time. But then, she catches him totally off guard by pointing out a hidden shortcut that could save them a ton of time. Yang Chun stood there with a blank stare, having absolutely no clue what this girl was even yapping about. But before he could even blink, she'd already vanished into thin air. And guys, the payoff is absolutely hilarious. Our boy hit his destination that same day, while this absolute menace didn't roll in until 4 days later. Seriously, she is a complete disaster at following simple directions. Back in the present, Namgung realizes they're bound for Seicheon and practically begs to tag along for the ride. But with their toxic history, Yang Chun shuts her down cold. There's no way he's letting her back in. He's not about to survive that chaotic nightmare of a routine all over again. And besides, she's basically a walking disaster magnet who'd bring nothing but pure trouble. Yongchan cuts straight to the point and makes it all about trust, basically telling the guy there's no way he's betting his life on a total stranger in the dead of night. She finally realizes that if she wants him in her corner, she's gonna have to work for every shred of his trust. She blasts a pinpoint surge of high-voltage lightning. She's straight up ascending to Super Saiyan 2 with the sheer amount of raw power she's pouring into this next blast. The moment Mu Yan unleashes that ruler's sword style, her survival instinct starts screaming that she's in massive trouble. This move triggers a massive supernova of energy that erupts straight from her body. But before she could land a single scratch, Mu Yan lunged in and shut her down right then and there. Bia just wanted to flex her insane power to prove her identity and finally win over their trust. There's no turning back now. Yang Chun is officially forced to accept her deep-rooted connection to the Namgung family. He doubles down with a second excuse, claiming he can't risk letting a monster with such a terrifying power tag along. And honestly, but get this, B actually tails their carriage the entire way, right to the spot where they were supposed to stop and rest. Yang Chun's trailing them from a safe distance, but she honestly has no clue why she's even sticking to their tail. He even had the audacity to lie straight to her face, swearing that Sacheon wasn't their destination at all. He's dodging a face-off for now, choosing to just play it cool and act like she's invisible. But it's way too late for that, because Siola's already out there giving the girl a masterclass on how to skin a frog. Our boy finally loses his cool and drags her right out of there. He's losing his mind over what she's pulling, especially since he gave her a direct order to stop loitering around. Fia shoots him a cold, hollow glare, her eyes practically screaming. What is your actual problem? Our hero asks what she's doing out in the sticks all by herself. But it turns out B actually started this journey with her family right beside her. But get this, the dummy actually managed to get lost, which is exactly what Yang Cheon expected since her sense of direction was absolute garbage in her past life too. He confronts her, demanding to know why she's still sticking to them like glue after he made it dead obvious they aren't even touching the Sacheon region. Bia's jaw hits the floor, and she immediately grills them again about where they're actually supposed to be going. Siola shoots a clueless look at Yang Chun, but he just hits her with a disappointed headshake. This little brat is still completely clueless, blurting out the truth in a total panic and making Yang Chun seriously regret not kicking her to the curb sooner. Look, he's completely over B at this point, basically telling her she can do whatever she wants as long as she stays far, far away from him. She introduces herself to him all over again, just in case he somehow forgot who she was. Her heart feels like lead as she asks the boy to introduce himself too. He goes full undercover by hijacking Jilyup Ku's identity and claiming the House of Ku as his own, since it's the only way to keep his secrets safe. Flash forward 2 days, and Siola and Bia have already become thick as thieves. Their progress slowed to a crawl because this adorable little potato kept ditching the carriage just to go gossip with the other girl. Yang Chun was fuming because even after he'd laid his cards on the table regarding Bia, she still refused to play ball. Running on fumes, he gasps for air and asks Mu Yan how much longer until they finally reach their goal. The OP guard drops a bombshell. They should have arrived in a single day, but at this sluggish pace, it's gonna take them at least 3 more. Talk about a total nightmare. He's got no clue why Yang Chun is so spooked by this girl, but he figures letting her hitch a ride is the fastest way to get where they're going. By this point, our boy has officially reached his breaking point and just straight up throws in the towel. He ducks into a nearby village to catch his breath and hammer out his next big move. The young master and his servant are huddled together, mapping out every detail of their next move. There's only 1 single day left on the clock before they reach their destination. And thank goodness they didn't have to spend the night shivering in the dirt since they dodged having to camp out. Siola is practically begging Bia to crash with them, but Bia's stuck overthinking whether that's actually a good move. Yang Chun's jaw hits the floor seeing a high-class lady like Bia actually lugging around a common servant. But she's got a heart of gold and insists on helping the exhausted girl. Yang Chun isn't buying the drama though, and suggests that if she's really that wiped out, Siola should just pass out in the carriage. so the moment they roll into the village, he tells her to quit hitching a ride and get off Bia's back. Bia tries to get some answers, but she's instantly cut off when that adorable little potato pops into the frame. A whole squad of guys decked out in the same gear as Bia starts closing in fast. Leading the charge is actually Bia's brother, and he's been absolutely losing his mind wondering where she disappeared to. They turned the whole world upside down searching for her, but she still vanished without a trace. He's kicking himself for not restraining her sooner to stop this total disaster from ever happening. Her brother's finally starting to chill out after absolutely spiraling over his sister's condition. But his jaw hits the floor when he sees the squad backing her up. Sayola steps forward to introduce herself first, while Yang Chan is absolutely fuming because she still won't get off her back. Staring down Bia's brother, it finally clicks for our MC. This is the legendary lightning sword, whose godlike speed was once the stuff of nightmares. He was destined to become one of the 5 greatest swordsmen on the planet. A legendary title for sure. And yet, he greeted him with total kindness, introducing himself as the Lightning Dragon, Cheonjun Namgung. He nearly blows his cover by blurting out his real name, but he quickly pivots back to Joliop, playing it cool and telling the legend what a massive honor it is to meet them. Chewonjin is totally losing his cool, blushing hard now that everyone's treating him like a straight-up legend. But the second his sister's involved, he drops the act and gets dead serious. Shaking like a leaf, Yang Chun scrambles to claim they just met on the road. But the idiot accidentally spills the beans that Sashion was their actual destination from the start. But BR is way too sharp, and he sniffs out that lie in a heartbeat. Things just went from bad to worse, but Cheonjun isn't sweating it since he's used to his sister's chaotic energy, so he offers the House of Ku a place to crash, only for Yang Chun to shut him down, insisting they were just doing the right thing. It's a tempting offer, but our guy is officially done with this absolute lunatic and is desperate to find a way out. Mujan drops the cold truth that they don't have a single room booked. And the moment his young master suggests camping, Mujan shuts him down hard. He points out that the servants are already dead on their feet, so trying to force another camp setup is going to be pure chaos. And just like that, with his back against the wall, he finally had no choice but to take the deal. Let's rewind to Bia's past life as a demonic martial artist, where the very first thing she did was absolutely slaughter her entire clan. This is the same cold-blooded killer who slaughtered her own father and brother before wiping out her entire clan, earning her the terrifying title of the Demonic Sword Empress, and a legendary reputation that haunts the world. Yang Qian is still reeling, trying to figure out what possessed her to slaughter her own family in cold blood, especially since he didn't catch a single spark of hate between her and her brother earlier. The craziest part about her is that ruler's sword technique. Even a tiny glimpse was enough for him to see she's leagues stronger than her brothers. Yet despite all that raw power, she still hasn't earned a legendary title like the Lightning Dragon. Now he's starting to suspect that a massive power struggle is tearing this family apart from the inside. The moment he bursts out of his room, he accidentally crashes right into Cheongjun, but he keeps it wholesome and greets him with total kindness. Yang Chun is left absolutely stunned when the jerk doesn't just blank him, he straight up shoves him out of the way. He delivers an icy reality check, making sure our boy knows exactly where he stands in the pecking order. Yang Chen is left standing there completely shell-shocked, with absolutely no clue what just went down. Cheonjun makes it crystal clear that a piece of trash like this kid has no business getting anywhere near his sister. He's convinced his naive sister has been totally played, and he's ready to cut Yang Chuan down the middle if he even looks her way, especially after seeing that servant literally hitching a ride on her back. But the second Bia pops into the frame, he flips a switch and instantly transforms into the most wholesome, welcoming kid you've ever seen. Yang Chan's just standing there with his jaw on the floor, finally realizing that every single person in the Namgung family is a total psycho. Later that day, Mu Yan tracks down his master to break down the high-stakes drama surrounding the Namgung family. But our boy has officially reached his limit and is ready to bounce. Mu Yan gives the green light to head out right after breakfast, which is music to our boy's ears since he's been itching to hit the road for hours. He's doing everything in his power to make sure he stays off the Namgung family's bad side from here on out. He rolls up to grab a bite, only to find Siola and Bia already there, totally vibing over their breakfast. Our boy is absolutely sweating bullets sandwiched between these two, totally rethinking his life choices. And honestly, things are about to get even wilder. The very second he finally drops into that seat, Bia's brother is a literal ticking time bomb right now, burning a hole straight through Yang Chun with a look that screams murder from across the table. The real comedy gold is how BA just can't stop stealing glances at Che every single time June is in the picture. This man pulls a complete 180 and starts acting like a literal angel, leaving even Yang Qian wondering if this is some high-level mental technique or just straight-up sorcery. He totally gets why Qian Jun is acting out, but the best part is, They won't be crossing paths at the Weapons Expo ever again. Yongchun wolfs down the rest of his food and bolts out of the room like he's on a mission. He gives Bia a final, heartfelt goodbye before heading off to his next destination. Suddenly, she catches a whiff of some seriously foul, dark energy oozing right off of him. Cheon-jin marches right up to his sister, ready to finally have it out with her. He demands to know why she's actually throwing her lot in with the House of Ku. She catches one glimpse of Cheongjun and her eyes instantly lock on. Then it hits him. That nasty reek is actually coming from his own body. The lightning dragon warns her to stick with her own house next time, and Bia doesn't even try to argue. She just swallows her pride and apologizes. She catches sight of Yongchun and the squad making their move and immediately scrambles to tail them. She ducks back into the carriage, telling the group she just needs to crash for a while. Her brother is still totally lost, unable to wrap his head around why she's so obsessed. She finally tracks him down, and man, our guy is absolutely fuming that she's still shadowing them. Cheongjun goes full Tokyo Ghoul mode, hitting us with that legendary Kaneki finger crack. He's spitting pure venom, making it clear that he absolutely loathes anyone who dares to trespass on his turf. He lets young Cheon in on the secret. That girl isn't some creepy stalker. She actually wants to join their squad. House Ku's young master is totally baffled. Why is she so desperate to tag along with them when her own brother and the powerhouse Namgung clan are already geared up to leave? Seola flashes a smug grin and claims she's the mastermind behind it all. And man, is she making everyone's blood boil. Young Chun's finally reached his breaking point with these annoying girls and wants them booted off the carriage right now, but the guard steps in and tells him to chill because they're almost there. After everything they've been through, the crew has finally stepped foot into the breathtaking Sacheon region. Let's dive into the legendary House Dang of Sacheon. For hundreds of years, this clan walked the path of honor and made the Sacheon region their ultimate sanctuary. While the Namgung family were absolute legends with the blade, the Ping family just crushed everyone with their sheer, overwhelming power. Then you've got the Dang family, the undisputed kings of lethal poisons and legendary metalwork. This massive weapons expo they're hosting is basically just a giant flex of their god-tier reputation. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon is racking his brain, realizing he's only got a measly 3 days left to hunt down that secret room. He knows it's lurking somewhere in the Sacheon region, but let's be real, he's nowhere near strong enough to go hunting for it yet. But here's the real kicker. If he strikes out, he's gonna have to crawl to the Vagrant clan for help, and he's still gonna have to scour every single inch of the city just to get any results. Seola catches him completely off guard, popping up out of nowhere while she marvels at the insane view from way up there. And let's not forget the legendary Wind, who's right there flashing him a smile so sweet it's practically heart-melting. She pulls him over to watch the fireflies putting on a stunning show under the moonlight. But Yang Chun? Yeah, he's looking at this guy like he's straight-up fodder. Seola practically drags him away, forcing the guy to help her scout out a lake nearby. Fast forward a bit, and they're standing right under a graveyard of stars beneath the glowing moon. This lake is straight-up gargantuan, and she caught a serious beatdown for recklessly dragging him all the way out here. Even the young master's jaw drops when he sees the insane scale of House Dang. They literally have an entire forest all to themselves. Seola starts calling his name and teasing him with a bouquet, playing a goofy game of peekaboo because she's doing everything in her power to snap him out of his funk. Yang Cheon realizes she's totally powerless, but this persistent servant won't back down, begging him to finally spill his guts and let it all out. Betting it all on this one chance, he poses a what-if scenario about finding treasure in the city, just to see how Seola would hunt it down. The adorable Seola just hits him with a stone-cold glare, refusing to lift a finger because she thinks whoever hid this treasure is a total jerk. But their little heart-to-heart is cut short when someone suddenly appears, demanding to know what the heck they're doing in a forbidden zone. Yang Cheon finally gets it. There's no denying the truth when you're standing right in the heart of Dung territory. Believe it or not, the woman standing right in front of him is the one who single-handedly held back thousands of demonic martial artists from burning the entire Sacheon region to the ground. Believe it or not, this total girl boss pulled all that off solo. The lethal poisonous queen, Soil Dang, who just happens to be the same woman he personally executed in his past life. Let's rewind and see exactly how things spiraled out of control. Right when he was staring straight into the jaws of total defeat. Soil was officially running on empty, and his bag of tricks was bone dry. The demonic martial artist just closed the distance, mockingly asking the Poison Queen if she was finally ready to call it quits. Her vision was a thing of the past, a brutal price she paid for every battle she'd ever fought. She didn't even have a split second to wonder if his face was actually one she recognized. Wang Chuan realized her own family had completely ditched her, leaving her as the lone warrior of House Dang to hold the line in Satya. But in the end, all that sacrifice didn't change a single thing. He's left wondering why she'd push herself to such insane extremes, and her response is a total bombshell. The poisonous queen narrowed her eyes, demanding to know why he even bothered showing up then. That question pushed him over the edge, and he lunged forward to grab her by the throat. He looks her dead in the eye and makes his intentions crystal clear. He's finally here to end her life for good. Fighting back a seriously wild comment, the poisonous queen swallows her pride and offers a quick apology to the demonic martial artist. This just sent Yongchan's brain into a total tailspin, leaving him absolutely floored and reeling. Right then and there, Soil was dead certain she'd finally lost her mind. The second she lost her eyes, her vision transcended human limits, leaving her wishing she'd embraced the madness a long time ago. Yongchun snapped at her to zip it and finally end the non-stop yapping session. With her very last breath, the poisonous queen doesn't even mention herself. Instead, she leaves behind a final, desperate wish meant only for Yang Qian. She didn't even get to finish her sentence before Bro suddenly snaps her neck, silencing her for good. He finished her off right then and there, turning his back and walking away without a single shred of remorse. He stared down at his own hand, his face a total wreck of sadness and inner turmoil. Soil was right back in his grill, yapping away like he'd never shut up. But looking at her today, she's ditched the innocent act for a much deadlier title, the Poisonous Phoenix. Soil is breathing down their necks, but Bia suddenly swoops in to set the record straight. The House of Dung's rep is absolutely floored by the news, and his entire vibe pulls a total 180 in an instant. He greets Yongchun with a massive grin, and plays the polite host to the guest, still deep undercover as Jolyupku. Soil is still fuming, wondering why this guy is snooping around the lake when the Dang family usually lets anyone wander through without a second thought. Yongchun points out that Bia is an outsider too, sending her into a total rage because she knows he's right. And now, they're both officially getting the boot. Our boy finally gets the message and locks in, focusing every ounce of his energy on making it happen. He and Ciola finally take off, vanishing into the distance. Soy was getting seriously ticked off, shooting him death stares because he refused to admit that even showing up here was a massive blunder. Here's the kicker. She straight up admits our boy is a total snack, but don't think for a second she's pulling her punches, and now she's absolutely dying inside because she realized she said that out loud. She literally springs up, desperate to clarify that she's a total powerhouse. This silver-haired girl is still completely lost in the sauce, looking just as clueless as ever. See, her only memory of this guy is him being a total jerk who did nothing but grumble and complain. Soil makes her exit still preaching that kindness beats looks, and it's honestly gold how she just refuses to let this one go. With the exhibition just 24 hours away, Yongchan storms out of his room, determined to squeeze in some desperate last-minute training. He swings the door open, only to be hit with a massive shock. Baya and Cheongjun are standing right there. As it turns out, the Dang family actually invited them over for a massive feast, and that's exactly why they've shown up. Bia wasn't about to leave Yongchun behind, so she dragged him right into the middle of this. But our guy pulls the shy soul act, which is really just his smooth way of shutting them down politely. On the inside, he's desperately praying to every god in existence that these absolute clowns just buzz off and leave him in peace. But Cheonjun isn't backing down, digging his heels in and refusing to take no for an answer. He's absolutely fuming now, reaching out and snatching Yongchun's arm in a vice-like grip. The young master is reaching his boiling point, getting hauled away against his will for absolutely no reason at all. Now absolutely livid, Yongchun lets a terrifying sliver of his power bleed out. It's reached a total breaking point, and now Shay has absolutely no choice but to pull away from June. But unfortunately for him, that's where his little tough guy routine officially hits a brick wall. Yang Chan takes the bait, realizing he's finally cornered. But he's got one final score to settle for Che Young-jun. He hauls him away for a friendly little chat that's about to get real intense. He checks the guy on the spot, mocking his pathetic glare and telling him to fix his face before he keeps acting like a total loser in front of his sister. That terrifying threat has Cheyenne Jinoff absolutely fuming, but he's forced to swallow his rage and play it cool just for his sister's sake. Yangchun hits the breakfast hall only to find himself staring down a literal gauntlet of mouth-numbing, fire-breathing dishes. Our guy is having a total meltdown trying to pick a meal when every single dish here is practically swimming in spice. The House of Dang isn't taking no for an answer. They're demanding everyone feasts until they're ready to burst. Yongchun gets cold feet and retreats to his ultimate safety net, the ever-reliable dumplings. Just as he's about to snag one and pop it right into his mouth, he locks eyes with his poisonous queen, who's sizing him up with a cold, calculating stare. She's burning a hole through him with that same look from his past life, making him seriously wonder what her deal actually is. Getting seriously sick of that same moody stare, the young master just shrugs it off and shoves a dumpling into his mouth. That spice hits him like a freight train, and now he's desperately praying for a way to spit it out without looking like a total jerk. This spice is so lethal, even the ground itself is struggling to survive the heat. Bia holds out a drink, acting as his literal lifeline to keep him from the brink. He actually shows some mercy and offers him a slice of meat that won't set his entire mouth on fire. Watching her act so casual with him, the young master is left completely baffled, wondering what her real angle is. Meanwhile, you've gotta love how Chae-young-jun is absolutely obliterating his chopsticks out of pure, unadulterated rage. Finally, Soyul makes her move and slides in right next to our boy. She starts acting incredibly shy, leaving him totally scratching his head in confusion. At this rate, our boy is basically building a massive harem, snatching up new girls from every single corner of the map. Young-chun starts roasting Soyul for having so much on her mind, and she's already turning into a complete blushing disaster. She's feeling so bold, she's about to ask if he's falling for her looks, but Chae-young-jun totally kills the vibe by barging in to ask for a place to train. Too bad for our hero, because this spot is strictly family only, and man, they've kept it looking absolutely flawless. Cheonjin's actually itching to check it out, so the whole crew decides to roll out together the second they finish their food. Meanwhile, young Chon's gut is screaming at him because he knows this guy is definitely cooking up something shady behind his back. Cut to the arena, and man, this training ground is absolutely massive compared to the tiny spots they used before. Even today, the Dang family heirs are completely clueless about how their ancestors became such a powerhouse. But Chae-young-jun just finds the whole mystery hilarious. The crew finds out that Soyul basically grew up on these mats back when she was still addicted to the rush of sparring. Young-chun is thanking his lucky stars he isn't in her brother's shoes right now. But you've gotta love how the deadly poisonous queen actually turns beet red the second her brother starts spilling her secrets. Chae-young-jun figures the best way to settle his stomach is with a little training, so he finally pulls the trigger and challenges Young-jung to a straight-up spar. That smug grin says it all. This creep is itching to tear our boy apart, but our MC isn't about to just walk right into his trap. Yang-chun keeps it real, confessing he's just a bottom-tier hack and that there's absolutely no point in even starting a fight. Soyul roars as she charges in, shouting that it'd be a total tragedy if Cheonjin laid a single finger on our boy's handsome face. Especially when you consider the age gap. This fight is basically a crime against beauty. I just love how she's completely down bad for him, and isn't even pretending to hide it. Chae-young-jun declares they're benching their internal energy, turning this clash into a high-stakes masterclass rather than a real fight. He drops the new offer and just smirks, staring Young-chan down with total confidence as he waits for his move. He just heard the news. Internal energy is strictly off limits, turning this into a raw, brutal slugfest. Young-chan literally starts cracking up, wondering if this fight is even physically possible. But that smug idiot doesn't have a clue what he's getting at. Our boy doubles down and repeats himself, basically demanding to know if Chae-young-jun even has the authority to boss him around. Just as the tension hits a breaking point, Soyul's brother steps in to check Yang-chan's attitude, reminding him to show some respect to his elders. But get this. Princess Smugface is actually bold enough to step up and take the bait. He lets his aura surge, dying to see if this guy is actually worth the hype. Chae-young-jun doesn't even give him the satisfaction of the first strike. She's already all over him. Yang-chun shuts the guy down mid-sentence and boldly claims the second spot for himself. This sends Chae-young-jin into a total blind rage, and he is absolutely fuming. He lunges forward in a total rage, desperate to land that opening blow. Yang-chang effortlessly dances around the blade. And even though that strike was a total wrecking ball, Chae-young-jun is already doubling down on the pressure. He follows through with a vicious jab, forcing our boy to scramble back for dear life. As the blows fly, Yang-chun catches on that his opponent is a total trickster, constantly baiting him with fakes and feints. Luckily, he's got Chae-young-jun's moves completely read, letting him dance around that blade without breaking a single sweat. Soyul's got a front row seat as this entire clash kicks off right before his eyes. This gives us the perfect opening to dive deep into her backstory. From the very second she was born, it was clear she was nothing like the rest of her siblings. While other kids were busy chasing puppies, she was casually vibing with literal wolves and tigers. This girl was absolutely fearless, even when standing right between predators that were born to be enemies. These monsters were the undisputed kings of the food chain, and she found their deadly power way more beautiful than the weaklings they hunted. And that's exactly why Soyul couldn't catch feelings for anyone. She was way more obsessed with legendary monsters than any boring human. She was scouting the exhibition for a real powerhouse, and while Chae-young-jun definitely had the strength, she couldn't help but laugh at how feminine he looked. Man, she is straight up demolishing these pretty boys. She couldn't help but sigh, wishing every other guy out there had even a fraction of the honor found in the Wolfdung Rong. But in the end, she finally crossed paths with someone who absolutely blew her mind. The second he stepped in front of her, he lunged forward and locked her in a brutal chokehold. Soyul's heart is hammering against her ribs, and she hasn't got the slightest clue why. She tried to brush it off as a total fluke, convinced that by tomorrow he'd be nothing more than just another face in the crowd. But by the time breakfast rolled around the next morning, he was already beaming with that same signature energy, as if nothing had even happened. Those eyes of his, they were on a completely different level from anything we've ever seen. He's got zero tolerance for spice, basically folding the second a single chili flake touches his tongue. He barely even lifted a finger, but that one tiny move was enough to make this obsessive girl fall absolutely down bad. Before she even realized it, she was already slumped down right next to him, her emotions finally hitting their breaking point. Finally realizing her feelings were the real deal, the fearless Soyal was just a heartbeat away from dropping the ultimate confession. And just like that, we're caught up to the present. Right as Chaeyoung's wooden sword gets absolutely wrecked, sending a jagged shard flying clear out of the ring. But back in the heat of the scrap, our man is straight up gasping for air. This dude is getting absolutely dismantled because he just can't find a single opening against our boy. They're absolutely relishing every single second of Chaeyoung-jun's brutal downfall. Soyol is absolutely losing his cool once again, and the girl just straight up collapses to her knees right in front of him. Back to the brawl, where this arrogant clown is finally getting a brutal reality check that he's nowhere near as special as he thought. He's throwing absolute haymakers, but his opponent is still just playing with his food. With his opponent pinned and powerless, Yang Chong drops a cold-blooded lesson. Geniuses overthink every single move, and that's the exact opening he needs to tear them down. Talk about a fatal flaw. Yang Cheon is dead certain that in a real fight to the death, he would have put this guy in the ground at least 3 times already. His fist craters the earth, sending B's brother scrambling back in absolute terror. He trashes the guy, calling him a total coward for jumping an opponent who's completely unarmed. But our boy has zero chill, and a mouth that just won't quit. He dares this clown to grab another weapon and keep the beatdown going. Since this is training, he sarcastically reminds the senior that he's still got plenty of lessons left to give. Cheonjin is absolutely livid, his blood boiling as he picks his next target. Another blade flashes out as Yang Chun just keeps running his mouth, looking down on him like he's already won. But out of nowhere, Bitchface tosses the rules out the window and floods his blade with every drop of his internal energy. He throws a desperate charge straight at Yang Chun, but the crazy part? He still whiffs it completely. Yang Chun is out for blood and swings back to deliver double the payback. But before his fist can even connect, something stops him cold. Cheonjin whips out a slashing cage technique, sealing his opponent inside a death trap of blades. But none of that matters, because our boy proves he's built different by shattering those slashes and busting loose. He's finally proving he's an absolute beast, showing the world that he's a way more dangerous threat than even Cheongjun. With nothing left to hold him back, Yongchun decides it's finally time to stop playing nice and let his true, devastating power run wild. He's finally pulling out the big guns, unleashing that legendary, universe-shattering generational nutcracker move to absolutely erase everything in his path. He takes a shot to the family jewels so brutal that I can literally feel the phantom pain through the screen. Man, just look at Chaeyoung's face. She didn't just glare, she straight up snatched his entire soul. The peak of the comedy is definitely how the author shows the exact moment his eggs get absolutely pulverized by that blow. Yang Shun towers over his fallen foe, looking down as the undisputed victor. He's shaking like a wounded animal on its absolute last legs. He shoots one last smug look, cackling at the guy's suffering while wondering if he just wiped out Cheongjin's entire legacy right then and there. Cheonjun is face down in the dirt, howling like a pathetic mutt while he hurls every curse word in the book at our boy. Yang Chun starts roasting him, mocking the guy for clearly keeping his family jewels safe since he's still got the breath to talk back. Cheongjin spits that he's nothing but a coward and vows to put him on blast to every martial house in the land, forcing them all to hunt young Cheon down. Out of nowhere, the young master of House Ku flashes a wicked grin and asks him straight up, exactly how many bodies has he dropped? Cheonjin tries to play dumb, but our boy knows the bloody truth. This monster has already stacked a dozen bodies in this very spot. Yang Chun goes out of his way to lock his arm in a brutal position, forcing him to tremble in pure agony. Right then, Soil's brother crashes the scene, desperately pleading for everyone to end the madness. Yang Chun is 100% right to put them on blast, because everyone saw that fraud use internal energy with straight-up murderous intent. And they can't even play the "he's just a kid" card when he's actually older than our boy. Soil's brother lays it out straight. Cheonjun is a Namgung, and pushing any further is just asking for a world of pain to land right on Yongchun's doorstep. He admits he's been holding back his real strength this entire time, but he's dying to know how Haostang would react if the tables were turned. But right as those gears are turning in his head, our guy shows zero mercy, absolutely pulverizing that jerk's arm into splinters, leaving Cheonjun behind, absolutely shattered and writhing in a world of pure agony. But he only lets up once he's finished snapping the guy's arm like a twig. That's when it finally clicks for Yongchun. He's pushed his luck way past the breaking point. Let's be real. The second elder is gonna absolutely lose it when he finds out the lightning dragon was just turned into a total, pathetic wreck. But then it hits him. Elder Rayun might actually give him a massive pat on the back for pulling this off, so maybe he's not in hot water after all. The best part? He's got witnesses watching from every angle, leaving Cheongjun dead to rights with absolutely no way to lie his way out. But right as he's about to make his exit, B snatches his sleeve, bringing him to a dead halt. Finally, she's dying to uncover the truth behind his identity, his real name. Yang Cheon pulls back and reminds her exactly who he is. He's Jeolia Paku, obviously. But Bia isn't falling for it. She sees right through his bold-faced lie. He's got zero interest in giving her his name, straight up asking if she's just looking for something to report back to the higher-ups. He couldn't shake one nagging thought. He'd just absolutely demolished her brother, yet Bia didn't show a single shred of emotion. She leans in close enough to feel his breath and demands his real name. Man, our guy is straight up getting rizzed by every single house at this point. He immediately checks her for acting way too comfortable and dropping the formalities. Bia quickly pivots, slapping on her best manners and honorifics as she asks him who he really is. Young Chun demands she stop lurking in his shadow, and she actually gives her word to quit the stalking act. He paused for a heartbeat, weighing his next move. Finally, he drops the act and reveals his true name to her. Her heart was doing backflips as all those feelings started to swell inside her. Honestly, this guy has officially reached Mr. Steal Your Girl status, and nobody is safe at this point. Young Chun eventually realizes the exhibition is a no-go, but he's totally fine with it since it gives him the perfect opening to hunt down that secret treasure room. But for now, he's got to crash and recover, because that brutal slugfest left him completely spent. Plus, he's absolutely sweating bullets, picturing the exact moment Muyun loses his mind after hearing the news. Next, we find Seola standing all on her own, just soaking in the massive view. Mujun storms through the building in a blind rage, hunting for the young master. He presses her to see if she's spotted him, but she swears he's vanished into thin air. But this guy is suspicious as hell, and he starts scoping out every single corner of the room like a hawk. Muyen points out that Young Chun is still nowhere to be found after heading off to grab breakfast with the House of Dung. He's absolutely spiraling right now. Just as the news breaks that he actually clutched the win against Cheongjun, Seola's back on the grind, scouring every inch of the city once again. We're shifting gears to House Yan of the Gumcheon region, a name that used to strike fear and respect into everyone. Back in the day, they were the undisputed heavyweights of the world, sitting on more wealth and power than anyone else. They weren't just corporate overlords. They were a literal factory for elite martial arts monsters. But that legendary era ended in a total bloodbath when the entire family was wiped out, and to this day nobody has a clue who pulled the strings. Ancient family records finally leaked the secret. Their legendary treasure was buried right beneath a white maple tree. But tracking down that exact same tree has become a massive headache for our boy. Youngchun is striking out big time. He can't even find a basic maple tree, let alone one that's supposed to be pure white. He's been scouring the area since sunrise with zero luck, and at this point, he's convinced this legendary tree is nothing more than a total lie. Youngchun tries to catch his breath, but the guy is clearly running on absolute fumes. After barely surviving that fire-breathing breakfast and a brutal battle, our guy had to spend the rest of the day scaling a massive mountain on an empty stomach. Out of nowhere, Seola suddenly blurs into view, catching up in an instant to offer him a yakwa. It forces him to start respecting her in his own weird way, and he's honestly floored by the massive mountain of snacks she hauled along for the ride. The absolute best part? Yang Chun is so oblivious that it takes a solid minute for her to realize she's a total intruder. They sit down for a meal, but the vibes get heavy fast as they start mapping out their next big move. As soon as Yongchun hears there's a manhunt for him, she jumps right into the chase. But the real mystery is how she knew he'd head for the mountains and managed to track him down so easily. She beams with pride, claiming it was nothing but a lucky hunch, and thank God she brought food, because that's the only thing keeping Yongchun alive right now. Panic starts to set in because that white tree is nowhere to be found, and even though she packed him 3 days of food, it's still a total gamble if he'll ever track it down. He's ready to throw in the towel, ranting that the white tree was nothing but a total lie, only for Seola to casually drop the bombshell that she's actually seen it. And it was stunning. The truth hits Youngchun like a freight train as he's practically climbing over her, frantically begging to know exactly where she spotted it. But here's the real kicker. She was actually right there, witnessing the whole thing alongside him. And honestly, this revelation absolutely sends his brain into a total meltdown. They drag Youngchun right back to the exact spot where she swears she saw that mysterious white tree. But to him, it's a total dud. Just a withered, lifeless tree with absolutely nothing special going for it. Seola is dead set on this being a white maple tree, and our guy is so fed up he's ready to drag her to an eye doctor. But the adorable little potato claps back, insisting he's the one going blind because she sees it clear as day. Youngchun doesn't even bother arguing, totally kicking himself for being naive enough to actually trust her. Hearing that, our potato girl is absolutely crushed when she realizes her name didn't even make the cut. But here's where things get wild. A mysterious voice starts barking orders inside her mind, confirming that the legendary tree isn't just a myth. Youngchun is back at ground zero with absolutely nothing to show for his trouble. And with a literal mountain still left to search, our boy is officially in over his head. He's honestly ready to cave and beg the second elder for some real training just to stop rotting in this place. But right as he's doubting if the old geezer even knows his stuff, everything goes sideways. The young master catches a strange noise from afar and suddenly spots Siola right in the middle of her secret business. She stumbles right into a jagged rift pulsing with raw, crackling energy. Even from a distance, our boy can feel the danger radiating from whatever she's messing with, and he screams for her to back off before it's too late. But something deep inside her soul takes control as she reaches out to touch that jagged crack of lightning. Yangcheng lunges forward, desperate to cut her off and put an end to this. But she's a second too late, and she's already getting sucked right into that glowing blue spatial rift. The moment they connect, the massive shockwave sends Yang Cheon reeling backward. But as his eyes snap open, he's completely floored. That once lifeless tree is now radiating a blinding, otherworldly white glow that's absolutely breathtaking. Siola wheels around to face him, her expression proving that she was right from the very beginning. She beams at him with the most precious smile, looking absolutely thrilled with herself for what she just pulled off. Even with a whole past life's worth of knowledge, Yongchun is absolutely floored by the insanity unfolding right in front of him. A dead tree coming back to life is wild enough, but his girl just literally sent a ripple through the fabric of space. He suspects she might be messing with some high-level cloaking barrier, but that still leaves the biggest mystery of all. How the heck did Siola figure that out? He's totally losing it, demanding to know how she just sprouted a massive tree out of thin air. But this absolute airhead doesn't have a single clue what's going on. Get this, Siola doesn't have a single memory of ever messing with that dimensional crack. Her attitude is driving our boy absolutely insane because he's convinced she's being a total pain for literally no reason. Yang Chun pushes the interrogation aside, locking his focus onto the real mission before things get even crazier. He's got to hunt down the treasure hidden in that tree, and since the ground looks totally normal, he knows the loot is stashed somewhere nearby. Suddenly, a crater pulsing with an eerie purple glow catches his eye, and as he peers into the dark abyss, he's stunned to find a massive energy sphere, the hidden gate to the secret room. But our boy is totally getting cold feet right when it matters most. This girl's guts are on a whole other level, diving headfirst into the abyss without a single worry, like she's just taking a casual afternoon stroll. Siola shouts for her master to follow her lead just before she completely melts into the gateway. Young Chun's at his breaking point, but he pushes the doubt aside, trusts the grind, and takes the ultimate leap of faith. It's honestly hilarious to think that if they were even slightly off, they'd both be dead meat the second they hit the ground. Just like that, this blinding white tree erupts out of nowhere, stopping a random passerby dead in their tracks. This mysterious guy is actually blown away that a bunch of kids just managed to waltz right through the barrier. Meanwhile, Yang Jian finally scrambles back to his feet, thanking the gods that a fall like that didn't end his journey right then and there. But Siola, she's looking completely baffled, like her brain just short-circuited. They're staring down two different paths, and now the big question is, which one leads straight to the treasure? Our adorable little potato finally locks in, trusting her own head with absolute conviction. He's totally convinced that the trail right next to them is the one they need to follow. Between her sudden evolution and that bizarre behavior, Yang Chun's head is absolutely spinning. Trusting her instincts, he finally pulls the trigger. But meanwhile, that mysterious creep from earlier is already lurking out of the entrance to hunt them down. Siola's tiny hair antenna is twitching like a high-tech radar, locking onto her target with more precision than a freaking GPS. Our boy is finally starting to second-guess her, because this path just keeps stretching on with absolutely no end in sight. As the light fades, the deeper they venture, he's starting to seriously doubt if he can even trust her anymore. Siola hasn't lost an ounce of her swagger, staying bold and making sure she finishes exactly what she starts. Until finally, it hits them. They've officially made it to their destination. Honestly, it's a pretty grim sight because there's absolutely nothing left but a total wasteland. Yongchun thwacks the sweet potato aside and immediately starts scoping out his surroundings. He looks around and realizes every single one of those glowing orbs has been snuffed out. Plus, the massive mountain of loot he was banking on is nowhere to be found. The place is completely empty. Right when he starts wondering if he just made the biggest mistake of his life, the little girl panics, frantically warning him that they've got a tail closing in right behind them. Sayola jumps out of her skin when she hears the bone-chilling sound of a snake slithering right around them. The big reveal hits, and it's a gorgeous white snake that's more monstrous than anything we've seen yet. Well, besides Yongchan's absolute boulders of steel. One look at that massive demon and they both lose it. Sayola is a total sobbing mess, while Yongchan is white-knuckling it just to keep from screaming. He's left scratching his head, wondering what a monster that freaking massive is even doing in a place like this. And the craziest part? This entire place was a total ghost town just a split second ago. There's absolutely no way they overlooked a monster that massive and terrifying. Yang Chuan is absolutely losing his mind because he realizes they're staring down a blue-class monster. And the crazy part is, that's only the third weakest rank on the scale. Luckily, the monster hasn't spotted them yet, because if it had, it would have already lunged for the kill. He's betting everything on the beast being out cold, giving them a golden window to vanish. But the second he steals a glance behind him, the white snake finally shatters its long slumber and bursts back onto the scene. The beast locks eyes with the group, and our boy is already doing the math on his survival. And let's just say the odds aren't looking good. Siola's eyes flare with a brilliant gold, radiating the exact same untouchable confidence from her past life. Yongchan realizes he's completely outmatched, and at his current level, their chances of winning are basically zero. You can practically feel the frustration boiling off him in waves. He's sacrificed way too much to get here, and there's no way in hell he's letting some monster ruin everything now. Yang Chao decides right then and there. If he's going down, he's going out in a blaze of glory. But right as he's funneling every last drop of energy into his final strike, the monster actually opens its mouth and orders the kid to stop charging his power. And honestly, just hearing a demon speak is enough to make anyone's jaw hit the floor. Yang Chun finally realizes that this snake isn't a threat. It actually has zero intention of hurting a single soul. Yang Qian is stunned that a monster can actually speak, but the snake just laughs in his face, firing back by asking how a total outsider like him managed to break into the Yan family's secret treasure vault. Our boy just plays it cool and reveals he's been doing some serious digging behind the scenes. That answer gets the creature absolutely fired up, and it immediately grills the kid on why he even came looking for this place to begin with. Yang Kaon scrambles for an excuse, swearing he just stumbled into the place by pure luck. And honestly, it's a genius lie, because if that snake really is a guardian, it would have ripped him to shreds for trying to loot the family vault. It's honestly hilarious when Yang Chan catches himself treating a literal snake like a refined gentleman, calling it sir without even thinking. The monster straight up tells the kid he's out of luck, because there's absolutely nothing of value for him in this place. He leans in close, getting right in Yongchun's face to ask if the kid even has a clue what fate actually means. This question is such a massive, open-ended headache that Yongchun is literally 1 second away from cussing someone out just for bringing it up. It's honestly hilarious. The snake was practically salivating for some profound, high-level wisdom, but the kid's actual response completely blindsides him. The beast just starts howling with laughter, finding the entire situation way too hilarious for his own good. Even Yongchun's starting to wonder if this psycho snake is actually tweaking out of its mind. The snake admits that was a weird question to ask, especially since he knew the House of Yan was already ancient history. Yet for some reason he's still haunting these ruins without even knowing why. Maybe it was the crushing weight of regret, a twisted way of punishing itself for everything it had done. Yongchun's totally fed up with the yapping and tries to dip out of there as fast as he can. Surprisingly, the snake is so hyped from the battle that it leaves them a massive parting gift as a thank you for the fun. It's a radiant golden stone, looking way more divine and powerful than any regular demonic core they've ever seen. The beast realizes this treasure is bound to be claimed by someone eventually, so it figures our boy might as well be the one to pack it away. As he reaches out to snatch it, the beast cryptically claims he's the only one who can handle its power if he accepts a mysterious burden, leaving Yongchun totally scratching his head. That golden stone suddenly flares with a blinding yellow light, and the kid's heart drops as its power starts surging right through him. Yongchuan is totally blindsided, his mind racing as he tries to figure out what's going on. He scans the stone, but there isn't even a trace of demonic energy coming off it. His absorption technique suddenly kicks into high gear, but for the first time ever, it's not looking for demonic power. This feels like something else entirely. It's pure torture as he desperately fights to keep the stone's insane power from spiraling out of control. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and gives him a soft, reassuring pat on the back. First up, we've got Siola, and before he can even process what she's up to, she's already made her move. Yongchun's lights are completely out as he collapses face down onto the floor. Here's the kicker. That snake was only playing Mr. Nice Guy to win Siola over, even though she's totally beating herself up for the way she handled things. She's suddenly radiating this insane heavenly glow, and let me tell you, she looks nothing like the cute little potato we're used to. Look, this aura alone is literally erasing Yang Chuan in seconds, and if she doesn't back off right now, the sheer pressure is going to end him. That snake drops a chilling warning. He better wrap up her business fast if he knows what's good for him. She's honestly getting a kick out of watching Siola try way too hard to shatter reality, wondering if a beast like that could ever wrap its head around her logic. The snake fires back that it's actually the total opposite, and that's exactly why he feels such a gut-wrenching pity for her. Siola fires back, demanding to know why a creature like him would ever hand over a priceless pearl to a kid he literally just met. The snake snaps back that his heart made the choice, because he's sick of waiting for a Yan family that, let's be real, is never actually coming back for it. As its physical form literally crumbles into dust, it finally finds peace, serving as a cold reminder that sometimes you just have to stop fighting the inevitable and embrace reality. With her form rapidly fading, Siola looks genuinely panicked as she reaches out for the smoldering remains of the snake's skin. He's left wondering if that beast's life ended in nothing more than a total pointless waste. But staring at Yang Chun, she's hit with a wave of disgust, realizing he's just a massive clown who's treating his miracle second life like one big pathetic joke. He still threw himself into the line of fire for her, proving that Siola was worth way more to him than his literal second chance at life. That single gesture totally melts her heart, but the voice inside Siola suddenly screams for control, forcing her to wipe away her tears. She whispers a desperate apology to her younger self, begging to hold on to the body just a bit longer because the danger is far from over. And would you look at that? The random guy from earlier actually managed to sniff them out. He's actually stunned that she's sharp enough to pick up on his presence. Siola sneers and calls him a Namgung family lapdog, looking down on him with the same utter contempt she has for the rest of them. This sends him into an absolute rage as he unsheathes his steel, ready to end it right now. He mocks the kids for being reckless enough to scale a mountain at midnight, disgusted that Cheongjun lost to such a pathetic clan when he can't even handle a simple hike. But regardless, they're here on orders to bag young Cheon. He presses a cold blade right against Siola's throat, but she doesn't even blink, asking if the Namgung family ordered this or if he's just doing Cheongjun's dirty work. And surprise, surprise, he's just a lapdog for that bitch. Now that she's certain, Siola gives the blade a sharp little flick to hear it ring. But before the guy can even choke out the rest of his sentence, his arm slams into the floor. This girl is a straight-up beast. He's howling in absolute agony, but she doesn't even flinch. She just stone-cold orders him to shut his mouth. She summons the legendary heavenly blades her grandfather once wielded, her hair erupting into a brilliant gold as she transforms into the spitting image of her past self. Siola's gotta end this fight. Fast. And she's doing it in total silence because there's no way she's letting this noise wake her precious Yangchun. Let's rewind the clock because earlier that very same night, the real chaos was already brewing. Meanwhile, the spotlight shifts right onto Che Yongjun. Our boy is officially losing his mind, slamming his fist down in a total fit of rage. I'll give him credit. The dude is absolutely shredded. But all that muscle couldn't save him from taking a massive, soul-crushing L right in front of the ladies. This guy is such a massive sore loser that he's convinced Yang Chun must have cheated, because his arrogant ego just can't accept that a nobody actually outplayed him. He's absolutely choking on the fact that he just got his world rocked that hard. Even throwing a punch in frustration sends a wave of pure agony through him, especially with his shattered arm screaming in protest. Cheong's finally reached his breaking point, and he's calling in his personal guard to handle a special mission. Walmart Gojo pressed him, demanding to know if they'd actually managed to find a single opening to exploit. Masheole warns the crew that Muiyan is an absolute monster, and they'd be dead wrong to underestimate him. Somehow they catch the young master slipping, finding him completely alone and vulnerable without his guards in sight. This is their golden opportunity to take the kid out while he's completely wide open. Cheongan flashed a wicked smirk, handing the hit over to Mikhail and ordering him to return only once the kid was dealt with. Mikhail had to step in and drop a serious reality check, reminding his master that the House of Ku was a name you definitely don't want to mess with. But if he pushes his luck too far, the blowback is going to be absolutely brutal. Cheonjun finally snapped, putting a massive price on Yang Chun's head, because he figured a cold-blooded assassination was the only fair way to settle the score. Blade in hand, Mikhail headed out to finish the job. Fast forward to the present, where Bro's just got his arm ripped off by a god-tier warrior who's basically untouchable. He's desperate to uncover the truth about who she really is. Siola toys with him for a second with a mocking grin, before spitting out that a piece of trash like him doesn't need to know a damn thing. Before he can even get his next question out, his other arm is sliced clean off and he's left reeling. He's slammed into the dirt like a whimpering mutt, and Siola is officially done wasting her breath on these useless questions. He casts a soft, worried look at Yang Chun, who's still completely out cold. He knew that if this dragged on a second longer, things were going to get way too messy. Mikhail finally realizes he isn't getting paid nearly enough for this nightmare, and his only move now is to run like hell. He scrapes together every ounce of strength to force himself back up, knowing this is his only opening while Yang Qian keeps her distracted. He's hauling tail out of there, completely ignoring the fact that his arms are basically geysers of blood. He decides to cut his losses and get out of there, figuring he'll have a much better shot if he comes back later. He's pushing his legs into absolute overdrive, sprinting like his life depends on it. Mikhail's heart sinks as he realizes he's never stared down a monster this terrifying in his entire life. But just like before, history repeats itself, and he doesn't even get a split second to finish that thought. His body slams into the dirt, but there's a gruesome twist. His head is rolling away in a total cold-blooded execution. Honestly, you'd never expect a move like this from a warrior as brilliant as Siola. Future Siola breaks down and apologizes to her younger self, confessing the crushing guilt of using her own body to take a life. It was a sacrifice she had to make, but in exchange, the sweet potato demanded to hijack her body once again. Future Siola just can't stop, desperately sobbing out one apology after another. She makes one last desperate plea, begging for just a few more moments to stay by Yongchun's side while she still has the chance. It was just enough to make her fall for him even harder. But her past self is absolutely livid, and she's clawing to take back the driver's seat. This forces her future self to instantly recoil, yanking her hand back in a flash. She swears she's done butting in and promises to stay dead silent for the rest of the talk. Get this, that shriveled-up snake carcass is actually talking to future Siola, asking if she's really bailing, but she just admits she's already dumped way too much trauma on her younger self. The serpent leans in close, chillingly asking if she even has a clue who she actually is. She shoots back that she's got a solid plan, letting those golden blades flicker and vanish into thin air. And she knows right then and there, things are about to get a whole lot more brutal. As the serpent crumbles into ash, it leaves behind one final desperate spark of hope. A heartfelt prayer is sent up, wishing for Siola's path ahead to be paved with nothing but glory. But man, her face says it all. She's completely drowning in despair and bitter regret. Siola flashes Yongchun one last heartbreaking smile, desperately praying for a miracle that'll bring them together again someday. And just like that, her past self finally takes back the reins as her hair shifts right back to its usual look. Fast forward to the next morning, and we finally see Yongchun snapping back to consciousness. The very first thing he spots is this absolutely precious little potato. He frantically scans the area, realizing they have absolutely no clue where the hell they just landed. Just like that, the tree reverts to its boring old self as the duo finally emerges from the secret chamber. The entrance has completely vanished, leaving Yang Chaeon totally blindsided by everything that just went down. Alright guys, let's recap. They finally track down that legendary maple tree, and then this absolute unit of a snake slithers out and hits them with a "hello there," like it's a reptilian Obi-Wan Kenobi. The kid just dove headfirst into the snake's twisted master plan. He soaked up every last drop of it just seconds before his lights went out cold. He's desperately trying to explain the whole mess to his servant, but the guy is just standing there with a total no thoughts, head empty vibe. He's standing there totally clueless, with absolutely zero memory of the insanity that just went down. Yang Chun's explaining like his life depends on it, but he's starting to think she's straight up gaslighting him because there's just no way she missed all that chaos. Siola finally hits her limit, ranting about how absolutely insane this entire situation has become. Seriously, finding a mythical white maple and having a heart-to-heart with a giant snake sounds way too crazy to be true. Even Yang Chaeon is starting to feel like this is a massive stretch, even for someone like her. But that still leaves the million-dollar question. How did they actually escape that secret room? Siola's got zero answers, swearing she just woke up and found them both slumped on the floor. Out of nowhere, a sharp pain hammers his chest, stopping him dead in his tracks. He brushes it off and tells her not to worry, but deep down, his danger sense is absolutely screaming. He doesn't think twice about it at first, until the terrifying reality finally hits him like a ton of bricks. He shuts out the world and dives deep into a state of total focus. He shuts his eyes tight and starts surging with pure raw power. He was right all along. Ever since he absorbed that legendary pearl, a massive surge of raw power has been absolutely exploding through his veins. That's more than enough power to blast him all the way up to the fourth ring. The transformation in his own body is proof he wasn't just seeing things. This actually happened, and now he's convinced that Snake warped them here and scrubbed Siola's memory clean. He's officially done with this mess and tells the group they need to bail and find Muyan right now, because staying here is just asking for trouble. A wild idea suddenly clicks, and he decides to put it all on the line. He hunkers down, reaching his arms back and shouting for Siola to hop on his back. He figures they'll make way better time if he just scoops her up and sprints down instead of crawling at a snail's pace. Our adorable maid is absolutely mortified after stuffing her face, convinced she's become nothing but a total burden to carry. This just fuels his frustration even more, so he stops asking and basically forces her to hop on. Viola finally gives in and asks if she's heavy, but instead of playing the gentleman, this absolute savage tells her she's definitely not light. He ignites his triple-ring blaze wheel, letting a massive surge of raw power rip through his entire body. He explodes forward like a heat-seeking missile, absolutely blitzing toward his target. Yang Chun is literally flying across the field, shocked by how weightless he feels even with that massive burden holding him down. He's tearing through the air so fast it looks like he's literally flying, and that breathtaking sun has them both grinning ear to ear as they continue their journey home. Switching gears to Muyan, the man is absolutely spiraling because the young master has been MIA for 24 hours, and he knows that if so much as a hair on that kid's head is touched, his life is officially forfeit. He's caught completely off guard when that same young master casually calls out to him from right behind his back. He finally makes it back to Yangchon, but his jaw hits the floor when he sees Muyeon standing right there. The guard is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs because the kid just vanished on a journey without leaving so much as a goodbye note. Yangchong just shrugs it off like it's nothing, acting all casual about making it back in one piece. And yeah, the One Piece is definitely real. Muyeon is absolutely bawling his eyes out, completely convinced that his young master had already met a tragic end. He wipes his eyes and demands the truth. Where exactly is he and how did he end up in this mess? Ciola's about to spill the beans on their run-in with that colossal snake, but our boy shuts her down before she can say another word. He shrugs it off like it's nothing, acting like they were just out for a breezy little stroll. Muyen is smelling a rat and demands to know what went down, leaving Young Chun frantically fumbling for a cover story as he realizes outsmarting his sharp-witted servant is going to be a total nightmare. He pivots the conversation, demanding to know who these two random strangers are just loitering in his room. Plot twist. Those two randoms aren't just background noise. They're actually the major players we've been waiting for. I mean, just look at Soyal and Bia, absolutely devouring their food without a single care in the world. Our boy is totally thrown off, wondering if Soyal was actually camping out for his return, and he's pretty sure Bia swore she'd stop getting on his nerves. But somehow she's ended up right in his room, and seeing them both lose their minds in totally different ways is pure comedy gold. These two are a massive nightmare for our boy, and he's officially hit his limit with their absolute insanity. Young Chuan finally realizes the heartbreaking truth. They're both just here to say their final goodbyes. Yang Chun cautiously asks if Cheon Jun is lurking nearby, and he breathes a massive sigh of relief when he finds out the guy is nowhere to be found. The real kicker is Bea telling her brother she's off to meet Yang Chun, only for him to drop the cryptic bomb that she'll never find him again, leaving both of them totally clueless about what he actually means. She casually raises her hand like it's no big deal, ready to grill him about the mess he's in. She's dying to uncover the truth about exactly where he vanished. Yang Chun's excuse game is honestly pathetic because he completely short-circuits the second he's standing in front of her. Bia steps forward, and she's got one massive favor to ask. She lets a lethal spark of her aura flare up, staring Yang Chun down as she demands a duel. Right on cue, our guy pulls a total drama queen move, acting like he's so dizzy he's about to collapse. And while Muyan actually falls for it at first, then our guy drops a lethal glare that basically screams, "Stick to the script or you're dead." Fed up with the nonsense, Muyan sends that annoying hose flying out of his room with a massive kick. But before they split, Soyol stops him to hand over a special parting gift to make sure he never forgets their encounter. It's a legit invitation to next year's massive weapon expo, but in true tsundere fashion, she plays it cool and acts like she couldn't care less if he actually shows up. Luckily, that's a massive win for our boy since he's got zero interest in ever stepping foot here again. So he just tosses her a quick thanks and moves on. Soyol immediately draws a line in the sand, making it crystal clear that she's only doing this for the sake of their families. With those parting words, they turn and head right out of the room. The future poisonous queen points out that his reaction was surprisingly, well, totally normal. But right then, she catches something about B that feels totally off. This girl's got a smile on her face that's honestly straight up eerie, which, as you can imagine, throws a massive wrench in the works. She shoots Bia a mischievous look, teasingly asking if she's finally fallen head over heels for the legendary young master of House Coup. We're rewinding the clock a few days to see exactly what went down before that big night. Ciola is flopping around the mattress like a total spaz while babbling adorable nonsense, leaving Yang Chun to seriously wonder if she's finally lost her marbles. Soyol breaks down the history of Chuseok, their version of Thanksgiving where they throw a massive banquet for guests, and it turns out Ciola's favorite snack, yakwa, actually comes straight from this tradition. Hinchin snaps at his pesky servant, barking that there's zero point in faking a tradition that doesn't belong to them, leaving the poor girl a sobbing mess all over again. But Bia finally breaks her silence, revealing she might just have one trick up her sleeve to pull this celebration off. Literally, all you have to do is whisper your deepest desire to the moon. Once that wish is granted, everyone finally gets to dive into the magic of the Chuseok festival. But just remember, this all takes place way before Yang-chan ever set out on his hunt for the white maple tree. Back to the main event, we're right in the middle of Soyeol putting Bia on the spot as he takes a tense moment to mull things over. The Namgung girl is left questioning everything, wondering what it even means to actually fall for someone. This legendary future queen just did a total 180 and turned into a complete blushing disaster. He's totally at a loss for words, so Bia quickly shifts gears and asks about that special item Soyeol insisted on bringing along. Here's the kicker. That invitation was actually meant for Bia, but she totally choked. So Soyeol ended up handing it right to her crush, Yang Cheon. Bia doesn't even sweat it. She just gives the little girl a proud head pat and tells her she did an awesome job. With their bond as sweet as ever, the two of them keep pushing forward together. Suddenly, Bia's vision starts to spin as a dark hypnotic force begins to pull her under. She steels her nerves and finally declares exactly what's on her mind. One thing's for sure. She and Yang Jian are on an absolute collision course to meet again. Once night falls, we're thrown right back to the Namgung family where the clan lord finally gets wind of the absolute madness that went down in Sacheon. He's haunted by the memory of ordering his son to protect his sister, realizing the kid's reckless choices just blew everything to pieces. One of their most loyal protectors just bit the dust. The clan leader loses his cool and barks at his son, calling him a total idiot. But here's the kicker. Even Cheon-jun is completely stumped by what kind of monster could have actually taken Mikhail out. He's in total denial, refusing to believe his most loyal subordinate just got absolutely dismantled like that. Especially since he was a total beast and one of the world's top fighters, so it makes zero sense that he's suddenly vanished into thin air. His father calls out to Cheon-jun, and with every single step, he's unleashing a terrifying surge of crackling lightning, sending a wave of pure terror through his son, making his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Look, there's a deeper reason the clan head is so fed up with his son, and surprisingly, it's not because the kid lost or even tried to catch a body during that fight. The only thing eating at the cold-blooded Namgun patriarch is why his son was sloppy enough to leave a trail and too weak to finish the kill. He's letting Cheon-jun slide for his failures for now, but he's about to sentence him to a brutal, non-stop training hell that'll push him past his absolute limits. Chongjin steals his resolve and finally locks in, agreeing to carry out his father's orders. Just being near him is enough to make our guy choke on his own breath. The clan head lays down the law, telling Cheon-jun to wipe that run-in with the Ku family's son from his mind for now. This news hits the kid like a total gut punch, especially since he's been desperate to finally earn his father's respect. The clan head doesn't even bother with words, just hits his son with a glare so cold it's practically a death threat. He's forced to look away, absolutely crushed by the bitter sting of disappointment. He warns his son that he won't truly feel the weight of these words until he's leading the clan himself, but for now, they're steering clear of any war with the House of Ku. Cheongan gives the nod, and he's officially ready to dive straight into the action. He's hit with pure dread when he finds a note from his dad, dropping the bombshell that their families might actually end up merging. Man, if I were in Che's shoes right now, hearing that absolute bombshell would make me want to just leap off a cliff and be done with it. Meanwhile, back at the Ku estate, our boy Yang Cheon is losing his absolute mind over the bombshell the second elder just dropped. Before he can even blink, his new engagement date is already set in stone. Our guy starts losing it, venting about how he barely survived a death-defying mission to Sashan, only to come home and get hit with a surprise engagement. And let's not forget the absolute disaster of his failed engagement with the House of Peng. Ryun knows all about that disaster, yet he's still shoving this guy into another romance. Talk about being the ultimate wingman. He's dead set on ending Yang Chun's single streak, convinced that an engagement is the only way to go. Sayola's low-key spiraling, terrified he's falling for another girl, but our boy shuts it down immediately, swearing to her that there's absolutely nothing going on. But here's the kicker. She has zero clue what an engagement even is, and literally thinks it's some kind of snack. Muyan hits up the young master for the truth and gets the shock of her life. This whole engagement mess is actually 100% real. While he was working the beat in Sacheon, he heard the rumors spreading like wildfire, and the funniest part? Literally everyone was in on the secret except for the guy who was actually supposed to be getting married. Yang Kaon is straight up floored that someone actually took the bait and agreed to marry him, especially after his last engagement ended in such a massive train wreck. Unable to hold back, he demands to know which brain-dead family was actually crazy enough to sign their daughter over to him. Grandpa Rion just brushes it off with a laugh and starts scribbling away. He's right in the middle of shouting Nam Gung when he gets cut off mid-sentence. Yongchun cuts him off mid-breath, finishing the thought before he can even get the words out. Yeah, bro is absolutely cooked. He has no clue why the Namgung family is even messing with him, especially since they already signed off on an engagement with the House of Ku. The pieces finally click into place as he realizes there's only one girl from the Namgung house. Elder Ryan drops the truth bomb. They actually crossed paths back at the exhibition. Youngchun's expression turns the room ice cold, and just like that, the truth finally clicks. Believe it or not, his bride-to-be is none other than the gorgeous Bia. Needless to say, our boy is absolutely fuming that he's stuck dealing with this total psycho. Elder Ryun shuts him down fast, warning him to watch his mouth when talking about his future bride. Too bad for our MC. He's got zero say in the matter because his family already called the shots. If he wants to complain, he's gonna have to go toe-to-toe with the head of the Ku family himself. But here's the kicker. There's a way bigger disaster brewing that needs his attention immediately. And just as Yang Qian is wondering how things could possibly get any worse, the old man flashes a knowing grin as he drops the bombshell. His sister is finally back. This bombshell absolutely shatters our boy's confidence, and honestly, they're spiraling. Forget Yonsu. They're actually talking about the legendary older sister who commands all 5 squads. We're breaking down every single word spoken by the legendary sovereign fighter of destruction. He once proclaimed that a glorious golden age was finally dawning upon their world. Suddenly, geniuses started popping up in every single family like falling stars, with every clan boasting their own elite prodigies and wouldn't you know it? His big sister was born right in the middle of that insane era. Yongchun lived his entire life trapped in his sister's shadow, cursed with the reputation of being the unlucky child born in the wrong era. Sure, the kid had talent, but compared to his sister's genius, he couldn't even hold a candle to her. Enter Hibiku, the searing sword and pride of the Ku clan, a woman whose raw power and god-tier talent are in a league of their own. And that's exactly why Yongchun grew up absolutely loathing the very sight of her. The second he hears she's arrived, Yangchun's survival instincts go into overdrive as he desperately scrambles for any place to hide far away from this nightmare. But Grandpa Ryun isn't having any of it, shutting down the kid's hiding spot instantly because he knows it's finally time for that big reunion with his sister. Yangchun is practically on his knees, begging the old geezer to just look the other way and act like he doesn't even exist. But Ryun sees right through the act, realizing Yangchun isn't just being dramatic. He's actually shaking in his boots over the absolute nightmare his sister is about to unleash on him. So he's making it his absolute mission to drop off the map and stay ghost for at least the next few months. Elder Ryun clutches his head in disbelief, wondering if the kid caught a case of brain damage or Sacheon poison to be acting like such a total brat. Just as the conversation pivots to Hebe's big return, a massive blast rocks the training grounds, and our hero knows that sound anywhere. Big Sis is finally making her move. Turns out that flaming beast is actually dying to get its hands on him. Yang Cheon isn't feeling the hype though. He barks at Mu Yan to quit stalling and barricade that door immediately. Like a pathetic scrap of wood is actually gonna stop his sister from breaking through. You honestly can't make this up. Their absolute ultimate defense for the entire gate was literally just a broomstick wedged into the door. The guard looks over, asking the young master what his move is gonna be once his sister finally smashes her way inside. Hebe just laughs from the other side, sounding low-key annoyed that her little bro is actually gatekeeping the door when she's this hyped to see him. Even Muyeon's jaw drops when the gate starts spiderwebbing the second her hand grazes it. The second she finally gets a clear visual on her brother, he obliterates the door and sends Muyeon hurtling through the air. Hebe marches right up to him, radiating a deadly red glow while demanding to know why her brother has to be such a massive headache. Young Chun's probably ready to meet his maker right about now, but he's in for a massive reality check. She just tosses him a casual wave and schools the kid on, showing some respect to his elders. Even he's caught off guard by the fact that he's just standing there like a statue, completely paralyzed. Yang Chun is completely blindsided by the question, asking if he's actually supposed to be handling something else right now. Realizing he just messed up big time, he slams his knees to the ground to show her some serious respect. He doesn't even try to talk down to him. Instead, he just reaches out and gives him a wholesome head pat. She's thrilled to finally catch up with the second elder, and Grandpa Ryun admits he's blown away that she's still the undisputed legend leading the sword squads. PB isn't some arrogant diva. She's the first one to hype up her squad and give them the massive credit they deserve. Our boy is desperately hunting for any plan that'll let him bust out of this place for good. Hebe corners her little brother, demanding to know if he's even realized the 2 massive blunders he just pulled off. Yongchun finally comes clean, admitting he tried to barricade the door just so he could make a desperate run for it. The hilarious part is she's so hyper-focused on that one detail that she completely misses the fact that he's already planning his grand escape. Suddenly it hits him like a ton of bricks. Did he just make a massive mistake by taking Yeonsu down? Heibe's jaw hits the floor when she finds out he actually crushed Yeonsu, since she was completely in the dark about the whole fight. Yangchun sees her acting totally clueless, and just can't wrap his head around why she's so ticked off at him. She rests a soft hand on his head and points out the bombshell of the boy's engagement. He was sitting on a secret so massive, he didn't even breathe a single word about it. She's absolutely fuming that he went and got engaged behind her back, and now she's ready to straight up delete our boy from existence. Yang Chun scrambles to explain that he was just as blindsided by this engagement as she was, and frankly, he doesn't need her permission for anything. Heibe's jaw hits the floor when she realizes he's finally found the guts to stand up and talk back to the adults. He turns to Mujon, practically begging for a miracle to save his skin. But one look from those eyes, yeah, he was looking straight through their souls. She literally scares the soul right out of him, and just like that, the elite guard who swore to die for his master folds after a single death stare. Hebe shifts her focus back to her brat of a brother and decides it's finally time to hand him a legendary beatdown. But out of nowhere, Seola lunges forward and snatches her arm. This didn't just stun Yang Cheon, it left even Hebe herself completely floored. The young master knows his servant messed up by jumping in, so he puts Kiola in her place while surprisingly shielding her from his sister's wrath. But trust me, he's just getting started. Hebe watches as the servant goes to absolutely insane lengths just to keep Yangchun from getting a single scratch. She steps away for a heartbeat and suddenly erupts into a massive wave of scorching aura. Everything's about to spiral out of control now that his sister has finally unleashed her terrifying aura. Hebe shouts over to her little brother, pointing out that the kid is practically crushing her arm with a total death grip, and demands to know what the hell is actually going on. Yongchan is shaking in her boots, desperately pleading that she's just a rookie servant who's still learning the ropes. To his absolute horror, he unleashes a devastating flame strike and sets his sights on hunting Seola down. Yongchun calls her a straight-up psycho and charges in to snatch his servant from the jaws of death. Seola, though, she's already braced herself for the absolute chaos she's about to unleash. The big finale is a total bait and switch, ending with Hebe just squishing the potato girl's face because she's so freaking cute. She's absolutely losing it over how ridiculously squishy and pinchable Seola's face actually is. Young Chan is losing his mind that his sister flexed her internal energy just to mess with Seola's face, but Hebe's way more pissed that her brother kept Seola a secret this whole time. In fact, she's such an obsessed fangirl that she's dead set on snatching Seola up and claiming the girl as her own. He's not about to let her go, so he shuts them down with a stone-cold rejection. Hebe's actually stunned. Her brother has never denied her a single thing in his entire life. So why is he suddenly acting so territorial over this one specific servant? Young Chun gets barked at to park it and sit his butt back down. But suddenly he spots a massive, game-changing shift taking place within the boy. His energy is so bizarre that she's starting to wonder if the elder secretly had a hand in his insane growth. Our guy is banking on the fact that she's sharp enough to have already connected all the dots. Ryan swears he didn't lift a finger, but Hebe's not buying it. She's still losing her mind over how the kid leveled up so much in just a few short months. She whips around and commands the kid to see the clan head right this second, leaving Yang Chuan standing there looking completely blindsided. She was honestly ready to tear him apart, but luckily she's cooled off, so our boy gets a lucky pass to live another day. After parting ways with Yangchun's sister, the trio wastes no time heading straight for a high-stakes meeting with the clan head. But she cuts him off right there and finally speaks her mind. He clenches his fist, pulverizing that little stone into absolute dust. Yang Chen is hitting a total dead end with this mysterious stone because he can't feel even a single drop of energy leaking out of it. She admits it's just a cheap souvenir she snagged from a merchant who hyped it up as a lucky charm. So she's passing off this total piece of junk to him, praying it might actually be useful for once. Hebe gets right in the brat's face, warning him that if he even thinks about losing, he's done for. She's about to give him a front row seat to even more of her twisted, obsessive love. That's all the proof Yang Chun needs. He's guarding that charm with his life, or die trying. And for the first time, he lets out a grin that's actually 100% real. Hebe is absolutely beaming with pride seeing her little brother grind his heart out lately. This scene is a brutal callback to the moment he lost Hebe in his past life, where even in her final seconds, her only wish was for him to find happiness. Man, that's a real sibling for you. The kid blanks out for a split second, his mind racing as he realizes he can. He charges ahead, refusing to slow down until he finally tracks down his old man. Hebe squares up to the second elder, dying to know just how deep Grandpa Ryun is involved in this mess. She's seriously worried because just last year, her brother was stuck at the very first ring, failing to even tap into his energy or move with any real precision. But look at him now. Not only is his power perfectly stabilized, but his energy has literally doubled. And with his movements looking this surgical, she's more convinced than ever that something major went down after his fight with Yeonsu. But seriously, the way her brother is evolving at this breakneck speed is straight up mind-blowing. Even Grandpa Rion is forced to admit it. The way this kid just tapped into his hidden power is absolutely legendary. Hebe didn't even bother teasing her little brother about his insane growth spurt, knowing he was way too stubborn to give her a straight answer. She could read him like an open book, and one look into his eyes told her he was already planning to shut her down. But she isn't done yet, because Hebe is getting some seriously bad vibes from that servant who keeps hovering over the boy. Grandpa Ryan already knows the truth, but he's playing it cool and letting Hebe tell her side of the story first. Hebe warns him that she could sense something was seriously off about that kid in particular. She wasn't even sure what her body was made of anymore, so she gave her face a good squeeze just to make sure everything was still solid. Sweating bullets, Grandpa Rion plays it totally cool, acting like the kid is just another servant and there's absolutely nothing weird going on. Hebe falls for it hook, line, and sinker, getting played like a fiddle by the old geezer's silver tongue. She figures her instincts might be totally fried after months of non-stop warfare against those endless demonic hordes. Deep down, Bear Grandpa is low-key hyped she caught on to Siola's secret, and now he's dead certain that both of them are destined for legendary growth. Ryun gave her a gentle head pat, pouring his heart out as he finally showed her some real gratitude. This family is straight up cold, a bunch of distant strangers who wouldn't think twice about turning their backs on their own flesh and blood. Even though the entire clan treats Yang Chaeyeon like total garbage, Hebe is the only one who's actually stayed in his corner and looked out for him. Rune's honestly just over the moon that someone's actually looking out for the kid. He's stoked because a huge weight is finally off his shoulders. No more stressing over keeping the kid alive. Meanwhile, the second elder is shaking his head, thinking she went way overboard and should have definitely kept her cool about the engagement. And we can't forget about the absolute bombshell who just crashed the party as the boy's new fiancé. Hebe's blood boils the second she thinks some girl is eyeing her brother. And I'm living for how she'll throw hands to protect Yang Chun, even if it's against his own lover. Forget the filler. We're diving straight into the high-stakes showdown with the clan head. Lord Ku's already heard the insane rumors that this kid actually shattered the lightning dragon's arm. Yang Chun scrambles to save face, playing it off like he barely even grazed the guy's shoulder. His answer drops like a bombshell, leaving nothing but a heavy, dead silence hanging between them. Lord Ku takes a smooth sip of his drink and immediately pivots, hitting them with a totally different question. He's demanding to know why the kid had to go to such brutal extremes just to snap the guy's arm. Yang Chaeyeon is clearly not vibing with being put on the hot seat by such a savage question. He sucks in a lungful of air, desperately trying to steady his nerves. He reveals how the fight spiraled out of control. He was supposed to just spar, but once he saw his opponent was actually out for blood, he stopped playing nice and went all out. Lord Ku's jaw hits the floor as he frantically asks if anyone else saw the chaos, but Yang Chun just smirks, revealing that a whole crowd had a front-row seat to the entire beatdown. Even Lord Ku is caught off guard, finally admitting that the kid's power has reached a whole new level. He's actually loving it because nothing gets him hyped like watching his son finally crush his limits. Yang Chuan is losing it internally because even though his dad knows he just crushed a lightning dragon and hit the third ring, Musashi's face is still a total blank wall. The man is the absolute king of being unimpressed. Besides, Lord Ku is dead certain there's no way the kid didn't cross paths with his new fiancée while he was tangling with the Namgung family. And this was it, the exact moment Yang Chun had been dreading with every fiber of his being. He fires back at his old man, demanding to know the real story behind how this engagement was even cooked up in the first place. Lord Q reveals the elders were the ones who pulled the trigger, and while Yang Chun thinks it's a total disaster, Q argues that the kid is actually getting a pretty sweet deal. His old man's already clued in on the House Ping disaster, and he's making it crystal clear. Screw up this engagement, and you're officially out of chances. Yang Chan is backed into a corner, and honestly, he's got no one to blame but himself after the way he botched his last engagement. Lord Ku whips out a letter and points out that summer is officially at its peak, which means the legendary Hua Festival is about to go down at Mount Hua. Get this! It's the exact same mountain where Yang Chun slaughtered his entire clan in his past life, and now the kid's just casually asking what his job is for the festival. His old man thrusts the letter into his hands, urging him to see exactly what's written inside. Chung Chun pauses for a second, wondering why the heck he's the one being saddled with this responsibility. Lord Ku shuts him down mid-sentence, barking an order for the boy to hunt down a certain someone and drag them back to the house. He's personally guaranteeing that Yang Chun gets escorted within 10 days, but the kid is not feeling it and shuts the idea down immediately since he's still wiped out from his grueling trip to Sashan, and luckily, his dad is actually happy to let him skip the job. And without wasting a single second, our boy dives straight into it. But then his dad drops a massive bribe. Pull this mission off, and he'll be rewarded with a legendary Great Sage pill, and right as they're hashing it out, Muyan and Seola are bored out of their minds waiting outside the office, praying for Yongchun's return while knowing that meeting is going to drag on for at least another 2 hours. Seola is absolutely running on fumes after that brutal journey, but since they're both stuck on guard duty, there's no hitting the hay until their master finally decides to call it a night. They're hunkered down in the shadows, frantically scarfing down snacks while trying to stay completely invisible. The young master nearly gives Muyan a heart attack by appearing out of thin air, dropping the bombshell that they're heading to MANHUA in just 10 days. Looks like they're about to dive headfirst into another brutal grind. But this is a direct command from Lord Ku himself, so saying no is completely off the table. Muyan's dying to know what the real endgame of this journey actually is. He's dead set on making it back home with his other sister, who he's currently locked away in total isolation, sharpening his spirit through intense meditation. Next, Yongchun starts lurking around the corner, desperate to see if that troublesome old man and his nightmare of a sister have finally cleared out. The Namgung family has officially descended upon Sacheon, and get this, Hebe is already right there on the scene. Just when our boy thought he could finally catch his breath, he gets hit with yet another soul-crushing chore. Yongchun is so absolutely drained he ditches dinner entirely, and just faceplants straight into bed. Fast forward a few hours, and while our guy is totally dead to the world, suddenly a sinister member of the clan stalks right into his room. There's no mistaking it, that's Hebe, and she's actually showed up with a fresh batch of dumplings. Instead of a sweet wake-up call, she decides to scare the soul out of him by straight-up lunging for his throat. His older sister is a total saint who refuses to let Yangchun skip a single meal. And honestly, seeing a sibling bond this wholesome is such a massive breath of fresh air for a manhwa. Completely plastered, she aggressively stuffs a dumpling right down his throat, until he's got no choice left but to launch himself right off that mattress. Yangchun demands to know what the hell she's doing in his room, snapping that this is his private space and she can't just waltz in whenever she feels like it. But Hebe goes full comrade mode, declaring that if it's his room, it's officially our room now. She's already absolutely hammered, but she's still ready to knock back even more. Yongchun's sister was freaking out after he ghosted their dinner, so she's checking in to make sure he's still in one piece. Plus, she's absolutely fuming that Yongchun actually ended up hitched to that Namgung snake. His jealous big sister is absolutely seething because he loses his cool every single time someone even whispers his fiancé's name. Our boy isn't about to waste his breath on a drunk mess who's completely tuned him out. He just wants her to pack up her booze and hit the road. Hebe thinks this is the perfect chance for some quality sibling bonding, and pushes for them to share a room. But Yangchan isn't having any of it, and nopes the hell out of there. Hebe's convinced he's just being a massive jerk, but Yangchun is positive that's the only way to handle her annoying attitude. As the night drags on, they're just getting more and more hammered. Hebe absolutely lives for the bottle! He's just standing there, eyes glued to the breathtaking sea of stars twinkling outside. His sister turns to him with a smirk and suggests they have some fun. But get your head out of the gutter, because she's actually challenging him to a high-stakes duel. Yangchun just hits the ignore button, acting like he didn't just hear her drop the most unhinged nonsense imaginable. He mocks her, claiming she's reached a god-tier level of wasted to say something that brain-dead, and orders her to go sleep it off in her room. Her voice drops to a deadly serious tone as she asks if he's actually sure about that, leaving a totally baffled Yangchun wondering what she's even getting at. So he jabs a finger right at his own tiny chest. She's completely baffled, admitting she has no clue what kind of insane training he went through to reach this level. But it's clear his body can't handle all that raw power, and if he doesn't stabilize it soon, he's basically a walking ticking time bomb. Yangchun realizes that Snake Pearl hasn't fully fused with him yet, mostly because his body is still way too weak to contain such a massive surge of energy. Hebe's done waiting around. She knows they have to make a move right this second. That's exactly why she challenged him to a spar, but don't be fooled. She's got a much deeper motive hidden up her sleeve. She flashes a wicked grin and admits the only reason she suggested this was because she's just in the mood to kick his ass. Yongchan is starting to realize that his siblings are straight-up lunatics with the way they've been treating him. Next, we see Maybe limbering up at the training grounds, realizing it's been a hot minute since she last threw hands with her little brother. She's caught totally off guard seeing him switch to a swordless style, and when Yang Chuan announces he doesn't even need a blade anymore, she's left absolutely speechless. Which is a total game changer, especially since he's been strictly sticking to swords until this very moment. She levels her wooden blade right at him, wondering if her little brother's ego has gotten so massive he thinks he's too good for a weapon, so she dares him to take the first shot. Yang Chun's eyes bulge in pure shock as he frantically tries to jog their memory. He lets her know that this entire showdown is just his way of venting all that insane power building up inside him. Hebe lets out a sigh, realizing she doesn't even need to go for the kill. After all, when you spend your days butchering high-level demons, a fight like this is basically child's play. But right as she's pouring her heart out, bro, He pulls a fast one, catching Hebe completely off guard as he lunges at her with insane speed. His very first strike actually lands, burying his fist straight into her gut. It clips her side, sending her stumbling and completely wrecking her balance. He doesn't waste a heartbeat, immediately launching into a second attack. That strike connects with insane force, launching his older sister straight into the wall. He's finally got his inner energy on a total leash and his control is looking sharper than ever. But what's really eating at him is the absolute nightmare waiting to strike the second his own assault ends. From across the distance, his sister starts cackling. And this isn't some cute giggle. She sounds like a straight-up anime villain. Bibi is totally blown away seeing the legendary stuff her brother has managed to pull off. She ignites a wild, raging inferno that swirls all around her. Staring at her raw power, Yongchun can't wrap his head around her being just a 5-ring. Because honestly, she's already swinging with the force of a 6-ring monster. He unleashed his ultimate trump card right out the gate, but Hebe just shrugged it off and is standing there with a terrifying grin. Realizing he's about to get absolutely cooked, he desperately tries to wave the white flag before things get even uglier. But his sister is far from finished. In fact, she's just starting to have the time of her life. She slammed her feet down with pure fury, cratering the earth with every single step. She's a towering pillar of absolute destruction, strolling through the chaos like a human nuclear reactor with the insane amount of energy she's venting. Yongchun can't even force his eyes open against the crushing weight of her aura. And before he can even react, Hebe is already inches from his face. He unleashes a monstrous blow that sends him skidding across the floor and slamming into the far wall. It's a total miracle he parried that strike in time, because if that hit had landed, he'd be waking up in an ICU. He spots her wooden blade coming from a mile away and effortlessly dances out of the way. His psycho sister comes charging out of nowhere, looking completely unhinged. She lets out a primal roar as her flames erupt into a massive inferno. Yongchun was sweating bullets, realizing he was one heartbeat away from the grave in a desperate showdown with that total psycho. She floods her feet with pure energy, gearing up for a massive burst of speed. She rips into his side with a devastating strike, but she's far from finished. She's absolutely overwhelming Yongchun, forcing him into a desperate defense with a non-stop barrage of heavy martial arts strikes. Hebe is a certified monster, but you've got to hand it to our boy. He's actually standing his ground and refusing to budge. Unfortunately, Hebe snatches her blade right off the wall and brings the whole thing to a screeching halt. At the absolute last second, she rips a flaming slash across his throat, and just like that, this fight is history. She snatches him by the hair and warns the kid to clench his teeth for the next hit, or he's leaving with a shattered jaw. Man, talk about a terrifying threat. The ending is a total gut punch, leaving Yongchun right on the brink of a complete emotional breakdown. He's left waiting for death as his screams pierce the night sky. Then we pivot to the Namgung family where Bia has officially ghosted them, leaving a final note for the clan head. She's absolutely dying to see her fiancé, so the girl bolts from the estate and stays in hiding. And when Lord Namgung catches wind of it, he absolutely loses his mind with rage. And he's not asking nicely, he's barking orders for her to get back home this very second. Our farmer is out there sizing up his harvest when he suddenly spots something totally insane. He's hitting rock bottom, completely losing himself to a wave of pure despair. This harvest season has been an absolute nightmare for the local farmers. But right as those thoughts are racing through his head, suddenly, a woman in flowing purple robes leaps right over his head. One look at this girl and he's already completely under her spell. He's left completely starstruck, convinced that a literal angel just descended from the heavens. Bia pops up with a quick hello, but she's actually desperately hunting for a map to the Shangxi region, since her sense of direction is a total disaster. She finally gets a lead. Her target is waiting for her deep in the east. She vaults back with insane speed and vanishes into the night. She just dropped a silver ingot worth enough to keep an entire family fed for months. The farmer is absolutely floored, thanking this gorgeous angel for her incredible kindness. He's scratching his head wondering why she's wandering west instead of east. But it's official. This girl is so directionally challenged she'd get lost in her own backyard without a GPS. Right now she's gunning it straight for MANHUA in the west. And that's when the second elder finally steps into the spotlight. Who's the one actually pulling the Sword Sovereign aside to talk about the divine doctor staying at MANHUA? The Sword Sovereign explains that this doctor is a total nomad who never stays put, so finding the divine physician hiding out at MANHUA is a massive shock. Elder Ryun is totally baffled by the rush to find this guy, so he suggests sending Yangchun ahead to scope things out first. The Sovereign Sword has gone through hell to keep his identity a secret, so if he blows his cover now, everything he's worked for is toast. He's totally down with Ryun's strategy, but he's adding a savage little twist to spice things up. Just as they were ready to set off, the Sword Sovereign drops a bombshell. He's tagging along for the entire journey. And honestly, bro is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. He was every bit as blindsided as his totally stunned second elder. When the regular coachman suddenly goes on vacation and the legendary sword sovereign steps in to take the reins, you just know something massive is brewing behind the scenes. Yang Chun was especially suspicious since he knew for a fact that Siola and her grandpa weren't on the original roster, meaning some serious drama must have unfolded overnight to flip their entire travel plan upside down. He's got a gut feeling that something massive is moving in the shadows, but for now, the master plan is totally out of his reach. The second elder corners him and grills him about that weird look on his face, but Yang Chun just plays it cool and says it's nothing. But his loyal old mentor warns him to stop hunting down kids, and at first, Yang Chun is convinced he'd never stoop that low. But looking back at every insane mile he's covered on his journey so far, it finally hits him. He's actually built up a legendary reputation for himself. Every single time he shows up, he makes sure to bury at least one kid straight into the pavement. He's swearing off his wild antics for now, but let's be real. Knowing him, that's probably a total lie. He's finally handing the kid a secret weapon that's about to change his life forever. The second elder steps forward and hands the kid a mysterious little pouch. The very first thing that hits our guy isn't what he sees, but this insanely sweet scent wafting through the air. He realizes that just by clutching this thing, his power is absolutely skyrocketing. Yang Chun is convinced he's hit the jackpot, but the second elder immediately kills the hype, telling him the thing is actually nothing special. Believe it or not, this legendary item is actually just a simple rock known as the Blossom Stone. We're talking about a relic that was once prized as one of the 4 legendary treasures of the entire MANHUA sect. The kid stares blankly into the old man's eyes as the truth finally hits him. This thing is worth way more than he ever imagined. But Bear Grandpa? He's totally unimpressed and just brushes it off like it's nothing. He hands the mysterious artifact over to the kid, leaving the rest of the mission in his hands. Yongchun is completely clueless, having no idea why he's being entrusted with something this massive. Turns out the old man thinks the Blossom Stone is total garbage since he won it in some petty bet, but Yangchun is low-key panicking because handing over a treasure like that in broad daylight is just asking for trouble. But the second elder is sticking to his guns, dead certain that he put his trust in the perfect person. Yang Xian is totally lost and can't wrap his head around what that message even means. That is, until his eyes land right on Siola's grandpa. This guy seriously hit the jackpot by scoring the most legendary bodyguard to ever do it. Yang Chun finally realizes that Ryun is only this chill because he's definitely got a lead on the Sovereign Sword's true identity. Mujan lets the young master know that the stage is finally set and all their preparations are complete. With absolutely no way to talk himself out of it, our hero finally caves and accepts the legendary gift. From inside the carriage, he tosses a final goodbye to the old man, who's heading off to let Hebe know he's officially hit the road. Yang Chun tracks down his missing sister only to find her weeping over his departure, proving she's the only sweetheart in a clan crawling with absolute maniacs. Right as he's making his exit, Yang Chun asks the second elder to say goodbye to his sister for him, proving that deep down he actually cares about her more than he lets on. Right as they're heading out, Ryan wheels around to bust Hebe for spying, asking her why she's lurking in the shadows instead of just facing him head-on. His sister is hiding away in the shadows, absolutely losing it as her heart is torn in two. There was no way she was letting him see her looking this pathetic and broken. Ryun reminds her that the kid isn't a baby anymore and can handle the road. But Hebe? She still treats him like a fragile little puppy who needs her protection every single second. As the carriage rumbles down the road, the young master breaks the silence to hit Mujana with a burning question. He's dying to know exactly how long the journey to MANHUA is gonna take. He's been asking this same thing on repeat, and you can tell he's officially reached his breaking point. To make matters even worse, they're facing a brutal long-haul journey that puts all their recent quick trips to shame. Along the way, Siola's Gramps starts roasting the young master for looking so out of his element already. Our hero puts on a brave face and insists he's doing just fine. Deep down, Yongchun is freaking out because the Sword Sovereign is getting personally involved, and honestly, how do you even act normal around the strongest swordsman on the planet? Meanwhile, the Sword Sovereign's air-headed granddaughter is just vibing, making it her life's mission to inhale every snack in sight. Siola starts acting like a straight-up mastermind plotting a scheme, but the truth is, she's so hangry she needs a snack ASAP just to function normally. Siola's day hits rock bottom when a servant drops a total bombshell. That little girl had been raiding his stash and swiping every last one of his honey cookies, but instead of absolutely losing it on her, Yang Chun just snags one for himself and stares out at the lifeless view, already counting the seconds until he can head back home. Meanwhile, the action shifts gears as we head straight to the House of Ku. Hebe wastes no time and demands to know the real identity of the girl from the Namgung clan. She somehow clawed her way to our boy's doorstep, looking like an absolute train wreck. The mere mention of Bia's name is enough to set every single nerve in Hebe's body on fire. But her jaw hits the floor when she realizes B is actually a total knockout. She was a total knockout, way more stunning than she ever could have imagined. Hibe's absolutely losing it, venting about how she looks like a total disaster right when she's supposed to be meeting her fiancé. B just shrugs and says she took a few wrong turns. And let's just say things spiraled out of control pretty fast. The searing sword actually calls her out, demanding to know why she hauled herself across the entire world just to end up here. That's when B drops a total bombshell. She's actually there to meet her fiancé. Hebe throws a cheeky smirk her way, teasing that for now, absolutely nothing is set in stone. And to top it all off, Yang Qian is nowhere to be found. Bia had absolutely no clue she was actually face to face with her fiancé's older sister. Hebe steps up with a massive grin, proudly announcing that she's the official caretaker of the brats. Look at her. She's practically radiating smug energy after pulling that off. B snaps her hair into place and readies herself for the next move. She settles in with perfect poise, making it crystal clear she's showing total respect. She immediately demands to know where her fiancé vanished to. Hebe's back to his cocky self, bragging that he's already miles away on the road to MANHUA, so don't expect a reunion anytime soon. But the second MANHUA is even mentioned. She can't help but beam with pure excitement. She's done wasting her breath on Hebe and instantly rockets straight into the clouds. This sudden move leaves Yongchun's big sister completely baffled and scratching her head. She's at her breaking point, wondering if it's time to just pack up and quit. And she's absolutely fuming that B had the nerve to ghost her without even a simple goodbye. But enough of that. Let's cut over to Yongchun's squad to see what they're cooking up. After that absolute marathon of a day, the gang is finally catching their breath. But Siola's Gramps is already on the move, working overtime to keep those flames roaring. He locks onto the kid's energy signature, and it's radiating from right around the corner. We zoom in on Yangchun, who's looking dead certain that he's about to crush the fourth ring any second now. But he's hitting a massive wall trying to channel his power. His energy is doing the exact opposite of what he wants, and now he's absolutely desperate to smash through his limits. While his sister is out here casually burning through her massive power like it's nothing, he's struggling to even get a spark flowing, proving that the talent gap between them is absolutely massive. But Yangchun isn't about to sit around moping. Instead, he shuts his mouth and cranks his training into absolute overdrive. To kick off his training, he takes a massive breath and channels every ounce of his raw energy. A split second later, raw power surges through his entire body as he unleashes a massive, explosive aura. But that's not all. The intoxicating scent of the Blossom Stone is completely throwing him off his game. Too bad for him. He's totally stuck with it because you don't just chuck a priceless treasure from the old geezer. That stone's scent is hitting way harder than before, and it's totally wrecking his focus. After hitting wall after wall in his training, our hero finally decides to throw in the towel and call it a night. Suddenly, a massive tidal wave of blossom petals explodes right out of thin air. Seriously, there's no way these guys should be showing up in the middle of a sweltering summer. Out of nowhere, a booming voice rejects him as a total outsider to MANHUA, while that glowing pink spirit begins to blur into a shapeless, flickering haze. By the time a panicked young Cheon spins around to look, the guy has already vanished into thin air. He knows he isn't just losing his mind. That sound was 100% real. There's no mistaking it. A mysterious voice is definitely calling out to him. It demands to know how a total outsider could swallow up this much massive energy without even being from the mountain. There's no mistaking it this time. Yongchun is dead certain he just heard an old man's voice. The voice keeps mocking him, laughing that he's binged on so much energy he's bound to get sick, while Yang Chang stands there completely clueless about what's even happening. Suddenly, the Blossom Stone in his hand goes absolutely haywire, erupting with a massive surge of power. The sheer force of the energy surge leaves his head spinning, and just like that, he collapses to the ground. The kid finally snaps back to reality as the muffled shouts of his servant and guard drag him out of the darkness. He bolts upright, gasping for air as pure panic surges through his veins. He bolts upright, his mind spinning as he tries to figure out what the hell just happened to him. Seola pulls him into a crushing embrace while the personal guard breaks down the situation. It turns out the Sovereign Sword was the one who actually found the boy passed out in the woods and hauled him back to safety. Sayola's grandpa totally brushes it off, acting like he's just fulfilling his duty as a loyal servant. But man, he looks like he's totally lost in his own head right now. It's reaching a level that has even Yang Chun starting to freak out. Muyan's dying to find out if some freak accident went down or if something sinister actually possessed the young master last night. Yongchun flashes back to his brutal training days as the answer finally clicks into place. He's staring in absolute shock as the stone erupts with a blinding, shimmering glow. He's finally got his hands on it, but strangely enough, the stone hasn't changed one bit. The second he finally cracked that stone wide open. But then he notices a massive shift. The crystal's scent has completely vanished, and it's now rocking a weirdly polished, glossy sheen. His absorption technique went into overdrive, draining the stone's power until he collapsed from the sheer intensity. He knew MANHWA's treasure would be legendary, but this was on a whole different level. And now that it's literally fused with his body, he stepped into a whole new world of trouble. Feeling that massive power surge bubbling up from deep inside him, he's absolutely losing it with joy as he realizes he's finally broken through to the power of the 4th ring level. As the journey rolls on, Yangchun kicks back in the carriage, finally getting a moment to wrap his head around the chaos. He's still scratching his head over how he leaped from 3 rings to 4 in a single night, and with both Mu Yan and the Sword Sovereign breathing down his neck, he's starting to feel seriously on edge. Meanwhile, Sayola is already on the hunt, tracking his scent like a total bloodhound. Yang Kaon is absolutely losing it because he somehow has a scent, even though that should be physically impossible for him. He swapped into some fresh threads and hit the showers for a total reset. But this time, Sayola completely blindsides him by telling him he smells just like a flower. He's desperately grasping at straws, trying to pin the blame on a drafty window or literally anything else in the room. But Sayola isn't buying it for a second, sticking to her guns that his scent is basically hardwired into his soul. Since Sayola can actually feel the shift, it's official. His internal energy just hit a massive new level. Back at the 3rd ring, he was basically just a human radiator, but from here on out, launching full-blown fire attacks is going to be a total walk in the park. This guy is desperate to transform into the same kind of absolute monster Hebe was in their last showdown. Honestly, you can't tell if he's a total fanboy or just straight up traumatized by what he saw. He's still a long way from actually pulling it off, but Yangchun is dead certain he'll find a victim to test his new strength on soon enough. Both Sayola and Yang Chen lose their focus for a split second as their minds start to wander. But right then, the carriage hits a massive jolt that nearly sends everyone flying. They slam into the dirt with a bone-shaking thud just as the other guy, another servant, rushes over, frantically checking to see if the young master is actually holding up. The kid bolts to his feet, demanding that Mu Yan tell him exactly what just went down. But for some reason, he's completely tuned out, his eyes locked onto something with a look of pure, deadly focus. Yang Chao peeks out of the carriage and spots a mysterious stranger decked out in flowing white robes. The guy drops a respectful apology, but one look at that blossom emblem tells you exactly who you're dealing with. Yang Chun finally connects the dots and realizes this guy is straight out of the MANHWA sect. The guy introduces himself as Yang Feng, a 3rd-gen disciple, and he's got a mountain of burning questions he needs answered right now. And get this, he's the exact same loser who got absolutely shredded by Yang Chan in their last showdown. He's haunted by the blood on his hands, unable to shake the crushing guilt of how he absolutely butchered that disciple from the MANHWA sect. Mu Yan is absolutely insulted that the MANHWA sect would send one of their top-tier powerhouses just to block their path. Yang apologizes again, insisting that stopping the carriage was never the goal. It was all just a test to see who they really were. He's dying to find out if one of those disciples is actually lurking inside the carriage. Yangchun is absolutely losing it, praying to the heavens that he hasn't just become this legendary disciple out of nowhere. The Blossom Sword Dragon marches forward, declaring that he felt a bizarre energy and just had to investigate it for himself. Mujun's not taking any chances, warning the guy that if he moves even one more inch, things are gonna get ugly. Without a single trace of fear, Yang spins around to stare Yangchun right in the eyes. She's totally losing it, hyped up as she grills the kid on why he's literally radiating the aura of the mountain. That question sends Yang Chang into a total state of panic, and he knows he's absolutely cooked if he doesn't have an answer ready. But then, out of nowhere, a mysterious voice rings out, agreeing with him 100%. Wait, that's the same old man, the exact same spirit that was haunting him just last night. The old man's jaw hits the floor when he realizes Yang Chuan can actually see his tiny form. He's rubbing his eyes, trying to process the absolute madness unfolding right in front of him. Yang Chun is spiraling, desperately trying to figure out if the madness in front of him is actually real or just a sick trick of the mind. But get this, the floating old man hovering right in front of him isn't a hallucination. He's actually real and he's starting to talk. Yang catches him spacing out and immediately snaps him back to reality. Yang Chun is losing his mind, questioning if he's tripping on some crazy drugs or if his brutal training finally fried his brain. The little elder takes it personally and snaps at the kid, making it crystal clear that this isn't a game, it's the real deal. Yang is panicking over the boy's condition, but the young master just wants to know if he can see the mysterious figure hovering right next to him. Check out this ancient geezer who's literally no bigger than a tiny insect. Yang is completely oblivious to what's happening and just stares at the kid like he's lost his mind. Even Muyan is left totally stumped when she's hit with that same question. He's looking at him like the young master has officially gone off the deep end. He plays along like it's all just a big joke, but the vibe shifts the second he realizes Yang Chan isn't kidding. He's dead serious about every single word. At this point, his reputation is in the gutter, and the old man thinks he's just making a total clown of himself by desperately begging for backup. Yang Chun is completely losing his mind, convinced that some bizarre spirit is actually hijacking his body. Turns out the old man isn't possessed at all. He just had a massive brain fart about what he ate for lunch. At first, the kid is completely lost and has zero clue what this guy is even yapping about. But then it finally hits him. He's been carrying the Blossom Stone's raw power inside his own body this whole time. And suddenly, everything clicks. The old man gives Yang Chun a harsh reality check, reminding him that this absolute moron devoured their sacred treasure despite not even being a member of the MANHUA sect. Talk about ungrateful. This tiny old master literally saved the kid's life when his body was about to explode from all that power, yet here he is getting roasted and called an insect-sized old man. Totally baffled, Yang Chun demands to know who this pint-sized old man actually is. The spirit is absolutely stunned that the kid is this oblivious, straight up roasting him for being a total airhead with zero situational awareness. Meanwhile, Mu Yan and Yang are standing there looking totally baffled because, from where they're standing, the young master is just straight up arguing with thin air. The floating spirit decides to show some class and finally gives a proper introduction. Turns out, he's actually the legendary leader that the entire clan bows down to. To truly understand the weight behind the legendary immortal sword Shin Chiul, we have to look at why he's such a massive game changer for this story. But first, we've got to dive into the absolute chaos of the legendary war that tore the world apart before the heavenly demon ever showed his face. The great demon blood war was finally crushed, all thanks to 5 legendary powerhouses who stepped up to save the world. These were legendary masters of combat whose names are still carved into the halls of history, long after the smoke of the war finally cleared. Shin Chiul is the absolute GOAT of the MANHWA sect, a legendary ancestor with a reputation that's straight up untouchable. Fast forward to today, and that same legend has shriveled into a tiny old man who's completely invisible to everyone except our boy Yang Chun. Here's the kicker. Yang Chan has zero privacy because this old man is straight up eavesdropping on his every single thought. Now the kid finally realizes he's a straight up legend with a reputation that precedes him. Shin Chiul's crossing his fingers that everyone will finally start putting some respect on his name. But in classic Yang Chun fashion, he stays acting high and mighty, demanding to know how the old man even got sealed inside that rock. The sad truth is, the poor kid is completely in the dark about his own secret, basically just waiting for Yang Chan to step in and connect the dots for him. They're both completely blindsided by how sideways things are going, but the only thing eating at Shin Chiul is the massive question, why? This total outsider justified every law of nature by absorbing the Blossom Stone's power, a feat that should have been straight up impossible. Hit with a question like that, the kid is left completely stunned into silence. That reaction was a dead giveaway, and the old man realizes right then that Yang Qian is definitely hiding something big. Honestly, the smartest move this kid has left is to just look away and pretend he didn't see a thing. Instead of grilling him for more answers, the tiny ghost backs off, admitting he knows kids have their secrets, and as his senior, he's officially done being a total pest. Yang Qian is feeling incredibly indebted to him for being so patient and sticking by his side. But right at that moment, Shin screams at him to keep his eyes peeled, because something massive is about to land right in front of his face. He was dead right. A whole squad of hostiles bursts from the tree line and surrounds the carriage. One look at those matching robes and it's a dead giveaway. These guys are definitely disciples from the same clan. Yong brushes off the danger, making it crystal clear that these guys aren't even worth breaking a sweat over. Mujan's done playing games. He drops the guy with a vicious knee and holds a blade to his throat, keeping a sharp eye on the rest of the crowd. Muyan's gut is screaming that this isn't a friendly welcome. It's a total setup for a deadly ambush. Talk about getting shoved into a brutal spot like that! The MANHWA disciples are on high alert, hands on their hilts and ready for a total showdown. Even Yongchun starts to worry his guard is crossing the line, but Muyeon shuts him down, convinced they haven't gone far enough. The second they stepped onto the field, their raw bloodlust hit him like a physical wave. Yong's desperately pleading for them to just hear him out, completely baffled by his clan's murderous rage. But he's still holding on to the hope that he can talk some sense into them. Mujun is totally shaken, demanding to know if these guys are actually warriors from his own clan. One look at the symbol on their gear is all it takes to realize Yong wasn't bluffing. He looks them dead in the eye and begs them to let him handle this mess personally. Changchun's finally sold, and he barks an order for his guards to back off immediately. So he finally lets go, releasing Yong from his crushing grip. He vows to settle the score once and for all with a friendly little heart-to-heart. He rushes over to talk strategy with his squad, but before he can even get a word out, his own clan tears him apart, leaving Yangchun and Muyan completely stunned. The warriors step into the spotlight to clear the air, dropping a sincere apology before finally introducing themselves properly. They're also pinning the blame on Yang, swearing his reckless meddling is what tricked them into thinking this was an actual ambush. The young master plays it totally cool, brushing off the drama and actually offering an apology of his own. He's itching to know why these warriors have strayed so far from the mountain, but the guy just shuts him down, claiming their mission is strictly classified. But then Yang drops a total bombshell, letting it slip that one of their own has completely vanished into thin air. Something's seriously wrong here. With the elite Blossom Sword Squad of MANHUA leading the charge, there's no way this many warriors should have just vanished into thin air. That's exactly why they were out on patrol. But Yang pulls a total rookie move. Ditches his squad the second he senses power from the carriage and charges straight in alone. Yongchun realizes his own energy was the beacon that lured them all this way. But Shin tells him to relax since he's already sealed the leak and neutralized the threat. He's officially off the radar now. But Yang points a finger straight at Yang Chaeon, shouting that they can feel their very own energy surging inside him. The warriors confirm they can sense their power buzzing inside him, leaving the kid absolutely stunned since Shin swore he'd locked that energy away. The legendary blade urges the kid to quit stalling, whip out his secret stone, and finish the fight. So that's the secret move he's been hiding this whole time. This move completely blindsided both Yang and the warrior. Yang Chun whips out the mountain's sacred treasure, the exact same legendary relic the sect leader stupidly gambled away in a bet against the second elder. Everything finally clicks for Yang. That massive surge of energy he felt was actually coming from the blossom stone the boy is holding. Meanwhile, the warrior is dying to know why the kid is still white-knuckling that mysterious object. Yang Chuan finally steps out of the shadows, announcing himself as the true heir of the Ku family and declaring that he's here to bring the treasure back to the sect. Just hearing the name of the Ku family is enough to put the entire MANHUA sect on a hair trigger. This immediately sets them off, and before you know it, they're diving headfirst into a total gossip fest. The leader immediately starts backpedaling, apologizing for his hostility once he realizes Yang Qian is basically high-tier royalty compared to them. Yang's clearly deep in his own head, but he finally breaks the silence to drop a question that changes everything. But wait, the real mystery isn't about him. It's actually all about his sister. Before things could get even uglier, his own crew ditched him because he just couldn't stop yapping nonsense at the absolute worst time. The warrior tries to act all tough by telling Yang Chun that Yang isn't a threat anymore. But the hilarious part is he's getting absolutely folded mid-sentence for yapping too much. The kid starts to wonder if his big sister has officially become a massive pain for the rest of the crew. It's peak comedy how she plays it totally cool. But deep down, our boy is internally screaming because he's officially done with her nonsense. Realizing his sister put them through absolute hell, the kid apologizes and swears he'll drag her back to the clan the moment he sets foot on that mountain. The warriors are absolutely losing their minds after hearing that Yang Chun is dead set on bringing his sister back home. Believe it or not, the crew is so hyped by the news that they give him a legendary send-off, showing massive respect for him finally stepping up to take responsibility for his sister. Muyon and Yang Chun are left dead silent. And you can't help but wonder just how much trauma she hammered into these poor warriors to leave them this broken. Later that night, the spotlight shifts over to Yang Chun's sister, and there she was, standing right at her teacher's doorstep. But right before he even stepped through those doors, the old woman is absolutely floored by this kid's insane spirit, seeing how she braves the dead of night every single evening without a hint of fear. The disciple trudges forward, his heavy footsteps echoing with every single stride. She loses control and slams straight into her teacher's arms. As they discuss her condition, she finally starts to perk up, finding a strange sense of peace just by basking in the moonlight. Finally, she lets out a massive sigh of relief. The old woman's heart sinks knowing their time together is running out, since the girl will eventually have to pack up and head back to her real family. But the moment going back is even mentioned, she freezes up and goes dead silent, making it crystal clear that she still absolutely despises her family. Her voice drops to a bone-chilling growl as she snaps that those people aren't her family. And they never will be. That brutal confession hits her master like a truck, leaving him completely lost in his own head. But she's not the type to go prying into other people's business, so she decides to just let it slide. But the student steps in to set the record straight, giving her master the absolute respect she deserves. I mean, her master was the legendary Blossom Sage herself right before that sickness finally laid her low. But now that legendary title is nothing more than a ghost of the past. It leaves her questioning exactly how much time she has left before her clock finally runs out. Deep in the dead of night, this writer is absolutely carving through a horde of demons, like it's just another Tuesday. And stepping onto the scene is none other than Bia Namgong. She just absolutely shredded a whole pack of monsters without breaking a sweat, yet she's standing there with a totally blank stare like she's bored out of her mind. She's running on fumes, but then she feels it. Something is lurking right there, hovering over her. Suddenly, something mysterious lurking right behind her catches her eye. This sends Bia scrambling back, barely getting out of the way in time. Then he hunts it down, closing the gap with a few explosive lightning-fast strikes. The next morning, Ciola's put on chef duty to whip up a massive feast for the MANHWA warriors, who actually pulled an all-nighter protecting the camp. Yang Jian is officially fed up with this mini-ghost stalking his every move, so he demands to know the fastest way to ditch the little pest. Shin gives the kid a reality check, making it clear that if he actually had an escape plan, he wouldn't be stuck babysitting him. Young Chun pokes the hornet's nest by calling the mini-ghost an old man again, triggering another massive rant about his glory days as the legendary immortal sword. Yang Chung stares down at this pathetic pint-sized loser, giving him a look of pure, unadulterated suspicion. He's determined to get his answer out, but right as he's about to speak, Shin cuts him off to drive the point home. He realizes the kid is stressing over absolutely nothing, because he's got zero interest in hijacking his body. It's just not happening. House Ku's young master is struggling to wrap his head around the news, especially since it's coming from a literal ghost. But Shin senses the crushing weight of guilt and secrets the kid is hiding deep inside. Shaking like a leaf, the kid stammers out a question, desperate to know what's actually going on. Shin is absolutely floored that Yang Chun doesn't have a single clue about the literal chaos erupting inside his own body. But before he can move, Shin slams the kid with another heavy-hitting question. He's out here hitting the streets, grilling everyone for any scrap of intel they have on the bloody demon. Hearing that instantly makes the kid suspicious, leaving him wondering if this legendary blade is actually the real deal. Yang Chun stops holding back and lays it all out. He's dead certain this guy is nothing but a total fraud. I mean, the legendary immortal sword himself was the one who put that demon in the ground. So how is he completely blanking on the kill he made with his own 2 hands? And get this, the tiny spirit actually drops a bombshell and admits he's in the exact same boat. But for some bizarre reason, Shin's mind is a total blank when it comes to how that showdown with the demon actually wrapped up. Seeing this, Yongshan's face twists into a look of pure, unfiltered dread. Realizing they're just talking in circles, he pivots back to the real mystery. The freakish power living inside his body. But suddenly, now the mini-ghost is catching a massive attitude because his identity was questioned, so he's officially going on strike and refusing to help. He caves in anyway, especially after Shin hilariously admits that even he's totally clueless about the chaos happening inside Yang Chun's body. Talk about a savage way to shut down that conversation. The old man finds it hilarious that the kid is totally clueless, especially since he's literally packing a massive, violent energy deep inside his soul. Shin's giving it everything he's got to suppress that raw energy. But this power is way beyond anything he's faced before. Yang Chan totally miscalculated, never dreaming that things would actually get this serious. So this pint-sized phantom dares him to take it for a spin and see what it can really do. But before he can even get a single no out, the immortal warrior finally lets go of his iron grip. This unleashes the insane flood of dark energy buried deep within Yang Chun. This nasty throbbing energy is completely swallowing the kid alive, and it tries to swallow him whole, desperate to devour every last bit of his soul. Shin slams the brakes on his power, knowing that little flex was more than enough to get the point across. The kid is shaking like a leaf, his mind completely reeling from the absolute nightmare he just lived through. The immortal sword makes it crystal clear. He's the only thing keeping that power in check, but even he's clueless as to why it's buried inside Yang Qian. The kid is dying for answers, but Shin decides to shut the conversation down for the day, even as Yang Qian digs his heels in with a massive attitude. Shin points a finger toward the heavens, letting everyone know he's got some serious business to settle up there. Our guy scans the area, but everything looks completely and utterly normal. But the second he lets his guard down, he's in for a rude awakening. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light crashes down from the heavens, slamming into the earth right next to the kid, absolutely scaring the living daylights out of the poor guy. Yongchun lets out a roar of pure fury at the man who, just seconds ago, nearly sent him to his grave. This absolute unit of a guy stands tall, declaring that his clan has been bound by an ironclad code since the dawn of time. And that rule? You've got to throw hands just to earn the right to call someone a friend. Yang Cheng's brain basically short-circuits as he stares at the guy, wondering what kind of absolute nonsense he's even spitting. Shin's honestly just relieved to see that his clan's legacy is still alive and kicking. The young master of House Ku is staring in total shock, unable to believe these guys actually call this absolute chaos a sparring match. Young offers a quick apology for the sudden ambush, but admits his curiosity got the better of him. He just had to see what this martial artist was really made of. Yang Chun claps back, boasting that his own MANHWA sect is packed to the brim with elite masters he can call on whenever he wants. That comeback leaves Yang totally cornered, and his face instantly drops in pure disappointment. Shin looks Yang Chun dead in the eye and lays it out. This kid isn't just some random brat, he's the key to their entire future. This kid is officially the youngest elite prodigy to ever rise through his clan's ranks. He stands there like a massive, towering wall of pure, unstoppable talent. It's honestly tragic, but that's exactly why Yong is drowning in self-loathing. His god-tier talent has basically turned him into a total social outcast. Shin's jaw drops when this kid starts spilling secrets about a total stranger. But let's not forget, this mini-ghost is literally reading his mind, and I'm dying to see how that chaos plays out. To everyone's shock, Yang Chun actually accepts the challenge. Normally he'd dodge a fight like the plague, but this time he's locked in and ready for war. The second Yong hears that, a massive grin breaks out across his face. He gives a respectful bow to kick things off. But then, electricity starts crackling all over him, making you think he's finally unleashing his own secret power. But here's the kicker. That massive attack didn't even belong to him. And just like that, this mystery person lunges out of nowhere and absolutely levels the poor guy with a bone-shattering tackle. He hurls him like a total ragdoll straight into the middle of the lake. Even Yangchon is losing his mind seeing Bia Namgung show up here. But you already know the Namgung clan is about to light the place up with their signature lightning. She's instantly obsessed, absolutely losing her mind with joy now that she's finally tracked down her long-lost fiancé. Let's rewind the clock and dive straight into the past. Disaster strikes Yang Chun yet again as he watches his most loyal comrade get ripped away from him. And standing right there was Bee, the girl with the iconic snow-white hair. The light in her eyes starts to flicker and fade as she slowly drifts into the dark. She was completely floored, unable to wrap her head around why a guy like him was actually shedding tears for her. Changchon, being the stubborn guy he is, just brushed her off and insisted he was totally fine, claiming it was nothing but the rain. His explanation finally clicked, but honestly, the truth was a total gut punch. Desperate for the truth, he shouts out, demanding to know why she just charged off and left him in the dust. She had a million ways to walk away, but instead, she threw caution to the wind and dove headfirst into total chaos. She threw herself right into the path of the strike, taking the full, devastating force of the hit to protect him. To this day, Yang Chun still can't wrap his head around why she'd go that far just for him. As her life slipped away, Bia locked eyes with him and claimed she did it all on a total whim, her final breath spent asking how the moon looked. Yang Chun points to the sky, reminding her that the moon is still high and the night is far from over. Bia smiled as she saw her 2 moons were safe, realizing Yang Chuan was truly one of her most precious people. And that thought alone made her tragic end a whole lot easier to bear. A heartbeat later, her eyes fluttered shut and her body went cold as she slipped away from this world for good. Suddenly, this arrogant warrior struts onto the scene, mocking the idea that it's even possible for demonic humans to fall in love. He kept relentlessly mocking the demon, promising that he'd be reuniting with Bia in the grave any second now. Yang Chun just roars his name in a total rage, swearing to the meteor sword that he'll personally make his death a living nightmare as he lets his crushing demonic aura explode. The flashback snaps back to reality, but Bia's smile was the spark that sent a massive tidal wave of memories crashing through his mind. Yang Chun is totally rattled and wants zero to do with her, immediately wondering what her real angle is. But right as she's about to spill the beans on why she's actually there, Suddenly a warrior's voice booms through the air. He's dying to find out if Yang Chao is actually in league with that woman. He's convinced she's some kind of intruder, and he's already gripping his blade, ready to cut her down on the spot. Yongchan is absolutely paralyzed with fear as the Mount Hawa warriors swarm him, unsheathing their steel to finish her off for good. He's frantically scrambling for an excuse, his brain short-circuiting because Bia just absolutely leveled Yong, making it impossible to claim their teammates. But before he can even open his mouth, Bia just drops the ultimate bombshell and spills the truth. They're actually each other's fiancé. That one simple explanation sends the entire squad of warriors into a total tailspin of confusion. And yeah, that even includes that bizarre little geyser just hovering in midair. Youngchan's officially backed into a corner, and he's got no choice but to play along with her game. But the real kicker is watching everyone lose their minds because a literal goddess like Bia actually settled for such a bottom-tier scrub. He grills her, demanding to know exactly what she's after. Yang Chen finds out Bia is actually there for him, and suddenly every warrior in the room stops staring at her and starts burning holes through our boy, trying to figure out if he's the real deal or just a massive fraud. Yang Chen's baffled why she'd go nuclear just to get a meeting, but Shin just sighs, telling him he's still totally clueless about the vibes. The spirit takes one look at her and realizes Bia is running on pure fumes, having pushed herself past the breaking point just to reach her lover. She's so delirious from exhaustion that she didn't even care who the enemy was before lunging in to save Yang Chaeon. Our boy is still losing his mind over how far she's willing to go, but hey, that just proves she'll move mountains to reach him. This girl is the absolute definition of ride or die. In a wild twist, Yang Chun actually backs up the Manhwa warriors, declaring that they aren't letting this disrespect slide for a second. But his jaw hits the floor when he realizes even his own flesh and blood, Yong, is stepping onto the scene. He's out here completely starstruck because the princess is looking like a literal goddess. Young Chan is absolutely losing his mind because he can't believe this guy is being such a massive simp for his duties. Riding a wave of pure arrogance, Bro challenges Yang Chen to a showdown, proving that Biao's earlier strike didn't even leave a scratch on his massive tank-like frame. Under the cover of darkness, the warriors watch in dead silence, holding their breath as the tension reaches a breaking point. All the while, Yong's heart is still doing absolute backflips. He completely loses his cool, his eyes wandering over to the absolute knockout standing on the sidelines. Yang Kaon is actually starting to sweat over the guy's insane obsession, giving the floating old man the perfect opening to roast him for being jealous. It's not even about jealousy anymore. Our guy is absolutely livid that he took this fight as a total favor, only for this backstabbing snake to turn around and try to steal his girl. Shin sees this as a golden opportunity for the kid to step up, snatch a win, and walk away with something huge. Realizing Yongchun is way too thick-headed to get the memo, Shin figures this is the absolute perfect moment to put the boy's insane new strength to the test. Back with the group, Siola and her friends are vibing together, but they're dying to know exactly when and how Bia crashed the party. In the middle of this chaotic showdown, Mu Yan is the only one actually freaking out about the young master's safety. The ManHwa disciples are already throwing down cash, placing their bets on who's gonna walk away the winner. But let's be real. Everyone's already crowned Yong the winner because his god-tier talent makes this fight a total wrap. He's a total goofball when he's chilling, but the second the gloves come off, he transforms into a straight-up demon. And get this, even Shin clocks exactly what's going down. Right as the Blossom Warrior draws his steel, preparing to unleash a world of hurt, he channels every ounce of his power, encasing himself in a massive, swirling vortex of petals. Showing some serious respect, he actually shouts out his opening move before letting it rip. Feeling that power hit its boiling point, our boy finally lets those scorching flames rip. He left the entire crowd jaw-dropped with his absolute mastery over his internal energy. This move actually managed to catch the legendary Sovereign Sword himself completely off guard. Yang Shun erupts into a blazing cloak of fire just like his sister. But deep down, he's wallowing in self-pity, convinced his flames are nothing but a flickering candle compared to Hebe's unstoppable inferno. His massive aura catches his foe completely off guard, leaving Yang looking absolutely shell-shocked. Yang Cheng starts to wonder if his opponent is finally shaking in his boots now that his power is hitting a whole new level. He white-knuckles his hilt, ready to unleash absolute chaos. The Blossom Warrior doesn't even blink as he lunges forward, ready to take the young master head-on. He opens up with a basic strike, but it's fueled by pure, blistering speed. He unleashes every ounce of his power, leaving a glowing wake behind him as he charges straight into Yang Chun's blazing inferno. Yong finally drops the hammer, letting loose a monster of an attack. But our boy doesn't even flinch, just hitting him with a stone-cold stare or he just brushes the strike aside, steering it toward the sky with a casual flick. A heartbeat later, Yang Chun's other fist becomes a total blur as he buries it deep into the warrior's gut. The impact sends him flying like a human missile, leaving Yong spiraling in absolute agonizing pain. The entire crowd is losing their minds, absolutely floored by the insanity unfolding right before their eyes. His sword just shattered into a million pieces. The result of this match is so mind-blowing that even the legendary Sovereign Sword is left completely speechless. Yang Cheng stands tall over the scorched remains of the field, leaving his opponent smoldering in the dirt as the fight comes to a sudden, brutal end. Without wasting a second, Bia bolts from the group to face down her fiancé. He's not wasting a single second. He's challenging her to a fight right now. He thinks she's spiraling again, and has to remind her that he literally just got done fighting for his life against another opponent. Corby has got 0 comebacks left, so she just resorts to hitting him with the ultimate adorable death stare. She's absolutely fuming, and that floating blade is just waiting for the signal to strike. Spirit clocks it the very second it happens. Yang Chun knows that if he keeps stalling, she's just gonna be a massive nightmare later, so he seizes the moment and locks in their next showdown right then and there. Overjoyed that he's actually down for the brawl, his fiancé grabs his hands and beams at him with a look of pure satisfaction. Fast forward to the dead of night and things are about to get way more intense. Yang Kaon is just sitting there in total zen, but his flaming aura is literally detonating like a bomb. Shin's absolutely floored that a fourth ringer can already tap into the central core, but Young Chan just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Shin insists the kid is packing a terrifying amount of raw talent, but warns that if he pushes his core too far, the whole thing might just go into total overdrive and blow up in his face. Yang Chun digs into the secrets of his power and discovers a dangerous catch. His core reacts directly to his energy, meaning the more power he unleashes, the more crushing pressure builds up inside him. This means the kid is stuck with basic fire blasts, because trying anything more advanced would put so much strain on his body that his core would literally shatter. This news is a total gut punch for Yang Chun, who was convinced his climb to the top would never end. But for now, he's officially slammed into a plateau, and he's just gonna have to sit tight and wait it out. Yang crashes Yang Chun's training and is stunned to find his rival a total wreck, even though Yang was the one who secured the win. The kid demands to know exactly what he's supposed to be doing here. Yang drops into a deep bow of respect, thanking him for the chance to turn this crushing defeat into a massive lesson. Yang catches on quick. This wasn't just some mindless brawl, but a brutal lesson Yang Qian was trying to beat into him. Shin's absolutely loving Yang's reaction here because seeing him take that L with a smile proves he's got the heart to turn every failure into massive growth. Meanwhile, Yang Chun is totally spiraling, kicking himself for nearly dying over a simple training session. But he tells Yang that even though he had no real plan, he's just stoked the guy actually leveled up from their brutal clash. Yang just got a massive reality check. Back at the MANHWA sect, everyone gassed him up as the ultimate prodigy of his generation. But watching Yang Chun tear it up just completely shattered his view of the outside world. Now, he's left wondering just how much blood, sweat, and tears the young master of House Ku had to shed to reach those god-tier heights. Yang Chun is actually losing his mind, trashing this guy in his head while Shin keeps nagging him to just shut up and be a good listener. Yang walks away genuinely grateful for the experience, leaving Yang Chen absolutely floored by his bizarre behavior. To make matters even more twisted, Thay is the exact same pathetic guy he literally carved up piece by piece back during his brutal reign. This seriously grinds his gears, but hey, let's keep the momentum going. Meanwhile, we jump over to Siola, who's she's painting this battle for her grandpa like it's a high-octane blockbuster, yapping her head off to make sure he feels every single epic moment. She drops a bombshell on her gramps about a new crisis, and honestly, it sounds like a total disaster is about to hit the fan. But then you realize it's just this precious little potato, and she is absolutely fuming that the young master actually went and got himself engaged. She expected a celebration, but instead she walked right into a room boiling with pure rage. Her grandpa is completely baffled by her outburst, right up until the truth hits him like a truck. Sayola straight up admits she has absolutely no clue what getting engaged is even supposed to mean. Our little potato goes into absolute cuteness overload, declaring she's the only one allowed to mess with the young master. Looks like someone's getting a little territorial. The Sword Sovereign finally shatters the little girl's innocence, dropping a massive truth bomb about what it really means to be engaged. And just like that, the shock snaps her right back to reality. The dust from his brawl with Yong hadn't even settled before a mountain of fresh problems came crashing down on him. First up, Siola is looking absolutely devastated, which is a massive shock since she's usually the first one losing her mind over food. It's gotten so out of hand that even her own grandpa is starting to freak out. The potato girl just shakes her head, completely throwing in the towel. Meanwhile, Yang Chun is totally grilling her, asking why she's just picking at her meal instead of actually eating. He even grills her for snacking non-stop, warning her that she's totally gonna spoil her appetite for a real meal. While she's occupied, Baya is busy hunting for something to scarf down. But out of nowhere, Siola swipes it right out of her bowl and starts devouring it herself. Refusing to back down, the Namgung girl lunges forward for round 2. And just like that, it's happening all over again. Siola fires back with the cold, relentless precision of a literal machine. Yang Chun is about to demand what the hell her problem is. But before he can even open his mouth, her terrifying grandpa absolutely loses it when he sees her eating like a total slob. Poor Siola is looking absolutely wrecked as she suddenly starts feeling like total garbage. He finally snaps, breaking down in tears and screaming that they're all just a bunch of total idiots. Without waiting for a single soul, she bolts off to handle things solo. She leaves her gramps behind and strikes out on her own to face the world solo. Our boy is still wandering in the dark and questions if Bia is pulling the strings, but it turns out his fiancée is completely innocent. Ever since that showdown with Yang, his servant's been acting super weird, and she's clearly fuming over something he's completely clueless about. But get this, things take a turn for the absolute worst the very next morning. Yang Chun jolted awake, looking like he'd just spent the entire night wrestling with his own nightmares. Setting up camp for this long is absolutely draining, but he's handling it like he's spent his entire life living off the land. He's busy chugging down water from the river nearby. Our guy runs smack into a massive unit with a shredded 69 pack and a physique that looks like it was ripped straight out of Baki. Yang suggests they hit the training grounds together, but the young master is low-key losing it seeing this guy strolling around shirtless at the crack of dawn. Shin steps in to defend the shirtless kid, declaring that a warrior's body is their ultimate source of pride, and that a disciple of MANHWA only gets more lethal as they push their physical limits. Bottom line, they're pushing these guys to their absolute limits to turn them into literal monsters for the next Mr. Olympia stage. Our boy shuts down Yong's offer without a second thought, claiming he's got way bigger problems to handle. And now, Yong is dying to know what's so important. Young's got a gut feeling. Is today finally the day his whole world flips upside down? Yang Chun pauses for a second, finally letting the massive weight of this day sink in. We cut back to him as he keeps pushing forward, rattling along inside his carriage. After a grueling journey, they finally made it to the heart of the Manhwa clan's headquarters. Cut to the next scene, and Yongchan is absolutely losing it, cursing out whatever lunatic decided to build a base on top of a literal mountain. Honestly, it's a total breath of fresh air that these warriors are actually reasonable, unlike the rest of those toxic clans. The sect warriors actually suggest Yangchun just hunker down in the carriage for the night and wait until sunrise to tackle those stairs. But with the legendary Blossom Stone in his possession, the young master knows he can't waste a single second. He's got to get to the top right now. Hearing that, Yong warns him he better seriously rethink his next move. Yongchun decides to hunker down and spend the entire night right there in the carriage. He leaves the Manhwa disciples to wrap up their nightly reports, ordering Yong to stay glued to the young master, and guarantee he makes it to the destination in one piece tomorrow. But our boy actually tells Yong to just head out with the others, since he's been stuck playing babysitter for way too long. The young genius hears the plan and lets out a massive, soul-tired sigh, making it crystal clear he's totally against it. And just like that, thanks to his wild reaction earlier, Yong's officially stuck crashing with the rest of the squad for the night. Yongchun quickly realizes that this guy is probably a total nightmare for his bosses to deal with too. With that mess finally sorted, Seola snaps right back to her usual self. He completely blows the young master's mind by serving up a batch of legendary secret recipe dumplings for the night. Yang Kaon is absolutely hyped to finally find a silver lining in this mess, and he's ready to soak up every single second of it. To his total shock, even his servant offers him a drink, suddenly acting way too nice for comfort. Now he's left scratching his head, wondering what the hell actually triggered this massive 180. She just laughs it off, genuinely stoked just to be the one helping him out. Yang Chan is racking his brain to solve this riddle, because just days ago, this girl was a total emotional wreck, and now she's acting like everything is perfectly fine. To make her day, he gives her a massive head pat as a reward for a job well done. She's absolutely over the moon and loving every single second of it. He totally kills the vibe by reminding her that she's usually the exact opposite of this sweet version of herself. Suddenly, Bia pops up out of nowhere and tries to feed our boy a dumpling like it's totally normal. Yang Qian sizes up the clash between these women, his mind racing as he tries to calculate the perfect move. Meanwhile, Seola's giving that dumpling the ultimate demonic death stare like it's her sworn enemy. She doesn't even hesitate, just straight up destroys that gyoza in one massive bite. She shoves it down for her master's sake, all while shooting Bia a look that could kill. Even after getting caught completely flat-footed, instead of blowing a fuse, Young Chan's fiancé stays totally calm and just flashes her a warm smile. You can see the guilt starting to eat at Seola after she realizes how she just reacted. Our boy definitely feels the thick tension in the air, but honestly, he's just fuming that he can't even finish his meal in peace. He's miles away now, leaving Yongchon in his carriage eating his dust. Finally, the shadowy masterminds behind the disappearance of the Mount Hoa disciples step out from the darkness. The big boss is absolutely fuming because his incompetent lackeys were too sloppy to hide their tracks, leaving a massive breadcrumb trail for the Mount Hua sect to follow. He curses their luck, knowing they've officially hit a wall and won't be squeezing another drop of value out of this mess. The lackey vows to get that report delivered straight to the main palace. They make it dead clear. If he misses that deadline, he's paying for the report with his own limbs. Plus, a spy just dropped a bombshell. The legendary divine physician was finally spotted over in the Shangxi region. This massive bombshell hits their dark, brooding leader like a freight train. He catches wind that the divine physician was originally hiding out in Anhui. But now that they've tracked him to Shangxi, his scouts are scouring every inch of the province to pin down his exact hideout. The leader rises from his throne, calling out to his servant by name, Bei Chong! He jams his sword right against the lackey's neck, reminding him that the orders were crystal clear. Never use their own men for the job. Shaking like a leaf with a sword at his throat, Bei Chang panics and screams that he's just following orders from the palace head himself. It's the one and only thing that can actually keep the boss from flying off the handle. He's scratching his head over what they want with the divine physician, only to realize their twisted goal is to lock him away forever in a secret underground dungeon. But for our main man, this whole display is nothing but a total snooze fest. And get this, the leader just got the green light to absolutely demolish anyone or anything standing in their way. This means he's got the green light to drop anyone in his path just to make sure the divine physician is captured. This absolute psycho is grinning ear to ear, practically vibrating with excitement at the chance to go on a total killing spree just for the fun of it. Back at MANHUA, Yangchun is wheezing his lungs out as he finally conquers the summit, having been absolutely destroyed by those stairs just like Po from Kung Fu Panda. He's absolutely losing his mind, screaming every curse word in the book at the genius who decided to build this fortress in the clouds. Yang adds insult to injury by claiming the elders used this brutal climb to teach them a lesson about hard work, leading Yangchun to hilariously grill the annoying spirit for the truth. But the best part is that even Shin thinks building this place so high up was a total disaster. Siola scales the cliff like it's a total breeze and even offers to carry him, but his massive ego won't let him take the help. Bia's keeping it totally cool, even reaching out to help her fiancé back to his feet. She's shutting down every single move Siola tries to make, and the look on Potato Face Girl's face tells you everything you need to know. Yangchun snaps to her feet and, for some bizarre reason, actually drops into a deep, respectful bow. Shin mocks the guy, calling him a total clown for being too dense to realize what just went down right in front of him. You can tell this isn't just another day. This moment means the absolute world to Bia. She squeezes her hands tight, still reeling from the electricity of her fiancé's touch. Then there's Siola, who's basically a tiny ball of fury right now, looking like a spicy kitten just waiting for an excuse to go berserk. Yangchun suddenly realizes she's bowing down for one reason. She's dying for him to give her the exact same head pat he just gave his servant. He's right on the verge of pulling it off, but out of nowhere everything goes completely sideways. Siola jumps right in and starts patting her head instead, making it crystal clear she's totally over Yangchan. But believe it or not, the white-haired girl is actually totally down for how this all played out. She flashes her fiancé a confident grin, knowing deep down that there's always going to be a next time. Every time she flashes him that smile, you just know our boy is absolutely cooked. Desperate to clear his head, Yang Chang shifts his focus to see how the rest of the squad is holding up. Siola's grandpa and Mu Yan look like they're totally in the clear for now, but the peace is about to shatter. Meanwhile, the other servant is gasping for air and clinging to life on the climb, totally content with being ditched like useless baggage. But our boy isn't about to let her throw her life away on those stairs, so he steps up and finds someone else to back Honghua up. And just like that, the gates of the Howl Clan finally swing wide open for the young master of Hyosku. Their big boss finally steps out of the shadows to greet them face to face. And get this, the old man is a total spitting image of that legendary immortal sword spirit. The clan leader lunges forward and seizes the kid by the shoulders. He's grinning ear to ear, gushing about how he's been dying for the kid to finally show his face. Ever since the leader got absolutely schooled by Elder Ryun and gambled away the Blossom Stone, the rest of the clan elders have been straight up out for his blood. Meanwhile, our boy is out here giving it everything he's got just to introduce himself. But this old-timer is relentless, shaking him like a rag doll and refusing to let go. Lord Hua drops a bombshell. Ryun actually sent a letter right before the kid arrived, making it clear he's only here to return the stone and bring his sister home. Yangchun is absolutely stoked because he can finally stop wasting his breath explaining every little detail to these people. He confirms it right then and there. Those two things are the absolute reason he showed up. But wait, Lord Hua points out that Ryun left out one massive detail. The insane energy he's sensing radiating right off Yangchuan. Just hearing that name has our boy instantly locking in, because he knows things are about to get absolutely wild. But the real shocker? He was completely blindsided when the Sovereign Sword himself crashed the party and he was playing it cool, blending in like just another face in the crowd. Even so, Lord Hua holds back and refuses to really get in the kid's face. He figures they're totally spent, so he commands a guard to personally handle their stay and make sure they get some serious R&R. And just like that, they finally break through, stepping into a hidden sanctuary overflowing with a sea of cherry blossoms. Stuck in this bizarre mess, Yang Qian turns to Shin for guidance, fully expecting the guy to drop some absolute gold on him. The floating old spirit just laughs it off, knowing this wild reaction is totally standard once the kid starts vacuuming up the stone's raw power. The Blossom Clan leader barely gives them a second to breathe before hauling everyone into an emergency meeting, apologizing for the lack of sleep. He's totally losing it because the kid absorbed all that Blossom Stone power and is just strolling around like it's no big deal. Changchun actually shrugs off their worries and falls right into line with him during the meeting. The leader replays the reports in his head, questioning if Yang Chang's body really just accidentally sucked up all that insane power from the stone. For a second, the kid just stands there, looking totally locked in deep thought. He huddles up with Shin to plot his next move, and the floating spirit tells him to stop overthinking and just stick to his story. The clan leader is absolutely reeling because this kid didn't just devour the stone's power. He's somehow juggling a whole cocktail of conflicting auras, and that spells major trouble. He finally gets off of the kid's back and decides to step up, making it his mission to reunite him with his sister first. Young Chon is forced to shadow his lead, dying to know where they're actually headed, but the old man just brushes it off with a cold, mocking laugh. He drops a chilling reality check, reminding the kid that after devouring a stone that legendary, there's no way he's getting off scot-free. The kid just nods along to the plan, looking completely unfazed and stone cold. The clan head is left reeling, but Yangchen doesn't even flinch, coolly explaining that surviving his nightmare of a second brother has made him impossible to scare. Just hearing Ryun's name sends the sect leader into a total rage, acting like even being compared to the guy is a massive slap in the face. All jokes aside, the leader drops the hammer. It's finally time to meet the kid's sister. We're jumping ahead to a peaceful corner of the temple where the chaos finally fades away. We cut back to that high-status lady from before, who's currently undergoing a tense medical exam to see how she's really holding up. The results are a total nightmare, showing her blood flow is surging wildly out of control. Her body is completely failing to contain her energy, and she's basically rotting away from the inside out with every passing second. And even after surviving all that soul-crushing agony, she's putting on a total power front for her disciple, acting like that agony is absolutely nothing. But the healer sees right through the act, knowing she's only faking that confidence to look strong for her student. Our healer is hit with a total bombshell when she realizes she's been suffering from this sickness for 4 whole years. Now, if you're wondering exactly how she got her hands on it, the story is actually insane. The mere memory of that scene hits her so hard she completely freezes up mid-sentence. Yang Chang's sister is absolutely sick with worry for her master, her face twisted in a mess of regret and frustration. Her coughing fits are spiraling out of control, getting more violent by the second. This forces her disciple to lunge into the fray just to save her skin. She doesn't explain a single thing, she just gives the doctor a quick thanks and bolts. The healer suspects a hidden seal is the real culprit behind her sickness, but even he couldn't find a trace of it in her energy. And get this, he's not just some local doctor, he's the legendary divine physician himself. But man, he absolutely loathes that name, insisting everyone calls him Elder Tay instead. She finally breaks and asks the one question that's been eating at her. Exactly how much time does she have left before her clock runs out? You can see the pure heartbreak on her face just thinking about the pathetic state her master is in. Elder Tay drops a bombshell, revealing the grim reality that she won't survive past this next winter. Instead of cowering at the announcement, the master doesn't even flinch. She just looks her grim fate right in the eye. But you can clearly see her entire body is shaking like a leaf. Memories of her glory days come flooding back, reminding her of the time she was a legendary high-flying powerhouse for the MANHWA sect. And now she's completely trapped in this state with no way out. Elder Tay vows to give it his absolute all to save her, and tells the kids to clear out, but the girl is visibly shaking with doubt. Her master snaps at her, making it crystal clear that she better start following orders. Her cough suddenly turns violent, and before she knows it, she's hacking up blood right into her napkin. Absolutely fuming, the kid has no choice but to cave and obey, but that's not even the half of it. Our boy is losing his mind, getting absolutely wrecked by these infinite flights of stairs ever since he set foot in this nightmare of a base. The clan leader pushes him over the edge by preaching that same hard work nonsense, so he starts venting his frustration to the immortal sword spirit living inside his head. Yang Chuan spots his sister stumbling out of the temple, her face a total mess of tears and her nose glowing bright red from all that sobbing. She skidded to a dead stop, her jaw dropping when she realized her own brother was the last person she expected to see standing there. Even the legendary Yang Chun was caught completely off guard. His sister isn't having it, immediately cornering him to demand what he's even doing there. She slammed on the brakes so fast that the person trailing behind her crashed right into the back of her head. They slam into each other head-on, and the massive impact leaves both of them absolutely wrecked. Yongchan immediately zeroes in on this kid with those unmistakable white streaks cutting through his jet-black hair. Seeing this guy should be no big deal, but for some reason, it sends our boy into such a blind rage that he completely loses it, letting every ounce of his crushing power explode out of him. Let's rewind and see exactly what pushed our hero to the brink the moment he threw open those ancient temple gates. Yang Chun finally stood toe-to-toe with the brilliant mastermind pulling the strings for the heavenly demon. He gave the demon martial artist a massive shout-out, hyped to see the beast finally make his grand return. And he could feel it in his gut. Something was seriously wrong. Yang Chun was absolutely seething, his face twisted in a rare, explosive rage as every step he takes just deletes these demonic humans like it's a walk in the park. Now that is what I call a legendary aura flex. The strategist was dying to know exactly what could have sparked such an absolute inferno of rage deep inside Yang Chun. He immediately linked it all back to Bun Amgung's death, convinced that his murder was the spark that set off this brutal retaliation. At this point, our boy is surging with such an insane level of raw power that His aura was so crushing that the strategist's legs were actually buckling under the pressure. He kept twisting the knife, mocking Yang Chun with the fact that this was all the heavenly demon's master plan, and there wasn't a single thing he could do to stop it. Absolutely livid, Yang Chun storms forward and gets right in his grill. He floods his hand with a surge of raw demonic power, right as he lunged forward to unleash his devastating blow. With some slick psychological tactics, they hammered home the fact that the Demon Queen is his superior, leaving the martial artist with absolutely no choice but to follow her every command. Those words hit like a brick wall, forcing Yang Chun to freeze his attack mid-air. You could feel the pure, unadulterated rage as he stared down the bastard, itching to end his life right then and there. And yet, he held back. Facing down this total scumbag, he's forced to fire his attack wide just to survive the sheer pressure. He just turned his back on him, giving him the ultimate cold shoulder. Just as he was about to head out, the strategist stopped him cold, reminding him that the Heavenly Sovereign had already been dealt with. And it won't be long before the Aura Sovereign is next up to claim his spot. And finally, the third Sovereign, Siola's own grandpa, actually lost an entire arm in that desperate clash against the Heavenly Demon. With all three Sovereigns finally wiped out, the strategist was dead certain the Heavenly Demon was about to completely flip the script. He'd just dumped that massive burden on someone else, and in his mind, Yang Chun was the perfect target to step up and take over the nightmare of ruling the demons. Just reliving that nightmare sends him into such a blind fury that he lunges out and snatches up the mysterious stranger. He's crushing the life out of him with a look so cold, it's like he's not even human. That demonic power deep inside him is finally starting to boil over. His sister is shaking in pure terror, watching her brother finally snap and descend into total madness. Yang Chun looks like he's finally snapped and gone completely off the deep end. This forced the stone-faced clan leader to finally step in and take charge. Lord Hua reaches out to shield the boy's eyes, and he gives the kid a grim warning. What he's about to do is gonna hurt like absolute hell. The scene cuts back to the Divine Doctor and his patient, who are suddenly jolted by a boy's blood-curdling scream echoing from right outside. Lord Hua is thrilled the doctor is already on the scene, especially since he just showed up with a brand new patient. And get this, that patient is actually the young master himself, lying there completely out cold. Elder Tay gets triggered the second anyone dares to use that special title of his. This guy's legendary reputation is so massive it practically walks into the room before he does. To the rest of the world, he's the god-tier miracle worker who can slap a cure on literally any disease. And wouldn't you know it, this is the exact same legend who ends up treating Yang Chun. Standing in his way is the fearsome Blossom Sword Queen, and get this, her star pupil is Rian Huaku, who also happens to be our MC's half-sister. And get this, the Divine Physician's star pupil is actually Yahello Hook, the man destined to become the legendary mastermind behind the Demon Empire. The entire weight of the situation lands right on the young master's shoulders the moment he finally wakes up. But he's got some major explaining to do, especially after he nearly squeezed the life right out of Jiggle. He looks at the mess he's in, and his only thought is that he's absolutely cooked, and he's basically screaming it in his own head. It's been ages since he last crossed paths with this guy, but he knows a long time no see isn't gonna save his skin today. The absolute craziest twist is Jiggle's secret tie to the legendary physician Elder Tay, especially since every single one of his plans is currently crashing and burning. And get this, even Shin's spirit has totally ghosted him, leaving Yang Jian to face this nightmare all on his own. The kid is drawing a total blank and has absolutely no idea how to answer that. Somehow, the clan head reads our boy like an open book and asks point blank if his memory is a total blank. Yang Chun is completely blindsided, left reeling by those shocking words. And get this, even the clan head is completely clueless about what sparked that insane idea. We're breaking down the absolute madness of how it all went down. Lord Hua begs Elder Tay to examine the kid just one more time, but the legendary doctor throws a massive tantrum and flat out refuses. While those two old fossils are busy duking it out, the Blossom Queen takes the chance to corner our boy for a little one-on-one chat. He's completely blindsided that she actually knows who he is. After all, she was the absolute ride-or-die best friend to his mother, Che On-hee. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving the kid completely speechless. But believe it or not, the Sword Queen is actually hyped that they've finally come face to face. And Ryong Hua? She's totally on edge, keeping her guard way up and watching her back. She tells Yang Qian his aura is a total mirror of his mother's, praising him for having such a massive golden heart. With those parting words, she turns tail and bolts out of there. But the clan head flips the script, offering up a priceless dragon herb leaf just for the chance to examine Yang Chun's body. And man, he was absolutely fuming. Elder Tay finally gives in, agreeing to handle one last favor for Lord Hua. Yang Cheon doesn't hesitate for a second, casually holding out his hand so the elder can start the inspection. Idler Tay's skin crawls as he senses a massive, suffocating surge of dark energy festering deep inside the boy, and finally yanks himself free from the kid's desperate grip. Lord Hua is instantly hooked by the strange power lurking deep inside the kid's body. Elder Tay kicks things off by dropping a total bombshell, revealing that they're dealing with way more than just one massive problem. The bottom line is, Yang Chang is nothing more than a literal walking corpse. This bombshell sends a chill down the boy's spine, leaving him shaking even though he's still totally clueless about the real danger. The divine physician is stunned to find a chaotic cocktail of clashing energies inside the kid. And honestly, the fact that he's even standing is a straight-up miracle. Yang Chun's basically a human blender after chugging down the Demon Stone, the Blossom Stone, and that White Snake Stone, betting everything on the hope that all those clashing energies will just melt into one. He thought he was the master of his own power, but Shin's warning just hit home. Something deep inside is straight up hijacking his energy. Out of nowhere, the mini-ghost materializes just to shut the kid down and tell him he's dead wrong. The kid's completely blindsided, demanding to know where the hell this guy was when his life was literally falling apart. That tiny ghost swears he lost the link the second our boy went full-on berserk. And after hearing Elder Tay's verdict, the immortal sword finally realizes the terrifying truth behind the kid's condition. The only reason he's even alive is because of that sinister dark energy pulsing through his veins. That dark energy is fighting for total dominance, clamping down on the other forces just to keep them from spiraling into pure chaos. With a massive storm of energy now swirling inside him, Yang Chun is already itching to see what his next big move will be. Even Elder Tay thinks the kid is a goner, because he's one heartbeat away from detonating if that power goes haywire. There's a massive chance this kid's body just detonates right on the spot. And even the legendary divine physician is totally useless when it comes to Yang Chuan. To top it all off, he reveals the kid's body is so unstable that he could literally drop dead at any second, even while just grabbing a bite or taking a bath. That news is a total gut punch for Yang Chao Yuan. And for Lord Hua, this news isn't just bad. It's a total nightmare that's way worse than he ever imagined. Reincarnated is absolutely floored. How is her brother acting this chill when his life is literally hanging by a thread? The kid just brushes it off, telling them that as long as he's still breathing, they've got absolutely nothing to worry about. Their words fade away, leaving the entire room buried in a heavy, suffocating silence. He's catching his breath for the moment, but his mind is racing with worry for Reincarnated, who's in desperate need of medical help and a way back home, even though she dug her heels in and flat out refused to go back home. Yang Chun warns her that staying is her choice, but she better be ready for the absolute storm their father's gonna kick up once he hears she's defying him. His words cut deep, forcing her to admit the brutal truth. Their father is such a cold-blooded machine that he wouldn't even blink if she stayed trapped here forever. Lord Hua watches their every move like a hawk before stepping in with a major recommendation. Yang Chun retreats to his quarters to catch his breath and recover his strength for a bit. The kid heads out, but not before tossing a final reminder that he'll be seeing the doctor again real soon. He's even storming right out of the room! Even Elder Tay has to admit this kid is the absolute weirdest brat he's ever encountered. And the Sword Blossom Queen is right there with him, sensing something seriously off about the boy. Facing his own certain death didn't even make him blink, acting like he'd already checked out of this life for good. When night falls, we catch the young master taking a casual stroll all by himself, looking like he hasn't got a care in the world. The ancient spirit is absolutely losing it, wondering how this kid can stay so ice-cold even after hearing such a nightmare of a revelation. Shin asks if the master plan is seriously just to keep stuffing their faces until the world ends. But Yongchan just shrugs it off, acting like the apocalypse is none of his business. He spent his whole life stacking up sins. So honestly, this brutal karma is just the universe finally balancing the scales. The immortal blade is completely baffled, thinking there's no way a kid this young should be dropping wisdom like that. Yang Qian heads back to his room and nearly has a heart attack when he finds Biao just chilling in his bed, leaving him completely clueless about what she's actually planning. But she isn't backing down. She's dead set on making her move and spending the night with him. The real kicker is Xian trolling Yang Qian about having a kid before he bites the dust. But our guy stays stone cold and just tells her to beat it back to her own room. Plot twist. The place only has one room left, so now these two are forced to share a bed whether they're ready for it or not. Yang Qian can feel it in his bones. This whole mess is nothing but a dirty scheme cooked up by the second elder. Knowing he can always count on his loyal guard Muyeon for a safe place to crash, our boy finally makes his move and heads out. Out of nowhere, Bia lunges forward and snatches his hand. He begs her to just hold him in bed and nothing more. A move so soul-crushing it would honestly finish any guy right then and there. But somehow, Young Chun keeps a total poker face, staring it down without even flinching. He suddenly loses it and bursts out laughing, catching her totally off guard. But she realizes he isn't actually trying to mock her. Bia's heart is absolutely soaring just because she finally caught him flashing her a real smile. Just as Yang Cheon turns to leave, she suddenly reaches out and snatches his hand, stopping him dead in his tracks. She cuts him off mid-motion, tenderly guiding it until it's resting right against her face. She drops the most adorable request to spend the night together. And honestly, I've never seen a romance move this fast. It's almost suspicious how well things are going, but while most MCs would have folded instantly, our boy proves he's definitely no simp. Meanwhile, the Sword Sovereign crashes Lord Hua's place in the dead of night, finally tracking down the divine physician he's been dying to meet. Meanwhile, the legendary masters of Shaolin and Wudang are also hunting down the Sword Sovereign. Lord Hua is starting to sweat, convinced that the crafty Sword Sovereign has already tracked down the physician's secret location. Siola's grandpa actually backs this up, knowing full well he's being shielded by a massive energy barrier. But surprisingly, he didn't just barge his way in, choosing instead to show some serious respect for the MANHUA sect. The Sword Sovereign demands a private one-on-one with Elder Tay. Lord Hua shuts him down, reminding him there's already another patient on the table and dropping a cold truth. This meeting is definitely not going to end the way he wants. Amidst the dancing cherry blossoms, Lord Hua offers a sneaky alternative to fix his mess, but it's gonna cost a major favor. Morning rolls around, and the kid looks like a total zombie, clearly still wrecked from that absolute nightmare of a night. He actually ended up sharing a bed with her, but the dude was so wound up and on high alert that he didn't catch a single second of sleep. Shin is absolutely floored that these two didn't make a move, but the young master snaps at him to zip it because he's already a total wreck from lack of sleep. But despite all that drama, he still ended up spending the night with her anyway. Young-chun only played along because after he rejected her, she was surging with so much internal energy he knew she'd absolutely demolish him if he didn't start listening. That little floating ghost is just relieved Siola didn't walk in on them sharing a bed. Young-chun is totally oblivious at first, not realizing it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But then, the gears finally start spinning, and everything starts clicking into place. Siola's been a total salt mine ever since Bia rejoined the squad, and the best part is watching our guy scramble like crazy to make sure she never catches them together. His heart drops into his stomach as he realizes she's already looming right behind him, and honestly, the look on her face is straight up demonic. And right on cue, his fiancée decides to crash the party too. He snaps awake and immediately whips around to face the servant. She asks Siola if she slept well, but the servant snaps, her fury boiling over into pure, tearful heartbreak. She spits venom, calling them all selfish while fuming over her missed night with the young master, and her pathetic begging just goes on and on. Young Chan is absolutely losing his mind, but his fiancée just shrugs and casually mentions that she wouldn't mind if they actually went through with it. She's totally down to let her tag along, but man, this story is heading in a wild direction I never saw coming. But honestly, Siola's just vibing, totally stoked to finally be part of the crew. A second later, she's diving onto the bed, absolutely losing it with hype now that she's finally invited along. Young-chun's fiancé is absolutely loving the sight, and the kid? He's just rolling with it, not offering a single word of protest. Young barges right into their room and suddenly all hell breaks loose. Young Cheon opens his eyes to find himself living the dream, sandwiched right between two girls in bed. This guy's face says it all because he's losing his mind just as hard as we are. He vanishes in a literal flash, bolting away at light speed to let them handle their business. Shin swears the one saving grace of the MANHUA sect is that its members are actually sane and way too busy to go around spreading petty rumors. Shin was obviously lying through his teeth, because the very next scene shows Lord Hua roasting Yang Qian for getting caught with two women in his bed. But now the kid's got a massive new headache to handle, and since he couldn't care less about this meeting, he just turns around and bails. Out of nowhere, the clan leader stops the kid and grills him about that little shop he visited yesterday. But there's no way Yang Chun could ever forget the day he met absolute legends like the Sword Queen and the Divine Physician. Lord Hua whips up a drink for him, but the real surprise is the mysterious scroll he suddenly unveils. He ordered the kid to deliver it straight into Elder Tay's hands, face to face. Look, this mission seems straight up weird for our boy to handle, especially since he's got no business being there in the first place. Lord Hua drops a massive truth bomb. The entire clan is completely clueless that their legendary Sword Queen is actually fighting a secret illness, which is exactly why every message has to be delivered in total shadows. Lord Hua is keeping this intel on lockdown, knowing that another run-in with Elder Tay will lead to an inevitable showdown, and he can't even risk using his disciples as messengers since this whole operation is strictly top secret. That's exactly why Yang Chun is the only one for the job. The kid owes him big time, making him the perfect messenger. Our boy is straight up rethinking his life choices every time this creepy old geezer sneaks up behind him. Lord Hua gives the kid the green light and sends him charging off on his journey. Cut to Ryongwa, who's currently locked in and grinding away at her business empire. He's just wandering through the busy marketplace until she finally catches his eye. He finally skids to a halt right in front of the shop. She dives headfirst into this realm, only to vanish the moment her job is finished. He hits the market to gear up with every single essential he needs for the journey. Ryongwa scrambles all the way back to the top to finally drop off the goods. Suddenly, her eyes snap toward a herd of deer living their absolute best lives in total, cozy bliss. This sight hits her hard, instantly dragging her mind back to those days at the House of Ku. Right before her father's eyes, she witnessed the soul-crushing brutality unleashed on young Yangchun and his mother. Just one glimpse of that absolute nightmare was enough to make her vow never to return, and after making that crystal clear, she vanishes into thin air, pulling off a secret stealth technique passed down by her clan. The Shadow Organization's spies are left reeling when she vanishes into thin air, leaving them sweating over whether she's actually onto them. One of them steps forward to investigate the carnage and see what just went down. He suddenly realizes the sect leader actually dropped a massive energy barrier to seal the area off. This insane barrier is basically a brick wall, keeping every single one of those guys from ever setting foot inside. But honestly, this just handed those assholes the perfect "I told you so" on a silver platter. Turns out the Divine Physician is actually being kept under heavy guard right under their noses. For now, they're pulling a tactical retreat to live and fight another day. They're backing off, convinced their regional boss would love nothing more than to step in and finish the job himself. He's charging up that massive mountain of stairs, pushing through the absolute grind. She stumbles right upon our boy, and man, he's absolutely trashed right in front of her eyes. Our guy is absolutely hitting his limit, gasping for air like his lungs are straight up on fire. Meanwhile, Ryonghwa is totally disgusted the second she even catches a glimpse of him. The kid finally snaps, demanding to know why she's staring a hole right through him. She turns to him, demanding to know what he's even doing out here. Yang Chun makes it clear he's not just out for a casual stroll. He's actually on a mission to deliver a package. Ryonghwa snaps upright and barks at him to stay on his heels. And you'd better believe he's pushing himself way past his limits. Yang Cheng's half-sister is still haunted by the brutal, ice-cold words Elder Tay spat at her. They've realized the kid's life is hanging by a literal thread, and he could drop dead at any second. But meanwhile, the real madness is just getting started. Our pint-sized hero is absolutely losing his mind seeing everyone breeze up those massive stairs like it's a total walk in the park. Ryankwa gets right in his face, demanding he hand over that delivery immediately. He vows to deliver it in his place, a total curveball that catches everyone completely off guard. But since he's a massive troll who lives to push everyone's buttons, he just can't help himself. Yang Chun calls her out for clearly being worried about him. But that just hits a nerve, causing her to snap and throw his kindness right back in his face. She starts roasting him, calling him a total snail for dragging his feet. Yang Chun brushes it off, confident that he can just kick his speed into overdrive to handle it. While he's heading up, the girl frantically shouts out, desperate to know if her brother is still alive. Yang Chun suddenly switches gears, demanding the full report on the Divine Physician's grandson, to find out if Jiggle has been making any shady moves behind the scenes. Surprisingly, Ryonghwa actually admits she's never seen anything like that before. With those words fueling him, he snaps his head back up and keeps pushing toward the peak. That tiny floating spirit suddenly locks its eyes right on the girl. Michael's face completely fell as the soul-crushing weight of disappointment set in. He makes it clear that Ryangwa isn't even a bad kid, so there's absolutely no reason for these siblings to be at each other's throats. But honestly, even Yang Qian is scratching his head, wondering why these guys are throwing down for absolutely no reason. Shin's clearly on edge, asking the young master if this whole situation is turning into a massive headache for him. Yang Chun admits his absolute biggest nightmare right now is his totally wrecked body. That floating spirit steps in to remind him that family is everything, and that the kid is still a vital part of the picture. Our MC was totally blindsided because he thought the whole conversation was about Jagal, the doctor's grandson, and it turns out he literally couldn't care less about his own sister. This is a total red flag, leaving Shin to wonder if these two are even related in the first place. Cut to Elder Tay, who's already scanning the urgent message Yang Chi-yan just delivered. Once he finishes reading, the doctor drops a hilarious truth bomb about how messed up their situation really is. Lord Hua really had the audacity to send a kid who's basically a walking corpse to deliver a pathetic message. And seeing Elder Tay's absolute meltdown, Yang Chun is left wondering what kind of insane history these two old geezers are actually hiding. Elder Tay clearly respects the insane grind it took for the kid to make it this far, so he checks in to see if he's even holding it together. Yang Qian just shrugs it off, acting like everything is smooth sailing and he's got zero problems to worry about. This news is music to Elder Tay's ears. Then he drops a chilling question. Does this little young master actually have a death wish? That question hits him like a ton of bricks, leaving him dead silent as the gears in his head start spinning like crazy. Elder Tay finally clocks it. He's getting absolutely nothing out of this kid. He quickly apologizes for crashing the party, After getting the boot, he picks himself up and heads straight for the exit. Reincarnated is still a total nervous wreck, double-checking one more time to see if her brother is actually doing okay. Yang Keon just brushes her off and bolts, leaving her question hanging in the air. His stone-cold reaction leaves her totally ticked off. Cut back to Lord Hua, where the kid confirms the message was delivered, though he had to survive a total meltdown from Elder Tay, not that Hua is even remotely surprised. Then he pulls them aside for a quick whisper, low-key checking to see if the Sword Queen is even holding it together. The boy whispers back that since she was fast asleep, he had no clue if she was actually doing okay, or if things were falling apart. Lord Hua hears that and his face immediately sours. He is definitely not impressed. Yang Chun pushes back, arguing that if the legendary divine physician himself is personally looking after her, they're in the clear. And while he's technically right, Lord Hua drops a brutal reality check, pointing out how their clan has been getting absolutely hammered by one disaster after the next. Hearing about all those disasters hooks Yang Chun immediately, and now he's dying to know the whole story. Shin snaps at this clown, reminding him that their fellow disciples have completely vanished from the clan. To make matters worse, the Sword Sovereign is officially on the scene, and let's be real, Yahello showing up is a total disaster. Any one of these would be a piece of cake on its own, but getting slammed by all of them at once is a total nightmare. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Organization, a scout finally drops the bombshell. They've tracked down exactly where the divine physician is hiding. This sent his leader into a total frenzy, making him go absolutely unhinged for the hunt ahead. This total scumbag is losing his mind with joy now that he's finally tracked him down, even if his goons are still struggling to lock down the doctor's exact location. But honestly, this realization is a total buzzkill for him. Chang reveals they've finally tracked down the clan's massive energy barrier, which means the doctor is right around the corner. But man, knowing this absolutely makes the leader's blood boil. He's not about to bet on a maybe, because until they get eyes on the target, they have no idea if the doctor is even there. He's starting to wonder where Beishang gets the nerve to act so damn confident. He buries his blade into the ground, missing his servant by a literal hair. He explodes in a fit of rage, screaming at him for daring to lie with such worthless info. And the sight of this absolute titan is so terrifying, it's going to give Beishang nightmares for the rest of his life. He actually agrees with his boss, admitting that the intel he brought back was a total waste of time. Beishang swallows his pride and takes the heat, owning every single one of his screw-ups. Out of nowhere, a massive swing rips through the air and slams right into his left shoulder. The guy howls in pure agony as his boss hacks off his arm, completely disgusted that his useless goons can't track down one simple old man. Beishang is absolutely breaking down, sobbing in pure agony while choking out a desperate apology. Meanwhile, the boss actually thinks he's doing a massive favor by sparing his life, purely because he's the smartest pawn on the board. Even while he's writhing in total agony, he actually thanks his boss for the mercy of letting him live. This absolute scumbag slumps back into his seat with a heavy, exhausted sigh, and by now, the regional boss is dead certain his underlings are coming back empty-handed, no matter how many times he sends them out to fail. But the second he hears about an energy barrier, his curiosity is dialed up to 11. Beishang's entire body is convulsing as the white-hot agony of his missing limb finally hits him, all while his boss finally connects the dots. Bored out of his mind, he drops a bombshell. He's showing up in person in 3 days, giving Beishang a ticking clock to drag the divine physician back before time runs out. And if he doesn't pull it off, he's going to absolutely tear through anyone foolish enough to stand in his way. This absolute lunatic is dead certain that his twisted little scheme is 100% foolproof. His poor lackey has no choice but to suck it up and nod along to every single one of his boss's unhinged demands. Cut back to Yang Chun, who's looking absolutely fed up with the total train wreck his day has become. Our guy literally just dropped off a single letter, and somehow, that one tiny errand was enough to wrap up his entire day. Shin makes the call. It's time for the kid to pack his bags and finally head back home. The young master is totally on board, realizing his sister has zero plans to return, so he starts scrambling to get back home right this second. Out of nowhere, a voice rings out, calling his name. A beaming Siola lunges in for a massive hug, but our boy pulls off a slick sidestep, leaving her reaching for absolutely nothing. He's totally caught off guard, wondering why the heck she's lurking way out here in a room that clearly isn't hers. But then, one look at that potato triggers his memory, reminding him exactly what kind of deal they'd struck. It was official. Siola was actually going to be sharing a bed with him for the night. Yang Cheng's drawing a total blank on that promise, but Shin and Siola remember every single word. He tries to use her grandfather as leverage, but Siola doesn't even flinch since the old man has basically been off in his own world lately. Yang Chun starts snooping around and realizes the Sword Sovereign has pulled a total disappearing act, leaving everyone completely in the dark. That's all the excuse Yang Chuan needs to stick around, even if Shin is still scratching his head over what makes her old man so legendary. The floating spirit realizes the world has been flipped upside down, and as our guy heads back to his room, he walks in and finds Bia already waiting for him right there in bed. Strap in because tonight is going to be an absolute nightmare. Styola wastes no time and dives straight under the covers. Both girls are literally begging to sleep by his side. Man, this guy's harem luck is absolutely off the charts. Young-chan triggers his I ain't no simp jutsu and guns it out of there. But Bia is a total speed demon, hunting him down and snatching him up in the blink of an eye. Fast forward a bit, and we catch our adorable little potato completely zonked out. Meanwhile, Bia is so incredibly graceful that she looks like a literal princess even while she's fast asleep. Young-chun is caught smack dab in the middle of the crossfire. He's tossing and turning, his mind racing so fast that sleep is basically impossible. It's even better when the adorable little potato Ciola accidentally decks him in her sleep, right as the sun rises on another chaotic morning. But as luck would have it, things go south fast, or should I say lucky him, because our boy is officially getting sandwiched in a double-sided hug. Paralyzed and desperate, he begs the tiny spirit to save his life because he can't even twitch a single arm. Get this, even the old man is calling him a lucky bastard for scoring a sweet deal like this all to himself. He's not going anywhere, and it's all because Ciola is crushing his arm with a literal death grip. Shin's back at it again, calling him the luckiest guy alive because, let's be real, most dudes would literally kill to be in his shoes right now. But here's the catch. If someone walks in and sees Yang Chun crashed out with both of them like this, it's going to be a total disaster. And right on cue, Ryangwa barges into the room at the absolute worst moment imaginable. Her expression says it all the second she walks in and finds her brother in bed with two total beauties. Things are looking absolutely catastrophic for him right now. This earns him a look of pure skin-crawling disgust from Ryongwa. He sets one final layer before slamming the door shut with a thunderous bang. Young-chun is finally catching on that these clan members have absolutely zero manners when it comes to knocking before they barge in. Desperate to wake them up, Yang Chong frantically shouts at his servant that there's a massive bug on her face just to get her to jump out of bed. She jolts awake and scrambles out of bed in a total panic, and just like that, one target is officially down for the count. Now, with his sights locked on target number 2, she pulls off some genius high-level tactics and nails her right in the face with a devastating finger flick. Baya's getting pummeled with zero clue why, while Ciola is absolutely losing it over a tiny bug on the bed, but hey, at least the chaos finally woke them both up. Moments later, Yang-chun heads outside to link up with Ryonghua. He shows up with a major update. The clan leader is officially summoning the kid. This announcement came out of nowhere and left him absolutely floored. Ryonghua is straight up laughing at his misery, having no clue about the spicy show going down in his room. Otherwise, she definitely would have held off on that message. Ryonghua lets it slip that she's actually there for the clan's Big Hua ritual, and since she's a sect disciple, missing out just wasn't an option. Message delivered. Ryonghua prepares to bounce, but not before trashing Bia and Ciola as total eyesores, sneering that no actual beauty would ever be caught dead with her creep of a brother. But everything changes the second she spots Bia and Ciola. Seriously, these two aren't just cute, they look absolutely stunning. Yang Chun demands to know what they're plotting. But even though everyone is dying to meet Ryonghua, the kid completely leaves them hanging without an introduction. Just catching a glimpse of them is enough to make Ryonghua's blood absolutely boil. She storms out of there, looking absolutely fuming. Our boy is left wondering what her deal is, but Bia catches a major red flag the second she watches her walk away. Alright, let's dive straight back into the past to see where it all began for a young... Ryonghua's frantically scouring every inch of the place, desperate to track down any sign of her brother. She was sobbing her heart out at the House of Ku, paralyzed by the terrifying thought that he had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a sharp rustle from the bushes breaks the silence. This little adventurer is itching to push her limits and venture even deeper into the unknown. That is, until Yongchan suddenly lunges out of nowhere, scaring the absolute crap out of her. It was pure nightmare fuel, leaving the poor girl in absolute floods of tears. Later that evening, Yang Chun pulls her aside to finally have a serious heart-to-heart. He's desperately apologizing for being the one who made her break down in tears like that. But she wasn't about to let him off the hook. She was still totally fuming at the guy. He's left racking his brain, wondering what on earth it would take to bring a smile back to her face. Ryonghua finally dropped her special request. She wanted her brother to absolutely lay into her big sister Yonsu and put her in her place for good. Honestly, Yonsu was a total nightmare who treated both of them like absolute garbage. Changchun was totally head over heels for Ryonghua. He looks his sister in the eye and reminds her that these struggles are just part of the deal when you're family. Back then, hearing those words come out of his mouth made her heart absolutely sore. But enough about the past, let's snap right back to the here and now. By the time she wraps up her training, she's absolutely spent and practically running on fumes. She's absolutely fed up, hurling her blade into the sky over and over as she fights to finally shatter her limits. Just as he drags his battered body away from yet another brutal, bone-crushing training session. Manhwa is absolutely fuming as his frustration finally hits its boiling point. She hurls her blade through the air, slamming it deep into the trunk. A white-hot fury was starting to boil over deep inside her. Bia finds her completely gassed and lays down the law. No matter how exhausted you are, you never, ever let go of your blade. The elegant lady of Namgung snatched up the blade and offered it back with total grace. Staring her down, it suddenly clicks for Manhwa. This is the exact same girl she saw hanging around her absolute trash of a brother. She's genuinely touched and pours her heart out, thanking her for being so incredibly kind. She grips the hilt of her blade, her voice suddenly dropping into a cold, no-nonsense command. Before snapping that she's got this and doesn't need a single soul helping her, she snaps back to her feet, still wearing that same sour scowl on her face. He stops her, demanding to know what she's even doing out here in a place like this. Bi admits she had a hunch Manhwa and Yang Qian were tight, so her curiosity took over and she started tailing her every move. Just one look at that legendary smile was all it took. Manhwa is straight up floored by her appearance, left wondering what on earth is wrong with this woman. She originally wrote Biao off as nothing but a pathetic, disposable pawn for Yangchun. But boy, was she dead wrong about that. As for Yangchun's fiancé, the white-haired girl advises the little girl to try and relax more. Bia catches Manhwa choking her blade with a literal death grip, and that one piece of expert advice proves she's actually a secret swordmaster herself. Manhwa takes one look at her and scoffs, claiming there's no way a girl like her has ever even touched a sword. She thinks it's straight up arrogant to act like a master when you're still a total rookie yourself. But instead of blowing his top or rushing to call out her mistake, he kept things respectful and asked if they'd be down for a quick friendly spar. A moment later, they're staring each other down, locked in a tense standoff as they prepare to finally throw hands. Manhwa is absolutely floored, realizing her opponent hasn't even bothered to draw her sword yet. Bia's ego is so massive that she's convinced absolutely nothing can slow her down. That blatant disrespect sends Manhwa into a total white-hot rage. He's going full throttle right from the jump, unleashing every bit of power he has. She puts her entire soul into one massive, bone-crushing swing. But Bia reacts in a heartbeat, shutting that down with a lightning-fast quick draw. Even in the heat of this brutal clash, he's still trying to get Manhwa to snap out of it and stay calm. Get this, she hasn't even touched her sword yet, and she's out here casually chatting while swatting away these massive attacks like they're absolutely nothing. Manhwa's jaw hits the floor, completely speechless at what just went down. Bia keeps drilling the same advice into her head, insisting that she's never gonna win unless she finally learns to relax. To show him what she's really made of, she lets her energy flare, coating her sheathed blade in a surge of crackling electricity. Right after that flash of lightning, the battle ends in a heartbeat as Manhwa gets absolutely wrecked. The sheer pressure of Bia winding up her attack was so intense, it literally carved a crater into the earth beneath her feet. This battle's insane ending absolutely floors Yangqiang's sister, he's absolutely fuming, demanding to know what Bia's deal is and what she really means to her brother. Bia didn't even get a split second to drop the fiancé bombshell. She cuts him off mid-sentence, barking that a powerhouse like Bia shouldn't be wasting her breath on a total clown like her brother. She's dead certain that a loser like Yang Chun doesn't deserve to be anywhere near a legendary warrior as stunning as the one standing right there. See, Manhwa is completely clueless that her brother has actually undergone a massive glow-up, so in her head, he's still just the same lazy, pathetic bum. Next to a literal goddess like Bia, the guy is basically just straight-up garbage. For the first time ever, that perfect poker face finally cracks as Yang Chun's fiancé shows a real flash of frustration. She immediately jumps to his defense, shutting down the haters by insisting he's actually a total heartthrob. Suddenly, her cool composure shatters as she surges lightning through her blade, warning Manhwa to watch her damn mouth, or she's gonna make her regret it. As she lets her power rip, our boy blurs into motion, tanking the hit and coming out completely unscathed. Manhwa is left absolutely speechless as the very brother she just mocked for being weak and ugly suddenly steps in to be her shield. Yang Qian is absolutely losing his cool, cornering his fiancée to demand what the heck has gotten into her all of a sudden. Now is absolutely fuming because that girl had the nerve to call him ugly, and honestly that's total queen energy. She was ready to throw hands just to defend his honor. But Yangchan? He just shrugs it off like it's absolutely nothing. But man, you can tell his fiancée is absolutely fuming. He's obsessed with digging up the truth behind this pint-sized girl and her secret identity. Let's be real, Yangchun wouldn't just blindly side with her for no reason, and here's the proof. Manhwa doubles down on her ego, sneering that she doesn't need a single person's help and definitely doesn't want anyone taking her side. She lets out a feral roar at her brother and immediately bolts into the distance, leaving the two of them alone to finally settle the score face to face. Ku's young master is convinced his sister ditched every etiquette class in the book with how bratty she's acting, but Bia isn't backing down. She's obsessed with uncovering this mystery girl's identity. Instead of backing his own fiancée, Yang Chun flips the script and starts tearing her a new one. He hits her with a revelation so massive it leaves her jaw on the floor. They're starting to get this sinking feeling that they're actually long-lost siblings. Bea freezes dead in her tracks, her mind absolutely blown by the reveal that these two are actually blood-related siblings. But get this, the irony is that Bia is actually freaking out, convinced she just made a fatal mistake by laying a hand on her sister-in-law. After that bombshell dropped, Bea spent the rest of the trip in a total trance, drifting around like a ghost of her former self. She's totally out of it, stumbling blindly while chanting the same words over and over like a broken record. With the day finally behind him, Yang Cheon retreated back to his room that night to clear his head. And this time, he walks in to find Seola already kicked back in bed, just waiting for him. He's hit with a massive shock the second he realizes Bial has completely vanished. It's a total red flag, especially since she hasn't stepped foot in her room a single time all day. Now his mind is racing as he tries to figure out what could have possibly snatched her away. Before long, word got out that she had completely vanished into thin air. Yang Chun's dying to know when the legendary sword sovereign is finally going to show his face. But the girl is just as clueless. It looks like her grandpa is taking the longest detour in history. It's clear the young master has to handle this one solo, or he's going to be stuck there way longer than he planned. The next morning rolls around, and we find a merchant absolutely working his tail off. Buckle up, because we're diving headfirst into the brutal world of leather and bones of the demonic. He saw these beasts as a total goldmine just waiting to be cashed in. Yang Chun rolled in with his guard, absolutely hungry to get his hands on those demonic stones. The merchant is completely blindsided by the request. But the kid is dead set on finding out if there's anything for sale that's exactly 1 day old. The merchant just scratches his head awkwardly and drops the news. Those stones aren't even for sale. But even after scouring the area, he still couldn't find a single trace. Our boy's been hunting everywhere, but he still hasn't tracked down a single shop in this place that stocks those demonic stones. Mu Yan is dead certain they won't find a single stone in this place. And honestly, Yang Qian is starting to think he's right. See, these demonic beast cores are basically their hearts, but the second the monster drops dead, they usually turn into worthless piles of junk. Well, normally that is. Following the advice of the immortal sword spirit and the divine physician, Yang Qian realizes he can actually feast on that demonic energy to supercharge his own secret technique. Our hero knows damn well that the only reason he's still breathing is that demonic power surging through his veins. This means he's got to dive headfirst into that darkness and master the energy once and for all. He's determined to rip the lid off this power and find out exactly what makes it tick. So to push his powers to the absolute limit, he's about to gamble everything by devouring another demonic stone. Yang Shun is starting to think he should just take matters into his own hands and hunt those demonic beasts for the stones himself. But don't think it'll be that simple, because Muyan points out the demonic beast population is straight up cratering. Just another bizarre mystery haunting Manhwa. Even so, Yang Chun's seriously relieved his guard actually came through with some major intel. Despite the Sword Queen's life force fading and Elder Tay breathing down his neck, Yang Chun is realizing that bringing Mu Yan along was a total stroke of genius. That grueling search left him totally drained, and now his stomach is absolutely roaring for a meal. With the work done, it's finally time to head back and dig into a serious feast. Our boy is practically drooling, just waiting to finally get a taste of Honghwa's legendary cooking. He heads home only to find a total disaster waiting on a plate. Seriously, Gordon Ramsay would probably have a stroke just looking at this monstrosity. Bad news for everyone's taste buds, because Seola just decided to try her hand at cooking fish today. Yang Qian and Mu Yan are staring at this absolute mess, and let's be real, they can't even tell if it's supposed to be a fish anymore. One look at her face says it all. Our precious little potato knows she just absolutely blew it, until she finally hits her limit and starts sobbing her eyes out. Yang Chun blows off this meal the second he hears Honghwa is whipping up a fresh feast just for him, so he's told to just kick back and get some rest. But the young master's got some personal business to settle, and he's heading out to handle it himself. Muyan isn't taking no for an answer, dead set on the idea that they have to stick together for the journey ahead. But our boy is stubborn as a mule, insisting he's better off striking out as a lone wolf for a while. Let's switch gears for a second and see what's going down with Bia. She's actually busy putting Ryonghwa through the ringer, sharpening her blade work and hammering out every tiny flaw in her stance. They both snap their heads back at a sudden noise from behind just as young Jun. He blows his cover, lunging headfirst through the brush. He's totally blown away to see his sister grinding right alongside Bia, even if Ryangwa looks super salty about having to admit it. Yangchun is absolutely floored by this turnaround, especially since these two were trying to end each other just 24 hours ago. His sister finally spills the truth. She wasn't actually salty about the elegant swordswoman. It was him she was fed up with the whole time. Bia eventually swallowed her pride and apologized. But now Ryangwa won't stop hounding her to finally teach her the way of the sword. Seeing they're totally safe, Yangchun finally breathes a massive sigh of relief and makes his move to head back. She shouts out to the group, letting everyone know it's finally time to chow down. Bia's totally down for it, even going as far as to invite Ryan Gua to pull up a chair and dig in. She's freezing up for some reason, just as Yangchun's voice echoes from the distance, screaming for her to get her tail over there right now. She takes off, leaving the boy's sister to fend for herself. Wait, you're telling me he pulled all that off from just one day of training? Nyongwa looks down at the thick calluses on her hand, realizing just how hard she's been white-knuckling that blade. This takes us right back to that blurry memory of her as a kid, standing in their old house for some mysterious reason. Yangchun suddenly went ice cold and started spitting venom, even blowing his top and screaming at her just for calling her own brother. He basically told his sister to stay off the radar and live a quiet life where she'd never catch anyone's eye. Fast forward a couple of hours, and Ryonghua is still locked in, grinding through her solo training with insane focus. Suddenly, a memory of a stunning woman gazing at her with pure love flashes back. And it's almost definitely Cheong-hee, Yangchun's mother. She slices right through the air with explosive speed. The entire world is practically screaming for this flower to finally burst into life. The spread hits the table piping hot, featuring piles of fresh berries and massive grilled skewers. Meanwhile, Ryan Hua is having the absolute time of her life, soaking up every second of those festival vibes. She spots a little girl nearby, practically drooling over the exact same skewer. But Ryonghua isn't exactly in a giving mood. She's been grinding through days of brutal training on an empty stomach, and she's convinced that if it tastes this legendary, Thinking back on her master's rough condition, she knows this is the perfect recommendation to get him back in the game. Yonghua flashes back to her master's constant advice. Never skip a meal and always make sure to grab some grub while she's out and about. The sight freezes her dead in her tracks before she can even take a single bite. In the end, she actually caves and hands the entire skewer over to the little girl. Before she finally retreats, forced to head out all by herself with absolutely nothing to show for it. Ryanga kicks it into overdrive, pushing her speed to the absolute breaking point. She was desperate to stay by her master's side until the very last second. She finally reaches the inner sanctum, right where her beloved master is waiting. She's absolutely buzzing, dying to brag about her epic clash with the Namgung lady and the insane new sword secrets she's been mastering. Out of nowhere, a blade streaks toward her. The regional leader goes for the kill, aiming to take her head off while she's wide open. But Biaz's god-tier reflexes kick in just in time to dodge a strike that literally cleaves through the trees. Ryangwa's brain is absolutely short-circuiting from the shock, while Bia just locks eyes with that massive mountain of a meathead. He starts cracking jokes about how a total knockout just plummeted straight out of the clouds and into his life. Yonghua leaps back to create some space and demands to know who this freak is. His name is Yahello, but since he's being such a jerk, I'm just gonna call him Trash for the rest of this recap. This meathead sneers at the trembling girl, telling her to drop that blade right now or he's gonna absolutely wreck her face. Leah jumps back in and tells Ryonghua to haul tail to her clan, because honestly, she's just dead weight in a fight this intense. This twisted creep tells her to rethink her life choices right now, because he's about to go full throttle and he definitely isn't planning on holding back. Bia unleashes a massive burst of energy, screaming at her friend to haul ass and focus on what's truly at stake. The heavy tension snaps into a total vibe shift as Suila does a massive double take, stunned to see Yang Qian actually awake at the crack of dawn. He's ditching his servant to handle things solo because our boy is on a mission to track down the legendary divine physician. Realizing Ciola is totally fed up with his choice, he promises to swing by with some chicken skewers to win her back over. Before he heads out, he shoots her one last warning to stay out of trouble and keep her wild side in check. His loyal servant flashes a bright smile and tells him to watch his back, cheering her heart out for the young master's victory. Young Chun pushes ahead, but he's hitting a wall, realizing that his brutal daily training is finally pushing him past his absolute limit. Shin absolutely blasts him for being a whiny brat about his training, reminding him he's a massive chick magnet who should be grateful, before hilariously roasting Yang Chan's bug eyes by calling him a straight-up mantis. Our MC hits the spirit with a cold reality check, reminding the little guy he's way too small to be talking trash about looks, especially since the old geezer actually thinks he's some kind of heartthrob. Shin cracks a joke about why everyone's obsessed with his art, But Yang-chun hits him with a savage comeback, saying his paintings just prove that even the ugly guys can do something great while the rest of the world is at each other's throats. Ryonghwa comes charging in, absolutely desperate to break the news to her brother. She's spiraling into a total panic, completely losing her cool and crumbling right in front of him. She's absolutely sobbing, terrified for Bia's life. And while Yang Qian was brushing it off at first, the second he hears his fiancée is in danger, a switch suddenly flips in his head. A literal demon is finally waking up deep inside this guy. Back in the thick of it, our elegant queen is putting on a masterclass, effortlessly dancing around those massive bone-crushing strikes. This regional lord is absolutely fuming, hating that he's stuck wasting his precious time on some random girl when he should be out there hunting down the legendary divine physician. He finally stops holding back and cranks his power up to 11, raining down strikes so heavy that Bia is left completely drowning under the pressure. Their swords keep slamming together and rebounding in a relentless bone-shaking storm of steel. The Lightning Queen slips right under his strike and keeps her momentum going, staying one step ahead of his blade. He launches himself into the sky, pulling off some insane mid-air stunts to outplay them. Even this total scumbag is actually blown away by those lightning-fast moves. And this man is straight up losing his mind over her while the battle is literally popping off around him. Bia slams down from the heavens like a straight-up thunder dragon. High-voltage sparks surge through his entire frame, locking him in place like a human statue. Just one look at that devastating strike and you already know she's not playing around. Yahello knows she's about to drop the Namgung family's legendary signature move, but even with a trump card like this in play. To him, Bia's technique is painfully slow and so telegraphed he could see it coming a mile away. He barely slips past her opening lunge, but don't let his goofy face fool you. The regional leader knows that first move was just a distraction, and the real strike is already on its way. Bia whips her blade around in a blur to crush her foe, but the meathead shuts her down with a rock-solid block. But the raw power of that thunderous strike is so insane, it literally vaporizes everything caught in its wake. Buzzing from the rush of facing such a Namgung powerhouse, he demands to know who she really is, because seeing both the Ku and Namgung families together at the summit means there's a much bigger game being played here. Bia is running on fumes now. She managed to draw some blood, but even her ultimate move couldn't put this guy down for the count. The psycho actually applauds her killer performance, but he quickly realizes there's just one fatal flaw in her act. She's never actually crossed that line and taken a life in a real-deal brawl, and that hesitation alone is exactly why she's destined to lose this fight. Fast forward to the aftermath where Bia gets absolutely wrecked, but her performance leaves the regional leader totally stunned. He actually pulled his punches to just knock her out, because he's planning to claim her as his prize once he's finished dealing with the divine physician. Even the Lightning Queen is forced to admit she's completely tapped out, knowing that if she gets snatched now, absolutely no one is coming to her rescue. But the absolute kicker? She's devastated knowing she'll never see her fiancé again, and just like that, her entire world is crashing back into total isolation. Trapped in the same suffocating world she's endured forever, she forces her body to move, desperate to claw her way out of that miserable fate. Just then, Yang Chun's voice breaks through to comfort her, telling her she's done enough and needs to finally get some rest. He knows Bia's way too stubborn to run away, so he just tells her to stay low and out of sight for now. And as for that absolute scumbag who's still out there wrecking everything in sight, Yang Chun is absolutely seeing red as he snaps and lunges forward. He hurls himself forward with every ounce of power he's got, dead set on absolutely erasing this dude. Even after returning to the past, Bia met a tragic end, sacrificing her own life just to keep Yongchan alive. She had a million chances to dodge and save herself, but instead she stands her ground and tanks the entire blow with her own body. Right then and there, the cold-blooded demon finally had his massive epiphany. Yang Chun finally faces the music. His entire existence was nothing but a mountain of sins and absolute chaos. He's got absolutely no one waiting for him on the other side, not a single soul to offer him a warm welcome. He played the villain so well that even the idea of redemption felt like a total pipe dream. But fate's got a twisted sense of humor, because suddenly he's handed a second shot at life. He saw this as his ultimate shot at a clean slate, a way to reclaim everything he'd lost, bury his failures, and finally fix every single thing he'd broken. But seeing Bianam Gung completely out cold like that sent him spiraling back to a dark memory from his previous life. That was a massive reality check, making him realize that if he doesn't play his cards right, this second life is going to end in the exact same tragedy as his last one. This isn't a second chance. It's a sick punishment, forcing him to relive every agonizing nightmare from his past life in a never-ending loop of death. It's got him wondering if the heavenly demon is personally dragging his soul straight into the pits of hell for eternity. Yang Chong wasn't about to let his life spiral into that same pathetic nightmare again. Not this time. Suddenly, an unquenchable fire erupts in his core, blasting out a massive wave of raw energy. He's swearing a blood oath to rewrite history and make sure that nightmare future never happens again. Meanwhile, the regional leader is desperately hammering away at the Manhwa clan's energy barrier. And he's finally starting to see those defenses crumble. His eyes bulge out of his skull in pure, unadulterated terror as the kid launches himself like a human torpedo, closing the gap in a total blur. He was absolutely buzzing with power as he hammered a brutal barrage of strikes straight into his gut, so the impact was so insanely powerful that it triggered a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The blast turned the world to ash and sent Yang Cheng's foe reeling, leaving him in total disbelief that another House of Ku member has actually shown up. He was ready to pull up on the kid himself until his master shut it down. And looking at Yang Chuan's state, even the regional leader can feel the terrifying bloodlust radiating off him. He's the spitting image of his father right now, looking exactly like the legendary flame demon Lord Ku. But at the end of the day, none of that changed the cold, hard truth. The kid was still just a total greenhorn standing before a seasoned pro. Yang Chuan goes absolutely ballistic, unloading a non-stop flurry of blows that hammers his opponent straight into the ground. When even the resident psycho thinks you've lost your mind, you know your battle plan is straight up unhinged. He lands a heavy blow and immediately lashes back with a desperate swing of his blade. Yang Chun's movement is so insanely fluid that he weaves right under a clean horizontal swing, leaving even the regional leader totally speechless. This absolute lunatic is actually having a blast toying with Yang Chun every time they clash, and even though our boy is fuming with rage, he's being shoved back so hard that the buff psycho thinks his spirit is finally breaking. Tired of the yapping, our boy launches right back into the attack and absolutely wrecks the guy. She's gonna hit him with some serious affection just to force him to swallow every insult he ever spat. The absolute audacity of this move. The stakes are skyrocketing with every passing second, but then, out of nowhere, the script gets completely flipped. Plot twist. The villain is actually the only person here who hasn't completely lost their mind. Shin's spirit is hovering right there, begging the kid to chill out because his rage is making him sloppy. And Yang Chun feels that mistake instantly the second he recklessly lunges forward. But his body was finally screaming enough as he hit his absolute breaking point. Out of nowhere, the kid's energy core suddenly fractures right down the middle. He shatters the attack as the kid plummets from the sky, stepping in right as the enemy was about to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes in Yang Chuan's head, screaming at him to devour everything in sight. Out of nowhere, his powers surge back to life as he snatches Yahello's blade right out of the air. He snatches the blade right out of the air, pushing the guy's shock to a whole new level. The regional leader is losing his mind that a monster like this kid even exists, especially since his elite Dark Palace warriors can't even touch the level Yang Chuan is at right now. Right on cue, our boy buries a vicious hook straight into the guy's gut. He erupts a massive pillar of explosive energy right from his opponent's body. And I'm not even kidding, this man is straight up pulling moves from Dragon Ball Z. That punch absolutely shattered the meathead, sending him hacking up blood. But young Cheon is still seeing red, and he's far from finished. The dust finally settles, and as Bia regains consciousness, she's met with the sight of a landscape that's been completely scorched to ash. Then her fiancé just snaps, ruthlessly pummeling the guy's face into a total bloody mess. The sickening slosh of churning blood fills the air, all while a totally helpless B.O. is desperately pleading for him to quit. All of a sudden, that same foul, shadowy stench from before starts pouring off him in waves. She's never felt an energy this straight-up disgusting in her entire life. Youngjin has already finished the guy off, but his twisted mind isn't satisfied yet, as he keeps absolutely pulverizing the man's face into the dirt. Bia scrambles through the scorched wasteland, her voice cracking as she desperately begs him to just stop. He's completely tuned her out, so she throws her arms around him to snap him back to reality, shouting that his enemy is already dead and he can't let this bloodlust swallow his soul. Your voice is the only anchor that can pull him back from the brink of total madness. It's finally more than he can handle, and he just slumps over, blacking out right in her arms. Back at headquarters, the Shadow Organization is losing their minds, because their regional leader is officially MIA. But even though they're sweating bullets, they're strictly forbidden from making a move without orders. They're gearing up to unleash a massive all-out assault the second the sun peeks over the horizon. Out of nowhere, this mysterious old man manages to track down their secret base and just waltzes right in. It's the most legendary old monster of all time, the Sword Sovereign. And he's absolutely livid that these punks are the ones behind the disappearance of the Manhwa disciples. This clown seriously thinks he's just some senile old geezer who wandered in without a clue. Just like that, the Sword Sovereign slices the guy clean in half without even blinking, proving this man's aura is on a whole different level. The rest of the group is left shaking in their boots, wondering what kind of monster they're even looking at. because their brains can't even begin to process the absolute insanity that just unfolded. The Sword Sovereign drops a bombshell, claiming a blade is at its peak beauty when it's tucked safely away in its sheath. He's dead set on the idea that dark urges should stay locked in your head and never poison your soul. And he makes it crystal clear. Those wicked thoughts better never ever cross the line into cold, hard action. During his sit-down with Lord Hua, he learns the disciples have vanished into thin air, and they're positive the Dark Knight Palace is the one pulling the strings. With the clan leader unable to move, he unleashed the Sword Sovereign to hunt down and erase every last one of those scumbags. Just before he wipes them off the map, the old geezer gives him one final shot to drop their blades and surrender. But naturally, these overconfident idiots try to jump him, thinking they're pulling a Jujutsu Kaisen special. With just a casual flick of his hand, his blade flashes through every single warrior in his path, wiping out the entire squad in one devastating strike. All while the legendary Sword Sovereign just scoffs at how absolutely idiotic they're being. Switching gears back to our boy, Yang Chun jolts awake in a total state of panic. His survival instincts just kicked into absolute overdrive. Thank God the Divine Physician is right there to swoop in and keep him from totally losing his cool. Turns out, the kid's been out cold for 2 whole days while the doctors scramble to keep his body from literally exploding after that insane power surge. Our boy's looking like a total human pincushion right now. And let's just hope his little master stayed out of the line of fire, while Yang Chuan spots smoke pouring from Elder Tay's mouth and wonders if he's witnessing a totally new kind of ascension. The doc sets the kid straight, explaining that he's actually soaking up that smoke to supercharge his recovery. He doubles down on his diagnosis, calling the kid a literal dead man walking whose heart could stop any second thanks to those clashing energies. He's practically running on fumes, yet Yang Chang looks terrifyingly composed. Both he and the doctor are left stunned, but he doesn't give a damn about that right now. His only focus is making sure Bia and his sister are actually okay. Thank goodness they're both safe and sound, giving him the massive wave of relief he desperately needed. And as for those girls, they actually passed out cold on the floor, totally exhausted from waiting around for the young master. And just like that, Muyon is out like a light too. Back in his room, Yang Cheon is reeling as he processes the fact that he just took his first life in this new world. But it's not the kill that's haunting him. It's that chilling voice echoing in his head. A voice that didn't just speak, it commanded him to do one thing: devour. All while he was supposed to be deep in a state of meditation. Elder Tay's warnings were a massive wake-up call, making him realize he was still just a rookie with a long way to go. He immediately dives deep into his own soul to make sure his internal energy wasn't about to go haywire. He immediately feels his blood circulation getting choked off, but his raw power is surging so fast he's about to blast right through that bottleneck. And the craziest part? That chaotic energy has evolved into something absolutely god-tier. It's official. Yang Chun has finally crossed the line and claimed that demonic energy as his own. But things take a turn when the Dark Knight Palace leader catches wind that Yahello Jock has been completely wiped out. This shadowy figure is absolutely stunned, demanding to know who on earth could have actually crushed a warrior that powerful. I mean, the guy was a pro fighter in the absolute prime of his life. He's shocked to hear that a total MANHUA newbie actually managed to solo this guy all on his own. The leader's eyes light up with pure intrigue, and he decides it's finally time to haul Rakasha over to the Divine Physician instead. Wait, this guy is rocking the exact same demonic eyes as Yang Cheon, that legendary martial artist from his past life. This sudden setback is a massive headache, but he's so close to his ultimate goal he can practically taste it. Then we see this scrawny girl rocking those exact same demonic eyes, and it's pretty clear she's actually the younger version of the heavenly demon from the future. Now the spotlight shifts over to Ciola and the legendary blade Sovereign. The little girl is absolutely beaming as she reports that the young master is finally back at 100% and doing great with Bia. The old sage is beaming with joy, but his granddaughter steps in with one more massive favor to ask. She sets down the snack, and in a flash her hand is gripping a lethal blade instead. He begs for training, igniting the legend of the Sovereign Sword's ultimate disciple, the one man destined to crush the heavenly demon once and for all. Cut to the dead of night, where we catch a chilling glimpse of a woman's leg drifting through the dark water. She's just chilling by a crystal-clear spring, taking a refreshing sip of water. She looks out, absolutely stunned by the gorgeous homes and those massive, towering mountains surrounding her. Meanwhile, inside the room, the elder Yang Chun is just posted up right next to a table. The heavenly demons are raising their glasses, swearing that the wine has never tasted this good. She's swearing up and down that the moonlight is the real reason behind all of this. She addresses Yang Chun as unit commander, telling him straight up that she'd love for him to join her squad. Hearing those words, our boy snaps his head toward her, but he stays dead silent as the gravity of the situation sinks in. He just stared her down, his gaze burning right through her. Then he snapped his attention back to the drink waiting on the table. The heavenly demon pinned him down with a gaze so intense, it felt like his very soul was being crushed under the pressure. She whipped her leg through the water, sending a massive spray flying everywhere. "It splatters right across Yangchun's face!" She calls him out for that haunting look in his eyes, so Yangchun quickly wipes his face and apologizes for making things so incredibly awkward. The heavenly demon tells our boy to drop the apologies, brushing it off like it's no big deal at all. She snatches up the wine bottle and fills her glass, a devious smirk spreading across her face. She calls him out for clearly thinking of someone else whenever he looks at her, but Yangchun shuts that down fast, swearing it's not true. The heavenly demon sees right through him, calling him out for daydreaming about the girl he loves. She makes it clear that his pathetic lies won't ever work on her. But Yangchun doesn't even flinch at her sharp words. Instead, he just gives her a cold, simple apology. The heavenly demon flashes a wicked grin, teasing our boy that a certain someone is going to be absolutely salty if she ever catches wind of this. She hits him with a brutal reality check, saying the demonic Blade Empress didn't sacrifice her life just to see him acting like this. Yangchun turned to her and vowed he'd do everything in his power to keep those thoughts in check. The heavenly demon put our boy on the hot seat, demanding to know everything about the girl who's managed to cloud his heart. Flashing a twisted grin, she mocks Yangchun, asking if he'll finally snap once he watches her butcher the woman with her own 2 hands. Our MC went stone-cold silent, the tension in the air becoming absolutely suffocating. He kept his gaze buried toward the ground, unable to even muster a single word. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon just casually sipped her drink, splashing her feet in the water like she didn't have a care in the world. Cutting back to the present, we see Yangchun hauling himself up the massive stone steps of the MANHWA sect. Gasping for air, our boy screams out to the MANHWA disciples, "You bunch of absolute lunatics!" He had absolutely no clue why these guys were so obsessed with their stares. After fighting his way to the summit, our boy marches straight into the sect leader's office without missing a beat. The old man looks up, asking Yangchun if the divine physician actually cleared him to be out of bed yet. But our boy just brushes it off, insisting he's totally fine. He claims those injuries were barely even scratches to begin with. The sect leader actually bowed his head, apologizing to our boy for dragging him into that absolute death trap. June looks him right in the eye and promises that he's gonna be just fine. He pressed him on whether it was finally time for the MANHWA ceremony, reminding him that he knows just how much this ritual means to the future of their sect. The sect leader drops a bombshell that the event should have kicked off by now, but they've officially put it on ice and our boy is instantly demanding to know what the holdup is. Gramps gives him a nod, promising that this whole mess is about to be handled. Yangchun was absolutely floored. Delaying a major MANHWA festival was unheard of, and he couldn't help but wonder if this disaster was directly linked to the disciples who had vanished without a trace. The sect leader rises, admitting he's at a total loss on how to even begin apologizing to Yangchun, before telling our boy to just focus on getting some shut-eye. He promised he'd be swinging by for a visit in no time, but Yangchun shut that down immediately, telling him not to bother since he's completely swamped. Still, he insisted he'd track him down the very moment he found a free second. Honestly, our guy was just itching to head back home now that the Plum Blossom Stone was finally delivered. The sect leader suddenly remembered that a mysterious visitor was dying to meet our boy. He tells him to head outside and see for himself. Yangchun's mind starts racing, wondering who the heck could be looking for him. He's racking his brain wondering if it's Bia, Ciola, or Feng, praying it's one of the girls because he is so not in the mood for a brohang today. Yangchun steps out into the open, greeted by the stunning sight of plum blossoms basking in the golden sunlight. He thrusts his hand out, reaching for the heavens. There was just something about that freezing mountain air that hit different. He scanned the empty street and realized nobody was there to meet him. But the second he felt alone, a chilling gaze locked onto him from the shadows of a doorway. He whipped around to catch a glimpse, but the figure vanished behind the door just in time. Suddenly, a figure is shoved into the open, and it's none other than his own sister, leaving Yangchun completely blindsided and reeling. Rionghua demands to know why his sister is even there, begging her to reconsider. But Bea stands her ground and insists she has no other choice. Yangchun catches his sister muttering to herself and asks what's up, but she quickly brushes it off, claiming it's absolutely nothing. She marches straight up to her brother, tells him he better listen close, and then softly whispers to ask if he's actually holding it together. Yangchun completely missed what she just said, so he had to ask her to run it back one more time. Rionghua leans in to check on her brother, asking if his body is finally back in one piece. Yangchun just looks at her confused, asking why the heck she's whispering all of a sudden. He lets her know he's finally patched up and back on his feet. Manhwa tries to say something else, but it's just a faint whisper. Our boy is totally clueless and can't catch a single word. He leans in close, practically pressing his ear to her face, and asks why she's acting so shy and mumbling again. He tells her to quit being quiet and just say it already. Manhwa roared at the absolute top of her lungs, screaming a massive thank you to her brother. With those words hanging in the air, she took off like a shot. Chun screamed after her, demanding to know if she'd finally lost her mind. He clutched his head, howling that she'd just absolutely obliterated his ear. But Manhwa wasn't having it, snapping at her brother to just shut his trap. Bia steps out of the shadows and drops the news that his sister is actually dying of embarrassment. Just to say thanks? Chun scoffed, calling her out by saying she'd have followed him straight to his front door if she was actually that grateful. He spots the bandages tightly wound around Bia's arm and asks what the deal is, but she reveals she's actually required to wear them every single time she steps outside. Our boy frantically explains he had no clue she was injured, but Bia just waves it off, insisting she's totally fine. She tells him she's only got to tough it out in that outfit until tomorrow. She asked our boy if he was really holding it together, and Yang Chen knew exactly what she was hinting at. He remembered the exact moment he snapped, and how Bia was the only thing pulling him back from the edge of total madness. He clears his throat and plays it cool, telling the girl he's doing just fine. He looked her right in the eyes and finally gave her the massive thank you she deserved for having his back. Bia is absolutely floored by his words, but our boy just asks what's with the shock, explaining he really just wanted to say thanks and finally talk to her like a normal human being. He gave her a total out, promising they could go right back to the way things were if she wasn't feeling it. Bea gently rests a hand on his arm, her voice softening as she tells him just how much she truly appreciates everything. Our boy's face turned bright red the second he caught a glimpse of this. He confesses that his mind is a total blank, but he's dead certain about one thing. She was right there by his side through it all. The second those words hit her ears, Bee's entire face turned absolutely beet red. Yang Chun was beyond grateful, thanking her for being the guardian his sister needed to stay out of harm's way. Bia spins on her heel and bolts for the hills. She's not about to let our boy see her face turning bright red. Yang Chun shouts after her, wondering where on earth she's even headed. He stood there completely clueless, having no idea why everyone was suddenly bolting for their lives. Next, we find Yang Chun collapsed and gasping for air after that brutal climb to the Sword Queen's house. But he still manages to wheeze out a suggestion to Shield that they go find someone to beat up. Right then, he realized the old man hadn't said a single word since the brawl, and Kyol's warning about his lethal temper came rushing back to haunt him. Yang Chun's head was on a swivel as he scanned the area, desperately wondering where the heck Chae Young had vanished to. He's gasping for air, lungs burning, when a shadow suddenly falls over him. Looking up, he realizes it's none other than Hyuk standing right there. Yang Chun barks out a question, desperate to know why the kid has shown up now. But instead of an answer, the boy just flashes him a mysterious, knowing grin. Yang Chun bolted upright as the realization hit him. Hyuk was actually there to stand in for the divine physician and check on the Sword Queen. Our guy's gut was screaming that something was off. He couldn't wrap his head around how Hyuk was chatting away in his past life if he's supposed to be a mute now. His mind flashed back to those wild days when he and Hyuk is about to descend on the sect like a literal hurricane of destruction. He mocks the rebels, shouting that anyone foolish enough to draw a sword against the Lord is now nothing but a smear of blood, while his master's iron grip on the world only tightens with every passing day. Once it clicks, Yang Chun is dead certain Hyuk is staying quiet on purpose. And since he has no clue what the kid is plotting, he knows he can't lower his guard for even a second. The moment he stepped through the door, the Sword Queen was already on Hyuk's case, demanding to know exactly who had come to visit. Yang Chun clasped his hands in a respectful bow, announcing he was there for a visit, and the Sword Queen immediately beckoned him to step inside. Our boy breezes right past Yuck, catching him with a savage shoulder check just to let him know who's boss. The Sword Queen confessed she was worried sick when she heard about the accident, but seeing Yang Chun standing there in one piece, she finally let out a massive sigh of relief. The Sword Queen felt terrible for greeting Yang Chun while stuck on her back, but our boy just waved it off and told her not to sweat it. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Chun felt the vibe shift instantly, and the Sword Queen forced herself up to tell our boy that she'd heard all about his heroics in Ryangwa, calling what he did absolutely legendary. She flashes a grin and tells Ryangwa that he's got one heck of a brother in Young. Chun was kicking himself for missing it earlier, especially since this energy felt way too familiar for him to have overlooked it. Our boy's instincts scream as he picks up on a massive wave of demonic energy radiating off the Sword Queen. It hit him like a ton of bricks. This was pure, unadulterated demonic energy, the exact same terrifying power the heavenly demon himself wields. Yang Chun's mind raced, questioning if this was the hidden poison slowly draining the life out of the Sword Queen. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would a legend like her be stained with such foul demonic energy? Then a terrifying thought hit him. Had she already crossed paths with the heavenly demon himself? Our guy knew you couldn't just grit your teeth through demonic energy, so he was absolutely floored that the Sword Queen was tanking a power that literally shreds you from the inside out. Choking back a cough, the Sword Queen sighed that she wished they'd met sooner just to share a meal, but Yang Chun told her to stop stressing over it. The Sword Queen reached out and grabbed his hand, reminding him that no matter what, he's still the son of her dearest friend. She promised to get her health back on track, all just to make sure he could finally stop worrying. Yang Chun's heart absolutely ached for her. Before he could even get a word out, a surge of pure demonic energy ripped right through him. He straight up swatted the Sword Queen's hand away, showing her he wasn't intimidated one bit. Her jaw hits the floor as she watches our boy pull off the impossible. It clicked. This was the demon well absorption art, and he had no clue it could literally rip the energy out of other people. As he stared down at his hand in shock, he hears someone bark an order at Hyok to slam the doors shut before the wind tears through the room. Yang Chun whips around only to find the divine physician looming right behind him, and the old man wastes no time demanding to know what he's doing there. Cut to Reincarnated, who's absolutely grinding and pushing his limits in a brutal training session. She guided her blade with surgical precision, pouring every ounce of her focus into every single strike, as she lets her blade rip through the air. She flashed back to Heeljuck's voice, asking where a total beauty like her could have possibly come from. She still gets chills remembering his twisted, haunting smirk as he looked her in the eye and told her to toss her useless stick aside. Reincarnated stared down at her blade, convinced it was nothing but dead weight, and desperately wondered what she could even achieve with it. She flashed back to that moment, remembering the overwhelming urge to just make it back to her sect. He had to get the word out and make sure the entire world finally knew the truth about Heeljuck. Bia's harsh words about her being useless flashed through her mind, but then Bia suddenly bolted past her, screaming at her to start running. Reincarnated was absolutely reeling, unable to process that she actually survived by tossing her warrior's pride straight into the trash. He's shouldering a massive burden, fueled by a heart that's actually, get this, genuinely kind. Ryan's lungs are absolutely burning as he desperately gasps for air. Manhwa calls herself a total failure, letting her blade clatter to the ground as she collapses to her knees, admitting she's nowhere near the legendary warrior her master expected her to be. A stranger walks up and catches her mid-grind, asking if she's really putting in that work. They look her over with concern, wondering if she's pushing herself way past her limits. Reincarnated snaps her head up to find Feng standing right there, handing her a bottle of water and telling her she'd better stay hydrated while she's grinding through her training. He offered her the world on a silver platter, and that's when it clicked for Reincarnated. Feng was the youngest Blossom Swords Inspector in history. She was certain that if Feng were in her shoes, he never would have turned tail and run the way she just did. Feng, on the other hand, had absolutely no clue why she was suddenly burning a hole through him with that intense stare. Reincarnated flashes back to the divine physician desperately working to save her brother. The old man warned her that things would have been a total nightmare if her big bro hadn't stepped in to save the day. He told her she better give Yang Chun a massive thank you the second he finally opens his eyes. The divine doctor looks her dead in the eye and asks if she realizes just how insane this whole situation really is. But Reincarnated just blinks, totally clueless about what he's even trying to say. Elder Tay dropped the news that her brother just crushed a demonic monster that Bea couldn't even lay a finger on. He grilled her, desperate to know exactly how Yang Chun pulled it off and what kind of secret technique he unleashed. The divine physician knew our boy's energy was a chaotic mess, but he never imagined he'd weaponize it in such a wild way. Reincarnated was absolutely floored. She never imagined her weak and selfish brother actually had it in him to pull off something this insane. That's when it hits Reincarnated. While everyone else is out there forging their own path as a true warrior, she's still just a spoiled brat clinging to her master's side. She stared at the petals, her mind racing as she wondered exactly what kind of plum blossom she was looking at. She's finally going to build something, even if the only thing she's ever mastered is running for her life. She reached out and snatched up her blade, ready for action. Feng checks in, asking if she's really going to keep pushing her limits. He tells her he's leaving the bottle right there for her. He asks her to just bring it back to him when she's finished. But Reincarnated shuts him down, telling him to just forget the whole thing. She brushed right past him, making it crystal clear that he needed to back off and leave her alone. Feng was completely blindsided by this. He whips around only to see the girl absolutely booking it. Mid-sprint, she gasps out a desperate apology to Feng for giving him the cold shoulder earlier. Her master's voice echoed in her mind, warning her not to rush, because the Sword Queen knew that whether her path was paved with agony or pure heartbreak, Any road she chose was hers to conquer. It was pure, toxic jealousy, the kind of envy that rots a person from the inside out. She pulled Reincarnated aside and dropped the massive bombshell that they're both going to be grinning from ear to ear the moment she reveals that absolutely insane mountain of loot. Now that she's finally picked her path, every swing of her blade erupts into a beautiful but deadly bloom. Fast forward to the dead of night, when the world finally goes quiet. Reincarnated hurries toward her master's door, worried sick that the Sword Queen hasn't touched a single scrap of food all night. Reincarnated was just about to swing the door open, when she overheard the divine physician begging Yahello to stop making him laugh. Our guy makes it crystal clear he's not playing games, and Reincarnated instantly recognizes her brother's voice. She flashed back to the moment she totally lost her cool and screamed right in his face. She was absolutely kicking herself for that brain-dead move, totally lost on what to do next, while the divine physician put Yahello on the spot, demanding he prove his medical genius before he'd say a single word. Yahello drops the bombshell that medicine isn't the answer, leaving the divine physician stunned as he demands to know how they plan on curing anyone without it. He demands to know if Yahello is actually following along, and our boy just gives him a confident nod to show he's locked in. He steps up and boldly claims that his secret technique is the only thing that can save the Sword Queen. Reincarnated's jaw hit the floor the second he heard that. She burst through this door and immediately started grilling them. She grills her brother to see if he's actually for real, catching Yahello completely off guard by her sudden appearance. She desperately asks if he can actually save her master, but our guy keeps it real. Nothing's guaranteed just yet. Reincarnated cornered her brother, demanding to know his plan since even the legendary divine physician had officially thrown in the towel. Yahello dropped a bombshell on his sister. He's going to step up and cure the Sword Queen, just as long as the divine physician gives him the green light. The Sword Queen slides to the edge of her bed, demanding to know his game plan, and Yahello reveals he's about to unleash his family's ultimate secret technique. He broke it down for them. This technique uses blistering heat to incinerate every drop of corruption, before dropping a bombshell on the divine physician. He can actually feel a dark energy devouring them. The Sword Queen's life was hanging by a thread, and hearing that left the old man absolutely floored. Yahello revealed that the second their hands met, he felt a massive surge, and his goo flame wheel art was already working overtime to shove that energy back. The Sword Queen coughs, gasping that she's never seen the Goo family's secret art pull off a stunt like this. And she's totally right. This power has absolutely nothing to do with the Goo flame wheel art. It's actually a deadly trick that only the demon well absorption art can pull off. Our boy couldn't risk the truth, so he lied through his teeth, claiming it was just a secret power of the Goo flame wheel art to win her over. Yahello realized there was no turning back now. Everything rested on that legendary sword. Queen is reaching her breaking point with that demonic energy, and it's about to finish her off. Even if she survives, she's gonna ghost the entire world and vanish without a trace, just like she did in our MC's past life. Yahello was wrestling with the weight of rewriting destiny to save her, but his sister snapped him back to reality by yanking on his clothes. She looks him dead in the eye, desperate to know if he's actually got what it takes to save her master. Tears streaming down her face, Reincarnated desperately pleaded with her brother to step in and save her master's life. Yahello wasn't buying those crocodile tears for a second, knowing damn well his sister only turns on the waterworks when she's fishing for a favor. But seeing her break down in tears was the final push he needed to finally make his choice. He spun toward the divine doctor, practically begging for the green light to step in and save her. Elder Tay drops a bombshell. He might actually be able to purge that energy using the Goo family's ultimate secret technique. He dropped a chilling reminder on Yahello. This technique wasn't forged to save lives. He put our boy on the hot seat, demanding to know if he was ready to carry the blame if the Sword Queen actually died right then and there. Yahello desperately asks if they're just gonna stand by and watch her die, but the divine physician snaps back that they're not giving up until every last option is exhausted. The divine physician bolts upright, screaming his lungs out in total disbelief. He warns Yahello to shut his mouth and stop talking such reckless nonsense. He shouts that this crazy plan isn't treatment, it's a suicide gamble with the patient's life. But the Sword Queen cuts him off, declaring that they need to let Yahello take the shot. The divine physician whipped around at her words, but she just looked him in the eye and told him she couldn't stand watching herself rot away, reminding the old man that he'd already exhausted every single cure in his arsenal. She actually confessed that the moment Yahello touched her, she felt a spark like never before. Coughing through the pain, she gasps that she's finally ready to brave this path. She looked Yahello dead in the eye and promised him that if everything goes south, he shouldn't blame himself for a second. She confesses that her clock is ticking down, so she's decided to take a leap of faith and put all her trust in him. And just like that, the Sword Queen was finally ready to put our boy's insane method to the test. The divine physician finally made his move and threw his full weight behind her. He looked Yang Chun dead in the eye and swore he'd dive right into the chaos the moment things got ugly. The Sword Queen settles into a lotus position with Yang Chun right behind her, and our boy can't help but think back to the thousands of lives he snuffed out in his past life, realizing the insane irony that the same hands he used for slaughter are now being used to save a life. It finally clicks. This crushing weight on his shoulders is the exact responsibility the divine physician warned him about. Yang Chun knew right then and there that he had to go all out and push past his absolute limits. Because if he just sits there and does nothing, it's game over for everyone. He won't be able to save a single soul now that Ryonghwa and the divine physician have locked their sights dead on him. He stepped up and pressed his palm right against the Sword Queen's back. The second he pulled that off, a massive wave of demonic energy slammed right into him. Right then he triggers his goo flame wheel art and lets it rip. Yang Chun's soul gets yanked across dimensions into a brand new world, and the sight that greets him is... His veins began to bulge as pure demonic energy surged through them. Our boy's jaw hit the floor, absolutely stunned that the Sword Queen was packing such a monstrous, overwhelming amount of demonic energy. He was absolutely floored that she'd somehow managed to cheat death for this long. As he's staring down that swirling demonic energy, the Sword Queen's actual consciousness suddenly starts manifesting right before his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying entity manifested right above her. It reached out, clamping its hands onto her head and arm. It looked like the thing was literally pinning her to the ground. Yang Chun crept closer, his heart pounding with every step. He realized instantly that the situation was a total disaster. He knew it was game over if he... His focus slips for a heartbeat, and he starts spiraling, wondering if his body can even survive swallowing this much insane demonic energy. He locked eyes with the nightmares born from that demonic energy, accepting that surviving this hell was the price he had to pay for his past. He slams his hands onto the ground, devouring every drop of that demonic energy he calls the entity's parasitic bastards. As he channeled every drop of that wicked demonic energy straight into his core, he unleashes the Gyu Flame Wheel art, using the roaring inferno to incinerate every last drop of that energy. The sheer pressure from all that demonic energy was absolutely insane. But Yang Chun? He stood his ground and refused to budge an inch. He let his flames roar, incinerating those cursed veins of demonic energy in an instant. He didn't stop there, straight up incinerating every single monster spawned from that demonic energy. Those monsters shrieked in pure agony as they slowly backed away from the Sword Queen. Right at that exact second, the Sword Queen's eyes snapped wide open. She draws her blade in a flash, and you can tell she isn't playing around anymore. Yang Chun gets ripped out of that dimension and tossed straight back into reality. And check it out, his entire body is still surging with that raw, flickering energy. In a heartbeat, his body snapped right back to its original form. Yang Chun's vision blurs as he collapses to the dirt, his sister's desperate scream echoing in his ears. Just as his world plunges into darkness, he's hit with one final soul-crushing realization. A hazy figure of a woman flickered right in front of him, and the second Yang Chun closed his eyes, a mysterious voice hissed that this time, things were going to be different. That monster just grinned and bragged about how delicious it tasted. We cut to a jagged cliffside where someone is pushing their body to the absolute limit right on the edge of disaster. A voice barks at Siola to get her sword up, but here's the crazy part. She's actually being whipped into shape by her own future self. Future Siola looks her younger self in the eye and tells her she's leveled up way more than she thinks. Our girl looks her future self dead in the eyes and admits that every single victory they've won is all thanks to her. Her grandfather absolutely lost it the second she mentioned martial arts, leaving Siola completely crushed. As the tears start streaming, a voice suddenly cuts through the air, telling her she needs to get a grip. Seola's heart nearly stopped the second she heard that voice. She frantically scanned the area to see if anyone was watching. But then the older Seola reached out her hand and promised to teach our girl the way of the sword. Beaming with a smile, Ciela admits she was terrified to train with her older self after that whole body-snatching incident. But now she actually likes her way more than her own grandfather. Just as the words left her lips, a voice suddenly rang out, calling her name. It turns out the man is actually Hyogun, and the Sword Supreme immediately grills the girl, reminding her that he strictly forbade her from ever touching a sword. Siola panics the second she spots her grandfather, instantly stashing the wooden sword behind her back while her brain goes into overdrive trying to cook up an excuse for Heijin. Lord Supreme shut her down instantly, having absolutely zero interest in a single word coming out of her mouth. We cut back to Yang Chun right as his eyes snap wide open. Our guy was completely zonked out and drooling with two massive needles shoved straight into his skull. The guy looked straight up like a giant insect, antennae and all. Yang Chun suddenly snaps to his senses inside a strange room. Our boy's head shoots up as he scans the area. He immediately screams for the Sword Queen and the Divine Physician before worrying about anyone else. A wave of pure, agonizing pain suddenly ripped through our boy's entire body. He grit his teeth hard, fighting back the urge to scream as the sensation intensified. Right then, he realized only one thing in this world could cause such a revolting level of misery. As that dark energy started going absolutely berserk inside him, our boy realized there was no doubt. He'd officially siphoned the Sword Queen's power. Yang Chun bolts up from the bed, needles still sticking out of his head like a pincushion. His mind is racing. Is the Sword Queen actually going to make it? He storms out of the room, desperate to see if she's still breathing. The absolute second our boy finally stepped foot into the outside world, suddenly, he catches sight of something totally bizarre. His little sister is just standing there, completely mesmerized by a plum blossom tree. Yang Chun went to shout her name, but he froze dead in his tracks the second he saw the unbelievable sight his sister was staring at. Yang Chun's jaw hit to the floor as he struggled to process the absolute madness unfolding right in front of him. He spots a woman gracefully dancing with her blade, her movements sharp and fluid. With every lethal stroke, a flurry of plum blossoms erupts from her steel, painting the sky in a beautiful display of power. Manhwa was absolutely beaming with joy as she watched her master finally get down to business. She's staring in total disbelief because her master is pulling off moves she never even knew he had. The Sword Queen sticks the landing on a branch before instantly catapulting herself into the sky like a freaking missile. Yang Chun tracked the Sword Queen as she soared through the sky, his mind racing. Was this really the power of a skeletal overhaul? It clicked instantly. The Sword Queen hadn't changed, she'd just reverted back to her original terrifying self. As she soared toward the clouds, she hoisted her blade high into the heavens. She slashes the air twice with her raw power, and the force is so insane it literally rips the heavens apart. A massive X-shaped scar ripped through the very fabric of the sky. The Sword Queen touched down only to find Yang Chun finally opening his eyes. He stepped in and made it clear she had something to say before her master could get a single word out. Manhwa bolts toward her master and pulls her into a massive, bone-crushing hug. The Sword Queen reached over to pat his head, giving Yang Chun a massive thanks for stepping up and saving her life. She looks him dead in the eye and admits she'd be toast if he hadn't stepped up to save her. Our guy is left standing there completely speechless, totally caught off guard by the praise. Let's be real, handling emotional heart-to-hearts definitely isn't his strong suit. But before he can even get a word out, someone yanks those needles right out of his head and tells him he did a killer job. It turns out this mystery man is the legendary Divine Physician, and as the Elder reveals, he just purged the toxic energy clogging Yang Chun's system. The doctor's got this absolutely chilling look of obsession on his face. He steps up and asks Yang Chun for the green light to put his cultivation method to the ultimate test. But man, our boy is low-key terrified just looking at the intense expression on the old man's face. He knows he's got to play it cool, because there's no way he can let the Elder find out his massive secret. The Divine Physician starts chasing Yang Chun down like a man possessed. He's desperate to use him as a human guinea pig for his new cultivation method. Our boy is straight up terrified, begging the old geezer to just stay away. The Sword Queen beamed with joy as she watched the Elder hunt down Yang Chun, clearly relishing every single second of the chaos. We cut to the table where Yang Chun is slurping noodles, but BA is sitting across from him with a look that could kill. She doesn't waste any time and demands to know exactly where he was sneaking off to last night. The question hits him like a freight train, and our boy starts hacking up his dinner in total shock. And while he's gasping for air, Gia immediately puts him on the hot seat, demanding to know where he crashed last night. Yang Chun frantically gulps down some water, desperate to wash his meal down. He couldn't figure out why he felt like he'd just been caught red-handed in a massive scandal. Then it finally hit him. Our boy is actually destined to marry this girl. He scrambled to tell Bia that he'd just been grinding through an all-night training session. He claimed he was so exhausted that he just collapsed and passed out right on the spot. BA wasn't buying his story for a single second. She grilled him, demanding to know if he was actually being for real. Yang Chun shot back, asking her what possible reason he'd have to lie to her. Meanwhile, our boy was left wondering why he was even being interrogated like a criminal in the first place. BA slams her chopsticks down and grills Yang Chun, telling him he should have let her know he wasn't coming home because she was worried sick when he never showed up. She snaps to her feet and demands that he gives her a proper heads up next time. Yang Chun catches her mid-bite to ask where she's rushing off to, and she just casually drops that she's heading straight back to the grind to train. Our boy's eyes were locked on her as she finally walked out of the room. He never imagined things would get this freaking heated so fast. But right then, he caught sight of something that changed everything. Sola was acting eerily quiet, so he finally spoke up to ask what was eating at her. Right then and there, our girl just loses it and starts bawling. And get this, she's doing it while her mouth is completely packed with food. Yang Chun is watching this mess and is totally grossed out. He finally snaps and demands to know what the heck she's even doing. She chokes out that it's her grandpa, barely gasping the words through a mouthful of food. Crumbs and leftovers go flying everywhere, spraying all over Yang Chun. Our boy is visibly grossed out by the sudden food shower. He immediately throws his hand up to shield his face from the blast. Siola burst into tears, whimpering that her grandpa is way too scary and flat out banned her from doing it. Yang Chun's jaw tightened in pure frustration as he barked at her to stop the nonsense and just swallow her food. And surprisingly, Siola actually listened. Yang Chun was absolutely losing it. He was already buried in chaos, and now this fresh nightmare lands right on his plate. He couldn't shake the dread of that demonic energy raging inside him, and it didn't help that Chul had been missing in action for ages. Yang Chun's mind raced. Could that mysterious voice be the smoking gun behind the old man's sudden disappearance? The voice inside his head purred, telling him that the demonic energy he'd just sucked up was straight up delicious. That's when it hit him. Kaol had actually mentioned something exactly like this back in the day. The old man reveals he's been fighting a desperate battle to keep something dark suppressed deep inside him. Yang Chun's heart hammered as he wondered if Sheil had already been ripped apart and devoured by that thing. Just as he's deep in thought, Honghua snaps him back to reality with a knock to announce a surprise guest, and our boy immediately demands to know who's calling. Honghua swings the door wide open to reveal Ri Yonghua, who immediately starts apologizing for crashing her brother's meal. Yang Chun asks his sister why she keeps torturing herself by climbing that mountain of stairs just to visit him. Ryangwa immediately tells him to zip it. She plays it cool, claiming she just had a sudden urge to see his face. But then she drops the real bombshell. Her master's internal energy is finally stabilizing. Blushing like crazy, Ryangwa thanked her brother for saving her master, admitting she's starting to feel like she'll never be able to pay him back. Yang Chun scarfed down a dumpling and immediately started asking questions. He barked at his sister, asking if she really dragged herself all this way just to say that. He straight up asked her if she had literally nothing better to do with her life. Ryangwa was absolutely fuming after hearing that disrespect. She begs her master to show her the truth, to see exactly how twisted and cruel her brother has really become. Yang Chun's jaw hit the floor when he heard her actually call out to the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen finally lost her patience and snapped at Ryangwa to quit his constant whining. Siola is absolutely stunned by the gorgeous woman, while the Sword Queen reminds her disciple that a life debt isn't something you can just talk your way out of, mocking Yang Chun for looking like he's about to jump out of his skin. Yang Chun is hyped to see her back in top form, while the Sword Queen admits she never expected to bounce back this lightning fast. He asks if she's finally back at 100%, but the Sword Queen just smirks, asking if she looks like she's still hurting. Yang Chun points out that she's looking way more lively now than when he first saw her back at her quarters. The Sword Queen pulls up a chair and tells Yang Chun straight she's only here because she owes him big time, and it's finally time to settle the score. Flashing a smile, she told our boy to name anything he desired, even swearing she'd lay down her life for him since he was the one who saved it in the first place. Yang Chun was absolutely stunned, demanding to know why she'd gamble with her life the very second she got it back. Beaming with a huge smile, the Sword Queen admits she'd be a goner if it weren't for him, and offers to grant his every whim. But Yang Chun just smirks, asking if she's really not scared of what he might demand. In a flash, the Sword Queen seizes his hand and she looks him right in the eye, telling him she's 100% sure he'd never ask her to do anything twisted or hurt an innocent soul. Yang Chun shot a lethal glare straight at her own hand, her eyes burning with pure intensity. With a terrifying look on his face, our boy was left reeling. How did the Sword Queen read him like an open book just by looking at him? He flashes back to his past life, remembering the exact moment he reduced this entire sect and every single disciple to a pile of smoldering ash. He watched them grovel for mercy, only to ruthlessly incinerate them into nothing but smoldering ash. Yang Chen logically knew the MANHUA sect wasn't to blame for failing to guard the Ryonghua, but he still couldn't shake the fire burning in his gut. He was still seeing red, just itching for a chance to let his rage explode. As he's lost in thought, the Sword Queen tells him to put a pin in that wish for now, because she's actually the one who needs a favor from him. She apologized for crashing Siola's meal, but then she basically told her and the student to beat it so she could get some quality alone time with our boy. Ryongwa turned to her master, totally confused, asking if she was being kicked out of the room too. The Sword Queen tells her disciple to beat it, demanding some serious one-on-one time to talk shop with our boy. Ryonghua finally drags himself out of the room, leaving Yang Chun to turn towards Seola and ask if she's planning on sticking around too. Determined to finish every last bite, she told Yang Chun she'd just plug her ears and asked if she could keep right on eating. Yang Chun didn't waste a single second, practically booting her right out of the room. The Sword Queen takes a deep, relaxing breath and admits his room actually has a pretty great vibe. She tells our boy straight up that it's been a long time since she's felt this much at peace. Yang Chun is totally floored, unable to believe she's actually getting sentimental over something like this. The Sword Queen gets real with him, admitting that being around him feels just like the old days with his mother, back when they'd spend all their time laughing and bickering over the smallest things. The Sword Queen pulls herself together and decides it's time to stop playing games and cut right to the chase. She looked Yang Chun right in the eyes and asked if he could still recall the final moments he ever spent with his mother. She reveals that Ryonghua was way too young to remember a thing, and now her entire clan is dead set on keeping the truth buried. The Sword Queen leaned in, demanding Yang Chun spill every single detail he could scrape from his memory. But before our guy could even get a word out, suddenly the memories hit him like a freight train. The world fades away as we're pulled deep into his past. We land right in the middle of a frozen, snow-covered wasteland. We spot Yang Chun and his old man staring at the back of a mysterious woman. Draped in those stunning silk robes, she finally gives the signal that she's good to go. Our boy was absolutely seething, clenching his jaw with enough fury to shatter his own teeth. He confronts his father, demanding to know the reason for this display, and what the old man actually hopes to gain by pushing things to such an extreme. The clan head didn't give a damn about riches. His only desperate plea was for his son to just stay alive. Yang Chun's mother left him with one final crucial mission, to protect his sister at all costs. Right before our eyes, her hair starts morphing into something completely different. Her husband looks her dead in the eye and declares that since she's finally ready, he's going to reveal what he's been keeping locked away. The second those words leave his lips, a jagged crack splinters the very air, ripping wide to reveal a massive looming portal as the woman's hair flashes a brilliant platinum blonde, and the entire world is suddenly stained in a deep, haunting red. Our boy completely loses it, tears streaming down his face as the emotions finally hit him. Tears streaming down her face, his mother cries out, desperately begging her son for forgiveness. That hit a major nerve, sending Yang Chun charging full speed toward his mother. He lunged forward, hand outstretched, desperately begging her not to walk away. His mother beamed at him with a look of pure, gentle warmth. The rift slammed shut, and the entire atmosphere shifted in an instant. Finally, everything snaps back to the way things used to be. Our hero's mother was officially gone, leaving him all alone in this world. Yang Chun desperately screamed her name over and over, but she never answered. His father loomed over him, watching with a cold, unyielding gaze as the boy completely broke down. He looked Yang Chun dead in the eye and issued a chilling command. These had better be the absolute last tears he ever sheds in this life. He warned him that from this moment on, he'll never be able to shed another tear, no matter how much he wants to. Yang Chun turned to his father, practically begging him to finally spill the truth. With a look of pure murder in his eyes, our MC demanded his father spill the truth about exactly where he'd sent his mother. The patriarch spun around and beckoned his son to follow, teasing that he was finally ready to reveal a massive secret. The patriarch flung the doors wide and commanded his son to feast his eyes on the sight. He dropped the ultimate bombshell, revealing the dark purpose behind the Gu clan's entire existence. Yang Chun was left absolutely floored, staring in dead silence as his father dropped the bombshell that this crushing burden was the legacy he was destined to inherit. As the memories come flooding back, Yang Chun looks the Sword Queen dead in the eye and tells her he's keeping his mouth shut. The Sword Queen presses him on whether his mother is still out there somewhere, but our hero has to admit he's just as clueless as she is. He looked her straight in the eye and made it crystal clear. No matter how many times she asks, his answer is never going to change. No matter what he said, the Sword Queen stood up and told him she finally got the picture, swearing she wouldn't pry into his secrets anymore. She gives Yang Chun a soft apology and a sympathetic head pat, acknowledging that he's caught in a total nightmare of a situation too. She drops the bombshell that she heard a pretty girl was helping Ryonghua train and asks if it's Seola, which honestly makes our boy lose it because he can't believe someone actually called her pretty. The Sword Queen put him on the spot, demanding to know. If it's not Seola, then who the hell is it? Yang Chun's internal alarms went off because it was super weird for his sister to even bring something like that up. That's totally out of character for him, but he realized right then and there, his sister was definitely talking about Bia. Sensing the mood, the Sword Queen decides to switch things up. She looks over at our boy and asks if he's planning a trip back to his clan anytime soon. Yang Chun confirms that he'll be hitting the road pretty much any day now. The Sword Queen presses him for details, wanting to know exactly when he's planning to head out. But our boy drops a bombshell, revealing that Ryongwa actually has zero interest in going back home. A sharp grin spread across the Sword Queen's face as she immediately barked a command to her disciple. Ryongwa didn't hesitate for a single second, firing back an answer to her master instantly. The Sword Queen emerged from the room and asked her student why she wasn't heading home, but the girl confessed she was just way too worried about her master to leave. The Sword Queen makes it crystal clear she's still got one mandatory trip back home to make. Huang Hua was left totally speechless, but the Sword Queen caught onto her panic and promised she had the perfect fix for her jitters. With a confident smirk, the Sword Queen dropped a bombshell. She's actually coming along to the clan. Ryonghua was absolutely over the moon, her face lighting up with pure joy at the news. But Yang Chun? He was completely floored, unable to wrap his head around what he just heard. Ryonghua looks her master in the eye and asks if she's really tagging along. The Sword Queen confirms it, revealing she's got a massive score to settle with the Gu clan. On top of that, she's still waiting to hear what kind of request Yang Chun is about to drop. Yang Chun confronts the Sword Queen, demanding to know if she's forgotten her sworn duty to protect the sect. The Sword Queen just laughs it off, telling our boy the real deal. She's actually the one the sect has been protecting all along. He revealed that his sister had a wild, manic look in her eyes as she flat out refused to return home, while Ryongwa pledged to follow her master to the ends of the earth. Our boy is baffled and demands to know why she suddenly changed her tune. Ryongwa just brushes him off, telling him he needs to stop stressing over the details. She reminds him that getting her to go home was exactly what he wanted from the start. As they talk, she makes it clear that this whole situation is actually a massive win for him. Sela shouts for Bia the second she's back from training, and the Sword Queen's sharp gaze snaps right to her. It clicked. Bia was the mystery savior her disciple was talking about, so she turned to the girl and asked if she really was the one who pulled Ryongwa to safety. The Sword Queen seized her hand, her voice overflowing with emotion as she thanked her for everything. She told Bia that Ryongwa had been raving about her, specifically mentioning the gorgeous girl who stepped in to save the day. Hearing that made Bia's face turn beet red in a heartbeat. She was completely tongue-tied, struggling to find even a single word to say. The Sword Queen looked her in the eye and told her she was every bit as stunning as the rumors claimed. Yang Chun was left scratching his head, wondering why Bia was suddenly acting so bashful. He questioned if it was simply because she wasn't used to being showered with such high praise. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks right then and there. The Sword Queen drops a total bombshell on Bia, revealing she knows she's Yang Chun's fiancé, leaving our boy absolutely shook that she'd even mention it. The Sword Queen promised Bia that since she and Yang Chun both have hearts of gold, they're destined to be the perfect duo. Bea flashed a grin at the news, but right in the middle of their chat, Sion's eyes suddenly locked onto something suspicious. She looks up and is stunned to see her older self standing right there. She calls her sis, and the future Siola immediately tells her it's time to hit the training grounds. She looked him dead in the eye and declared it was finally time to finish what they started. Hearing that, Siola's face lit up as she leaped to her feet and took off sprinting with a massive grin. Yang Chun asks where she's headed, but she just gives him the cold shoulder and stays dead silent. Ryongwa calls out to her master, her voice cutting through the air. She delivers the big news. The massive MANHUA festival is right around the corner. She then begs her master to finally leave this place and travel with them once the celebration wraps up. The Sword Queen turned to Yang Chun, checking to see if he was actually cool with the plan. Ryonghua was absolutely glowing, thrilled that her master was finally vibing with her suggestion. Yang Chun told the queen flat out, if his sister is determined to head back to the clan, his hands are tied. But he made one thing clear. Wherever she goes, he's heading out right alongside her. The Sword Queen claps her hands together, announcing that it's finally time to lock in their departure. Without wasting a second, she blurted it out. She caught a strange detail about her student. She leaned in close to get a better look. Ryongwa nervously asked her master if everything was okay. The Sword Queen suddenly turned to her disciple, her eyes wide as she dropped the bombshell that a massive realization had just hit her. As soon as the sun hits her, she bluntly tells the girl she's put on some weight, leaving poor Ryonghua absolutely mortified. Yang Chun just lost it and started laughing his head off the second he heard her. The Sword Queen turned to her disciple and admitted she'd been way too distracted taking care of her. And then, she actually offered the girl a sincere apology. She dropped the bombshell that it'd be a massive level up for her to go toe-to-toe with Yang Chun. Our boy was absolutely floored when he heard the news. He immediately demanded an explanation for why he was being thrown into a match with her. The Sword Queen breaks the news that she's dragging Ryonghua back into training first thing tomorrow. She insists the girl needs to get her blood pumping with a serious warm-up before the real work begins. But Ryonghwa shuts her down, claiming she's more than capable of handling her own warm-up. She claims she's been grinding non-stop, but the Sword Queen just flicks her nose and tells her to zip it. She looked her student in the eye and gave the order. Just get it done. Cutting straight to the next moment. The scene shifts to Yang Chun and his sister in a new location, as Ryonghwa draws her blade, takes a lethal stance, and asks her brother if she can finally let loose. Our MC couldn't believe she'd ask something so ridiculous, reminding his sister that they're in the middle of a literal duel. He gave her a final pep talk, telling her to go out there and give it everything she's got. The second those words hit her ears, Ryonga snapped and lunged straight for her brother. Suddenly, the scene shifts as we dive headfirst into a crucial flashback. Thick flakes of snow begin to blanket the Gu clan, turning the entire territory into a chilling, frozen landscape. Flashback alert! We see a young Yangchun and Ryonghwa just vibing and sharing a meal together. The little girl looks him dead in the eye and begs him to finally spill the beans, but Yangchun just stands there, keeping his mouth shut tight. Ryonghwa snaps, asking if he's really going to keep playing dumb like this. Our boy just tilts his head, acting like he has absolutely no clue what she's talking about. The little girl reveals that their mom hasn't come home in days, and she's losing it because neither he nor their father seem to care at all. Ryonghwa points out how creepy the whole vibe is, but Yangchun just snaps at her to shut up and keep eating. Ryonghwa was absolutely fuming the second those words hit his ears. She screamed her brother's name once more, her voice reaching a desperate new high. Ryonghwa corners her brother, demanding to know why he's acting like a total stranger. She drops the bombshell that their mother has completely vanished. But our boy just glares back, asking if she's really bold enough to raise her voice at him. With tears streaming down her face, Ryonghwa snaps at her brother, demanding to know how he can just sit there eating while their mother is missing and they have no clue if she's ever coming back. She turns to Yangchun and asks if he's seriously not worried, but Yangchun? He's completely unfazed. Jun was dying to find the right words to take the weight off his sister's heart. But he just couldn't take it anymore, gritting his teeth as he slammed the table away and barked at his sister to shut up and stop the waterworks right then and there. He snaps that he has no clue where their mother vanished to, demanding to know why she keeps hounding him with the same question. He snaps, demanding to know if she's actually trying to push his buttons. Ryonghwa's jaw hit the floor. She couldn't wrap her head around the bombshell she just heard. With a look that could chill your blood, Yangchun stared his sister down and delivered the crushing news. Their mother was dead. He leans in, asking her if she's finally starting to feel any better. Then he presses her, asking if that's the kind of answer she was actually looking for. Ryonghwa looks him dead in the eye and asks point blank if their own father was the one who ended her life. But our guy just shrugs, telling her he's completely in the dark. He tells her she's going to have to connect the dots and solve this mystery on her own. He even suggests that if she's brave enough, she can go straight to the source and ask their father himself. Yangchun snapped at his sister to keep their mother's name out of her mouth, warning her that if she dared to raise her voice again, he was done playing nice. Hearing her brother's words, Ryonghwa completely lost it and started sobbing even harder. And that right there is the exact moment she grew to absolutely despise her own brother. She was dead set on staying at MANHUA, convinced it was the only way to finally scrub her mind clean of her mother, her brother, and that cursed clan of theirs. Ryonghwa's mind flashed back to the moment she witnessed her master's god-tier martial arts in action. In her eyes, the legendary Sword Queen isn't just a warrior. She's straight-up family. But even so, she just couldn't shake that deep ache for the family she left behind. She locked her eyes on her brother, analyzing his every move with intense focus. Next thing we know, Ryonghwa is gasping for air on the dirt, completely crushed by Yangchun just like we all expected. Our boy gives her some major props, admitting her power is the real deal, and her blade is lightning fast, proving the Sword Queen taught her everything she knows. Gasping for air like his lungs are about to give out, Yunghwa looked her brother in the eyes and pleaded with him, asking if they could ever go back to the way things used to be. Yangchun was completely blindsided, so he stepped in close and demanded his sister spill the beans on what she actually meant. He just sneered, telling them straight up that it was way too late for any of that now. The second Ryong heard those words, she was locked, loaded, and ready for action. A soft smirk played on her lips, finding it absolutely hilarious that her brother didn't even try to put up a fight. Right at the foot of the massive Huashan waterfall, the water crashes down with the thundering roar of a dragon god screaming a challenge to the heavens. One man stood defiant, refusing to budge even as the absolute chaos of the storm crashed around him. It was Mu Yan, the ride-or-die guardian who'd give his life for Yangchun. Every swing of his blade was lethal, slicing the very air and exploding raindrops into a blinding spray of white foam. His blade lit up the fog like a fireworks show, and the sheer force of his swing churned the water into a total chaos of crashing waves. Mu Yan didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He white-knuckled his blade, veins popping as his entire arm locked into place. Rain and sweat drenched his face, but behind that stone-cold look, his mind was a total wreck. He grit his teeth, and in the dead silence of his heart, he started to He couldn't wrap his head around why his lord was carrying this crushing weight all by himself, especially as the memory slashed back like a blade, showing Yang Chun lying there broken. His body turned into a human pincushion by a forest of needles. Mu Yan flashed back to that gut-wrenching moment he knelt in the dirt, fists shaking and voice cracking with grief, wondering why Yang Chun never called for backup and chose to face that hellish fight completely alone. Mu Yan realized his master had completely left him in the dust, reaching a level so insane he didn't even need a bodyguard anymore. Even with the truth finally out, Mu Yan was still shackled to his duty. He viewed himself as Yang Chun's ultimate guardian, a human shield ready to catch every blade before his master could even be touched, and to him, any other way of living was completely unthinkable. But while Yang Chun was putting his life on the line as a human shield, Mu Yan was nowhere to be found. He couldn't stomach that pathetic loss, so he turned that shame into fuel and started training like a total madman. Every swing of his sword felt like a raw scream of agony, finally letting out all the inner chaos he'd been bottling up. With one savage swing, he splits the waterfall wide open, sending water exploding like a million shards of shattered glass through the gloom. With a face full of agony and a heart heavy with guilt, he spat out a bitter question. What's the point of mastering the blade if you can't even save the person who matters most? If his blade couldn't fulfill its purpose, it was nothing more than a useless hunk of firewood to him. But suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the top of the falls, snapping him right out of his trance. Someone was shouting down that the drop was way too high. Mu Jan's head snapped up, his eyes scanning the jagged cliffs as the wind lashed his soaked hair. But his grip on his sword stayed rock solid because he knew that voice instantly. It was Sea of Laws. He was completely floored, unable to process the fact that she was actually standing right there. She shouted back that she understood and wasn't stopping, asking if she just needed to keep moving the exact same way. Her feet were totally soaked, but she pushed on anyway, wondering just how much longer she'd have to keep her eyes clamped shut. Seola glides across the shimmering water with insane grace, making every step look like she's dancing on invisible lotus petals. She's moving like a literal ghost, drifting through the air with impossible grace. A regal blonde girl stands before her, explaining that once she masters this footwork, she won't even need her eyes to see. Seola's terrified, knowing one slip-up means instant death, but she grits her teeth and pushes through. The blonde girl gives a satisfied nod and commands her to move straight into the third form. Seola unleashes a blinding golden arc, her blade carving a perfect spinning lotus right out of thin air. She lets out a pure shout of total joy. She eagerly asked if she'd nailed the move, and after a quick nod of approval, the blonde girl pushed her to jump straight into the fourth form. Down by the crashing waterfall, Mu Yan's jaw hit the floor as he watched Sol Ah put on an absolute masterclass with her sword technique. He stood there completely floored, racking his brain to figure out when she had actually mastered the way of the sword. This wasn't the same sweet-toothed servant girl he remembered. She had transformed into a total powerhouse. He muttered under his breath that swinging a blade on the edge of a jagged cliff like that was basically a death wish. If Yang Chun ever caught wind of what she was doing, his jaw would hit the floor. Meanwhile, high above the waterfall, Seol Ah flows effortlessly from the first form straight into the fourth, her blade energy erupting into a blinding dragon that coils around her with pure power. The blonde girl gives another satisfied nod and declares that it's finally time to unleash the fifth form. Seola sucked in a sharp breath and whipped herself into a high-speed mid-air spin, and he brought his blade crashing down with a devastating overhead strike. Stones exploded into shards and the water's surface erupted into waves. But she was just beaming with pure joy after hearing that praise. She was literally gushing, telling everyone how much she lives for that sweet, sweet praise. Mu Yan stands frozen at the base of the falls as the water thrashes down like a literal raging dragon, leaving him absolutely paralyzed with awe. He finally realized he couldn't sleep on her anymore. Had she really been grinding her sword skills in the shadows this whole time? He forced himself to lock in, realizing that dragging others down wouldn't actually help him level up and that he knew he had to shut out the noise and keep his eyes laser-focused on the path ahead. He was ready to sacrifice everything to fulfill his duty as a protector. But out of nowhere, a gentle voice behind him whispered that he'd done enough. Mu Yan nearly jumped out of his skin as he whipped around, only to find Seol Ah standing right there. He was caught off guard, wondering just how long she'd been lurking there. She locked eyes with him and jabbed a finger right at his chest, demanding to know if he actually understood the weight of his mission. Mu Yan could only gape at her in total confusion, having absolutely no clue what she was getting at. Suddenly, a golden flash erupts from her fingertip and slams into him, sending a wild surge of energy screaming through his body like a bolt of lightning. He's clenching his jaw so hard it might shatter, his face contorting in pure, unadulterated agony. Seola just flashed him a gentle smile, dropping a truth bomb. Cultivation isn't just about following orders. Sometimes you've got to shatter the rules to finally reach the sky. A massive wave of golden energy swallows them both whole as spiritual power goes absolutely berserk, whipping up a gale that snaps trees like toothpicks until everything vanishes into a blinding flash. Mu Yan hit the floor hard, wheezing and gasping for air like his lungs were on fire. But when he finally looked up, Seola had vanished into thin air, leaving him shouting at the empty space. "Wait, where did she go?" We cut straight to the Fire Rite Festival, where massive banners are whipping through the sky. The air was thick with the rowdy shouts of merchants hawking their wares to anyone who'd listen. "He's dumping his stash right now, and you won't believe the insane bargains he's offering." The night sky suddenly erupts into a sea of fire with massive bursts that look exactly like glowing peach blossoms in full bloom. As those glowing petals set the heavens on fire, Yang Chun and Bia sat side by side, munching on steamed buns under the fireworks while Yang Chun whispered that he never could have predicted things would turn out this way. But since they'd already kicked things off, he figured he might as well sit back and enjoy the show. Bia flashes him a teasing smirk, her face turning bright red as she hits him with a cheeky wink. Yang Chun shot her a look and told her she better get moving, because her family was probably turning the whole house upside down trying to find her. But before he could even get the words out, she was already out cold, slumped right against his shoulder. He flashes a helpless smirk and whispers that she's free to let the fire burn however she likes. Fireworks erupted overhead, roaring in celebration of his massive decision. The night sky transformed into a deep violet canvas, painted with glowing peach blossoms that lit up the dark. Every blast surged with raw sword energy before shattering into a million shimmering, perfect petals. The crowd had no clue those blossoms were actually handcrafted by the struggling disciples of Manhwa. Backstage, a voice screams in agony, asking their senior brother if he's trying to snap their hands off, but the only response he gives is a cold order to shut up and suck it up. To reach the top, you've got to embrace the agony, because real power is forged in pure pain. Under the glow of a pale moon, fireworks shattered the night sky as Yang Chun and Nam Kung Pi shared a quiet moment on the porch. The whole scene felt so legendary. It was like watching a classic inkwash painting come to life right before their eyes. As the sparks danced in Fian Nya's eyes, she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of pure wonder. Yang Chun stayed dead silent, but if you looked closely, you could see a rare, tiny smile finally tugging at his lips. But deep inside the house, something else was brewing. The vibe shifted instantly, getting thick with a tension that felt like a storm about to break. The Swordmaster sat directly across from the Divine Healer, staring him down, their eyes locked in a deadly, silent stare-down. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, if it weren't for the faint crackle of fireworks popping in the distance. After an agonizing silence, the Divine Healer finally breaks his quiet with a voice that commands the room, admitting he knows exactly what the Swordmaster is after. But does he really think he's got what it takes to pull it off? His tone was... He was clearly exhausted and full of doubt, but the Swordmaster stayed stone cold, asking who else but the healer could actually pull this off. He cut straight to the point with a question so sharp it made the healer flinch. The man just shook his head, his eyes filled with pure defeat. He admitted that despite his divine physician title, he was just a regular guy, not some miracle-working god. It was a brutal reality check that hit the Swordmaster like a bucket of ice water, instantly killing his last shred of hope. The Swordmaster's eyes went dark with despair, but he fought to keep his voice steady as he asked the ultimate question. Is there really no other way? His question hangs there like a desperate final prayer, the entire room dropping into a suffocating silence as the healer stares off into the distance, clearly wrestling with a secret that could shake the world. Refusing to back down, the Swordmaster's voice drops to a hopeful whisper, betting everything on the idea that the healer's silence means they still have a fighting chance. The healer let out a heavy sigh, his voice dripping with pure dread. He warned them that this situation was way more complicated than it looked. Messing around with someone's meridians without a plan is basically a total suicide mission. And pulling that stunt on a kid who's clearly built different? That's just asking for trouble. Every Dantean is supposed to have a standard energy vessel, but the power core inside this kid was something else entirely. The place was so impossibly wide and deep that it felt like a massive hollow void with absolutely nothing inside. Turns out that bizarre little quirk is exactly why he's been flying under the radar this whole time. The healer's words hit the swordmaster like a freight train, sending shockwaves straight through his soul. He stands there completely paralyzed as a massive tidal wave of memories comes crashing back into his mind. He can still see it perfectly. Little Viseola standing there with a wooden sword, her eyes burning with a desperate fire to learn to fight. But in a moment of total stupidity, he lashed out with words that still haunt him, sneering that she was just a lowly servant who'd never be strong enough to make the world tremble. And then, losing his cool completely, he shattered her wooden sword into splinters and screamed right in her face. She had to step up and finally shoulder the massive burden everyone expected of her. Even now, the memory of her hanging her head with tears welling in her eyes absolutely shreds his heart. And as the self-hatred boils over, his fist shakes while he lets out a desperate, broken plea. He's desperately pleading with the doctor to just let Siola live a normal life for once. The legendary doctor went dead silent, his eyes flickering with pure doubt as he wrestled with the gravity of the request. He'd already warned the swordmaster that what he was asking for was light years beyond the reach of any medical science. But the swordmaster didn't even flinch, firing back that the impossibility was the exact reason he was begging for a miracle. The doctor basically told him he was asking to rewrite the laws of time and space itself, and that's not even counting the insane amount of prep work required for a miracle like that. The swordmaster didn't hesitate for a second, stepping up to shoulder the entire weight himself and swearing he'd have everything ready. But the doctor stopped cold, wondering if this hero was actually hiding a desperate motive of his own. He was doing it all for his grandson, and those words hit the swordmaster like a physical blow, freezing him right in his tracks. He presses the doctor, asking if he's actually talking about the legendary white-tier spiritor. The physician is left completely paralyzed, his face frozen in total shock. He slammed his fist onto the table, demanding to know what the swordmaster had heard. But the master didn't even flinch, staring him down with nerves of steel. He told him straight up that their hearts were in total sync, both fueled by a burning desire to protect the next generation. She begged him one last time for the sake of the kids, making the doctor go dead silent before he finally asked a single chilling question. Why? The swordmaster flat out banned the kid from training, which is crazy because in a world this lethal, knowing how to scrap is the only thing keeping you alive. Letting out a deep, soul-crushing sigh, the swordmaster looked up with eyes full of grief and fired back with a question of his own. Would coming clean finally get the doctor on his side? The physician looks down and gives him an ultimatum. Explain why he's blocking the kid's talent and bring him a white-tier magic stone, and only then will he find a solution. Pushed to the brink, the swordmaster finally dropped the bombshell. Siola's incredible power wasn't a gift at all. It was a straight-up curse. But the price for wielding that kind of power was nothing less than her own life. He laid it out plain and simple. Her only shot at a normal life was to keep her head down and act like any other ordinary kid. She was going to pull through this, no sweat. But the second she fuses those raw instincts with her tactical genius, her martial arts are going to reach a whole new level of terrifying. Her very soul starts to go up in smoke. Every time she taps into that power, she's literally burning through her own life force until, one day, she's got nothing left to give. The doctor was paralyzed with fear, his voice trembling as he choked out, "Her life," while the swordmaster nodded through the pain, confessing that even the smallest bit of exertion could end it all. But here's the catch. Every time she uses her martial arts, she's literally setting her own life force on fire. It's only a matter of time before that internal flame swallows her whole. The doctor is absolutely floored, muttering that this looks exactly like the cursed demonic bloodlines of some forbidden cult. The truth finally hit her like a ton of bricks. Now she knew exactly why the swordmaster had banned her from ever touching a blade. The doctor then leaned in with a heavy question. Had the swordmaster actually stepped foot in Tiling Manor, the home of the martial world's absolute kingpin? But right when the swordmaster just shook his head, flat out refusing even as the doctor begged him to make a run for it. He revealed that the place held the sealing stone, the only thing in existence that might actually be strong enough to suppress the kid's insane energy core. But there's a massive catch. If this gamble actually pays off, she'll have to kiss her life as a martial artist goodbye forever. He warned that the swordmaster was basically snapping her wings just to play it safe. But time waits for no one, and once she grows up, she's finally going to piece together the dark truth of what really went down. She'll probably resent him for the rest of her life for crushing her dreams before they even had a chance to take flight. The swordmaster let the weight of that choice sink in, his eyes burning with a tragic resolve. If this was the cost to keep Siola alive, he'd pay it without a second thought. Outside, under a sky exploding with fireworks, Yang Chun and Nam Gung Fi wove through the rowdy crowds, but Yang Chun looked totally bored out of his mind while snacking on a candied skewer. Nam Gung Fi's face lit up instantly as he took off, disappearing like a literal gust of wind. He's left completely stranded, just a lone figure swallowed up by the massive rushing crowd. A merchant's shout snapped Yang Chun's head around, and he froze, staring at a display of butterfly hairpins so gorgeous they literally stole the air from his lungs. He stood there frozen, his eyes glued to them like he was under a total spell. And at that very second, Ciola was racing back home under the eerie pale moonlight when she suddenly glanced over. She's totally wiped, but she's just vibing and munching on a pastry. Looking like a little sugar is all she needs to wash every single worry away. Out of nowhere, a sharp voice barked from behind, making her jump so hard she almost choked on her meal as she whipped around to face them. She looks up to find Yang Chun's icy glare locked right on her, and she's so terrified she can barely choke out the words, "Young Master." Sweat starts pouring down her face, and her hands shake like crazy while she clutches a pastry. And as Yang Chun steps in close, his voice is dripping with pure, cold fury. He looms over her, demanding to know exactly where she's been hiding all day. He admits he was actually going to ask her to the festival, but she'd vanished into thin air the second he turned his back, only resurfacing in the dead of night as she hung her head and mumbled a quiet apology. Before she can even process her shock, Yang Chun suddenly whips out a breathtaking butterfly hairpin that shimmers under the moonlight and catches her completely off guard with a surprise Ciola. He stares in total shock, demanding to know what the heck he's even looking at. He fights to keep his stone-cold poker face despite the awkwardness, playing it off like it's just a tiny bonus for all her hard work. Ciola's eyes sparkled with pure joy, while her heart hammered against her chest like crazy. Blushing hard, Yang Chun told her to just take the thing, making up some lame excuse about his arm getting tired. She stared at him in total shock, asking one more time if he was actually being serious about giving it to her. Yang Chun pulled his hand back with a smirk, teasingly acting like he was having second thoughts, which sent Ciola into a total panic as she waved her hands and shouted that she'd take it after all. He caught her stunned reaction and flashed a subtle smirk, just as he tenderly slid the hairpin into her locks, making the whole moment feel incredibly special. Under the moonlight and a shower of cherry blossoms, the whole moment felt like a total dream, and Yang Chun, trying his absolute hardest to stay composed, casually asked if the look suited her. He played it cool, telling her she could just chuck it in the trash if she hated it since it barely cost him a dime anyway. Ciola's face flushed a deep crimson as her eyes sparkled, and without saying a single word, she leaned in on her tiptoes to plant a tender kiss on his cheek. Yang Chun froze dead in his tracks, his entire face turning a nuclear shade of red. Ciola is absolutely glowing, and with her butterfly clip shimmering like it's about to take flight, the whole room turns pink as her smile sends his heart into a total tailspin. The next morning hits, and as the sun cracks the horizon, we cut straight back to Bia. She's practically sleepwalking, yawning and stretching like she's still in bed. But Ciola is a total ball of energy, shouting at everyone to hurry up so they don't miss a second of the grand tournament. She spotted Yang Chun taking his sweet time and playfully barked at him to pick up the pace, while Yang Chun, watching her vibrate with endless energy, couldn't help but marvel at how she'd managed to bounce back completely after just one night. Ciola's face instantly tightened with concern as she leaned in, asking if he was actually feeling all right. The moment she teased him about his bright red face, Yang Chun completely locked up and started tripping over his words. Visions of last night's encounter flickered in his mind, but he quickly shook them off, nodding to himself that he's not some scared kid anymore and it's time to just let it go. Next, we're dropping right into the MANHWA tournament grounds, where the hype is real and the crowd is absolutely roaring. The crowd is buzzing, wondering if the legendary sword dragon is finally stepping into the ring, but a quick reality check reminds everyone he was a total ghost last year, and he hadn't even earned that epic title yet. But this year, you'd better believe he was finally going to show his face. As the group keeps moving, a sudden question pops up about who actually won last year's title, and right on cue, a newcomer steps in to drop the answer with total confidence. He swears it had to be the Guardian Saint, nodding in total agreement while his curiosity starts to go off the charts. Just as everyone starts questioning who this guy is, Yongfeng steps forward with a confident grin and reveals he's one of the 3 elite disciples of MANHUA, leaving the crowd absolutely stunned as they wonder if he's actually the legendary genius sword dragon. Yongfeng just plays it off with a humble head scratch, claiming the praise is way too much, but right then, Yang Chun happens to stroll by and freezes, wondering what on earth Yongfeng is even doing there. While everyone else is stressing over the flower ceremony, Yongfeng spots the group and shoots them a massive friendly wave. The second he was called the heir of the Gu clan, Yangchun stopped dead in his tracks. Yongfeng rushes over to ask if Yangchun is heading to the flower ceremony, but Yangchun is stunned to see him, wondering how he has a second to breathe with all those preparations piling up. Yongfeng just flashes a chill smile, reassuring them that everything's basically under control. Behind him, the MANHUA disciples are working like dogs, hauling heavy equipment across the grounds. One guy totally loses his cool, barking at the others to pick up the damn pace. He's fuming because the flower ceremony is right around the corner, yet it feels like half the disciples have just vanished into thin air. A fellow student chimed in, explaining that everyone was frantically grinding for today's massive tournament, but the first guy just scoffed, muttering that this desperate last-minute training was as useless as cramming for a final exam. Yangfeng let out a nervous chuckle and suggested they kill some time at the training grounds, making Yangchun realize that when Feng said preparations were finished, he was actually talking about the massive tournament ahead. A little while later, Yongfeng was practically buzzing with excitement as he gave them the grand tour of the entire place. This was the legendary stage for the grand contest, a massive, awe-inspiring training ground that loomed right before their eyes. Siolei's eyes sparkled as she gasped at the sheer scale of the place, but Yangchun just gave her a side-eye, thinking she should be used to this after seeing the exact same thing at the Nine Dragons Assembly. Yongfeng asks if the Gu clan heir is showing up to the flower offering ceremony, but Yangchun just brushes him off, telling him he'd have to be insane to even think that. Yongfeng lets out a huge laugh, admitting he's just messing around. After all, it's common knowledge that the ceremony is strictly for the MANHUA disciples only. Yangchun went dead silent, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. His mind immediately raced to Rionghua and the danger she was heading toward. Who was the monster they were going to throw her against? He just prayed she wouldn't get absolutely demolished in the ring. But out of nowhere, Yongfeng broke the tension by pivoting to a completely different topic. He looked at Yangchun and asked if the word had reached him yet, that he was the one stepping into the ring to face off against Riyong. The moment those words dropped, Yangchun felt like he'd been hit by a bolt of lightning, his mind spiraling in total disbelief as he desperately tried to convince himself that Rionghua stood absolutely no chance against Yongfeng. B has been eavesdropping this whole time, and she's already losing her mind over how legendary this grand competition is gonna get. Sayola whipped around the moment Yongfeng spoke, asking if this girl was seriously the one stepping up to challenge him. Yongfeng flashes a smug grin, confirming the duel is officially on. But then he has the nerve to ask the Gu heir for a brutal play-by-play, leaving Yangchun absolutely floored that this guy is still demanding a live review. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes across the stadium, ordering everyone to clear the arena immediately. The main event is finally here. The flower offering ceremony is about to kick off. BA quickly nudges the group, reminding them it's time to back off and make some space. But as Yangchun turns to leave, he starts muttering to himself, his gut twisting with a sudden sense of dread. He just can't shake the feeling. Is everything really going to be okay? Or is a disaster waiting to happen? He couldn't help but wonder who the hell rigged this matchup, sensing that someone was definitely playing a dirty game behind the scenes. He spat out a curse, frustrated by the strange feeling crawling under his skin. Was he seriously starting to worry about Gu Rionghua? He shook it off, telling himself he only felt this way because she was about to get absolutely demolished. But right then, another announcement blared over the speakers. The announcer roars that the sect leader is finally making his grand entrance. And even though the man hasn't even shown his face yet, his booming voice is already rattling the entire stadium. It's the same mystery every year. No one can figure out why they're forced to trek up this massive mountain in the blistering heat just for such a random ceremony. Sayola completely tuned out the MANHUA leader, her eyes locked onto the peach blossoms as they danced through the sky. Following that trail of petals, a blinding pillar of light suddenly tears through the sky and slams right into the dead center of the arena. As the blinding light finally clears, the silhouette of the MANHUA sect leader emerges from the haze. He thanked them from the bottom of his heart, telling everyone to keep their eyes glued to him so they wouldn't miss a single second of his absolute genius. The MANHUA disciples had bled and sweated through hellish training to reach this level of power. From the sidelines, Yangchen's patience was wearing thin as he glared at Siola. She was here for the big showdown, but she didn't give a single damn about the fight, way too busy with her own weird antics. Right then, the MANHUA disciples roared out in perfect unison, shouting that they were the ones who should be saying thank you. Because if there's one thing this sect stands for, it's never forgetting anyone who fought to keep their legacy alive. With a booming voice, the sect leader finally signaled the start of the first massive duel. In a flash, the falling petals erupted like a victory firework. And when the blossom in Ciola's mouth blew up too, her jaw hit the floor in pure shock. The stadium erupted into a total frenzy, with the crowd's deafening roar turning the air into pure electric hype. Just seconds later, the air exploded with the relentless ring of clashing steel as these two MANHWA disciples just stole the spotlight with a performance so insane, it left the entire crowd speechless. The crowd is going absolutely ballistic for Wu Einsen, and you can just feel it. The hype this year is on a whole different level. One duel bled right into the next, and the non-stop action didn't let up until the sun finally vanished behind the mountain peaks. Meanwhile, a couple of MANHWA disciples rush over to Reinghua, worried sick because they've never seen her handle a real blade before, especially since training swords are basically feathers compared to the real deal. And they nervously ask their junior sister if she's actually ready for this. Reinghua goes dead silent for a beat, letting the tension hang heavy in the air. He shuts his eyes tight, letting his mind race as he cooks up a plan. She gave a soft, humble, "Thank you." And man, those two disciples were so touched they straight up started bawling, with one of them shouting in total shock that she actually showed them some gratitude. Feeling cocky, another guy offered to teach her his secret ultimate move, but right as he did, Yang Chun burst onto the scene and called her name. The two disciples whipped around with murder in their eyes, barking at him for daring to speak to their junior sister so casually and asking if he was literally begging for his own funeral. Yang Chun let out a cold, cruel smirk at their shock, his eyes gleaming with malice as he dropped the bombshell. He's actually her older brother. He spat insults, calling them nothing but filthy toads, and in a flash, both disciples were left in a mangled heap with their faces beaten to a pulp. Yang Chun marched right up to Reinghua, admitting the rumors were the only reason he'd rushed there. He cut straight to the point, asking if she was actually going to duel the sword dragon, and with a soft, steady voice, Reinghua confirmed it was all true. Yang Chun quickly backtracked, claiming he wasn't trying to insult her. But if the Sword Queen was the one calling the shots, they'd better scrap the plan immediately. The second he finished speaking, the two disciples practically snapped back to life, leaping up and demanding to know who this random guy even was. They trashed him for killing the vibe, but a stone-faced Yang Chun shot back that the real tragedy was having to face a monster like the Sword Dragon. In his eyes, the fight was over before it even started. But right at that moment, Tuithua finally spoke up, catching even Yang Chun completely off guard. She tells him her mind is already made up, but she's genuinely touched that he cared enough to come check on her. She admits she didn't expect to see him there, but she needs him to shut up and listen to what she has to say. She explains that if she keeps running from her battles like a coward, she'd be betraying every single person who ever showed her kindness. From her master and senior brothers to Bia and Yang Chun himself, they'd already given her way more than she could ever hope to repay. Right then, she swore to settle the score with her own two hands, declaring that winning or losing wasn't even the point anymore. Because for the first time ever, she was done running and finally ready to stand her ground. The sun dipped below the horizon, but the energy at the Tahoe Pavilion was still hitting a fever pitch. Over in the Silver Victory section, the crowd was absolutely losing it, caught between wild cheers and total heartbreak, while one guy screamed at the top of his lungs, completely blown away by the insane display. While the rest of the crowd wallowed in regret, the next match was announced, a total rarity. And stepping out from the Gold Gate was the absolute monster known as MANHWA's top prodigy and its only hope for the future. Get ready for the legendary tale of the sword dragon himself, Yongfeng. The second Yongfeng stepped into the spotlight, the entire arena went absolutely nuclear. The wait is finally over, because they're about to come face to face with the legendary sword dragon itself. Right there in the spotlight, Ryango's mind flashed back to the very first time her brother actually lost his cool and went ballistic on her. She started out just bitter toward her brother, but as his non-stop rage spiraled out of control, that spite curdled into a paralyzing fear she couldn't help but hate. The terror her brother sparked was snowballing fast, and it was spiraling into a total nightmare, until she grew to despise the entire world and vanished, cutting herself off from every living soul. She finally found her master, the only person who ever made her feel safe. But looking back at her broken past, a sudden realization hit her like a truck. She traces the mark, questioning if her own brother was truly the one who branded her with that scar. It finally clicked. She'd actually sniffed out her own fatal flaw way faster than the rest of those kids ever could. Once the gravity of the situation finally clicked, Ryangwa didn't hesitate to make her choice. Even though she absolutely loathed her brother and the rest of her toxic family, she's officially done running. It's time for her to turn around and face them head on. She lunges at F with everything she's got, but the sword dragon shuts her down effortlessly, parrying every strike like it's child's play, right as she slammed her blade against his in a shower of sparks. Right then and there, it finally clicked for Ryangor. He was an absolute beast. In that moment, it finally clicked. She was witnessing the raw power that earned him the legendary name of Sword Dragon. She coats her blade in a surge of raw energy and lets it rip right at F. Her strike erupts into a violent explosion, and while Fum manages to tank the hit, the raw force sends him skidding back. Ryangwa blitzed across the gap, closing the distance before they could even blink. She kicks things into overdrive, her speed becoming absolutely terrifying. Every time her blade flashes, a storm of plum blossoms explodes into the air around them. But F is a total wall, effortlessly parrying every single strike she throws his way. He flashes a smirk and tells her straight up that she's actually got some serious skills. She drops into a combat stance and starts unleashing a blindingly fast barrage of strikes. Feng flashes a grin, noting that the seed the Sword Queen planted hasn't just bloomed, it's absolutely exploded into something fierce. He lunges at her full tilt, mocking her by shouting that her every swing is way too easy to read. It's a flashy show, but he effortlessly slips her strike and calls her out for being way too predictable. The instant he says it, he's already lunged for her waist, leaving Rangwa paralyzed with shock as Fun delivers the chilling news. She's already dead. Rather than finishing her off, he slammed his shoulder into her and barked at her to keep her resolve steady. He coats his blade in a surge of raw power, calling out Ryangwad because he knows she's still hiding her true strength. He's dying to see the absolute monster she'll become once she finally shatters her limits. He turned to Ryangwa and told her to make every single thing at the festival burst into bloom. The second those words left his mouth, he unleashed a blinding slash right at her. The crowd's jaws hit the floor as they witnessed his absolute masterclass in action. Nobody in their right mind expected Ryanga to be packing this kind of insane heat. Watching his sister, Yongchan realized she'd finally leveled up and shattered the chains that had been holding her back. A massive grin spread across his face as he soaked in the sight, absolutely loving every second of it. A grin spread across his face as he realized he'd finally witnessed something truly worth his time. It finally clicked. His sister was totally right to stop obsessing over the victory. With that burning question finally answered, he spun around and started walking away. Baya called out, demanding to know exactly where he thought he was going. Yan just smirked and told her he'd just remembered some very important business he needed to handle. He looks her in the eye and begs her to tell his sister one thing, that she did an absolute hell of a job. Cut to Yan Shan, and man, he is absolutely booking it toward his next destination. With everyone's eyes glued to the festival, our boy seizes the moment to sneak off and investigate. He made a beeline straight for Hijik's secret hideout. The MANHWA disciples had finally tracked the place down. Our guy needed to see the truth with his own eyes before the Murim Alliance swarmed the area. He scanned the perimeter, making absolutely sure those Alliance guys hadn't shown their faces yet. He let out a massive sigh of relief seeing the coast was clear, vowing to make it back in time for the finals before deciding to take a quick, risky peek inside the cave. He ignited a blaze with his energy and stepped inside, only to be stunned by the sight of brutal sword gashes covering every single wall. He wondered if MANHWA actually hunted down the survivors, or if the rumors were true that they only bothered to haul out the bodies left in the cave. Yongchen couldn't help but wonder. What kind of shady business was the Dark Knight Palace actually plotting in a dump like this? As he's scanning the area, his sixth sense suddenly picks up on a presence he just can't ignore. He spotted a jar with dark, demonic energy literally seeping through the cracks. Right then and there, he knew he'd finally hit the jackpot. He yanks back the curtain and steps into the final chamber, where the crushing demonic pressure confirms every terrifying legend he's heard about the Dark Knight Palace. Our guy knew the drill. A place like this is practically guaranteed to have a hidden room. He inches toward Hijik's throne, scanning the room for that unmistakable pulse of demonic energy, knowing these secret hideouts are always locked behind some devious hidden switch. He scans the area, his eyes darting around as he takes in every single detail. Yongchan's eyes narrowed as he realized something about that armrest was seriously sketchy. As soon as he hits the switch, the massive throne grinds back, revealing a secret staircase leading deep into the unknown. Yongchan's jaw hit the floor as he stared in pure disbelief at the impossible sight right in front of him. He's honestly starting to wonder if these guys are sharing a single brain cell between them. He didn't give a damn, honestly, because this entire situation played right into his hands. He charged down the stairs, descending deeper into the dark. But the moment he hit the bottom floor, he was greeted by a literal pool of fresh blood. At that sight, our boy's blood started to boil with pure rage. His eyes landed on the bodies of the missing MANHWA disciples, tossed aside like trash. He couldn't believe this absolute psycho actually went and created a whole lake out of human blood. He was left reeling, wondering how the Dark Knight Palace could commit such an absolute nightmare. Right in the middle of that gruesome pool of blood, he spots a single flower somehow blooming. He started to wonder, did the Dark Knight Palace really pull all these strings just to get their hands on this one flower? Yang Chan couldn't wrap his head around it, but as he leaned in to inspect the flower, he caught sight of something seriously twisted. He hauled the body right out of that massive pool of blood. That's when it clicked. This fighter didn't belong to the MANHWA sect at all. One look at the body told him the guy had just kicked the bucket. Spotting a familiar logo on the man's robes, Yang Shan instantly clocked him as a member of the Muram Alliance. The cold reality set in. The Muram Alliance had already beaten him to the punch. Just as he's staring down at the corpse, something comes screaming through the air right at his face. Yang Chang ducks his head in a flash, narrowly avoiding the lethal blade aimed right for his skull. The blade slammed into the rock right in front of him, missing by a hair. The crowd was absolutely blown away by Yan Shan's lightning-fast reaction speed. Yang Chen whips around to find a masked man perched on the stairs, who scoffs that he finally understands why Hijack lost. Yang Shan straight up asks if he's just a lowly lackey, catching the guy completely off guard before he snaps back and calls Yang Shan a total brat. Between that iconic red robe and his pint-sized frame, the guy put two and two together and realized exactly who he was looking at. Yang Chan was caught completely off guard when he realized the Dark Knight Palace already knew his true identity. The masked man stands tall and drops the bombshell that Yang Shan was his target all along, laughing because he never expected our boy to deliver himself right into his hands on a silver platter. Yang Shan didn't waste a second, instantly snapping into a battle-ready stance. The man leans in and drops a massive bombshell. He's got a deal for him. He reveals the shocking truth. The palace actually wants him brought back alive. Now he's demanding that he just surrender and follow him without a fight. Our boy lets his aura explode, telling the man to stop talking trash and cut the crap. He snaps back, reminding the guy that he literally just tried to take his head off. The man tries to play it off, swearing he had no idea who he was actually attacking. Yang Chan basically told the guy his lies were trash and dared him to quit yapping and finally step up if he actually wanted to fight. This guy was seriously annoyed that Yang Chan was actually smart, so he whipped out his blades and declared himself the warding demon. Yang Chan demands to know why the guy is even bothering with a formal introduction. Suddenly, the warding demon rockets toward our boy with terrifying speed. He just smirks, claiming he's only being a nice guy by giving him a proper intro. He told Yan Chan he deserved to know exactly who was ending him, and before he could even blink, our boy was staring down the edge of a cold blade. His jaw hit the floor as he struggled to process just how blindingly fast this guy really was. Just as the blade was inches from his eye, he unleashed a point-blank inferno right at the demon's face. But luck wasn't on his side, as the man effortlessly danced around the flames. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared right behind his back. Yang Chan whipped around in a heartbeat. He realized the exit was miles away, and though every fiber of his being screamed at him to bolt, he stood his ground. Did he seriously think he could win? Before he could react, the warding demon loomed over him, instantly closing the distance. He unleashed a flurry of strikes at blinding speed, forcing Yan Chun to duck his head just as the steel whistled past. The warding demon starts talking smack, mocking him because his blades look like tiny toothpicks compared to Hijack's. He looks our guy right in the face and asks why the heck he's running away like a coward. Yang Shan is absolutely fuming, grinding his teeth as his blood starts to boil with pure rage. He knew he'd absolutely wreck this guy if his internal energy wasn't running so low. He vaulted back in a flash, barely dodging the warding demon's incoming blades. The man snapped his head up, reeling from the shock that Hijack could have actually been defeated by a guy like him. He straight up declared that Hijack's life was forfeit, and the second those words left his mouth, he went for the kill. He swung his blades in a lethal arc right at our boy. Yang Chun threw up his arms to tank the blow, but he was sent reeling back, crashing into a pool of blood just as his vision started to fade. They told him that the second he finally snapped awake, he was staring right at. He's already managed to land himself in another massive mess, and Yang Shan's jaw hits the floor the second he hears Keel's voice. Our boy snatched a blade from a fallen MANHWA disciple, as Cheol prayed the heavens would witness the man's absolute grind, even beyond the grave. He hauled Yan Chuan back to his feet, barking that they weren't done until they gave it another shot. While Yongchun and Chihol are busy talking, the warding demon's eyes are darting everywhere, hunting for our hero. He calls out to our boy, demanding that he quit hiding and show his face. He's desperate to end this fight just so he can finally head back home. He actually compliments Yan, admitting that his skills are way more impressive than he thought. He never expected the kid to actually have the reflexes to block that massive attack. He mutters about how much he hates it when a simple assassination drags on for this long. But the second those words leave his mouth, he spots something chilling. Bubbles are starting to erupt from the pool of blood. He was dead sure Yongchun was lurking right there. He barks out that he's ending this whole fight with a single devastating blow. But before he can even start his swing, a massive blast of energy comes screaming right at his face. Thinking fast, the warding demon snaps his blade up just in time to tank the entire hit. That massive shockwave literally blasted the blood right off the ground around him. The warding demon stood there, completely frozen in shock. Yongchun sticks the landing, striking a cold pose with his blade held firmly behind him. As the scattered blood rains down like red mist, our boy's voice drops into a chilling new register. He reminds the demon that he deserves to know exactly whose hand is about to send him to the afterlife. The demon is losing his mind just seeing Yongchun actually wielding a sword. He's in total denial that our guy is secretly a beast with a blade. He's panicking because his intel didn't mention a single word about any of this. He was explicitly told that Yongchun was strictly a brawler who only used his fists. He screams at our boy, demanding to know how he could possibly pull off a high-level attack like that. Looking him dead in the eye with a stone-cold expression, our boy drops the truth. He's Shinshi. The second those words left his mouth, he lunged forward and swung his blade right at the warding demon. That strike absolutely shredded his mask, finally exposing the face hidden underneath. The warding demon was so completely outclassed he didn't even have time to blink. Shiel whipped around and straight up called the guy a total brat. Shiel has officially hijacked Yanwan's body, and Chao's strike just sent the warding demon into a total blood-boiling rage. Blinded by pure rage, he lunges forward, but Shiel the warden shuts him down without even breaking a sweat. The demon calls him a total bastard, snarling that he's gonna rip him limb from limb and feed the scraps to the local wildlife. Chao didn't even flinch. Those words meant absolutely nothing to him. The warding demon launches himself skyward, pooling every ounce of his energy for a massive strike. He erupts into a high-speed spin, his body and blades blurring into a lethal whirlwind as Chao quickly snaps into a defensive stance. He warned him that a mind fueled by pure rage only blinds the heart, and that lack of focus bleeds right into his steel. He thrusts his leg forward, snapping into a brand new combat stance. He dared Yongchun to open his eyes wide and witness the spectacle for himself. He claimed that a real master could make the heavens tremble without needing even a fraction of the chai he uses. He snapped his blade up just in time to deflect that massive strike. He strikes back, unleashing the legendary Plum Blossom First Sword. The second their swords collided, Chiel's blade exploded with a massive tidal wave of Plum Blossom energy. The warding demon's jaw hit the floor, completely stunned by what he was seeing. Yongchun's jaw hit the floor as he struggled to wrap his head around the absolute madness unfolding right in front of him. He stood there in a daze, watching as a flurry of plum blossoms drifted through the air and settled all around him. Chile suddenly flickers into existence right behind Yongchun. He grabs our boy's hand, physically steering the blade to show him how it's really done. The old master drops some wisdom, explaining that a fist and a sword are basically the same thing. He admits he's actually surprised a genius like Yongchun hadn't connected those dots yet. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was this guy still hung up on this for so long? He straight up roasted Yanshan, telling him he's moving at a snail's pace for a literal time traveler. Our boy's heart nearly stopped. His ultimate secret was out in the open. Shaking with shock, he begged the man to repeat those words one more time. Chio gripped Yonuin's hand and dropped the bombshell. The monster inside him had finally swallowed him whole. He dropped a bombshell on our boy, revealing that this power let him see everything, even the secrets Yang Chan was too afraid to mention. Our boy was left completely speechless, his mind going totally blank. Shiel's got a mountain of questions, but those can wait. Right now, he needs to shut everything out and just feel the power. Without missing a beat, he grabs our boy's hand and launches that guy clear across the room. Yongchun looks Shiho right in the eye and drops a total bombshell. He's not even a swordsman. The warding demon slammed on the brakes just in time, stopping himself before he could hide a single thing. Now he's absolutely fuming, demanding to know why our boy was holding back this kind of power from the very beginning. He whips out his blades and drops into a deadly combat stance. He grins at Yanshan, telling him the real fun is finally starting. He shouts that he couldn't care less whether his opponent is a master swordsman or not. With those words, he explodes forward and lunges straight for his throat. Meanwhile, Shield demands to know why the MANHWA disciples push their bodies to such insane physical limits. He explains they're doing it all just to finish their bowl, and the second those words leave his mouth, the warding demon spawns right in front of our boy. He lashed out at Yongchun with his blades, while Chihol reminded him that a true powerhouse can deliver maximum destruction with barely any effort at all. The second he finishes talking, he snaps back and gives Yongchun full control of his body again. Our boy swings his blade just in time to tank the warding demon's massive strike. He white-knuckles the hilt, refusing to let his weapon slip for even a second. But man, he immediately realizes his entire body feels like it weighs a total ton. Sheol breaks it down for him, explaining that the burn is real because he's finally waking up muscles he's never even touched before. Instantly seizing back control of his body, he told Yan there was no need to be so desperate just to make those plum petals bloom. He told him to stop forcing it and just let his insane talent flow naturally. 1. Right as he finishes speaking, he lashes out, swinging his sword straight for the guy's arm. 2. A flurry of plum petals explodes from the blade mid-swing. 3. The strike connects, clean-cutting the warding demon's right arm right off. His jaw hit the floor as he stood there, paralyzed by the absolute insanity unfolding before his eyes. His rage hits a boiling point, and he starts blitzing his opponent with a barrage of lightning-fast strikes. Our boy is tanking every hit with his bare chest, but his muscles are absolutely screaming from the strain. Chu starts mocking him, asking if it sucks to play defense without any chi, while Yang Chuan demands the old man hand back control if he's just gonna waste time dragging this out. He's gonna warn our boy to check that ego and quit acting like he's untouchable. He threw his weight into his blade, forcing the warding demon to retreat. But that demon wasn't finished, lunging back for a second round in the blink of an eye. Chiol didn't even break a sweat, parrying every single strike with total ease. Still, Yongchun was hurting bad, feeling every ounce of that impact rattling his bones. Chiol looked him dead in the eye and mocked him for acting like such a big deal in his past life. He laid it out plain and simple. Without his ki, our boy is absolutely nothing. He called out the fatal flaw of all demonic martial artists. They've got zero fundamentals to back up their power. Our boy gives him the nod and tells Kiol to keep his eyes glued to that man for now. Kiol suddenly teleports behind him, demanding to know if he's finally ready to push his body to the absolute limit. Yang Chan doesn't even blink, giving him a firm hell yes. Chiul presses him further, asking if he's gonna start acting like a big shot just because he's finally got a little chi in his system. But our boy shuts that down immediately, swearing he'll never let himself rely on chi as a crutch ever again. Chihol flashes a satisfied smirk and declares that things couldn't be going any better. He warns Yongshan that the warding demon is practically bleeding out after that insane rampage. He promises our boy that the old man is finally ripe for the taking, even asking if he should just deliver the killing blow himself. Man, this kid is a total savage. Chan wasn't buying what they were selling and shut the offer down without a second thought. He reminded himself to keep a tight lid on his kai, knowing that letting out too much power right now would be a total disaster. He tosses his blade aside and drops into a stance, telling Shiole to keep his eyes peeled and watch closely. He admits he can't even fathom the sheer scale of everything he witnessed in his past life. He never slacked onto the basics, so even without his demonic arts, Chihol challenged him to show what he was truly made of. The warding demon threw his head back and howled in rage, screaming that Yonchan was nothing but a total brat. He looked him dead in the eye and declared that he was going to end him right then and there. Without wasting a single heartbeat, he moved to make good on that lethal promise. He unleashed a savage slash aimed straight for Yanchuan's throat. But our boy's reflexes are on another level, and he narrowly dodges the steel with a split-second head tilt. That warding demon wasn't even close to being finished. He cranked his speed into overdrive, unleashing a relentless barrage. Our boy somehow managed to dance around the strikes, but the sheer pressure sent him sliding back across the dirt. With every swing of that blade, the monster was closing the distance. Jan's knuckles turned white as he balled his fist. He realized that a hot-headed enemy is a sloppy one, meaning he could take this guy down without even breaking a sweat. Yang Chan convinced himself he could pull off a total miracle while barely even breaking a sweat. He channeled every ounce of his power straight into his fist. He delivered a bone-shattering blow right to the guy's chest. He slammed a point-blank blast of fire right into the man's chest. He takes a steady breath, locking in the mindset that the smallest move can produce the most devastating results. He lets fly a punch so explosive it sends the guy soaring through the air. The impact is so violent that his blade slips right out of his grip. In a split second, Yang Shan funneled every ounce of his power right into the palm of his hand. The warding demon whipped around mid-air, locking eyes with him just to sneer and call him a total brat. Before he could even get another word out, Yang Chan unleashed all that stored-up energy in a strike so fast and surgical it was over in the blink of an eye. Before Yang Chun's feet even hit the dirt, his raw aura incinerated that warding demon right out of the sky. A hidden power suddenly snapped awake, and the warding demon's raw energy surged out of his body, flooding straight into Yun Chun. It ripped straight through his back, piercing him from behind. Our boy clenches his jaw, fighting like hell to push through the soul-crushing agony. He realized his demon well absorption art was spiraling out of control again. dragging the warding demon's energy straight into his core. Massive waves of chi slam into Yang, making his energy core feel like a ticking time bomb ready to detonate. The agony is straight-up torture, but Yongchan grits his teeth and refuses to let the pain break him. He knows that if his focus wavers for even a heartbeat, it's lights out. Chill caught one look at Yanchuan struggling and just let out a massive, disrespectful scoff. He snapped that with the training he'd already given him. This should be a total walk in the park. He even mocked the kid, asking if he really expected to be spoon-fed every single move. Our hero was absolutely floored to suddenly hear Chill's voice ringing in his head. He squeezed his fist shut, fighting to reclaim that insane surge of power from before. He steadied his breath, fighting to keep his massive ki from erupting like a volcano. He crushed all that unstable energy down into one single lethal point. He pressed it right against his chest and drove it straight into his core, and the very second he did, that insane aura crackling around him finally starts to fade away. Yang Shun yanked that raw power together and slammed it straight into his body. He was gasping for air, his chest heaving from the sheer strain. And once he finally finished, but the second he glanced down at his hand, his eyes widened in total shock. He felt his inner power surging through his body with perfect, effortless control. He stood there in absolute shock, unable to wrap his head around the fact that he'd actually pulled it off. That's when the truth hit him like a lightning bolt. He had finally ascended to the legendary martial pinnacle realm. The heat radiating off him was absolutely scorching, yet it didn't sting. Instead, it felt like this massive power had belonged to him since the day he was born. Talk about a glow-up. This is the exact moment Yongchan finally starts evolving into a total beast. Honestly, this was a rush he barely ever felt back in his old life. He was constantly smashing through his limits by burning an ungodly amount of demonic energy, dead certain it was all his own raw talent. But his daydreaming gets cut short when Chu snaps at him, asking exactly how long he plans on tripping down memory lane. He suddenly popped up right beside him in his tiny form, telling Yongchan to keep his eyes fixed on what was coming. He gestures toward the rock, asking point blank if he's actually going to do something about that strange flower. Yang's mind starts racing, wondering why a place as grim as the Dark Knight Palace would be cultivating a flower like this in the first place. He knew the palace was cooking up something massive if they were willing to treat this many elite warriors like total cannon fodder. Our boy was dead certain this was a sinister trap, especially with that foul, sickening energy reeking off the flower. It hit him right then. The only place on Earth they could have found a flower like this is the depths of the demonic realm. But Shull was totally stumped, because he couldn't pick up even a whiff of that foul, disgusting energy you'd expect. Yongchan's gut told him something was seriously off. He told the old man straight up that the truth was staring them right in the face. But Cheel dropped a reality check, reminding him that not everyone has the insane gift to sense that massive aura. Yongchan turned to him, desperate to know what the move was. He asked if they should just haul the goods back to Manhwa, but Shihu wasn't having it. Shihu warned him that Manhwa would grill them the second they saw that flower, demanding to know exactly where they scored it. Xiu bet the sect leader was hiding that flower in his private garden, and Yang realized he was absolutely right. He asks what the plan is for the flower, but he argues that turning it to ash would be a complete and utter waste. Kyo tells our boy to just devour the thing and claim its massive power for himself. Yang Chan's jaw hits the floor the second he hears that insane suggestion. He looks at Kyo like he's lost his mind, asking if he even realizes what he's suggesting. He demands to know if Kyo is blind to the pure, chaotic energy surging inside that flower. He tries to play it humble, insisting he can't just walk away with something so vital to Manhwa. But Chio just scoffs and calls him a total idiot. He calls him out, reminding him that he already swore his mind was made up. He demands to know why he's even wasting time stressing over details like this. He warns Yanshuan to stop using his guilt or moral hang-ups as a pathetic excuse to hesitate. He was dead certain Yongshan knew exactly what it would take to pay for his sins. To honor everyone who had fallen so far, he told him to stop looking back and focus entirely on skyrocketing his own strength. No matter how he tried to spin it, Yongshan was completely powerless to argue with Chili. There wasn't a shred of doubt left in his mind. He knew he was 100% right. He looked him dead in the eye and told him he finally understood everything. Then, he reached out and snatched that glowing crimson flower right from the ground. He finally had to face the facts. Shield was 100% right. Vowing to never look back, our boy ditched the doubt and finally went full throttle. He didn't even hesitate, jamming the flower straight into his mouth. He shoved it into his mouth and gulped it down without a second thought. The second that flower touched his energy core, Yongchun's strength vanished and he hit the floor. Every single nerve in his body was screaming in absolute white-hot agony. Veins bulged across his skin as he finally tapped into that insane surge of divine energy. He stood there in total shock, unable to believe a single flower could hold such a chaotic, swirling mess of both internal and demonic energy. He knew right then that this flower was way too powerful for any ordinary martial artist to survive eating. He channeled all that energy into his palm, and suddenly, his fire flared into a deadly purple blaze. Our guy's eyes went wide when he realized his flames were suddenly pulsing with the power of deist energy. He could feel the flower's stubborn resistance finally starting to snap. The flames dancing in his palm started to flicker and die, and the moment the last spark blinked out of existence, Yongchun slammed his hand over his heart, bracing himself for the storm. His jaw hit the floor when he caught sight of something absolutely insane. Chao wasn't blind to it either. He caught the exact same detail. 5 wheels are now violently spiraling around Yangwen's core. Our boy's Goo Flame Will Art finally hit the 5-star mark, and he's absolutely stoked to see his hard work pay off. Cut to the forest where Yongchun is absolutely tearing through the trees. He's hyped about his massive gains, but he's racing against the clock to make it on time. He knew he was already too late. The ceremony was definitely a wrap. He launched himself into the trees, parkouring through the branches to make a lightning-fast escape. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, Yang Chan scrubbed every last drop of blood off his skin and torched his ruined clothes before heading back inside. With his mission finally wrapped up, our boy knew it was only a matter of time before the Murim Alliance or the MANHUA sect stumbled onto that missing martial artist. Our boy finally calls it a night, crashing hard to recharge his batteries for the massive journey ahead. Yanshan swings his door open and finds Baya rubbing her eyes in his bed, realizing he'd completely blanked on the fact she was even there. Chiol smirked and grilled him on whether he'd finally made a move on the girls while he was away. Yang Chan's face soured instantly, clearly annoyed by the prying question. He shot back, demanding to know exactly what kind of progress Chi was even talking about. Without missing a beat, he dropped this bombshell. Ba sniffs the air and catches the metallic scent of blood, immediately calling him out on it. She starts grilling him, demanding to know what on earth took him so long. She throws his own promise back in his face, reminding him he said he'd be back in a heartbeat. Yongchan brushes her off to go handle some business, quickly checking his clothes to make sure the stench of blood is gone. He was sure he'd scorched the scent away with his heat, but then Ba drops a bombshell. Riangwa actually lost her match. Our boy didn't even flinch at the news, knowing that's just par for the course when you're squaring off against the legendary sword dragon. And Ba even noted that Riangwa looked like she was actually enjoying the chaos. She was actually beaming despite the loss, mentioning that she'd never seen Riangwa look so incredibly hyped. Yangshan honestly couldn't have cared less about what was going down. While he's completely locked into his own body, Baya glides over and pulls him into a surprise embrace. Talk about being blindsided. He immediately calls her out, reminding her she literally just said he reeks of blood. Yongchan leans in close enough to catch her scent, teasingly asking why she hasn't even bothered to ask where he's been hiding. She decided to let him off the hook and keep her burning questions to herself for now. She begged him to just stay right there, desperate to freeze that moment for as long as possible. Yan gives her the thumbs up, and you can bet Sheol is absolutely seething. He straight up roasted Yanchun for being a thirsty brat who hits on anything that moves, leaving our boy completely speechless. Suddenly, we're thrown right back into the darkness of the cave. 2 Murim Alliance big shots descend into a hidden underground chamber, and the vibe is instantly chilling. They're met with a total nightmare. The bodies of their missing comrades floating in a massive pool of blood. One official, completely rattled, asks what kind of sick, twisted goal these kidnappers were actually chasing. His senior shuts him down fast, warning that trying to understand the logic of monsters is a losing game. He warned him that there's just no way to wrap his head around the twisted madness of those unorthodox sects. The second those words left his mouth, he caught sight of something that absolutely blew his mind. He barked at his junior to haul tail back to base and deliver the report solo. He promised he'd fill in the rest of the gritty details once he finished up there. The rookie was completely blindsided, his jaw hitting the floor. He snapped to attention, accepted the mission, and wished his mentor the best of luck. He shot out of that cave like a literal cannonball. As soon as his junior cleared out, the man turned his gaze back to the lifeless body at his feet. That jagged scar on the corpse's face looked way too familiar to be a coincidence. It hit him instantly. This was the infamous warding demon. He recalled that this monster was supposed to be on a high-stakes mission to seize the MANHWA essence. So how the hell did a powerhouse like him end up as a charred-up crisp in a dump like this? He whipped around to grab the essence, but it had completely vanished. His mind starts racing as he tries to figure out who the hell snatched that flower. Just as the realization hit him, the spy's eyes locked onto the fresh scorch marks and lingering heat still radiating from the demon's body. It finally clicks. The same monster who slaughtered the warding demon is the exact same one who took out Hyjik. He presses his palm against the warding demon, desperately searching for any trace of power left inside. But his heart sinks when he realizes the man's heavenly chi has been totally erased. He's left reeling, unable to fathom how such a massive power could just vanish into thin air. Things were looking absolutely dire, and everything was spiraling out of control. He realizes he's got to haul tail back right now to deliver a full report to the Dark Knight Palace Master. Next, we head deep into the mountains where Yanchun is pushing his limits to the absolute max. He dropped into a low stance, coating his feet in power to brace for the coming clash, channeling every ounce of his raw, explosive power. He thrusts his fist forward, unleashing a massive inferno that torches everything in its path. His inferno incinerated everything in its path, scouring the entire battlefield clean. The entire landscape was instantly swallowed by a literal sea of fire. Xiao taunted Yanchun, asking if he was really that hyped about hitting the pinnacle realm and reaching the 5th star. But our boy just coolly replied that he was honestly just intrigued by the power. Keel looks him dead in the eye and asks if they can finally have a real serious talk. The second he hears that, Yongchan feels his nerves start to go absolutely haywire. Keel admits he's got a mountain of questions he's dying to ask, but he decided to stick to just one question for now, demanding our boy spill the beans on the heavenly demon's true identity. Yang Quan looked him dead in the eye and asked if he was actually ready for the truth about her. Without missing a beat, the old man confirmed that he absolutely was. He broke it down for our boy, explaining that his mind was a vault overflowing with buried memories. But here's the kicker. Anything tied to the heavenly demon was completely off limits and locked away. He cornered our boy and demanded to know exactly where the heavenly demon was hiding. The clock winds back, throwing us into the past just as a massive, jagged rift tears right through the fabric of the sky. Every single person on the ground snapped their heads toward the sky. Shouts erupted from those near the rift. A figure was actually stepping out from the demon realm's gate. Yang Chun and the entire crowd were left absolutely floored by what they were hearing. Our boy's jaw hit the floor as he stared at the scene in pure disbelief. He watches in awe as a mysterious girl in jet-black clothes slowly floats down to the earth. The second her feet hit the dirt, the martial artists whipped out their steel while their leader stepped up, demanding she identify herself immediately. She thrust her hand up, letting dark energy surge from her palm as she dropped the ultimate bombshell. "She's the legendary heavenly demon." The second those words left her mouth, she unleashed a devastating energy blast that slammed into the martial artists and absolutely leveled the entire place. Xiao knew something was dead wrong the moment the heavenly demon stepped through a gate and crashed the tournament. Panic was written all over Yanshun's face as he desperately yelled out to the old man. He snapped, asking if the guy had already forgotten the absolute hell he unleashed on MANHUA in his past life, demanding to know why he was so obsessed with the heavenly demon instead of the massacre he personally caused. Zhao's eyes turned absolutely lethal as he growled, asking our boy if he was really ready to see him snap. He made it clear he hadn't forgotten a single thing, but he was letting it slide because he truly understood that burning rage Yanshun felt toward MANHUA for failing to protect his sister. Xiul tells Yang Chan to keep his eyes on the prize and stay focused on the path ahead, and man, Yang Chan gets the message loud and clear. He looked him dead in the eye and declared he knew exactly what he had to do, instantly surging every drop of his power into his... He slammed his fist shut, swearing that he was the only one who could put a stop to the heavenly demon's rampage. Next up, we catch Yongchun on the move, heading straight for his next destination. As he's heading back, he crosses paths with the legendary Sword Queen herself, who turns around and asks if he just wrapped up a brutal training session. She let him know the servants were finally ready to roll, and when she invited him to walk down to the carriages together, Yang Chun gave a respectful bow and accepted her offer. Over by the carriages, the disciples were a total wreck, sobbing as they begged Ryangwa to stay healthy and never forget about them. The disciples teased her, saying they'd never forget that radiant smile she flashed back at the MANHUA festival. Rihangwa's jaw tightened, her teeth practically grinding together in pure rage. She snapped back, telling those guys that she'd never forget their terrifying ugly mugs either. Nang Chan's mind was racing as he tried to piece together what this crowd was actually doing there. Just as the realization hits him, a forgotten memory flashes back, and he immediately turns to grill the S. He finally steps up to the Sword Queen to cash in that massive favor, and she immediately asks if he's finally figured out what he wants from her. Our boy looks her dead in the eye and asks her to have his back, even if it's just for a little while. Next, we cut over to sect leader Fu and his top disciple. The old man tells Yanshan that after all the chaos they've survived, he just wants him to make it back home in one piece. Our boy shouts for the sect leader and drops into a deep, respectful bow. The master stops in his tracks, asking if something is weighing on the kid's mind. Yang Shun comes clean, admitting there's one last prize he needs to snag before he hits the road. He looked the sect leader straight in the eyes and made a bold request. He wanted to be named an honorary disciple of MANHUA. This revelation caught the old man completely off guard. He asked if it was all because of the insane energy surging through our boy. Yang Chun just nodded, confirming the old-timer hit the nail right on the head. He explained that he desperately needed a cover story for wielding such a massive amount of power. He was losing his mind because he had absolutely no idea how to actually teach him how to wield it. The Sword Queen stepped in to calm the sect leader down, reminding him that they're still massively in Yan Chun's debt. The old master gives the nod and officially dubs Yan Chun an honorary disciple of the MANHWA sect, earning a massive thank you from our main guy. The sect leader casually tossed him a bag from the second elder, acting like it was just some worthless junk. Yangxian and the crew rolled out in their carriages, finally hitting the road. But Feng wasn't letting them go that easy, shouting that he's coming for a rematch the next time they meet. As he traveled, Yan Chun's mind was racing, replaying every single moment that had led him here. Now Shinchil is straight up hijacking his entire body. He's locked in a brutal clash with Helgeek. He's racing against time to purge the poison and save the legendary Sword Queen. And that's when they finally come face to face with the man himself, Jae Gelhyu, who was now completely robbed of their voice. The divine physician and his grandson teamed up as they began the long journey back to the Gu clan. Yeonchun's second-guessed bringing them for a split second, but he quickly realized it might just be the best move he's ever made. They finally hit Shangshu just as the autumn chill set in. And right there at the front gates, the entire clan was already lined up and waiting for them. Rihanna brushed right past her father in stone-cold silence, but to her absolute shock, he actually welcomed her back with open arms. The second she stepped through those doors, the real madness began. Yeonchun and Bayer were right there to give him a proper welcome. She introduced herself as Namgung Baye and thanked him, but Yeonchun was totally floored by how weirdly normal she was acting. Chio starts roasting her for being a total sleep drooler, but Yeonchun claps back with a savage burn, saying he's never actually seen her use her brain before. Guchulon introduces himself and drops a total bombshell. He knows her story, and since the Namgung clan has been scouring the land for her, he's going to be the one to call them in. BIA bowed her head in respect, thanking him for showing her some genuine kindness. Just as Young Chun is about to head out, he gets hit with a massive shock. A mystery guest has been camping out for 10 whole days just to see him, even though he wasn't expecting a soul. While he's left guessing who this mystery person is, Seola chimes in to tell BYA she looks straight up legendary. The clan finally reunited with the divine physician, and while they marveled at the long wait, Elder Tay dropped the heavy truth. It had been years since they last crossed paths. Alin tries to play it cool with a casual greeting, but the Sword Queen just shuts him down with a look that could kill. Young Chun ducked into his room to get cleaned up, knowing he had to look sharp before heading out to face their guest. The second he steps inside, he finds dirt all over his mat and a girl totally passed out, drooling and muttering about how cozy the room feels. Almost like he's lying right there next to her, and she was left desperately praying that he'd make it back home sooner rather than later. She snapped her eyes open to find Yeon Chun staring her down, causing her to let out a massive shriek of pure embarrassment and leaving him completely stunned and wondering what the heck he was supposed to do next. So he quietly slunk out of his own room, desperate to escape that suffocatingly awkward vibe. Fast forward a bit, and Yeonchun has been laid to rest beneath the cold earth. He's practically shaking as he stammers out the question, desperate to know why she suddenly showed up at his clan's doorstep. She pulled him aside, looking like she was finally ready to drop a massive bombshell. She slammed her hands onto the table, screaming that he wasn't Gujulaiopi and demanding the truth, while he froze, realizing his entire cover was blown. She initially claimed she was just there to visit Julia, but as she waited in that room, it was obvious she was secretly hyped to finally lay eyes on Yang Chen. But then the twist hits, and Julio suddenly bursts onto the scene. He flashes her a confident grin and introduces himself, letting her know he heard she was looking for him. His jaw hitting the floor, Soil demanded to know who this guy really was. Julio was totally blindsided by her question, left wondering how on earth she didn't already know exactly who he was. Soil was absolutely stunned to find out he'd been using a fake name and demanded an explanation right then and there. But Yang Shun just played it close to the chest, apologizing for the lie, and he was seriously kicking himself for not hiding behind an alias. But before he could even ask what brought her all the way to Shanxi, it finally clicked for Soil. She hadn't actually explained a single thing yet. She didn't even try to hide it, flat out telling him he was the only reason she even showed up. She quickly backtracks and tells him there's actually something else, leaving him a nervous wreck as he begs her to explain. She whips out a document, and you just know it's about to change everything. She revealed that the Phoenix Assembly's dragon was finally stirring, and with a shy blush, she asked him to come along for the ride. He was absolutely floored when that invitation landed right in his hands out of nowhere. The Dragon in Phoenix Assembly was supposed to be the Moram Alliance's premier scouting ground for young prodigies, but these days, it's just a shallow vanity project where titles are handed out like candy. Yanshun remembered the rumors about that last meeting. Word was the place was crawling with absolute monsters. And it was right there that Tang Soil finally claimed his legendary title as the Poison Peak. She was crossing her fingers, desperately hoping he'd actually accept her invite. Back in his past life, Yang Chan was way too humiliated to even show his face until he finally became the official heir of his clan. He played it cool with Soyu, telling her he wasn't even sure if he was going to make an appearance. He told her he couldn't give her an answer just yet, and you could practically see her heart shatter. Yang Chan then looked her dead in the eye, asking if she had any other secrets left to spill. Soyo looked him dead in the eye and told him that was it. There was nothing else. He was completely floored. Why the hell would she trek all the way from Sichuan just to deliver news like that? Right then, Kyo stepped into the light, asking if he was seriously this blind to the truth. The old man was absolutely fed up with just how oblivious Yan Chun was being. He dropped a major bombshell, revealing that Soyo only tracked him down because she's actually got a massive crush on him. Yang Chan's jaw hit the floor the second he heard that. Keel started venting, unable to wrap his head around why every girl was obsessed with a guy who looked like a literal praying mantis. Yang Chan stood there in total disbelief, unable to process the sheer absurdity of what he was hearing. He was completely baffled by her feelings. Across 2 entire lifetimes, he'd never even shared a real moment with this girl. Thinking back to every time they met, it finally clicks. That constant blushing meant Soyo was head over heels in love with him this whole time. Yang Chun wasn't about to let this slide, so he stepped up and called her out right then and there. She shot back an answer instantly, and he took the chance to admit there was one thing he was seriously dying to know. Sheo demands to know what he's up to, but the realization hits her like a truck. He's cornered her for an answer. She begs him to stop, calling him a total moron and praying he'll just drop it. But Yan Shan doesn't flinch, looking her straight in the eyes and finally asking the one question she's been avoiding. Do you actually like me? The second the question left his lips, Baya swung the door open and marched right into the room. Both of them whipped their heads around to face her in a heartbeat. Bahia dropped an apology, but then nervously asked if they were even still on speaking terms. Yongchan confirms the truth and tells her to beat it. But Soyo apologizes and begs for just a few more minutes alone. Stunned by her words, our MC demands an explanation, but Keel just snaps that he's a total moron who needs to zip it and vanish if he wants to keep his head. Soyo was practically throwing daggers at her friend, and the vibes were getting seriously intense. Reading the room, Yang Shun decides it's time to bounce, flashing a smirk at Bei as he wraps things up with Soyo and promises to hit her back about that offer. She offers her thanks, and Yang Chun immediately hightails it out of there, unable to handle the suffocating tension. Al wasted no time and closed the gap, leaning right in toward her friend. Soyo cornered her, making it crystal clear that they needed to have a serious talk. The second bio finally took his seat. Soya finally dropped the bombshell that she'd already heard about her engagement to Yan Shan and immediately pressed him for the truth. She suspected Baya was behind the big decision, but Baya swore her hands were clean and, surprisingly, she turned around and claimed this was actually a massive win. Soya burned a hole right through her with a lethal death stare. She balled up her fist and declared she was going to hit her with that same exact question one more time. If she was actually head over heels for Yan Shan. Baya just shakes her head, admitting she's honestly got no clue. She straight up confessed that she didn't have the slightest clue what love even meant, but she just wanted Yan Shan to stay. And with a radiant smile, she told him it was the one thing she was 100% certain about. Soya was thrown for a loop by that massive grin, but the words coming out of her friend's mouth, she absolutely hated the sound of that. She felt completely stabbed in the back, unable to wrap her head around why Bei and Yan Shan were actually getting engaged. She was seriously kicking herself for not locking down that engagement with the Gu clan way earlier. Sawyer was totally zoned out, but Bayer snapped him back to reality with a sudden apology. Soya's caught completely off guard, demanding to know why she's even apologizing, until Baya drops a major truth bomb about her old feelings for Yantrun. Soyo shuts her down, insisting she's the one who should be apologizing and warning her to stay out of their clan's messy business. Baya's eyes land right on the document sitting on the table, and she immediately starts grilling her for answers. Soyo drops the bombshell. It's actually an invitation to the legendary Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. She'd already asked Yonchun to tag along, though she was worried he'd just blow her off. But Bei told her not to sweat it for a second. She swore up and down that she was actually going to go through with it. She flashed a gentle smile and promised to go, reassuring her friend that as long as Yanchun was there, everything would be totally fine. Baya flashed a grin and her entire body started radiating a blinding heavenly light. That sudden flash was so intense it completely scorched Soya's vision. She was left completely in the dark, having no clue what kind of secret drama had just sparked between her bestie and that guy. She was absolutely floored that B, the girl who used to treat these events like a death sentence, was actually going voluntarily, and as she wondered if the power of love was really this terrifying, she realized she'd been totally outplayed. She grabs her cup, taking a slow, tense sip of her tea to steady her nerves. Bia leans in and tells her friend that she's got a massive secret to drop. She drops the total bombshell on Soyo. She might actually be carrying Yanchuan's child. Hearing that, she did a massive spit take and started hacking up a lung. B rushes over, checking to see if she's actually holding it together. Soyo finally snapped out of it and begged her friend to repeat those words, sending a soft blush creeping across the girl's face. Right outside the room, Yunchun was already on the move, heading off to his next destination. He suddenly skids to a halt and whips around. Chio looks at him confused, asking if something's up. But the kid just brushes it off, claiming it's nothing. He tells the old man that he's getting a seriously bad vibe. Deep down, he's just praying those girls aren't talking about something totally insane. Soyo cornered her friend, demanding the absolute truth. Was she really carrying Yanchuan's child? Vaya softly cradled her stomach, dropping the bombshell that they'd shared an intimate night back at the MANHUA sect, holding hands and sleeping side by side. She dropped a total bombshell on her friend, admitting that very night was likely when the baby was conceived. Soyo's jaw hit the floor. She literally couldn't process what she was hearing. She never in a million years imagined their relationship would actually get this serious. The second that thought crossed her mind, everything finally clicked. She pressed Bia for the juicy details of what happened after they held hands. But Bia just played dumb and acted like she had no clue what she was talking about. Soyo pressed for more, asking if that was really where they called it a night. Right then, it hit her. Her friend was totally oblivious when it came to anything even remotely romantic. She pulled up a chair and got serious, telling Bia she was about to drop some truth purely for her own good. She dropped the truth bomb that babies aren't made that way, leaving Bia absolutely floored by the revelation. She begged Soyo for the secret of their creation, and her friend told her to lean in and listen up. She points a finger at the totally clueless girl and starts laying out the cold, hard facts about where babies actually come from. Bia's jaw hit the floor. She couldn't believe her own ears after hearing that. He was totally stranded and didn't have a single clue where he'd ended up. After what felt like an eternity, Bei finally emerges from the chambers only to find Yeonchun lurking right there, immediately grilling her on what took her so long. He immediately clocked that she was looking completely wiped out. He leaned in, asking her what the heck had gone down. He let out a massive stretch to shake off the tension. He reached out a hand to help her up, asking if she was still in one piece. Baya's face turned bright red the absolute second she laid eyes on his hand. She whipped around and took off at a sprint, while Yangchun desperately shouted for her to wait and tell him where she was going. He's completely blindsided, his mind racing as he desperately wonders if he's the one who caused all this. Next, we're cutting straight into the clan head's inner sanctum. The Sword Queen makes her entrance, and Xiaolan gestures for her to grab a seat because he's ready to grill her for some much-needed answers. She told him to stop stressing, promising she'd be out of his hair in the blink of an eye. She was officially over it. She looked the clan head dead in the eye and addressed him as nothing more than squad leader. Chiolin immediately snapped back, demanding she use his actual high-ranking title. He told her they'd been apart way too long to be playing these kinds of petty head games. But the Sword Queen fired back, insisting that squad leader was the only name she'd use if she wanted the truth about what went down in the demon realm that day. Shalon's jaw hit the floor the second she heard that. He let his power explode, and in an instant his entire body erupted into a massive pillar of flame. He demands to know if the Sword Queen's already forgotten their deal, but she just scoffs, reminding him that her promise was strictly about Chunhei, not the chaos of the demon realm. Glaring with pure malice, the clan head spat out a challenge, asking if she really thought those cheap tricks would work on him. But the Sword Queen didn't flinch, making it dead clear she wasn't playing games. She brought up the elite dragon squad the Moram Alliance built to shield humanity from the demon realm, swearing she'd never joke about this, especially since it involves the very kids who once followed him as their leader. The Sword Queen was practically on her knees, begging Shalon to reveal the horrors he'd witnessed back in the demon realm. She demanded to know the truth. What kind of madness drove his squad to start butchering each other the second they set foot in the demon realm? The survivors are left shaking in absolute terror, choosing to end it all themselves rather than face the nightmare. The moment he heard that question, Keolan instantly reined in his surging power. He looked her dead in the eyes and asked if she'd actually believe that he witnessed the exact same thing she did. The Sword Queen could still see that moment as if it were burned into her brain. Standing right there is a massive, gnarled tree, its twisted branches dripping with leaves that pulse with an eerie purple glow. While scouring the demon realm for Chun-Hei, she's hit with the memory of that tree's chaotic energy ripping through her just for looking at it, a power so overwhelming it literally gagged her from ever speaking its name. Roman was absolutely floored that Xiaolan had witnessed the same horror, but the clan had immediately shut the conversation down, refusing to say another word now that she'd shared his brush with death, dropping the chilling warning that every single person who sees that thing eventually loses their mind. He dropped the bombshell that the entire crew invaded the demon realm under orders from the Sword Supreme, the Alliance's top dog at the time. The Sword Queen was the only one who missed out, sidelined by a nasty illness while everyone else charged in. Shaolin made it clear to the Queen that they were just soldiers following the Sword Supreme's absolute commands. He reminded her of Haiyan's bold claim, that obliterating the demon realm was the only way to save humanity. The Sword Queen's jaw tightened in pure fury as she spat back that the whole thing was nothing but a massive lie. She took Xiaolan back to that heavy moment when the Sword Supreme scrapped the veteran dragon squad and walked away from his throne as Alliance leader. Hagen dropped a massive bombshell, claiming he was certain the secret to resurrecting his daughter was hidden deep within the demon realm. The Sword Queen's jaw hit the floor, but Xiaolan didn't even blink. She revealed she'd already confronted Hagen on the road, forcing the Sword Supreme to drop to his knees and confess that his entire scheme was fueled by nothing but pure, selfish greed. The Sword Queen's jaw hit the floor when she saw the legendary Sword Supreme actually dropping to his knees right in front of her. She looked over at Xiaolan and spat out that the whole thing was honestly just a pathetic joke. She was actually praying Haiyan would stay arrogant, just so she'd have a valid excuse to finally let him have it. She looks the clan head dead in the eye and drops a bombshell. Their men didn't die for some noble cause. They were sacrificed for the Sword Supreme's twisted greed and lies. Xiaolan flat out admitted that Hayagun's crimes were beyond forgiveness, leaving the Sword Queen in total shock as she demanded to know his reasoning. He looked her dead in the eye and told her straight up. He did what he had to do. He kicks her out for the day, flat out telling her he's officially run out of answers. That bombshell caught her completely off guard, but she took a deep breath, regained her cool, and whipped around. She spins around to leave, shouting back to Xiaolan that she'll definitely be coming back to visit him soon. As soon as she walked out, a flood of old memories came crashing back to him. He realized the Sword Supreme wasn't just acting crazy. It was like some dark force had hijacked his mind and was now pulling his strings like a puppet. We cut over to the second elder and Sayola, who are staring Yeonchun down with total intensity. They stared in total awe as he wreathed his entire body in a massive surge of energy, while Gurion bragged about the legendary dragon hiding in their clan and turned to grill Yeon. Sayola was absolutely floored by his new power from MANHUA, calling him a total legend, while Yeonchun finally reined in his crushing aura. But the moment Sayola spotted the second elder, she rushed over and gave him a... Howl didn't hold back, telling the elder that calling someone a dragon was way too cringy, which made Ryan wonder if guys his age just had a problem with epic titles. Right then, a memory hit Yeonchun like a bolt of lightning. He whipped out the pouch from the sect leader, told the elder that the Plum Blossom Sage said it belonged to him, and then demanded to know what the heck it actually was. The old man urged him to take a peek at what was hidden inside. Yeonchun pried the bag open, and his eyes widened when he spotted a mysterious bracelet. The second elder just brushed it off like it was no big deal, and told him to keep the treasure for himself. Yeonchun casually promised to hand it over to Xuelu if it wasn't anything major, and she was absolutely over the moon to be getting a gift from him. But right as he's about to hand her the bracelet, the elder hammers him into the dirt with a massive punch, yelling that you can't just re-gift a present right in front of the person who gave it to you. Viola's jaw dropped at the elder's move, and she scrambled over to Yeonchun, desperate to tell him she was officially done with it. Just as Yeonchun yanked his head out of the dirt, the second elder suddenly remembered a major detail. He blurted out that the Namgung clan had already infiltrated their territory. Yeonchun was completely stunned, unable to believe those guys had moved that fast. The second elder drops a bombshell, revealing they're just waiting for his fiancée to arrive at a spot right outside the clan's gates. He's absolutely floored to see powerhouses from both the Tang and Namgung clans showing up in the same place. Yeonchun scrambled to his feet and bolted, realizing he was in total denial that Bai-Ah was finally heading home, desperately trying to convince himself that this was just a normal part of the journey. She pictured that smile, the one anchor that kept him from spiraling into absolute madness. She put her entire life on the line just to snap him out of it, finally leaning into his shoulder as the chaos died down. Young-chun's nerves were absolutely fried, and he couldn't understand why the mere thought of Bai-ah returning home had his heart racing like crazy. The second he reached her room, he flung the door wide open. He burst onto the doorstep and witnessed a total nightmare. A guy in blue just ruthlessly slapped the girl right by the entrance. I was left completely speechless, frozen in place as that guy's lethal glare burned right through her. Young-chun's world went pitch black as he hit the deck, completely out cold. He finally let loose, unleashing a massive explosion of raw power and pure, unadulterated rage. Yang-chun's mind flashes back to his past life, where he stands over a lonely grave, pouring wine onto a sword as his thoughts spiral into total chaos. He slammed onto the ground, those bottomless, abyss-like eyes locked dead ahead. He stared down at the headstone like he was catching up with his absolute best friend. Bia's final moments flash vividly through his mind, pulling him back to the day he looked at her and told her she was as radiant as the moon. She whirled around, totally blindsided and demanding an explanation, but he panicked and shut it down instantly, claiming his mouth was just moving faster than his brain. He kicked himself for that slip of the tongue, but he couldn't deny it. She was always caught in a total trance whenever she stared at the moon. Even as her life slipped away, she kept her eyes glued to the moon, leaving him to wonder if she could actually see it, or if she was already staring into the void. He couldn't stop wondering what was actually racing through her mind while she stared at it that day. He was floored that even in a life this miserable, she still had the soul to stop and reflect. He couldn't wrap his head around it. If she died here, she'd never get to swing her beloved blade or admire the moonlight ever again. Once death comes knocking, that's it. The credits roll and everything ends right there. He called out to her in his mind, Kimbu. But even knowing the truth, she still chose to embrace her own end. Young-chun hung his head in pure frustration, seething as he blamed that girl for everything. He remembered her claiming she did it just because she felt like it, but back then, he'd completely written that off as total nonsense. He realized there was no point in overthinking it anymore, because he was about to... He's gonna take that mystery to his grave, haunted by a truth he'll never actually uncover. As the fog in his mind cleared, reality hit him like a freight train. The Namgung Patriarch had just backhanded Bia across the face for the crime of trying to escape. And right on cue, Yang-chun bursts onto the scene. He finally snapped, his eyes igniting with a terrifying red-hot rage. He doesn't even hesitate, launching himself straight at the Patriarch. Namgung Jin's fist ignites, burning with a lethal fire fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred. The clan head didn't even flinch, his entire body surging with a blindingly pure azure energy. He shuts down Yang-chun's entire frantic onslaught with one effortless block, making it look like total child's play. Yang-chun's jaw hit the floor as he realized his strike was swatted away like a fly, while the Patriarch roared, demanding to know who the hell this kid thought he was meddling in another family's business. The realization finally hit Yang-chun like a freight train. The man standing right in front of him was the Namgung clan's legendary patriarch, the Azure Sky Sword King, Namgung Jin. Just like that, Yang-chun reined in his murderous aura and responded with total cold-blooded composure. He stepped forward as Gu Yongcheon of the Gu clan, declaring himself the young lady's fiancé and demanding to know exactly what the hell just happened. The patriarch's eyes turned ice cold as he snapped that he was about to ask the same thing, demanding to know why Yang-chun thought he could just butt into a father disciplining his own kid. Yang-chun kept his cool, gave a slight bow, and made it crystal clear. There was no way he'd just stand by while someone tried to lay a hand on his fiancé, especially when it looked like the patriarch was straight up attacking his own guest. That was the final straw for Namgung Jin, who hit the roof and snarled that Yang-chun was nothing but a disrespectful brat. His whole body exploded with a surge of raw, violent energy, sending out shockwaves that rattled the entire world around him. Bia's desperately begging him to stand down, but her pleas don't mean a thing as the patriarch's voice booms through the hall, declaring, he told Yang-chun that despite his insane talent, his massive ego makes him a total carbon copy of his father. But instead of shaking in his boots, Yang-chun stood his ground and fired back with total defiance. He barked that he was nothing like the patriarch's spoiled son, who strutted around with zero talent and even less humility, before dropping a savage truth bomb. The guy wasn't a son anymore. He'd officially become the patriarch's second daughter. Every word Yang-chun spat out was like throwing gasoline on a bonfire, pushing the guy's rage straight through the roof. He looked like he wanted to rip the kid limb from limb, finally snapping and screaming that Yang-chun was nothing but a puny little brat. Out of nowhere, a hand drops onto Yang-chun's shoulder as a calm voice coolly remarks that his kid has definitely stirred up some major trouble. Yang-chun whips his head around to find the clan head standing right there, leaving Namgung absolutely floored and stuttering his name in disbelief. But Gu keeps his cool, dismissing Yongchun as just a reckless kid and asking Namgung to show some mercy while promising to discipline the boy later. He absolutely laid into Yongchun, barking at him to apologize right now. So Yongchun dropped into a deep bow and stammered out a sorry to clan head Namgung. Gu snatched his son and tried to bail with a half-baked apology. But Namgung roared after them that a simple sorry wasn't going to cut it. Yet the only clan head Gu just stared him down with a look that could freeze blood. And Namgung, catching the hint immediately, decided it was time to shut his mouth and back off. The door slammed shut, leaving Namgung and his son in a heavy silence after clan head Gu drops a final warning that they'll see each other at tomorrow's assembly. The room went dead silent as a heavy tension settled over the face of clan head Namgung Dar. He finally spat out that the punishment was over, barking at the staff to patch Bia up immediately while the guy just bowed his head in total submission. We cut outside to see clan head Gu and Yangchun strolling through the eerie silence of the moonlit night, when Yangchun was drowning in regret, cursing his own hot-headedness for letting things get out of hand, until clan head Gu suddenly shattered the silence by calling his name. He barked the question a third time, demanding to know if he was being ignored, which sent Yongchun into a total panic as he stammered out a terrified reply. Deep down, he's absolutely panicking, convinced that he's about to be wiped off the face of the earth. Yangchun was bracing for the worst, but instead of a death sentence, clan head Gu actually started singing his praises. Stunned into silence, Yangchun just stood there like a deer in headlights, barely able to choke out a confused, "Wait, what?" The clan head didn't blink, doubling down and making it crystal clear that he meant exactly what he said. Against all odds, Yangchun had actually pulled it off. He did what he had to do to keep his people safe, and honestly, you can't blame him for having their backs. Yangchun stared at his father's retreating back in total shock, wondering what had gotten into the old man, because the same father who only ever cared about combat results had just finally acknowledged him as his own flesh and blood. Suddenly, a tidal wave of childhood memories came crashing back into his mind. Think back to those heartbreaking moments when Yongchun and his sister poured their hearts out, desperately trying to show their parents some love. He can still feel the warmth of his mother's radiant smile and the pure, heart-melting love she showered on him. That one gentle pat on the head was a moment burned into his memory forever. He realized that if his parents were still alive, things would be a hell of a lot different, and the thought alone was driving him absolutely insane. They were supposed to be the perfect family, a life of non-stop laughter and warmth that would be burned into his heart forever. Yongchun stood frozen for a heartbeat, gathering his resolve before diving headfirst back into the chaos. He finally broke his silence and spoke up, addressing his father by his formal title, Clan Head. Clan Head Gu turned with a chilling calm and gave him the floor, so Yangchun immediately brought up the Taishan pill he was promised for rescuing the youngest. Lan Head Gu was just about to speak up, but Yang Chen cut him off, shaking his head and saying he was officially done with that pill. Instead, he throws everyone for a loop and demands to see the underground for himself. The clan head's jaw hits the floor, completely blindsided by such a wild request. He called Yangchun out for dodging this place like the plague ever since that day, but a trembling Yangchun just muttered that as a member of the Gu clan, he finally had to face the truth. He realized he couldn't run from his fate any longer, and the clan head just sat there in dead silence, weighing the gravity of the decision. Smirking with pure arrogance, he told him that as soon as the wedding talks wrapped up tomorrow, he'd lead him to the underground, leaving a stunned Yangchun wondering what kind of marriage he was even talking about. The clan head dropped the news that Yangchun was meeting the legendary head of the Namgung clan to finalize his wedding date, warning him to be there on time, or else. Yangchun gave a sharp, respectful salute in agreement, and a little while later, back at his quarters, a frustrated Yangchun lays into Elder Shin for just standing there while things went south, but the elder fires back, asking since when he ever actually listened to advice anyway. Yangchun called his bluff, pointing out that for someone acting indifferent, the old man's eyes were glued to the action the entire time. Elder Shin finally cracked, admitting that from a spectator's perspective, the whole spectacle had been nothing short of legendary. The conversation takes a sharp turn as the elder grills him about that tournament the Tang girl mentioned, pointing out he could have easily bailed. But Yangchun clarifies it's the Yongbong gathering, admitting he had no reason to say no since the whole thing is going down in Hunan. It wasn't a long trip, and honestly, he knew he had a massive score to settle once he arrived, while Elder Shin looked toward Henan, wondering if the legendary Shaolin temple had even survived the chaos. Yangchun confirmed that Shaolin was still at the top of its game, so Elder Shin asked him to swing by the temple to investigate a little hunch he had. Yangchun asks if he just needs to show his face, and after a quick beat, the old man confirms that's the entire mission. Yangchun gave the nod, casually mentioning he'd swing by since he was already headed that way. The next morning, Yongchun rolls up to the meeting spot completely solo, right where the clan head told him to be. He'd practically sprinted there in a total panic, terrified of being late, only to find the place dead quiet, at least until Bia's voice rang out from the distance, teasing that he'd actually beaten everyone there. Yang Chun just pointed a finger at her and demanded to know what took her so long, grumbling that they really should have been the first ones on the scene. Bia brushes a strand of hair behind her ear, flashing a smile that's honestly just too wholesome for this world. Instead of the beast Yongchun expected, a stunningly elegant lady stood before him, her white hair perfectly styled, and her gaze so sweet it could make any man's heart skip a beat. Yongchun stood there paralyzed, his entire body locking up like a kid seeing true beauty for the very first time. Flash forward to the dining hall where both clan heads are already settled in, and Gu kicks things off by asking if the other guy actually managed to get some decent sleep. He insisted that if a disaster like that actually went down, nobody would ever sleep soundly again, while Yang Chun sat right there, completely blindsided but choosing to keep his mouth shut. Nam Gung kept a calm exterior, but with a flicker of irritation, he thanked Gung for the concern and basically told him to stay in his lane and mind his own business. Gu snapped back that it was totally impossible, since that heavenly demon was literally tied to his soul. Nam Gung's face twisted in pure irritation as he nearly crushed his cup, growling that he'd realized the exact same thing yesterday. Gu hadn't changed one bit. He takes a slow, calculated sip of tea and casually drops the bomb that he's still a level above the rest, leaving Yang Chun completely stunned and wondering what the hell that flex even means. Gu finally pivots to the kid's marriage, making the air so thick with tension that Yang Chun is desperate to bolt for the exit. Everyone was bracing for a total bloodbath, but the meeting actually went surprisingly smooth. Turns out even these bitter rivals still know how to keep it classy. Yang Chun shot a look at Bia as she kept stuffing her face, realizing they were basically just glorified seat warmers and wondering how she could even stomach a meal in such a suffocating atmosphere. Feeling his eyes burning into her, Bial looked up and locked onto his gaze, the air thick with everything they weren't saying, right before she suddenly whipped her head away, her face flushing a deep crimson. And while Yang Chun wondered why she was getting shy, now, of all times, he brushed it off since everything was finally going his way. So they struck a deal. The wedding would wait until the kid grew up and was finally ready to step up as the new clan head. Nam Gung shut that down instantly, arguing that waiting years for the kid to reach adulthood was a massive waste of time. Gu didn't even let him finish, cutting him off mid-sentence to ask if he had some kind of problem with how things were going. Nam Gung immediately starts backpedaling, swearing he didn't mean it like that, while Yongchun watches from the side, realizing once again that Nam Gung is completely incapable of standing up to his old man. This wasn't a conversation, it was a straight-up power trip where Gu was just barking out orders. Without missing a beat, Gu demanded to know exactly when they were locking in the betrothal ceremony. He suggested that if there wasn't a specific date in mind, this coming spring would be perfect, and a hesitant Nam Gung finally gave in, promising to clear it with the elders before sending Gu the official word. Gu declared the matter officially settled, making it clear he expected nothing less than a total victory from Nam Gung before moving the conversation forward. Later, clan head Nam Gung is stewing in his chamber alone, death staring his sword with a burning rage as the cold moonlight cranks the tension to an 11, and he grits his teeth in pure fury. His teeth ground together as thick veins bulged across his absolutely livid face. With Guchiolan's name echoing in his heart, a flood of childhood memories came crashing back. Gu hadn't changed a single bit, still looking down on him with that same arrogant stare that dragged him right back to the day of his most soul-crushing defeat. The heat from those roaring flames was just insane, showing off a level of raw power that no kid his age should ever be able to control. Ever since that day, he threw his entire youth into the fire, obsessed with the single goal of finally leaving Gu in the dust. He was dead certain that pure willpower would bridge the gap, but let's be real. No matter how bad you want something, pure desire alone isn't enough to force the world to change. Ever since an elder told him he was nothing but a hollow shell, those words have been haunting his very soul. Back then, Nam Gung was totally lost and couldn't wrap his head around those words. When he demanded an explanation, he was hit with the brutal truth that he was a hollow, empty shell who needed to fill his void before anything else. This wasn't just some random advice either. It came from one of the legendary 3 celestial venerables, and he was talking about something way deeper than just leveling up his inner strength. He was just trying to fill a hollow void in his soul, obsessing over those words for decades while fearing he'd never truly break free from Gu Chaolin's suffocating shadow. His eyes burned with a hidden storm as his mind went into absolute overdrive. It's gotten so bad that even Gu's own son has the audacity to look down on him. He locked his eyes onto the blade, refusing to look away for even a single second. He made a silent vow, If Gu wouldn't put his brat in their place, he'd be the one to step in and teach them a lesson they'd never forget. He decided it was finally time to step in personally and beat some respect into this mouthy brat. Meanwhile, Suolo is off in the shadows, absolutely locked in as he grinds his sword skills in total secret. She shuts her eyes, letting the voice of her past self, the legendary sword saint, guide her to move in perfect rhythm with the whisper of her steel. Bit by bit, she started to feel the invisible current of energy swirling all around her. In a heartbeat, she let her blade rip through the air with absolute conviction. Suddenly, a soul-crushing pressure ripped through the sky, shattering the very air itself. She unleashed a massive sword aura that absolutely shredded everything in its path, leaving the ground stripped bare and scattered with leaves until she finally let out a heavy sigh, totally wiped out and ready to call it a day. Her spirit companion materialized right beside her, worriedly insisting that her brutal training was finally paying off. But Seol-Ah could only look back and ask if she'd really made that much progress. Even her spirit had to admit that she'd leveled up like crazy since the very beginning. But right then, a wave of pure dread hits her like a truck, snapping her out of it as she whips her head around to see the source. And it's her The spirit asks if she felt that too. A massive explosion of raw power erupting right from the Namgung clan's estate. And that's a huge problem, because that's exactly where Namgung's older sister is staying. Sensing the danger, the Holy Sword Saint Sola starts panicking and screams at her to get there as fast as she can. But Sola freezes, knowing that if she shows up like this, everyone will find out she's secretly just a servant for the Gung clan. But then, she flashes a determined smirk and tells them she's already got the perfect plan to handle this. Meanwhile, on a desolate road, the Namgung clan head was charging forward, his eyes burning with a rage that could set the world on fire. He was ready to let his rage explode. But he was stopped dead in his tracks. A voice suddenly barks for him to stop, and there stands Seola, her face shrouded by her hat as the moonlight floods the path ahead. He barked a demand for her name, but the realization hit him like a truck. This was the same attendant who'd been tailing Chiet Van's son. The whole clan had been mocking her pathetic excuse for a disguise, and Soile's heart stopped as she realized she was totally busted. Panic surged through her as she realized her big sister's secret plan might have been exposed from the very start. Seeing the blade, Saint Seola went dead silent as the realization of that insane plan finally clicked. The Namgung clan head locked his piercing eyes on her, demanding to know what a lowly servant was doing there and who was pulling her strings. Then, acting like she wasn't even worth his breath, he snapped at her to get out of his face immediately, refusing to waste another second arguing with someone so far beneath him. Seola was definitely having some major second thoughts. He fired back that turning tail and running was completely off the table. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as he double-checked if he'd heard her right. But she just pointed at the massive wave of killing intent leaking out of him and asked where exactly he thought he was going. She hung her head, nervously asking if he was really about to let his lethal fury explode all over the young master. Those words hit his ego like a ton of bricks, instantly lighting a fire in his soul. Pure, unadulterated fury took over, and in a heartbeat, his entire body exploded with a surge of raw, destructive power. With a massive storm tearing through the heavens, Seola starts to panic and begs her big sister for a plan, even though every instinct she has is screaming at her to draw her sword. The whole clan roared in a blind fury, screaming that even the Gu descendants had the nerve to be this cocky. He went absolutely ballistic, ranting that every single one of them was a disrespectful eyesore who offended him just by existing. His knuckles turned white as he squeezed the hilt of his blade. Lightning explodes off him like a violent waterfall, vaporizing everything in its path. He draws his blade and sends a bone-chilling wave of energy straight at Seola, backed by a thunderous roar that sounds like a starving beast. That sword. Saint Seola pushed her to stick to the training, and Seola answered with absolute fire in her eyes. She whips out her blade and casually shreds that monster strike into 4 clean pieces with a touch of pure, effortless grace. It was elegant yet straight-up lethal, leaving the Namgung clan head completely paralyzed by the absolute madness he'd just witnessed. That devastating sword strike was absolutely pulverized, scattering into harmless sparks behind Seola as his entire body locked up in pure shock. His mind was spiraling in pure disbelief as he stared at her, unable to process how she'd actually managed to shut down his attack. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, his heart hammering as pure dread surged through his entire body. He's screaming for the truth about who she really is, but Seola just hits him with a wall of silence. She didn't say a word, her eyes locked onto her opponent with absolute laser-sharp focus. A mysterious figure stalks through the flickering shadows of the dungeon, coming to a dead stop right in front of the cell where an old man was just brutally taken out. While the old man languished in his cell, a mysterious visitor stepped out of the shadows and asked if he was the one who'd summoned him. He looked up from the floor, sized the visitor up, and asked if he'd actually grown fond of the clan he was so busy impersonating. The stranger reaches out, grazes his face, and finally delivers his answer. After lurking in the shadows for what felt like an eternity, it finally had. Eventually, it just became pure muscle memory. Fed up with the silence, he demanded to know why he'd been summoned, so the old man shoved a letter into his hand and told him he was heading straight for the Black Knight Palace. The visitor was totally blindsided by the destination, but the old man explained that the First Elder had accepted a high-stakes request, and that letter had to be delivered at all costs. He started groaning about what a total drag the mission was, but the old man just brushed him off and dumped the whole burden on his shoulders anyway. And just like that, the mysterious guest turned his back on the dungeon and made his exit. Sitting alone in his cell, the old man just sneered, muttering about how these vultures were desperate enough to crawl even here just to snag a seat. Meanwhile, Guangjun is over here grinning like a total maniac, his eyes blinded by pure greed as he brags about how much he's loving this. Deep in the heart of a dark forest, the full moon hangs high, bathing the trees in an eerie silver glow. The battlefield exploded into absolute chaos as both sides clashed with everything they had. Naemong Jane slammed his blade right into the veiled Seola, their weapons erupting with a massive surge of raw energy. He's barely holding his ground against her relentless onslaught, absolutely floored by her insane power and left wondering what the hell is even going on. He could see gaps in her defense everywhere, but her sheer intensity was still forcing him onto his heels. The energy between them finally hit its breaking point, and Seola let out a scream as the blast sent her flying. The sheer force of the impact just shreds her veil right off. Naemong Jane doesn't give them a second to breathe, immediately following up with a devastating slash that's... The blast rocketed towards Seola midair, and her eyes nearly popped out of her head as the lethal energy closed in for the kill. These two monsters clash head-on, triggering a massive explosion that lights up the entire sky. Their collision exploded, sending massive shockwaves tearing through the entire forest. Naemong Jane was actually blown away by how insanely skilled his opponent was. He realized Seola was reading his every move and parrying with frame-perfect timing. Seola sprawled in the dirt, desperately clutching her mangled arm after that last brutal exchange. Naemong Jane scoffs, wondering out loud if the Ghoul clan is actually training their lowly servants in the art of the sword now. He's visibly shaken that his lethal strike was somehow parried by a girl like her. It's a total shock to his system that his perfect attack was completely shut down. Suddenly, a low hum rattles the air as both his and Seola's blades start vibrating with raw power. He knew that hum instantly. It was sword resonance. Staring in total shock, he couldn't wrap his head around how a lowly servant was pulling off a feat that even legendary swordmasters struggle to master. He was absolutely floored. The idea that the legendary Azure Sky Sword King could actually be sweating over a lowly servant was just straight up insane. Just like that, he lets loose a titanic surge of power, swallowing the entire battlefield in a blinding storm of blue light. Staring down that overwhelming pressure, Seola finally snaps and transforms, her dark hair erupting into a brilliant, glowing gold. Naemon Genie stared down the newly transformed Saint Seola, his eyes burning with pure intensity. He throws down the gauntlet, taunting her to see if she can actually block that same move a second time. He unleashes yet another massive surge of raw, destructive power, but his strike slammed head-on into a force that was just as monstrous. Seola stands her ground, effortlessly parrying the strike before both warriors lunge at each other, their blades colliding in a blinding explosion of light. The sheer force of their clash exploded into a massive pillar of light, shredding the forest and leaving the entire landscape in absolute ruins. As the smoke finally cleared, Naemong Jane was the only one left standing. He's whipping his head around, completely baffled by how his opponent just pulled a total vanishing act. Out of nowhere, his instincts screamed, and he whipped his head toward the sky in pure disbelief. Sword. Saint Seola loomed directly over him, her golden hair and blade erupting with a blinding, godlike power. He was completely blindsided when her hair color pulled a sudden, shocking transformation. They collided once again, sending massive shockwaves of raw energy rippling through the air. That's when it hits him. Her blade's entire rhythm has completely transformed. Sword Saint Seola stared him down with pure disappointment, declaring his blade was completely hollow and calling the whole thing a damn shame. Those words hit a nerve, leaving Jean absolutely quaking with fury. Visibly rattled, he gritted his teeth as he struggled to keep his cool. His blade hissed with raw energy as he absolutely snapped, screaming at her to shut her mouth while he channeled a massive, terrifying surge of power. He charged up every ounce of his energy, ready to let loose a devastating explosion. A blinding pillar of light tore through the air, screaming straight towards Sword Street, Seola. Naemong Jane and Seola stayed locked in a brutal, high-speed duel. refusing to give an inch as they fought. She instantly recognized those lethal strikes as the legendary Namong sword style, but it felt rough and totally out of control, like it had lost its path and been ripped right out from its own roots. She remembered that even a top-tier master like Chan Jin was pushed to his limits by this wild style, and as she faced Namgong Jin's onslaught, she couldn't help but wonder, was their family's swordsmanship always this brutal? Kia realized there was only ever one person who could truly stand against him, the Demon Sword Queen. And when their blades met, the sheer power of the impact was absolutely legendary. She suddenly remembered how the Queen's blade felt alive, as if the steel itself was guiding her every move. She couldn't help but wonder why the Queen was the only Namong warrior to forge her own path. But those thoughts were instantly shattered as she and Namong Jon slammed together in a massive explosion of energy. The blast launched Namong Jin through the air like a ragdoll before he slammed hard into the dirt. Broken and spitting blood, he glares up at Sword Street Cola in total disbelief, gasping out a desperate, "How did it come to this?" She towered over him, her face a cold, stone-faced mask that gave absolutely nothing away. Out of nowhere, dozens of blades made of pure energy just manifest right out of thin air. With every weapon locked onto him, a helpless Namong Jin roared for an answer, screaming in pure frustration because his blade couldn't even graze her. He just poured every single ounce of his power into his blade. And suddenly, a massive pillar of blue energy erupted from the earth, swallowing the entire battlefield in one blinding blast. A massive blast rocked the world, and when the blinding light finally cleared, the entire landscape was pulverized, with Sword Street Cola nowhere to be found. Sword Saint Seal knew she couldn't let this continue. She really didn't want to shatter his spirit, but she realized she was officially out of options. A blinding white wing of energy explodes from the earth as a massive, ghostly blue titan starts to materialize from the light. Right in the center, Sword Street Cola hovered as her golden aura violently smashed against the figure's surging blue energy. These two massive powers fused together, spiraling into a colossal blade of raw energy that dominated the entire sky. Radiant in her golden glow, Sword Street Cola took control and unleashed the devastating strike. That massive blade came crashing down right on top of Namgong Jin. He stood paralyzed, watching in sheer horror as his own clan's secret power came crashing down on him. And once the smoke finally cleared, the two were deadlocked in the middle of the wreckage. Namong Jin hits the deck in absolute shock, his mind reeling as he realizes the technique she just unleashed is a secret art from his very own Neiman clan. He's absolutely losing it, demanding to know how she can swing that blade, but the Sword Saint just towers over him with her golden hair glowing under the moonlight as she stares down the Namgung leader, demanding to know who he really is and how he stole their secret sword style. The Sword Saint's eyes sharpened as he realized something was dead wrong. A lowly servant just pulled off a legendary family technique, and all the clan head could do was calmly ask how. At that moment, his warrior's curiosity completely snuffed out his urge to kill, and the clan head actually dropped to his knees, begging Sayola to tell him how she mastered the Namgung family's secret sword style. But he quickly tossed his pride away, admitting the how didn't matter, as long as she taught him the technique, so he could finally ascend to a higher realm. Sayola looks down and tells him to quit while he's ahead, urging him to stand up as she reels from the sheer, soul-crushing desperation in his eyes. She admitted she was just a lowly servant of the Gu clan, explaining that she'd only managed to piece together scraps of info, making it impossible for her to give him the full picture. The clan leader's jaw hit the floor, and he immediately demanded to know who leaked that secret to her. Solo flashed a relieved smirk, totally thrilled to finally dump this massive burden onto someone else's plate. She playfully challenged him, asking if he'd actually buy it if she claimed this guy was her young master. The clan leader completely lost it, barking that it was impossible for Chulwun's son to have that kind of power, especially since the rumors claimed they only stumbled onto the lost Namgung technique by pure luck. Sayola told him she didn't give a damn whether he believed her or not. The only thing that mattered was that he kept his mouth shut about everything that went down that night. She dropped a reality check. If he actually wanted the young master to train him, he'd have to learn to keep his cool first. She vanished in a heartbeat, leaving the clan leader reeling as he wondered if a kid like Gu Yongchun was actually the secret weapon he needed. While the Sword Saint pushed forward under the moonlit sky, Sayola's voice suddenly rang out, begging her sister for forgiveness and promising to return her body right then and there. She started panicking that they'd gone too far, fearing that another hit on the young master would trigger a total disaster, but she quickly told her sister to just relax and not worry about it. She finally came clean, admitting that all she'd really done was dump a massive new mountain of trouble onto her shoulders. She leans in and whispers a soft sorry right into Gu Yangchun's ear. The night blurs away, and before you know it, the morning sun is breaking through. Yangchun finally blinks his eyes open, but his arm is completely dead and stinging with a sharp numbness. Confused about what the hell just went down, he glances over only to find Bia fast asleep right next to him. She used his arm as a human pillow all night long, but he eventually snaps, shoving her aside and demanding to know why she's being so reckless with his dad right there. Honestly, it's like she's just begging for another massive earful. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a mysterious letter sitting on the windowsill, and he reaches out, totally thrown for a loop. He stood there completely stumped, racking his brain to figure out what the heck he was even looking at. He rips open the letter to find Seol-A's elegant script, telling him she's already put the Namgung clan leader in his place and he can finally relax. But honestly, Mian is still standing there completely baffled by what's actually going on. He muttered under his breath, racking his brain to figure out what this cryptic message was actually about. His eyes were glued to that sketch at the bottom of the page, but he still had no clue who the main figure was or who the mystery sender could be. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice echoed from the hallway, calling out to see if he was actually in the room. Jiang Chun nearly jumped out of his skin when he realized the Namgung clan leader was at his door at the crack of dawn, and he started tripping over his words, desperately begging for just a second to pull himself together. He scrambled to the door, still fumbling with his half-on clothes, and blurted out why the clan leader was visiting at such an insane hour, but the leader at the time kept his chilling composure, claiming he just wanted some answers. But those words... His voice cuts out the second he spots a shadow lurking in the corner. The temperature hits rock bottom as Ahi crawls right out of Yongchun's bed. She asks who's there, but the second she realizes she's been caught, she absolutely loses it. Pure, unadulterated rage exploded across the clan leader's face once more. He cursed her timing for waking up at the worst possible second, his eyes snapping toward Yangchun with a look that said he was ready to tear him to shreds, though. He choked back his pure rage to focus on the bigger picture, and instead... He basically told Yangchun that if he wasn't busy, they should take the conversation outside. But Yangchun just stood there, stunned. He scrambled into his gear and trailed the clan leader, his mind racing over why on earth the boss wanted to talk at the training grounds of all places. The clan leader slowly hoisted his blade with chilling precision, letting the tension in the air reach a breaking point. As a lethal strike closed in, Yangchun's mind spiraled with the terrifying thought that this was a setup to end him. So he desperately ignited his palms with blazing energy while cursing the nightmare he'd walked into. But the clan leader didn't strike. Instead, he put on a masterclass of the legendary Namgung sword forms, and the second he finished, he snapped his blade back into its sheath and... The guy asked Yangchun for his take, but Yangchun was just left scratching his head, totally clueless about what he was even getting at. The clan leader makes his demand crystal clear. He wants Yangchun to expose the flaws in his swordplay. But Yangchun just shuts him down, calling the request insane and swearing he's got no clue what's even being asked of him. The clan leader lunges forward, pointing his blade right at his chest and screaming at him to stop playing dumb. He'd already caught wind that Yangchun was a master of the legendary Namgung sword style, and hearing this, Yangchun's face went dark, his eyes turning as cold and lifeless as a dead fish. He barked out a demand to know who leaked his secret, his mind immediately racing back to that bizarre letter he'd just opened. Driven by pure desperation, the clan leader lunged forward and begged to see that sword style just one more time, swearing he'd give him anything he wanted. But a terrified Yangchun scrambled back, wondering why the hell the leader was acting so insane. Looking at the sheer confusion in his eyes, he wondered if the man had finally lost his mind. How could someone's entire personality flip that hard in just one night? Off to the side, Elder Shin watched with a grim look, muttering that the clan leader was honestly just a tragic, pathetic shell of his former self. Yangchun whipped around in total shock, asking how this man could possibly be the Namgung patriarch when his sword style looked absolutely nothing like the family's legendary techniques. Elder Shin realized that while the Namgung swordsmen in Yangchun's memories looked incredibly refined, they were missing the soul of the blade. It wasn't real swordsmanship at all, just a flashy, hollow shell that was all show and no substance. He realized Yangchun's soulmate from a past life had finally forged her own destiny, and in that instant, Namgung's legendary sword style looked absolutely wrecked, shattered, and left completely unfinished. It hit him. Min Ni once swore to pass down his god-tier sword style for generations, but now it's been completely erased from history, leaving him to wonder. Was this the same Min Ni Elder Shin mentioned? Was it one of the legends who fought by his side to purge the blood demon? Suddenly, a name flashes in his mind. Namgung Min, the thunderous heaven sword. Backed into a corner, he was left with one burning question. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The brutal truth hit him like a truck. He didn't have a single original sword technique in his entire arsenal. Elder Shin realized that if he hadn't even mastered the basics, then he didn't know a damn thing about the way of the blade. But hey, he didn't see this as a total disaster. As a master of the blade, he couldn't stand seeing someone this pathetic, so he decided to step in. Without warning, Elder Shin started hijacking the kid's body, leaving young Chun absolutely freaking out over what the old man was actually planning. Elder Shin snatched the clan head's blade right out of his hands, dropping a massive truth bomb about how the Namgung sword style was actually... It's designed to flow like the crashing waves of the sea. But because it's fueled by raw thunder, it strikes with the blinding speed of a lightning bolt. But the absolute game changer was mastering a relentless flow that hits like an unending wave. A point he hammered home as the single most important part of the entire technique. Forget the flashy stuff. This was all about surgical precision and perfect form, and the second he finished talking, Elder Shin started carving through the air with some basic but deadly strikes. But get this, those things didn't have a single drop of explosive power in them. He's pressing the attack, but it's totally plain. No flashy moves and definitely no real power behind it. They moved with a hypnotic, rhythmic grace, flowing as effortlessly as the rising and falling tide. The Namgung clan head stood there frozen as the truth finally clicked. This technique wasn't just a move. It was the literal power of the crashing ocean. His eyes shot wide open as the realization finally hit him like a freight train. Everything finally clicked. He knew exactly what it meant, and he bolted forward. Forward gripped Yongchun's hand with everything he had, shouting with pure emotion that this massive favor was a total blessing. He white-knuckled his sword and bolted, swearing to carve the memory of that nightmare into his very bones. He swore he'd pay back every cent of that debt before vanishing right before their eyes. He bolts away, leaving Yongchun and the Elder in his wake, as Elder Shin realizes their leader has finally reached enlightenment, a massive stroke of luck for the clan. Yongchun wheels around to Elder Shin, demanding the truth about that Namgung sword style, but the old man admits his display was just a cheap imitation of a move he witnessed ages ago. Yongchun muttered to himself, wondering which snake fed the clan head that total lie about him mastering the Namgung sword style. Elder Shin admitted he was totally stumped, but Yongchun realized that at least the clan leader wasn't out for his blood anymore, which was a massive step in the right direction. But just then, Yangchun's eyes went wide as he remembered a way more urgent crisis he had to handle immediately. He guns it for the secret passage buried under the Yang estate, only to find the head of the family already standing there waiting for him. The man whipped around, immediately calling him out for showing up late. Yongchun instantly drops into a deep bow, frantically explaining that some urgent business held him up. He pours his heart into a sincere apology, and his father surprisingly lets it slide, simply asking if the steward was the one who showed him the way. He insisted they dive down into the depths as a team. Yongchun's face went dead serious the second both of them stepped up. The two of them trekked down a massive staircase, plunging deeper and deeper into the dark earth. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they finally hit the absolute lowest level. The father turned to his son and declared that they'd finally reached the exact spot he'd been dying to see. Chun stares down an endless hallway of prison cells, where the flickering firelight turns every shadow into a total nightmare. A single question hits him. Where the heck are they even supposed to start? Suddenly, demons with glowing red eyes start howling that a fresh visitor has finally arrived. These monsters are locked behind bars, but they're practically foaming at the mouth. They're hyped out of their minds to see exactly who just walked into their trap. A monster snitches to Dakebi that there's a tiny human tagging along with the guy. Dakebi starts begging Yongchun to set him loose. He's literally screaming that he's going to slaughter every single person in sight. Chio started sweating bullets and turned to Yongchun, demanding to know what the hell was going on. He looks his old man dead in the eye and throws his own words back at him. This is the exact reason the Gu clan was born. This is the crushing weight of karma that the old patriarch is forced to carry. And this was the massive legacy that Yangchun was destined to claim as his own. Yongchun immediately pressed his father, demanding he make sense of those cryptic words. Striding past the cages, Kyolun reveals a chilling secret to his son. These monsters aren't even from this world. He breaks it down, explaining that every single one of them crawled straight out of the demonic realm. The gates to that hellish dimension stay bolted shut to keep those creatures from flooding their world. But the few nightmares that actually managed to slip through are now rotting right here in this underground prison. Kyolun confronts his son, asking if he truly understands the dark legacy and crushing karma the Gu clan is forced to carry. He dropped a massive truth bomb on Yangchun, revealing that the man who ripped open the gates to the demon realm was actually the Gu clan's own founding patriarch. He sent the entire Zhongyuan region spiraling into absolute madness, And even now, the Gu clan is still paying the price for their founder's sins. Chio's jaw hit the floor as the realization set in. The Gu clan was the secret mastermind behind every single monster nightmare plaguing Zhongyuan. He demands to know how Yangchun is staying so cool, only for our MC to drop a total bombshell. He already saw this coming in his past life. Chio's jaw hit the floor at the news, but Yangchun just narrowed his eyes, asking how he could have possibly missed something so huge in his own memories. The old man quickly cut in, reminding him that his mind is still a total maze of locked doors and buried secrets. He puts Yangchun on the spot, demanding to know why he's even showing his face if he already knows the score. Our boy grits his teeth and shouts right at the clan leader. He throws the old man's words back in his face, reminding him about this so-called punishment. He looks Kiolan dead in the eye and demands to know, is there a secret puppet master above them actually calling the shots? The second those words hit his ears, Kiolan whipped around to face Yanshan. In his past life, Yangchun mastered every secret as the clan's heir, but he still died without ever uncovering the identity of the monster who was making their lives a living hell. Kiolan roared his son's full name, his voice booming with authority, and his father shut him down, promising to reveal the truth only after he claimed the title of young clan head, leaving a trembling Yangchun no choice but to accept the deal. Those otherworldly jerks were laughing their heads off at Yangchun's rejection, but our boy didn't even flinch. He already knew his old man would shut him down. He actually didn't mind the situation, since his father finally admitted that someone was out there hunting them down. For him, that small bit of truth was all the closure he needed. Kiolan marched past his son, declaring that their time in this place was officially up. He made it clear right then and there. It was time to move out. Yangchun shouts over to the clan head, letting him know he's gonna break off and explore the place solo. A bit later, we catch Yangchun gasping for air as he pushes deeper into the dungeon, and Chio notices he's hitting his limit, warning him that he's been in this hellhole way too long and needs to get out immediately. Yangchun pulls himself back together and grinds his teeth, knowing he has to push just a little bit further. He suddenly remembered the first elder used this very beast to pull off his master plan. So since he was already there, he wasn't leaving without seeing the monster for himself. He marched right up to the bars, staring deep into the shadows of the cell. And then, he starts chanting in a cryptic tongue that nobody can even recognize. Sheol demanded an explanation, staring down at the shackled, naked entity who was left completely exposed. He lunged for the bars of his cell the second he heard what our boys had to say. The entity morphed into a perfect double of Yangchun, flashing a chilling grin. He demanded to know why Yangchun had the nerve to speak his name. He pressed him further, wanting to know how he even knew his name in the first place. Chiul was left completely baffled, but when the doc noticed Yangchun hadn't even flinched, he came clean and admitted he was just trying to rattle his cage. He morphs right into the clan head and mocks our boy, asking if he's finally starting to feel the fear. Yangchun just stares him down, burning a hole right through him with the coldest look imaginable. The Dokaibi is completely shook because our boy doesn't even blink, let alone show fear. That's when Yangchun clocks it. There isn't a single footprint or trace of this monster ever leaving the prison. The doc straight up calls him a boring bastard and demands to know why he's even there. But our boy just says he was checking in and is officially ready to bounce. He whipped around the second those words left his mouth. The Dokaibi groaned, confessing that being trapped in that cage was slowly eating him alive. Then he looked Yangchun dead in the eye and promised he could bust him out of there. Our boy whipped around, hitting him with a glare so cold it would stop a heart. He warned him to drop the act immediately if he was thinking of pulling any sneaky moves. He promised that if he caught him acting up, he'd incinerate him until there was nothing left but a pile of ash. Yangchun drops those words and heads out, but the moment he's gone, Dr. Hebe starts venting clouds of steam like a human pressure cooker. He finally dropped the disguise and unleashed his true, powerful form. Believe it or not, he's the same old man who sent that secret letter to the Dark Knight Palace leader. He flashed a smug grin, slowly stroking his beard as he took it all in. Now he finally realizes why the first elder thought Yangchun was such a massive headache. Yanshan stumbles out of the prison gasping for air, while Chu stands there in total shock, admitting he never dreamed the Gu clan was hiding such a massive dark secret right under their feet. Yangchun hauls himself back up, muttering that he never expected to be stuck in this place for so long. The second he speaks, Ciola catches him red-handed, demanding to know where he's been hiding while she was scouring the place for him. She reaches out to cup his face, her voice laced with worry as she tells him he looks like he's at his absolute breaking point. With panic written all over her face, she grilled him, asking if something went down or if some jerk was actually bullying him. Yangchun quickly brushes her hand aside, playing it cool and acting like nothing even went down. He immediately changes the subject, asking what brought her looking for him anyway. COLA reveals the big news. Both the young lady and the local beauty are inviting him out for a fancy dinner. Yang Chun's jaw hit the floor the second he heard about this mysterious beauty. He was dead certain that the girl in question was his own little sister. But then it clicked. The gorgeous woman Ciola was describing was actually the legendary Sword Queen herself. He snatches our girl up, demanding to know if she actually had the guts to call the Sword Queen pretty lady to her face. But Ciola just gives him a cheeky grin and reveals that the queen actually loved the nickname so much, she told her to keep using it. Yang Chun tells her he's totally down if she's cool with it. Suddenly he realizes his stomach is basically screaming after a day without food, so he decides to dive right in and join the feast. He marches right up to Yola to demand Bei's location, and she lets him know he's currently deep in a meeting with the Tank Clan's leading lady. The second those words left her mouth, she pointed straight at the dirt and warned her master that she was right there. And as Yang Chun whipped around, he spots Soil and Baya stepping out of a room, and Soil immediately grills him on why he's even there. Yang Chun has to remind her that this is his turf, and he's totally confused as to why these two girls are crashing his space. He demanded to know what they were up to inside, but Bia just dodged his gaze and insisted they hadn't done a single thing. Yang Chun drops the bombshell that the Sword Queen wants to grab a meal together, and when he asks if they're down, Soil is absolutely losing it with joy, immediately turning to our boy to see if he's game. She was absolutely reeling, unable to process the fact that she was actually sitting down for dinner with Yang Chun. The second that thought crossed her mind, everything finally clicked into place. She asks who's joining them for dinner, and Yang Chun drops a bombshell. It's the Sword Queen, and he can't believe she didn't know the legend was already staying right here. Soil absolutely snapped, screaming in his face and demanding to know how she was ever supposed to figure that out. She was completely paralyzed by indecision, racking her brain for a way out. But she never in a million years expected to cross paths with the legendary Sword Queen. Mid-sentence, the Sword Queen herself makes an entrance and hits them with a casual wave. Realizing Soil was a total stranger, she flashed a sweet smile and gushed about how they had such an adorable new guest. Soil's face split into a wild, obsessive grin the second she caught sight of the legendary Sword Queen. Her hands are shaking with nerves as she drops a total bombshell. She's actually the firstborn daughter of the legendary Sichuan Tang Clan. The Sword Queen flashed a radiant grin, welcoming her with open arms. Realizing things were getting a little too awkward, she cut the chatter and told everyone to move this conversation to the dining hall. Yang Chun was caught completely off guard. He never expected this girl to lose her absolute mind the second she laid eyes on the Sword Queen. She wasn't shocked in the slightest, because the Sword Queen is the undisputed GOAT of the Orthodox faction. So it's only natural that Soil treats her like an absolute legend. Rianhwa got right in her brother's face, demanding to know why there's another girl in the picture and if Soil is actually crushing on him too. Yang Chun's blood started to boil, so he threw up a hand to cut his sister off and told her she was dead wrong. What really ticked her off was the fact that she was actually 100% right. As night falls, we're whisked away to a completely different building. Yang Chun's jaw hits the floor when he sees the insane mountain of food waiting for them. He can't believe his eyes, noting that this feast is way more high class than their usual setup. The Sword Queen drops a bombshell, revealing that Hyuk actually teamed up with the attendants to whip up this entire feast. Yang Chun's jaw hits the floor the moment he realizes Hyuk was the one behind the cooking. He's absolutely stunned that the kid actually knows his way around a kitchen. Then it clicks. He remembers Hyuk mentioning this exact thing back when they were still stuck in the demonic cult. Hyuk opens up about his secret passion for cooking and his dream of starting a restaurant before the cult took over. But Yeoncheon just shuts him down, coldly reminding him that he never asked. Yongshun knew this dude was a pathological liar, so he just prayed his meal wasn't a one-way ticket to the grave. He snags the dumplings with his chopsticks and takes a slow, calculated bite. To his absolute shock, the food is actually fire. And while he tries to play it cool and call it mid, he's already shoveling the next dumpling into his face. While he's busy scarfing down his meal, a mysterious figure leans in to whisper to the Sword Queen. But here's the kicker. That person is actually made of straight-up soil. With her hands trembling, the girl nervously held out a drink for the legendary Sword Queen. She pleaded with her to take a sip and enjoy it while she finished her meal. But the Sword Queen wasn't born yesterday, and she immediately demanded to know exactly what was in that cup. She spills the secret, revealing that the tea is actually brewed from the mysterious silent flower herb. She pitches it as a miracle cure, promising the lady it'll make her skin glow like never before. But the Sword Queen starts sweating, frantically asking if that herb is actually a deadly poison. Soil confirms the truth, and Yang Chun completely loses it, doing a massive spit take right onto his sister. Rione stood there in absolute shock, unable to wrap her head around the insane stunt her brother just pulled. Yangshun, sweating bullets, stammered out a desperate apology. She wasn't about to accept his apology, so she launched her chopsticks like daggers straight for his eyes. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony before collapsing right into his fiancée's lap. Fuming with rage, Manhwa snaps at her brother, calling him a total psycho and demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing. With their bellies full, Yongchun and the Sword Queen finally stepped back outside. Our boy immediately started apologizing for acting like a total mess, but the queen just laughed it off and told him not to sweat it. Honestly, she actually had a total blast hanging out with him. She frantically asked about his eyes, but even with tears streaming down his face, Yang Chun insisted he was totally fine, claiming his sister didn't even hit him that hard. A massive wave of relief washed over the Sword Queen the moment she heard that. With a soft smile, she told Yanchun that his sister looks exactly like him whenever she loses her temper. She laughed that there's absolutely no denying it. Those two are definitely siblings through and through. This left Yanchun spiraling, wondering what kind of person the Sword Queen actually took him for. He tried to explain Soil's bizarre behavior, but the Sword Queen just waved him off, telling him not to sweat it. She could tell the girl's heart was in the right place. Even for a Tang clan member, the queen never expected Soil to actually chug poison just for a skincare routine. Honestly, she was low-key impressed by that level of dedication. She flashed a warm smile, declaring that he was destined to become a legendary martial arts powerhouse. Yang Shun instantly clocked that something was wrong, pointing out her drained expression and demanding to know what went down. She froze dead in her tracks the second those words hit her. She forces a pained smile and asks if he caught her act, thanking him for actually looking out for her. She rests a hand on his shoulder, promising him it's no big deal, and that he's got absolutely nothing to worry about. She steps forward and tells them to just let everything flow exactly how it's supposed to. Yang Shun's eyes were glued to her back as she walked away, but he was completely clueless about why she was so stressed out. He was totally caught up staring at her when Soil suddenly shouted to snap him back to reality. Flashing a radiant smile, she thanks Yanshan for the treat and tells him she genuinely loved every second of their meal together. Yangshun leans in close and drops the ultimate jealousy test, asking who's the better dinner date, him or the Sword Queen, leaving a panicked Soil to stammer that she was definitely talking about the queen. She quickly pivots, insisting to Yanshan that grabbing a meal with both of them is actually a total vibe. Shioli goes off, calling our guy a cold-hearted jerk and asking why he's got to mess with someone who clearly has a crush on him. But our boy is as dense as a rock, having absolutely no clue what that's even supposed to mean. Chio snaps him back to reality about the girl he needs to talk to. And suddenly, the words Yang Chun was dying to say come rushing back to him. He looks Soil right in the eyes and breaks the news. He's officially entering that Dragon and Phoenix assembly she was talking about. The moment he asked her to join him, Soil was absolutely over the moon with pure excitement. She lunged forward to grab Yanchuan's hands, thanking him from the bottom of her heart and declaring she's hyped for the epic journey ahead. She yanks her hands back in a total panic, stammering an apology since she didn't even realize she was grabbing him. But our guy just plays it cool and tells her it's no big deal. He told her they'd be hitting the road shortly, urging her to get some much-needed rest while she still could. And Soil gave him a heartfelt thanks. Yongshun dropped the bombshell and took off, leaving Soil staring at his back as he disappeared into the distance. She stared down at her palm, her eyes wide with total disbelief. She flashed a tender smile, looking absolutely thrilled to finally get her hands on our boy. We cut to Siola and Baya strolling through a stunning garden, where Siola's eyes light up at the sight of a breathtaking sea of white flowers. Bia leaned in close to the petals, calling them white smiling flowers, which made our girl wonder if she actually recognized them. Bia flashes a tender smile and admits she's a fan, revealing that her mother used to absolutely love them too. We flash back to see a young Baya standing before her mother, who gently tucks a white smiling flower into her hair. She pleaded with her to find a way to be happy, even if she wasn't around to see it anymore. Just as Baya is getting lost in his memories, someone suddenly mentions their little stroll, and the girls whip around in total shock. And wouldn't you know it, the man standing there is none other than Yongchun himself. Our boy takes one look at the garden and calls it out for looking totally basic. He reminisces about the days it was bursting with flowers back when his mom was the one tending to it. Bia locked eyes with him and asked if she could snag a few of those flowers, and Yanchun just shrugged her off, telling her to help herself since he couldn't care less anyway. Bia plucks a flower and tucks it right into Siola's hair, sharing that her mom used to do this for her all the time. Siola pulls out a flower and tucks it right into Baya's hair, telling her she absolutely has to wear it. A satisfied smirk spread across Bios's face the second she heard those words. The two girls suddenly whirled around to Yan Shan, calling his name and dying to know what he thought of their new looks. Those white smiling flowers were absolutely beaming, lighting up the whole place with a radiant, otherworldly glow. Yongchun stood there frozen, completely lost for words. Chiol suddenly teleports in and gives our guy a sharp tap on the head. He drops this cheesy line about how a flower wearing another flower will make the whole night shine. Then, he actually tries to pressure Yongchun into saying that cringeworthy stuff to the girls. Our boy is absolutely not having it, and looks completely fed up with the nonsense. He snaps back, telling him to quit shoving these ridiculous thoughts into his brain. Siola caught one look at his face and immediately spiraled, thinking they looked like a total disaster. But Yongchun was quick to jump in and promise her they looked just fine. Cut to the training grounds, where we catch someone putting in some serious work. Turns out it's the big boss himself, the legendary head of the Namgung clan. He's out there shirtless under the sun, pushing his physique to the absolute breaking point. His muscles are bulging and his veins are practically popping as he swings that sword with terrifying intensity. Right as he's honing his blade, someone calls out that they heard he visited Shang-Chi, asking if he actually managed to unlock any crazy new insights. Jean whipped around the second he caught the sound of that voice. He stepped forward with a confident smirk, greeting the clan head like they were old friends. This man was none other than Gu Changjun, the powerhouse first elder of the Gu clan. He's a total beast on the battlefield, famously known as the Exchange Zero Burning Sword. The second elder drops a massive bombshell on Yan Chuan, revealing that the first elder is already behind closed doors with the head of the Namgung clan. Yang Chun and Siola's heads snapped toward him the second they heard those words. Our boy looked Ryan dead in the eye and dropped the bombshell. He knows the truth. The elder's jaw hit the floor the second he heard that. He warned Yanshin that he was playing with fire, and this wasn't something to take lightly. He argued that a desperate old man obsessed with becoming clan leader is a total wildcard who'd do anything to win. But the moment those words left his mouth, it finally clicked, and he realized exactly what Yanshin was planning. He questions if our boy is for real, but MC just smirks and drops the bombshell that he's basically besties with the Namgung clan head. Just a few hours ago, Yongchun headed out for a high-stakes meeting with the head of the Namgung clan. But on his way, he spotted Jeans out in the field, relentlessly training with his blade. He called out to him, admitting he'd been looking all over and wondering where he'd disappeared to. He honestly never imagined the guy would still be out here, pushing his limits and swinging that sword like his life depended on it. Jean wiped the sweat from his face, admitting that he could feel his connection to the blade sharpening with every single swing. He says it feels like he's holding a sword for the very first time, like he's a total rookie starting from scratch. He turned to Yanchun, desperate to know if his swordplay had actually improved since the break of dawn. Chiul told Yanchun to relay the message. He's finally starting to see the light, even if it's just a tiny flicker. And just like that, our guy stepped up and delivered those words straight to the man. Jean made sure to remind him that the only reason he got those lessons was because she pulled some major strings. He looked Yanchun dead in the eye and swore he'd pay back every single bit of that debt. But here's the kicker. Our boy had absolutely no clue who Jean was even talking about. All he could do was let out a super awkward, nervous laugh to hide his total confusion. The clan head finally drops the bombshell, revealing to our boy that the first elder had actually come looking for him earlier. Yongchun's jaw hit the floor the second he heard those words. He never saw it coming. The old man was finally done waiting and ready to make his move. Yongchun pressed for the details of their secret talk, and after a moment's hesitation, Jean decided to be totally honest with him out of respect for their bond. He lets our boy know it was just a quick hello. But here's the kicker. Changjun actually tried to recruit him right then and there, wondering if their ambitions are a perfect match. So the elder tells him they'll regroup later to dive into the nitty-gritty details. Jean levels his sword, mocking Yanchun for clearly being his father's least favorite, and tells him straight up, he actually would have taken that deal if the first elder hadn't been so late. But this guy doesn't care about any of that. He's completely obsessed with pushing his blade to its absolute limit. He made it crystal clear that he's done dealing with any more unnecessary drama. He told Yongchun to stop stressing out and just relax. He gave his word that he's going to turn down the elder's offer without a second thought. Flashing a confident smirk, our guy tells him he'd better take the deal, leaving Jean absolutely floored by the suggestion. Yongchun leans in, reminding him that it's finally time to pay up on that promise. He makes it clear. This is the exact way he wants that debt settled. He orders the clan head to play the mole, faking loyalty to the first elder just to leak his twisted plans. He dangles a massive carrot in front of Jean, promising elite sword lessons if he backs him up. He smirks and asks, "So do we have a deal or what?" Jin's jaw hit the floor as he grilled Yanshan, demanding to know if he was actually for real. Fast forward back to the present where the dust is finally starting to settle. Yang Chun catches a massive break, realizing the clan head is totally fixated on his sword and nothing else. He's honestly hyped that he managed to flip a total catastrophe into a golden opportunity. He tells the second elder to stop sweating it, because the first elder won't be a problem for a long time. But Ryan just shakes his head, admitting that hearing that actually makes him way more terrified. The elder asks if our boy is finally hitting the road to compete in the massive Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Youngshun confirms he's ready, noting that his official invitation should have definitely arrived by now. He then turns to the old man, asking if he's heard any rumors or updates about the situation. Reaching deep into his robes, the elder told Yanchun he had a special gift just for him. He whips out a cookie and hands it over to Siola. Our girl starts drooling like crazy the second she sees it. She looks him right in the eye and tells him she's definitely starting to like him. The elder pulls out a mysterious document and hands it over, and our boy wastes no time showing some major gratitude. He didn't waste a single heartbeat, but the second his eyes hit that letter, his jaw hit the floor. The old man beams at Yang Chun, bragging that he's been clutching this for 2 long years just waiting for the right moment to use it. But Yang Chun shuts him down instantly, revealing that this thing isn't an invitation at all. The old man reveals that the symbol on the paper literally means defeat. But get this, it's actually a high-level recommendation letter straight from the Aura Supreme himself. The Aura Supreme stands at the absolute peak as one of the legendary 3 Great Supremes. He's a warrior who clawed his way back from every crushing defeat, refusing to stay down until he could single-handedly pulverize entire dark sects with nothing but his bare fists. Yongshan couldn't wrap his head around why a legend like the Aura Supreme would give a guy like him the time of day. He turned to the second elder, desperate to know where this mysterious recommendation actually came from. The old man dropped a total bombshell, confirming it was a direct gift from the Aura Supreme himself. Our boy was floored and demanded to know why a powerhouse of that caliber would personally vouch for him. Because let's be real, these invites are usually handled by elite clans, not legendary masters. The second elder shoves Yanchuan's head down to shut him up, barking that he should just keep his mouth closed and accept whatever an adult gives him. He whips around and commands Yan Shan to absolutely shred his enemies. Meanwhile, our boy is left scratching his head, wondering how on earth the elder got cut off. This mess was a total nightmare, and he was hating every second of it. Just stressing over the first elder was already pushing him to his absolute breaking point. He knew that if the assembly caught wind of this, all hell would break loose. Siola leans in close, noticing that he looks like he's about to drop from exhaustion. Yang Chun admits he's completely exhausted, and tells her he's stepping out for a walk to clear his mind. He whipped around, locking his eyes straight on Siola. He turns to her and asks if she's down to join his journey. Our girl is absolutely over the moon to hear him say that. She jumps at the chance and locks it in without a second thought. The moment they step into town, Siola starts bolting through the streets in pure excitement, forcing Yangshun to tell her to pump the brakes since she hasn't been back in ages. He was completely blindsided by just how hyped up she actually was. She practically teleports to a nearby stall, flashing a huge grin as she greets the shopkeepers. The woman greeted her by saying it's been way too long, and after the man told her she'd grown even more stunning, Siola just beamed and thanked him. Yangshun suddenly remembered her saying she loved walking through here, but now he's spiraling, wondering if there was a hidden message behind those words. Lost in thought, Siola snagged a pair of candy sticks from the shopkeepers. Yola snagged a Dian Chun and insisted it was her treat, leaving our guy absolutely floored as he blurted out, "Wait, do you even have the cash for that?" She finally confesses that she's actually a paid servant. Our guy is absolutely floored, unable to believe this is the same girl who was just shamelessly begging him for treats. Watching her command the room with those merchants, Yang Chun finally realized, our girl isn't the same person anymore. She was convinced her old self was about to resurface, and in that split second, the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The second Theola calls him Goocliner. Our boy's jaw hits the floor, and he immediately grills her on why she just used that name. Siola kept calling him the Goo Clan heir, insisting that's the only name the rest of the world has for him now. She flashed a playful grin, admitting she'd been dying to try out that nickname, even if she worried she couldn't quite pull off something that sounded so cool coming from anyone else. The second those words hit him, Yang Chun's mind flashed back to an event from long before the heavenly demon ever showed his face. Flashback alert! We're jumping back in time to see where it all started. There sits an older Yang Chun, perched right on the jagged edge of a cliff in a completely different world. At this point, our guy hasn't even crossed paths with the demonic cult yet. Suddenly, a mysterious figure steps out of the shadows to meet him. And get this, the stranger addresses him as none other than Guklanar. Young Shun wheels around, immediately asking her if something's up. He points out they've still got a good chunk of time before the next shift swap. He's genuinely confused. Why the heck is she even out here right now? But then we see her face, and it's the older Siola. She asks if he'd like some company to kill the silence while he's on guard. Then, she wonders if she can just take a seat right there next to him. Yongchun tells her she's gotta tame that wild hair if she wants to sit next to him, but Siola's stuck without a single thing to tie it back. Our boy wasn't having any of that, so he ripped a strip right off his own clothes and offered it to her. Siola's eyes widen in pure shock, but a tender smile quickly softens her face. She pulls her hair back and hits Yanshan with the ultimate curveball. What's he actually gonna do once they finally escape this world? And man, our boy was not ready for that one. He couldn't wrap his head around why she'd bring this up now, especially after they'd been trapped in this demonic hellscape for 3 long years. He forced her to face the brutal truth. Half those elite warriors from the assembly were ripped apart by beasts the second they landed, so how could she still be delusional enough to think they're getting out alive? He spat that he never should have set foot in that garbage event in the first place. But being the clan heir meant he was backed into a corner and forced to play along. Suddenly, Siola chimed in, asking if he had any real dreams he was actually chasing. She leaned closer, telling him she was dying to hear what he was really after. Yongchun just brushed her off with a wave, claiming he'd never even given it a thought, and you could practically see Siola's heart sink. He turns to her and drops the big question. What's the first thing she's gonna do once they finally bust out of this place? Siola flashes a bright smile and declares that her ultimate dream is to travel the entire world. She's dying to leave it all behind and dive straight into the heart of civilization to see their world for herself. Back in the present, Siola is staring a hole through Yongchun, dying to know what's actually going on inside his head. She nervously asked if he was actually fuming just because she called him Gu Klanar. She quickly promised she'd never let that name slip past her lips again. But Yangchun just reached out and gave her cheek a rough, teasing tug, and begged her to never pull a stunt like that again. Siola didn't hold back, straight up calling him out for being a total jerk. Our boy's eyes were locked on her as she charged headfirst into the action. He'd give anything to just freeze time and keep her soul this pure before the world inevitably breaks her. 7 weeks fly by in a flash, and finally it's time to pack up and hit the road to Hunan. But duty calls, and the second elder has to bolt for the front lines because the 5th squad is in serious trouble. Now Weeby is a total beast as a leader, so if she's calling for backup, you know things have officially hit the fan. Right before taking off, the elder tosses Yanchun a fat stack of cash and tells him not to blow it all in one place. Yanchun's jaw absolutely drops. He never expected a payday from the old man. The elder drops a massive bombshell. Yangchun's sisters are officially competing in the legendary Unified Dragon Assembly this winter. He tells Yangchun to just stay cool and not worry his head about it. But our boy is completely stunned, double-checking if he's actually talking about his second sister and his little sis. The second elder gives it to him straight. Yep, that's exactly what's going down. Young Chuan's second sister was actually right there in the clan, but since she was locked in solitary training, our boy missed his chance to meet her. Meanwhile, he realizes Yangxio only entered the Unified Dragon Assembly because he heard our boy was heading to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. When the dust finally settles, Yongchun turns his back on the clan for good, and he's bringing Soil, Muyan, Siola, and Baya along for the ride. Bia finally managed to talk her old man into it, scoring the green light to head straight to the event. While the Sword Queen and the Divine Physician settled into the clan, Hayuk was right there with them, but Yongchun still hadn't figured out if the guy was an ally or a total ticking time bomb. What really ground his gears was being trapped in this cramped carriage for yet another long haul. Seriously. This wooden box was starting to feel more like his permanent home than a mode of transport. The squad had barely even started their journey when the weather suddenly turned into a total nightmare. The road has completely vanished under a mountain of snow as a freezing gale rips through the landscape, leaving A shivering uncontrollably by the fire while she mutters over and over that the cold is just too much to handle. She turns to Yongchin with a shaky voice, asking if he's freezing in those thin layers, but he just plays it cool and says the chill actually feels amazing. CLA and Namungbai are shivering uncontrollably, and Namungbai realizes the young master is basically a human furnace, so she asks to snuggle up for warmth, only for Chin to give her a cold shrug and tell her he couldn't care less. The second he stops talking, CLA and Namgungbai instantly swoop in to claim the seats right next to him. CLA's face beams with pure joy as she grabs his hand, gushing about how amazingly warm he feels. Namgungbai leans in close with a smug look of satisfaction, leaving poor Yongqin completely stunned and totally at their mercy. He joked out loud, asking if they just saw him as some kind of walking space heater. But as he looked down at the girl, death gripping his hand, his mind started to wander. He realized the sword venerable skipping this trip was actually a massive sign. The old man finally trusted him to handle this journey solo. He remembered catching the old master huddled with the miracle doctor before he'd vanish again, looking like he had some way more important business to handle. He looked down at Namangbai, who was still clinging to his hand, and his mind drifted to her father, who was likely already back with the Namang clan. Right up until the second he left, the guy was relentlessly pestering Yangqin for more sword lessons. But luckily, he used a clever excuse from the old master to finally make his escape. Right as that thought hits him, the old master teleports in looking absolutely livid, ripping into him for being an ungrateful brat who tried to dump all the work on his shoulders, leaving a terrified Yang Chen to stammer out that they should just be happy they survived the mess. He crossed his arms and shut the conversation down with a sharp grunt, baffled that Yang Chen was actually hunting the same monster that tried to eat him. Honestly, what kind of hero even does that? Let's rewind the clock to the days before Yang Chen finally ditched his family for good. Yang Chen was locked in a high-stakes standoff with the Great Elder, whose face twisted in fury the second he heard those words, demanding to know exactly what he was implying. Yang Chen lowered his head, his voice dropping to a cold, dangerous growl as he called out the Elder for his massive ego. He claimed he just wanted the world to know the truth about the land's power, but his real goal? Stealing the family throne for himself. The Great Elder just loses it, laughing in his face and admitting he braced himself for something serious, only to get hit with such a wild story. He just laughed in their faces, calling Yongqin and his old man the real arrogant ones, and asking if they seriously thought they could handle all that karma by themselves, while the Elder ripped into Yongqin for acting like a total know-it-all who's just looking for a fight. He called Yongqin out for his obsession with the family's influence, asking if he was really willing to gamble their entire future just for a taste of that power. The Elder just nodded, knowing Yongqin was spot on, because anyone holding those treasures is destined to wield some seriously terrifying power. Hearing those words, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. He started closing the distance with slow, menacing steps, and he stood toe-to-toe with the Great Elder without flinching for a second, dropping one last chilling message. If that old guard dog dares to sink its teeth into the hand that feeds it, there's only one thing left to do. Burn the traitor to a crisp. He dropped a chilling warning before walking away. But the old master told him he was lucky to be alive, because those words almost got him executed on the spot. And if they were back in the mountains, the master's father would have ended him for good. He warned that the old fox is way too calculating to make a move before he's ready, so Yongqin needs to wait for the clan head's signal and keep his eyes on the real prize, the Dragon Phoenix Gathering. Out of nowhere, Yongqin's eyes snapped onto the person standing right in front of him. Everyone scrambled to their feet, totally caught off guard. But then she dropped a bombshell. Her hands were freezing too, and honestly, she just wanted an excuse to hold the young master's hand. Before she can even process what's happening, Noongai lunges forward and grabs her hand, commenting on how warm it feels, leaving a totally flustered Tango scrambling to explain herself, but trapped with no way out, she finally gave in, letting Namum flash a smug victory smirk for shutting down her rival while Young Chun just stood there like a total deer in headlights, completely torn between laughing and face-palming. The carriage finally pulls into Henan, and the attendants tell Yongqin to lay low at the Min clan's estate for 4 days before they push on to the Muram alliance, which he accepts with a simple, icy nod. Yang Chen burst into his room and chucked the elder's money pouch onto the bed like it was total dead weight. Right then, the sheer gravity of the situation finally started to sink in. This was it. He was actually about to throw down in the legendary Dragon Phoenix Gathering. His eyes sharpened as a flood of memories hit him, because in his previous life, the Dragon Phoenix Gathering was nothing but a total nightmare. Fast forward a few years, and the demon realm suddenly tore into existence, devouring an entire generation of prodigies in a catastrophe the Zhang clan would forever brand as the Demon Realm Incident. He remembered every agonizing year he spent rotting away in that dark cell. In his past life, he was the only soul who managed to claw his way out of that absolute hellhole alive. From that point on, it was like the Demon Realm never even existed. Everyone just reappeared as if nothing had happened, and even those who had died were suddenly back on their feet, though their memories of the entire nightmare were completely wiped clean. When the dust finally settled, he was the only one left carrying the weight of every bond and betrayal, while the rest of the world lived on in total ignorance. He was still nursing a massive grudge, but there was one person he was straight up terrified of running into again. He was hit with a crushing thought. His life would have been so much better if fate had never brought them together. He stops dead in his tracks as a terrifying realization hits him like a freight train. Is she really about to show up again? Panic floods his system, and he's absolutely kicking himself for being so blind to the obvious. He fought to steady his racing heart, banking on the hope that she'd skip the Dragon Phoenix gathering this year. But his momentary relief was shattered the second Maoyan slowly stepped into the room. He asks why the young master is out here all alone this late, figuring the rest of the crew is just stuck dealing with their mountain of luggage. Yang Chen shuts them down, reminding everyone they're here for a brutal tournament, not a holiday, and mocks their massive luggage. But then, a girl slowly descends the stairs, and he almost mistakes her for one of his own teammates. Yang Chen snaps, yelling at her to hurry it up already before he literally starves to death. But he went dead silent mid-sentence, his eyes practically popping out of his head in pure shock. Forget Nam Gong Bai or Seol Oi. The girl walking down was the absolute last person he wanted to run into. She completely froze, caught totally off guard by some random stranger suddenly screaming at her. She's so lost in her own head that she misses her footing and goes tumbling right down the stairs. He's letting his raw instincts take the wheel. Yongxin lunges to catch her, but the second he realizes what he's actually done, his face twists into a mask of pure regret. He's left reeling in total shock, his face turning bright red from pure, unadulterated shame. Right on cue, Tango Walls and Nam Gungbai's squad finally burst onto the scene. They started to ask if they were late, but the words died in their throats the second they saw the absolute madness unfolding. Everyone's jaws hit the floor as they scrambled to process the total chaos that just unfolded. Yang Chenlei was pinned to the ground, acting as a human shield for the girl who had just spiraled down the stairs and crashed beside him. He cursed under his breath, asking if she was hurt, but he could already tell that things were about to get a whole lot worse. A wave of dread hit him hard. Out of the 4 disciples, this girl was the absolute master of the blade, and the prize pupil of the Mu Yang clan's divine doctor. Meet their pride and joy, Mu Yang He, the legendary snow phoenix and a total powerhouse among the elite 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Past life memories came crashing back, and he realized in an instant that she was the absolute last person he ever wanted to see again. He cursed his luck in silence, wondering how the hell he ended up in this absolute disaster. Flashbacks of the demon realm hit him hard. Memories of her screaming insults while he lay broken and helpless on the ground. He kicked himself for ever trying to help her, realizing just how massive of an idiot he'd been. Suddenly, a bystander sneers, asking if his brain is made of rocks, since he's still talking trash, even after getting totally wrecked. Another voice joins the dog pile, calling him a shameless loser who doesn't have a single shred of dignity left. Every single insult cut deep, making his self-hatred burn even hotter than before. Suddenly, a calm but hauntingly familiar voice cuts through the air from behind, asking if she's really Miss Mu Yang He. Mu Yang He shook off the shock, pulled herself together, and greeted the newcomer, noting that it's been ages since the last Dragon Phoenix gathering. She demanded to know what the heck just happened. Scrambling to her feet, she explained that she'd totally wiped out on the stairs and that young Master Yang was the only reason she didn't end up a complete mess. She owned up to the blunder and gave a heartfelt apology for the chaos. But the other girl just waved it off like it was absolutely nothing. She played it off like everything was cool, but Yang Chen could tell her stubborn streak hadn't faded one bit, so he figured it was safer to just drop it. He had to bail out of there instantly, but more importantly, he had to beat Mu Yang to the punch. He could practically see the words coming out of her mouth before she even opened it. Yang Chen panicked, cooking up a desperate excuse just to make a clean getaway. He blurted out a dinner invite, basically begging to end the conversation right then and there. He pulled Tang Sua close as he talked, leaving her standing there like a total blushing mess. Namong Bi stepped out right behind them, his silver hair and blue robes flashing, and Mu Yang He's eyes locked onto him instantly. One look at her outfit and it was a dead giveaway. She was a member of the Naaman clan. Mu Yang He shouts for them to hold up, calling their meeting a total stroke of fate, as she asks to crash their table since her group is running late and she's absolutely starving. Those words stopped Yongchen dead in his tracks, and he spun around looking like he'd seen a ghost, stammering that she barely eats lunch anyway. The second those words slipped out, Mu Yang's hand flew to his mouth in total panic, as the weight of his massive mistake finally hit him. A subtle, knowing smirk crept across his face, like he was already 10 steps ahead of the game. She calls him a total weirdo because even though he's constantly biting her head off for no reason, he somehow knows every single one of her secret habits, forcing her to remind him that they literally just met. She tilted her head, asking him point blank if they'd actually met somewhere before. Yongchun's heart hit the floor as pure despair filled his eyes. wondering why fate was playing such a twisted game by dragging him right back into the dark past he'd fought so hard to leave behind. Suddenly, we're thrown back in time to the heart of the demon realm, where jagged, massive mountains tower over the land under a pitch-black sky. A booming voice thunders across the wasteland, dropping a bombshell. Someone is getting the boot. The group absolutely loses it, erupting in pure fury at the news. But then, one guy steps up and shouts that they'll never leave a friend behind, demanding to take the hit himself. Another voice cuts in, calling him the Little Sword Saint and begging him to stay calm. Because if their absolute powerhouse leaves, the squad is finished. After all, his sheer strength is the only reason they've survived 3 hellish years in the demon realm. That was Mu Yang Shua, also known as Mu Yang He, stepping in to argue that while honor and loyalty are great, they needed to ditch the sentimentality and look at the cold, hard facts. She coldly declared that not all lives are created equal, insisting that sacrificing the few for the sake of the many was their only move left. The Sword Saint's eyes narrowed in pure dread as she demanded to know who was being targeted, but before the truth could come out, Yang Chen stepped from the shadows and cut her off, asking. He mockingly asked what the problem was, acting like the answer was staring them in the face. After all, hadn't they been the ones telling a nobody like him to just drop dead and vanish? Wang Sua keeps it totally chill as he approaches Yang Chen, swearing there's no bad blood. He just knows Yang Chen was only picked because he's the absolute weakest link in the room. He was a total waste of space, and Yang Chen realized that if he were in that guy's shoes, he'd bail too, especially since Wang Shua was a cold-blooded psycho who didn't even show himself any mercy. Wang Shua brushed past the group with a final warning, telling them to stay safe, because if he went down, he'd be waiting for them in the pits of the underworld. Yang Qin's tiny frame was swallowed whole by the demon realm's biting snow, looking like a guy who had completely and utterly lost his way. The Sword Saint watched him walk away, her eyes flooding with tears of pure heartbreak and something far more intense. Guangshua's whole body was shaking as she white-knuckled her fan, choking out an apology so quiet it was practically a ghost of a sound. But outside those walls, we're finally snapping back to reality. As the snow finally settled and the feast wrapped up, one of them turned to the young master, thanking him for the incredible meal and the honor of sharing his table. Moang Shua flashes a bright smile at Yang Chen, asking if she can call him 9th Young Master, while promising to return the favor at the upcoming Mu Yang clan banquet. Yang Chen's face immediately drops, and he fires back with pure sarcasm that he's totally dying to attend, though he's secretly scratching his head over why Moang Shua, who, for a girl who never takes a handout without a catch, she was suddenly bending over backward for a guy she'd literally just met. She's weighing the potential payoff, wondering if this 9th Young Master is actually a secret descendant of the Shani Juff. He's fighting for his bloodline, and get this, he might even be packing some serious heat with fire energy. The moment that possibility clicked, her face lit up with a look of pure, smug satisfaction. She realized the tournament was her golden ticket to scout his skills, but their talk was suddenly cut short when a voice called out to Ms. Mu Yang, surprised she'd actually beaten them there. Yang Qin's eyes nearly popped out of his head the second he laid eyes on the newcomer. He spots Nam Ong Chunjun in the tournament, and the second their eyes meet, the air turns cold with pure bloodlust as they both itch to tear each other to pieces. Namangpai welcomed the crew with a big smile, giving the younger brother a friendly shout-out. Yang Chun just death-stared the little brat, cursing his entire existence under his breath. The boy's face twisted in total disgust the second he caught Yang Chun hanging around his sister. Gritting his teeth in a blind fury, he swore that if they crossed paths in the tournament, he'd wreck the kid so hard he wouldn't even be able to lift his head. Just as someone leaned over to tell Yung Shin that the others had finally arrived. He puts on a show of being totally shocked, pointing right at Yang Chun and ripping into him for going way too far, especially after they'd reached out to the Ju family so many times, and Yang Chin's eyes flashed with pure irritation at being ghosted, but the other guy just laughed it off as a prank, desperately begging the 9th Young Master to keep his cool. Ping Xiaoheap breaks the ice, noting it's been a hot minute since they last met, and asking if they're both doing okay. She's caught in a total mental spiral, debating if she's actually ready to call her sister-in-law. The ghosts of that day still claw at Namang Cheonjun's mind, refusing to let him go. He grit his teeth and let out a savage roar, warning them to never bring that topic up again. Ping Xiaoheap lunged into the middle of it to kill the tension, telling Rai Long to back off because now was definitely not the time for this. Suddenly, the terrifying weight of those words finally hits him like a ton of bricks. Rai Long instantly choked back his bloodlust before anyone could notice. He choked back his rage and slapped on a grin so fake it hurt, offering a hollow congrats on their engagement. But honestly, just watching Rai Long's pathetic act was making Chen's skin crawl. Rylong spins toward Tang So-wal with a fake-as-hell greeting, but she literally gags in his face, claiming she's just deathly allergic to his sappy nonsense. Her gut twisted in total disgust, and after silencing Rylong with a brutal comeback, Yang Qin demanded to know why young Master Ping was even hanging out with him. And more importantly, where Hua and the rest of the Pang clan were hiding. Ping Xiaoheap played it cool, claiming it was nothing but a total fluke, especially since he was the lone wolf representing the Pang clan this time, but while he was en route, after catching wind that Rylong was heading out to meet his fiancée, he decided to tail him just to see the drama unfold. Yang Qin was left looking completely baffled, but Miss Mu Wang suddenly stood up, declaring the timing was perfect now that young Master Namong had finally made his entrance. She quickly dipped out, telling the group it was an absolute pleasure, but she made sure to give the 9th young master a special farewell before taking off. It finally clicked for Yang Chen that Mu Yangshuo and Rylong were actually engaged, and even as young Master Peng hauled Rylong away, he was still screaming that they needed a serious sibling heart-to-heart later, while Namang Bai just gave a lazy wave and told him to stay safe. The light bulb finally clicked for Yang Qin. Mu Yangshuo wasn't just being friendly at dinner. He was shamelessly buttering up Namang Bai to get an in with her fiancé's family. But as the realization hit, he couldn't help but wonder. If he already had his own history with the Namong clan, why wasn't he the one making a move to secure that connection? But he knew her game wasn't that simple, and he had a gut feeling this was all tied to the chaos that went down earlier. He flashed back to the time they both stumbled, and suddenly, the crushing weight of that terminal illness hit him all over again. That caused a lethal frost to build up inside her, the absolute meridian sickness, and it's finally clear that her real goal all along was just to find a cure. Her words about fire energy flashed back to him, and suddenly every single piece of the puzzle finally clicked. Yang Shua had spent her entire life hunting for a cure, mastering the art of faking every emotion just to get what she wanted. And he finally realized that this cold, calculating mask was her true nature. 4 weeks fly by in a heartbeat, and before they know it, the massive Dragon Phoenix gathering is finally here. Yongchun and the squad are hauling tail toward their carriage, not wanting to waste a single second. He's barking orders at everyone to pile in fast because there's no time to lose. Yang Chen is absolutely blowing a fuse because Sayala and Nungai are still dragging their feet, even though he warned them they have to reach the Marum Alliance banquet before the sun goes down. Sayala tries to play it off, claiming her sister just forgot to hibernate because of the winter chill, but Yang Chen snaps back, asking if she thinks she's a literal bear before cursing under his breath about how they're definitely going to be late. He whipped around, shocked to see Mu Yongse-hua still standing her ground, and when he demanded to know why she hadn't left, she just flashed a soft smile and told him it was pure fate that she and the 9th young master had crossed paths again. She explains that young Master Noon was way too impatient and ditched them, so now they're stuck sharing the same carriage. Yongchun smelled a rat immediately because that was a total lie, and as their carriage thundered toward the Murum Alliance, he realized they'd made it just in the nick of time. Mu Yongsi-hua quickly makes her exit, telling everyone to go get dressed for the banquet so they can meet up later, but she stops dead in her tracks the moment Yang Qin calls out her name. He spun back around with a totally deadpan look, casually asking if there was even a problem. He chokes back his words and brushes it off, convinced she's completely misread his true intentions. She tells him straight up that neither of them has time to play games and just leaves him hanging as she walks away. Just as she finishes, the old master teleports in to roast Yang Chun, calling him a total playboy for snagging another girl the second his back was turned. He jokes that while it's not the time for romance, the two of them are actually a perfect match, which is wild because he totally thought they hated each other's guts. Yang Chun keeps it ice cold, firing back that with lives on the line, he's not about to let his feelings cloud his judgment. The old master played along, secretly thanking his lucky stars he hadn't mentioned the cursed disease, or he'd definitely be called out for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He realized that neither the Zhu family's scorching fire techniques nor the Namong clan's legendary physical builds were even in the same league. The only way to finally purge that absolute meridian sickness. If she didn't find the right path, her life was basically on a countdown. Time flew by as Yongchun suited up for the banquet, and when someone warned him to ditch the flashy jewelry, he just shrugged and said he hated that junk too much to even pack it. She playfully poked fun at him, calling it a bit of a letdown, but CLA stepped up with a grin to fix the young master's hair, and after a moment of doubt, Yongchun finally gave her the green light. Just outside, a mysterious figure was closing in on his room. Yongchun's guard was left speechless, his eyes widening in total shock as the man swung the door open and stepped right in. Yongchun whips around to ask if his hair looks weird, And when the guy tries to lie about it, Yongchun calls his bluff and playfully threatens to give him the exact same haircut if he keeps it up. The maid nearly jumped out of her skin, blurted out a frantic apology, and admitted things were going south, just as a guy behind them chimed in, demanding to know if the 9th young master was actually in there, as he had a massive secret to share. And the man stepping into the spotlight was the big boss himself, the Murim Alliance leader, Southern Sword Zhang Qin. Meanwhile, Xiao A decides to give Yongchun some absolutely goofy-looking hair buns, and he's so mortified that he begs them to change it back before anyone else sees. With the repairs finally finished, he gave a sharp salute to the boss, but Zhang Qin just brushed off the formalities and straight up admitted he was the one who started the disrespect, flushing bright red from the sheer awkwardness of it all. Yongchun finally broke the tension and asked what the heck brought the alliance leader there in person. Zhang Qin pulls out of the recommendation letter and grills him on whether the fallen venerable actually wrote it, forcing Yang Chun to admit he knew something was fishy but couldn't bring himself to toss a gift from an elder. Zhang Qin grilled him on whether the letter was hand-delivered, and when Yang Chun denied it, the leader demanded to know who the secret messenger really was. When they asked if he'd actually checked the back of the recommendation letter, Yang Chun had to come clean. He hadn't read a single word. He wondered if there was a secret message on the back, and the alliance leader just shoved the paper back, telling him to flip it over and see for himself. Yang Chun flipped it over, but the second his eyes hit the text, he froze dead in his tracks. His face went stone cold as those words practically screamed at him from the page. The letter dropped a total bombshell. The secret master, that legendary fallen venerable, was officially putting his weight behind Ninyang, the god of the Shaniju family. Despite being a total slacker, he actually poured his heart and soul into training this disciple. The prophecy declared that this kid would one day literally shatter the heavens, and the fallen master put every ounce of his faith in him. The postscript casually mentioned that some ancient treasure worked like a charm and would be returned via a disciple, warning the guy not to complain, which left Yang Chun totally baffled as he handed the letter back to the alliance leader, who just wanted to know if the young master had finished reading. After Yang Chun nods, Zhang Qin doubles down, insisting the aura and seal are the real deal. Even that messy handwriting is so unique that there's just no way this is a forgery. Even if it looked like the real deal, the alliance leader wasn't taking any chances and demanded absolute proof. He locked eyes with Yang Chun and dropped a heavy question. Was he really the disciple of the fallen legend? That question hits Yang Chen like a total sucker punch, leaving him frozen in the middle of the room as his mind starts spiraling. He keeps replaying the name Fallen Venerable's disciple in his head, realizing that across 2 whole lifetimes, he's never heard of such a thing. Yet somehow, he'd suddenly been branded with that title. But to him, the whole situation was a total circus, a complete and utter joke. Taking a deep breath to keep his cool, he realized he couldn't play along anymore. It was time to drop the act and give them the cold, hard truth. Yang Qin finally drops the act, admitting he was never the fallen venerable's disciple. And as for that legendary treasure mentioned in the note, he's just as clueless as everyone else. The Miriam Alliance leader went quiet for a beat, then smirked, admitting that everything was playing out exactly as he'd predicted. He tucked the letter away and turned to leave, throwing out a quick apology to Yang Chen for eating up his precious time. Completely thrown by the sudden ending, Yang Chen blurted out if that was really all the leader needed, and the man just gave him a cold, simple yes. He came here hunting for leads on the missing fallen venerable. But after seeing Yang Chen's genuine shock, he realized the guy was totally clueless and decided to finally give them a break. The alliance leader told him to quit worrying because that letter was the real deal, and honestly, Yang Chen's skills were so insane for his age that he'd be a total monster even without his master's legendary reputation. The alliance leader says he's hyped to see Yang Chen tear it up at the Dragon Phoenix gathering, promising they'll catch up at the banquet, while Yang Chen bows low, thanking him for the massive honor. With that guy finally out of the way, Yang Chen was left all by himself in the dead silent room. But that silence, it didn't last for a single second. Pure rage boiled over as he started clawing at his hair, muttering that he was losing his mind all because of that miserable old man. His sudden outburst. The blast was so deafeningly loud it practically sent Mao and everyone outside jumping out of their skins. He absolutely lost it, cursing out the elder who wrote that recommendation and screaming that he never agreed to be called the fallen venerable's disciple. It was obvious those old geezers were just using him as a pawn to settle some ridiculous bet. Exhausted and broken, he grips his head in frustration, searching for someone to blame, only to finally admit he saw this disaster coming, and it's 100% on him for letting things get this bad. He never in a million years dreamed he'd actually be called by a title like that, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Did the Marim Alliance leader really just have that one single question? I mean, one of the 3 legendary masters who vanished years ago suddenly drops a letter claiming he's finally got a disciple. That's gotta be the only reason the big boss is even giving him the time of day. But here's the real kicker that was eating at Yang Chen. That fallen venerable was actually the guy's own father, and he knew exactly where the old man was hiding and what he was plotting at this very moment. He could have just told the truth, but looking like a loyal disciple wasn't his style. Plus, even if he did spill the beans, nobody would ever recognize the fallen master in this unrecognizable new form anyway. That's when it clicked. The letter's ancient treasure. The fallen master made it clear that his disciple would be the one carrying it. Right then, Yang Chen remembered the pouch the second elder had pressed into his hands, echoing the old man's warning to spend its contents with extreme care. Panic surged through him the second the terrifying truth finally clicked. He snatched the pouch out and hissed a curse, calling the elder a senile old fool. He gripped it tight, but for a heartbeat, he actually froze in his tracks. He yanked the string loose and dumped the bag, sending a flood of gold coins clattering across the floor and filling the room with the sweet sound of riches. Buried under the piles of gold, he finally spots the one thing that's been eating at him, and his sudden roar absolutely shatters the silence. He's absolutely fuming, calling the old man a total nutjob, and grumbling that if the geezer really wanted to show some gratitude, he didn't have to pull a stunt this insane. Cut to the banquet hall, and man, this place is already packed to the brim and vibrating with high-energy chatter. One hothead at the table starts losing his mind, barking about the delay and wondering if the alliance leader finally bit the dust. The guy next to him leans in and whispers that the real show is just starting, because a group of absolute stunners just made their grand entrance. His curiosity piqued. The guy in the brown shirt whipped his head around to see exactly what they were pointing at. She spotted Doc Fong from the last assembly, looking more elegant and mature than ever, while Tang So-wal was completely distracted, counting down the seconds until Yang Chun finally showed up. His buddy did a double take, realizing the woman sitting right next to Tang So-wal was actually a member of the prestigious Namgung clan. Just hearing Namongbai's name sends these guys into a total frenzy, whispering about how a literal goddess could even exist in her clan. They're dying to know what's going on between her and Ryong, especially since her natural elegance totally clears Snow Phoenix, even when she's dressed down. Right in the middle of their conversation, Muang Shua sweeps into the hall with glowing cheeks and a smile that's absolutely mesmerizing. And those eyes of hers, they were glowing with a charm that was straight up hypnotic. She glided over to the table where Namongbai and Tang So-wal sat, greeting them before pointing out that the 9th young master was still a total no-show. Hang So-wal offered a polite apology for his lateness before asking where the rest of the squad was, but Se-hua just casually adjusted her hair and claimed she hadn't caught a single glimpse of young Master Ryong since they first stepped foot in the Merm Alliance. She was desperate for any lead on where he'd vanished to, but Namongbai just gave her a knowing look and promised he'd be there any second. Just a few feet away, a guy in a loud orange shirt is soaking it all in with a smirk, telling his buddy that seeing 3 absolute smoke shows in one spot is a total jackpot. Noticing a few empty spots right next to them, he wonders if he should just go ahead and join the group. But his buddy immediately pulls him back, warning that the alliance leader is about to arrive and they can't afford to cause a scene right now. Huangbo Chiwi just let out a cocky laugh, declaring that only the fearless deserve true love, and he was about to prove it right then and there. He swaggered right up to the 3 women and asked for a seat with a polite smile. But don't let the charm fool you. He was definitely up to no good. Muang Shua shot him a look of total contempt, instantly clocking those Huangbo clan robes. A respectable family for sure, but they were still light years below the legendary 4 great houses. So-wal's expression went cold as ice, absolutely fed up with the fact that she can't go to a single event without some thirsty creep trying to slide into her space. Namongbai didn't say a word, but her body language screamed that she was totally on edge. Tang So-wal shuts him down, making it clear the seats are taken, but this guy is totally shameless and keeps pushing, insisting there's no way they're using all 4 spots. Her voice turned razor sharp as she snapped that the seats were already assigned, ordering him to get back to his spot, but he just brushed her off. Completely ignoring her, the creep lunges forward and tries to lay a hand on Muang Shua, telling her to drop the icy attitude so they can get friendly, while Miss Hua is still in the room. But before he could even finish his sentence, Wang Sewa swatted his hand away and shut him down with a voice as cold as ice. He couldn't believe they were getting so handsy, making him wonder if their clan totally failed at teaching them some basic decency. His face twisted in pure rage as he lunged forward, screaming that their pretty faces didn't make them special and he was about to give them a brutal lesson in manners before the banquet even started. Just as he's about to lay a finger on her, Yang Qin flashes onto the scene and shuts him down at the very last second. Wang Bo snaps back, absolutely livid, and roars at the top of his lungs to find out which blind moron actually had the guts to get in his way. But his voice cuts out as a spike of pain hits his head, and he freezes in horror when he sees his arm is already snapped like a twig. A gut-wrenching shriek ripped from his throat, echoing through the massive banquet hall as Ajil and Mao Yan watched from behind, absolutely buzzing with sadistic joy. Honestly, it was about time this guy finally got a taste of his own medicine. Meanwhile, Wang Bo is clutching his shattered limb in total disbelief, muttering to himself that his arm actually snapped. Gangchen strolls right up and gives the creep a casual kick, sending him face-planting into the dirt without breaking a sweat. He scoffed, realizing Wang Bo's power was nothing but absolute garbage, and once he finished handling his business, Yongchan quickly orders his men to spread the word that the guy was hammered before the party even started, meaning he's officially forfeiting tomorrow's big tournament. He then turns his attention to Muang's group, checking to see if everyone made it out of the scuffle in one piece. They're incredibly grateful, admitting they only survived because the young master stepped in to protect them. She is clearly loving the outcome, praising Yongchan for that absolutely legendary one-hit strike. But Yongchan just brushes it off, saying he had to humble the guy for acting out in public and sighing about how many weirdos are running loose these days. He turns to CA and points out that she's grown just as powerful as he has since their time at the waterfall. But she immediately plays dumb, acting like she has absolutely no memory of ever being there. Suddenly, a slow clap echoes from the shadows as a mysterious voice starts hyping up the whole scene. They admitted they almost let the Alliance leader see a total disaster, but the young master stepped in and handled everything like a total pro. Yongchan slowly turned his head, and the second he saw who was approaching, his blood absolutely boiled. It was that same damn bastard again. This guy saunters up with a confident smirk, playing the polite gentleman as he announces it's an absolute honor to meet the group, introducing himself as Shang Xiang from the legendary Tailing Xiang family. The second his name was announced, the whole crowd broke into a frenzy, whispering and wondering if this Chang Ziyun could actually be the son of the legendary Miriam Alliance leader. Yang locked eyes with the man, his mind burning with the weight of every single grudge they still hadn't settled. He realized that from the second Xiang was branded as Sayel A's fiancé, right up until Namongba's tragic end, the two of them had been trapped in a relentless cycle of absolute chaos. Then it hit him. This exact spot was where that massive disaster went down years ago. On that insane day, the demon gates suddenly ripped open right in the middle of the Dragon Phoenix Festival, and the one behind awakening that ancient portal was none other than Shangxian himself. Yang swore he'd never forget that smug, moronic face if it was the last thing he did. Snapping back to reality, Kanji reached out with a grin and told them this had to be fate, so they better both go all out at the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Yang Qin stared down at his hand, the word fate echoing through his mind like a curse. He lets out a chilling smirk, finding the whole thing hilarious as Shang Xian walks straight into a death trap, before finally revealing his true identity. Neon God, Yang Chuan of the Shani Ju family. The two of them lock hands in a firm shake. Yang Chan says he's ready for some pointers, but Shang Xian's face instantly drops into a dark, icy scowl. He's literally gritting his teeth in pure frustration. He's gritting his teeth in pure agony as Yongchan crushes his arm, his face twisting as every scheme he had just falls apart. Meanwhile, Yongchan looks totally smug, convinced this jerk was just trying to test his strength. It looked like a harmless handshake, so he decided to play along, wondering if Shang Xian really thought he'd miss the massive surge of hidden power pulsing right in his palm. Behind them, Tango Wall watched the whole scene unfold in total awe, her face turning bright red from the sheer hype of it all. Yang Shu stares his rival down with a smirk, mocking Shang Xiang by asking if he can still hang or if it's time to dial this pressure up to 11. But just as things were about to get ugly, Noon Guy stepped up from behind and demanded to know what the heck he was doing. She shuts him down in a heartbeat, demanding he quit it right then and there. Zany gripped his stinging hand, admitting that Yang Chuan's etiquette packed a way bigger punch than he bargained for. His mind was reeling, wondering how a mere late-stage elite could possibly be this insanely powerful. He suddenly remembered Yang Chan claiming he was from the Shaniju family, a name that didn't carry an ounce of weight among the world's true powerhouses. Yang Chan definitely shouldn't have gotten the grandmaster's inheritance, but he's still out here unleashing raw power that rivals a peak-stage beast. Just as his brain started spinning with all these questions, he caught sight of someone lurking way off in the distance. Standing right there was his past-life fiancée, Seol Ah. But instead of a warm welcome, she was glaring at him with pure, murderous bloodlust, leaving him absolutely stunned as to why she wanted his head on a platter. He's left wondering why disaster follows him everywhere he goes, swearing up and down that he hasn't done a single thing to piss anyone off. A booming voice suddenly shattered his focus, ordering everyone to shut up and get back to their seats because the Merriam Alliance leader was finally making his grand entrance. The leader finally strolled into the hall with a humble apology for the delay, announcing that since they'd already waited long enough, it was time to kick off the feast. Witnessing the shift, Yang Chen and Zuni finally killed the tension and retreated back to their seats. The guards suddenly cut through the music to announce that the party was taking a back seat. It was time for the tournament lottery, and every fighter had to step up to find out who they'd be facing in the arena tomorrow. Once the crowd realized who Chang Xian really was, they swarmed him like a total celebrity. They were absolutely starstruck, showering him with praise and dying to know if this was his big debut at the banquet. He played it cool and admitted he was a total newbie, feeling a bit shy since the whole flashy scene was brand new to him. The crowd starts begging him to hit up their next clan banquet, but Tango storms off in a total huff, wondering why everyone's simping for this playboy when young Master Yang was the one who actually handled business. The banquet vibe explodes back to life after Yang Qin's heated clash. But the gossip is just getting started. Everyone's buzzing about the mystery kid who crushed Zhang Shi, trying to piece together who this Yang Qin really is. They're speculating he's from the Savage Gate bloodline, which would definitely explain his savage, no-nonsense attitude. But then, a darker rumor drops. Word on the street is an evil sect disciple signed up for the tournament using that same name. If that's legit, the crowd is losing it because this tournament just got hit with a wild card that nobody saw coming. Tang Sua was absolutely glowing, thrilled that there were actually people smart enough to recognize the insane, god-tier energy the Yang Master was putting out. Lost in her own head, she's jolted awake by someone shouting her name, and she frantically waves them over because everything is finally ready to go. Tango Wall bolted toward the lottery table, stammering out apologies and cursing her own head for being stuck in the clouds. Even with the lottery slip right there in her hand, she couldn't focus for a second, feeling like a total clown for letting young Master Yang live rent-free in her head. Scanning the bracket, she suddenly froze in her tracks. Her next opponent was King's Union from the Tailing Zhang family, and she couldn't help but curse her absolutely pathetic luck. She slumped back to the table looking like she'd seen a ghost, and when the group asked who she drew for her match, she dropped the bombshell. It was him. One fan pointed out they were all split into different brackets, while another joked that she only looked miserable because she was bored out of her mind. Tango Wall marches right up to Yang Qin with a dead serious look on her face, telling him she's got a massive favor to ask. Fast forward a few days, and the energy at the tournament grounds is absolutely electric. The referee bellows across the arena, announcing a massive showdown. The Ninyang god Yang Chen of the Shaniju family is finally squaring off against Baal Sik of the B clan. He checked to see if they were both ready to throw down and finally gave the signal to start. The moment they were ready, the war was on. Baal lunged forward instantly, but Yang Chen didn't even flinch, staying stone cold as the chaos began. To the shock of absolutely nobody, Yang Chen ended the fight with a single basic strike, blasting Baal Sik clean out of the arena. The ref calls the match, making Yang Chen's victory official. Suddenly, the old master pops up right next to him, grumbling about how he's just standing there like a total statue. He lays into Yang Chen for ending it in a single blow, telling him he needs to stop being lazy and actually show some respect by fighting for real. Yang Chen shot back that he knew he'd basically just bullied a toddler, but he didn't have time for a lecture. He had to haul tail to the second bracket to catch the next fight. He never dreamed Tong Sual would get stuck facing a monster like Chang Jin in the very first round, especially after feeling that guy's terrifying strength during a handshake the day before. He was convinced she didn't stand a chance, yet she still insisted on her request, leaving him totally clueless about what she was actually thinking. Over at the second arena, Tango Wall is locked in a brutal, high-stakes brawl. Her blood was already splattering across the cold floor. The crowd was losing their minds because there's no way a low-tier Dak Rayong practitioner should be able to whip out the legendary 9-dragon poison arts. They were absolutely stunned that she was still holding her ground with nothing but a handful of hidden weapons. They even confessed that if this was a real fight to the death, they'd be the ones taking a hit. Proving exactly why she's one of the legendary 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, she shoots a death stare at her opponent, swearing to herself that she absolutely cannot lose to this guy. She instantly snaps 2 daggers off the floor and hurls them straight at his head, but he just swats them away like they're nothing. But she wasn't even close to being done yet. He refuses to let up, unleashing a non-stop storm of stabs using the Tang clan's most broken ultimate technique. But Zunyan just weaves through every strike, making the whole thing look like a total joke. His eyes sharpened as he growled that if he were the one calling the shots, he'd force her to forfeit right then and there. The second he finished talking, he countered with a savage kick that slammed right into her gut. The impact sends her soaring back as she slams into the earth, skidding across the dirt before finally grinding to a halt. Blood leaks from her lip as a surge of agony hits, proving her insides are absolutely wrecked. Right then and there, the crushing urge to just throw in the towel starts to take over. She tells herself that even if she keeps swinging, the brutal end is already set in stone. Her opponent was none other than the Alliance leader's son, and she was seriously doubting she could even touch him. But then, everything shifted. But then her eyes catch something that stops her dead in her tracks. Perched high on the distant wall, Yang Chen's eyes were glued to the fight, making her wonder if he'd ditched his own match just because he was worried about her. As she lunged to snatch her dagger, she was absolutely reeling. I mean, normally this guy wouldn't give a damn about anything she did. But right now, a tiny smirk played on her lips as that old fire finally roared back to life inside her. She shouts out a quick thanks to her opponent for holding back earlier. But you can tell the mercy ends right here. She was still hiding her real trump card, and there was no way she was letting this fight end until she unleashed her true hidden power. Zhang Zunyun locked his gaze on her, his mind absolutely buzzing with questions. He's left wondering, what could possibly be fueling Miss Tang to push herself this far past her limits? She stays dead silent, her eyes snapping wide as she white-knuckles her twin daggers and locks onto her target. Her bloodlust explodes like a nest of vipers, coiling around her and warning everyone that underestimating her is a fatal mistake. Zuyan's face tightened in pure shock, his eyes practically popping out of his head as he struggled to wrap his mind around the madness unfolding right in front of him. We kick things off by flashing back to the day right before the big tournament. During a rare break in training, Tang Sual grabs young Master Yang Qin and drags him off to a private corner. Her voice is barely a whisper, but you can feel the fire in her eyes as she tells him she's got something heavy on her mind. Yang Qin just raises an eyebrow, his sharp gaze practically demanding to know why she's being so secretive. Tang Sual takes a massive breath, steels her nerves, and finally drops the bombshell. Her next opponent is none other than young Master Zhang. Those words hit Yang Qin like a freight train, and he froze instantly, his eyes sharpening as if he'd already seen the fear hiding in her heart. Her voice wavers with a mix of nerves and honesty as she explains she meant to wait until the preliminaries were over. But since young Master Zhang is such a wild card, she had to speak up now, leaving Yang Qin to stare her down before finally asking what she actually wants from him. Tang Sual gripped her robes tight, her whole body trembling as she poured every ounce of her soul into one desperate question. If she somehow crushes young Master Jiang and makes it to the finals, will he finally face her in the arena? He was finally comfortable enough to treat her with the same deep, effortless bond he shared with Namong and Sola. Right then, Yang Chen went stone-cold silent. He wasn't confused, he was just totally floored by her request, telling her that if she actually wanted that, all she had to do was say so. Tang Sual turns bright red, insisting that if she's the one to say it first, it would feel like a total defeat. She quickly looks away, her ears glowing beet red as all those bottled-up feelings start crashing over her like a tidal wave. She finally admitted that while his top-tier looks caught her eye first, their long trek to Henan proved his heart was actually his best feature. The second he sensed someone catching a chill, he'd low-key vent his fire energy to keep them toasty. Even when she couldn't stomach a single bite, he'd low-key slide extra dumplings into her hand to make sure she stayed fed. And he totally plays it off like the whole thing was just part of his insane training. She knew he was a total sweetheart to everyone, but she just couldn't stop her heart from racing, desperate to be the one person standing right by his side. Her voice wavered and dropped to a whisper as she started to second-guess every single move. Deep down, she couldn't stop wondering if she even deserved to stand next to him. A man drowning in clan drama, overbearing brothers, and the heavy burden of his own title. She wasn't some chosen one born to be the absolute strongest. Clawing her way to the title of Poison Phoenix had been a brutal, soul-crushing grind. So naturally, she walked into this latest mess expecting the exact same nightmare. But the second she squares up against Namong Bai, she completely loses her nerve and starts fumbling her words. Deep within her soul, a hidden power finally flickered to life. In that moment, a fire ignited in her soul, and she realized she wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. She looked up, eyes shimmering with tears, and decided she didn't care how pathetic she looked. She was going to prove to him right now that she wasn't some weak, helpless damsel. She locked eyes with him, her pride clashing with her desperation as she begged for his help. And that stare was so heavy, it felt like the world itself stopped breathing. Next, we cut to the blinding white haze of the infirmary, where those massive stasis tanks are waiting. She snapped her eyes open and bolted upright, drenched in a cold sweat as she frantically wondered where she was and what the heck happened to the match. She scanned the room full of broken, bandaged rivals, and in that instant, the truth hit her like a freight train. Every single memory came rushing back. The agony of her defeat came rushing back, and she finally broke down in tears, devastated that even her trump card, the Poison Fang Iron God, was totally worthless in the end. She finally had to admit it. The son of the Marine Alliance leader was a total beast. Clutching her blanket for dear life, she broke down in tears, absolutely drowning in her own guilt. She couldn't understand why she was breaking down right now, but her spiral was cut short when a voice she knew all too well joked that she was finally awake. Tang So-wall nearly jumped out of her skin when she realized Yang Qin was standing right there. But as she frantically asked how long he'd been lurking, he just leaned back with a worried look and told her to take it easy. The doctor and Nam Gung-bi were already on their way. She hangs her head in total shame, admitting she was way too cocky to think she could actually win. But Yang Qin just looks away and tells her she fought like an absolute beast and looked incredible doing it. His words hit So-wall like a freight train, leaving her paralyzed before she finally whispered that, at the end of the day, she still lost. It was all over, and she never even got the chance to bring up that promise she'd been holding on to. Yang Qin abruptly cuts the conversation short to make his escape, and even though she tries to clear things up, he refuses to look back, terrified she'll see just how hard he's blushing. Tang So-wall watched him fade into the distance, a soft, knowing smile finally tugging at the corners of his mouth. Her eyes sparkled with pure joy because, let's be real, this guy was doing a total trash job of hiding his true feelings. The sky was crystal clear and perfectly calm, but that peace was shattered the moment the opening bell rang, officially kicking off the tournament prelims to the roar of a massive, hyped-up crowd. Yang Qin steps into the ring and ends the fight with one devastating blow, leaving the entire arena frozen in absolute shock. Across the stadium, Nam Gung-bi wasn't playing around either, instantly deleting her opponent with one single massive blow. The crowd erupted into a total frenzy, buzzing about how another one-hit KO is just legendary, especially after what happened yesterday. And now everyone's betting on which new monster is actually going to take the crown. The crowd was absolutely buzzing with rumors that the kid who wrecked the Poison Phoenix yesterday is actually the Miriam Alliance leader's secret heir, meaning he's a total powerhouse that nobody should take lightly. When the crowd starts placing their bets, all eyes turn to the Zhu family's powerhouse, Yang Qin, a beast with the blood of the savage tribe and the rumored disciple of the legendary fallen venerable. Out of nowhere, young Master Peng creeps up and scares the living daylights out of the group, boldly declaring that he's also betting on young Master Gu to crush the competition. The two guys nearly jumped out of their skins in terror, but the second they recognized him, their jaws hit the floor. It was the legendary divine dragon, Peng Wujun, and they couldn't believe he was actually standing there since the Hube branch hadn't even signed up for the tournament. Peng Wujun just flashed a calm smirk, acting like he'd only dropped by the Alliance for a routine business trip. Meanwhile, Nam Gung-bi marched right up to Yang Chen, his eyes burning with a dead serious challenge. After cruising to another easy victory, Yang Chen just shrugged it off, telling her she'd won her match too, but he warned her she should at least remember the name of the person she just beat. She just gave a bored shrug, calling the other fighters a total waste of time and demanding her duel, leaving Yang Chen to wonder why she was so obsessed with taking him on. He scanned the room and asked the crew if they'd seen the girl, figuring she'd already slipped outside just like she did yesterday. He scratched his chin, wondering if he should warn Honghua to keep that kid on a much tighter leash. Suddenly the world flips into a pitch-black void that feels heavy enough to crush the life out of you. He's white-knuckling his mangled arm, heart hammering against his ribs as the sound of non-stop screaming chases him from the shadows. Him, as blood drenched the earth like a vision of hell, with bodies stacked high in every direction in a scene of absolute carnage. He's frantically clawing his way out of that pitch-black cave, praying this whole thing is just some twisted nightmare. He's still haunted by the nightmare of the entire Shawnee branch being wiped off the map, all because they made the fatal mistake of ignoring the Palace Lord's orders. This place was supposed to be on total lockdown, so he couldn't wrap his head around how things were spiraling when even the Shaolin abbot was kept completely in the dark. He's fumbling blindly through the pitch black, feeling the crushing weight of total despair sink in. Suddenly, Ciala looms right behind him, her blade catching the light with a deadly, bone-chilling glint. He realized the mastermind behind this entire nightmare was just some mysterious little girl, and he knew he couldn't die here. He had to escape and warn the Palace Lord at any cost. He spun on his heel and bolted at top speed, every fiber of his being screaming for survival as he desperately told himself there had to be a way out. Without a moment's delay, Sayale lunges in and delivers a strike so clean the man's head is sent spinning while he's still wide awake to feel the end. Standing over his unconscious form, Sayala whispered an apology for hijacking his body and dragging him into this total nightmare. But then, a gentle voice from her past chimed in, reassuring her that Seal Ao only did it to look out for the young master and ease the heavy burden he was carrying. Her past self dropped the bombshell, admitting that everything finally clicked now that she knew Seole was her future self. With the job finally done, Seole sprinted back to the inn, only to be hit by the sound of Honghwa's frantic voice screaming in the distance. Seole charges ahead and tackles her big sister in a massive hug, but Honghwa immediately starts chewing her out, her voice shaking as she demands to know where she's been. A just flashes a sweet, innocent smile, claiming she only got lost while exploring, but Honghwa isn't buying it, warning her that if she wanders off again she's really gonna get it. She grabbed A's hand and pulled her toward the house, telling her the young master had been worried sick this whole time. Inside her mind, Sahil A hears her future self's voice ringing out like a dead serious promise. She swore that if there was even a sliver of hope to make things right with Gu Yanchin, she'd grab it and never let go. Day 3 of the group stages is finally here, and Yang Chun drags himself out of his room, shaking off the fatigue with a massive stretch. But just as he's doing that, the sound of a heated shouting match catches his ear. He stumbles right into a heated showdown between Namun Bai and Chen Jun. Chen Jun is practically begging his sister to quit the act and head home before she drags the entire Ju family's reputation through the mud. But Bai just snaps back, annoyed as hell, asking why he's even bothering her when they're supposed to be living completely separate lives. To top it off, she barks at him to get his hands off her right now. Chen Jun kept grilling her, unable to wrap his head around why she was going nuclear over a simple family arrangement. I mean, what kind of engagement could possibly push someone to this extreme? Bai's face instantly dropped, turning deathly serious in a heartbeat. She violently yanks her arm free, catching him so off guard that he shouts out in pure disbelief. She shot back with a voice like pure ice, giving him one final lethal warning. She warned him to watch his tongue, vowing she'd never hear those words again, as her lightning-charged chi exploded from her body like a freaking hurricane. Chen Jun stood there frozen, completely blindsided by the sheer intensity of her reaction. Just then, Yang Chun strolls onto the scene, joking that he was wondering who was making such a racket only to find his own brother-in-law, before turning to Chen Jun to ask what the heck they're even doing there. Chen Jun completely dodged the question, acting like it was no big deal while he ushered them toward the exit. He barely makes it a few feet before Yang Chun starts talking trash again, revealing that he checked the bracket and his next opponent is none other than his own brother-in-law. Yang Chun flashed a wicked grin, making Chen Jun grit his teeth in a blind fury, as he was told to actually give it his all and put on a real show this time. Panjun squeezed his fist until the veins were practically bursting, telling Yang Chun he was more than ready for whatever lesson he had in store. Time flies by as we hit the quarterfinals, where the referee steps up to announce the next explosive match. Namun Chenjun of the Namun clan versus the legendary Nine Young God, Yang Chun of the Shanchiju family. Staring Yang Chun down, Chen Jun finally snaps, revealing he only held back because his sister was around, but now the gloves are officially coming off. He warned Yang Chun to wipe that smug look off his face, snarling that he only lucked his way into this round and asking if he really thought a miracle like that would happen twice. Since Yang Chun was the one begging for a real fight, Chen Jun decides to go full throttle, warning him not to regret it when he's left crawling away in a total wreck. Yang Chun just flashed a confident grin, telling them the whole thing sounded like a total win. The ref bellows the signal, and just like that, it's officially go time. In a flash, Yang Chun blitzed forward with a fist of pure flame, his energy twisting into a savage fire wolf that turned everything in its path to ash. Chen Jun's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he was completely blindsided by the sudden strike. Before he could even twitch, the firewolf lunged and swallowed him whole in a massive inferno. A massive blast rocks the stadium, completely obliterating a huge chunk of the arena floor. The crowd stood frozen in absolute shock, staring at the pulverized arena and wondering if Yang Chun had been hiding this monstrous power the entire time. Namong Bai, Seol A, and Tang Sowal were absolutely hyped after Yang Chun's explosive opening move, while the rest of the crowd started whispering in shock, wondering if Ryung was even still in the fight. Emerging right out from the heart of that suffocating wall of smoke, a massive storm of hundreds of sword strikes just exploded out of nowhere. He rips right through the wreckage, blasting away the thick smoke that had swallowed the entire arena. Chen Jun's eyes burned with pure killing intent as he stared down Yang Chun, his expression screaming, "Did you seriously think that pathetic little trick was enough to take me out?" But before he could even finish basking in his own ego, Yang Chun closed the gap in a flash, throwing a punch with a wide grin while mocking him for not chickening out and running away. Chen Jun's face went stone cold as that punch barreled toward his skull, but right at the very last second. At the very last second, he pulls off a secret Namun clan technique to ghost right through that devastating fire strike. He finally lets loose the legendary move that earned him the title of Rai Long Thunder Dragon. sending arcs of lightning snaking across the floor to mask his every move. As he scrambled to reposition, he kept telling himself that Yongchun was just a powerhouse with zero finesse. He was dead certain that Chenjun knew Yongchun's eyes couldn't track his blinding speed, and all that raw power meant nothing if he couldn't even land a hit, so with his dripping with pure arrogance, he lunged straight for Yongchun, dead certain that this single strike was going to end it all. A thunderous slash crackling with lightning shreds the air, and even though he's still nowhere near the Neiman clan head's level, Chenjun is dead certain this strike is the finisher. But Yongchun tracked his every move with ease, casually dipping under the strike like it was nothing. With fire in his eyes and a savage laugh, he mocked Chenjun for leaving his lower half completely wide open. A devastating, bone-shattering punch slams straight into Chenjun's gut. The shockwave tears right through him, erupting into a monstrous pillar of fire that pierces the heavens. Just like that, everything caught in the blast radius is instantly vaporized into nothing but ash. A blinding surge of agony rips through Chenjun's brain, sending him reeling as he struggles to stay on his feet. He barely had time to question how this insane power even worked before the sheer agony hit him like a freight train. Dongchun launches himself into the sky and delivers a brutal flying kick. He takes a direct hit to the throat, and before he can even breathe, Yongchun snatches both his arms and slams him into the dirt, clearly stunned that a kid this young could pack such a monstrous punch. Chenjun gets absolutely blasted back like a high-caliber cannonball. The entire arena floor shatters on impact, leaving the crowd staring at nothing but a wall of thick, swirling smoke. Yongchun stuck the landing with total grace as jagged stone shards rained down around him like a shower of falling stars. In the middle of all of that wreckage, Chenjun is face down in the dirt, completely wrecked. His whole life starts flashing before his eyes as the reality sets in. He's thinking about how insane this is. It was supposed to be Yongchun broken on the floor, not him. And deep down, he's begging Yangchun to stop looking at him with those absolutely infuriating eyes. It hit him. His entire life had been a total train wreck ever since he first got tangled up with Yongchun back in Sichuan. It all kicked off with Yongchun's talent being so insanely overpowered it put everyone else to shame. And right then, the whole situation went nuclear, spiraling way past the point of no return. Not even his idolized sister was safe. One meeting with him and she completely flipped the script. Desperate to fix his past, Chenjun gambled on a power so terrifying it even made his old man shake in his boots. The moment he felt that surge, he was convinced the tide had finally turned in his favor. But there was a catch. The ritual energy needed time to settle into his veins, and if he dared to unleash it before it stabilized, he was playing with fire. Consumed by a blind, boiling rage, he tossed every warning aside and decided that even if the timing was trash, he was ending this right here and now. In his mind, losing wasn't even an option. He was dead set on taking that W. He didn't care if this world burned down. As long as he crushed Yangchun, he'd pay any price. Roaring like a maniac, he lunges at Yongchun again, his sword flaring with a sinister black aura as his power level absolutely explodes. Yangchun is completely blindsided, forced to block a lethal strike with his bare hand as he retreats, his mind reeling over where this insane power spike came from. He took a closer look the second time around, and that's when he finally spotted it. That sword barely nicked him, but it was enough to shatter his momentum, forcing him into a desperate, non-stop dance of survival. Chenjun lets out a wicked laugh, looking completely satisfied as he mocks Yangchun, telling him that things are finally back in their proper order, and asking if he finally realizes just how massive the gap in their power really is. He went absolutely feral with his new strength, swinging his blade like a maniac while screaming that a total nobody like Yongchun wasn't worthy of even touching his sister. He made it dead certain that his sister belonged to him and him alone, and he wasn't letting a single soul come between them. But the second those words left Chenjun's mouth, Yongchun's fuse finally blew, and he went absolutely ballistic. Yangchun shatters the blade with his bare hands, leaving Chenjun paralyzed with shock as he coldly promises to show him the true meaning of a power gap. Chenjun's jaw hit the floor, his brain completely short-circuiting as he struggled to process the absolute madness that just went down. Yongchun delivered his answer by lunging forward and crushing that arrogant throat with a grip like iron. Chenjun was left babbling in pure terror as Yangchun slammed him into the dirt, his fire chi erupting behind him like a massive, out-of-control volcano. Yangchun's voice drops to a bone-chilling whisper, radiating pure killing intent as he demands to know the secret behind Chenjun's power. His grip tightens like a steel trap, leaving Chenjun gasping for air and thrashing in a desperate fight for survival. Barely able to breathe, Chenjun spits out every insult he can think of, calling Yangchun a filthy demon and screaming for him to let go. Outside the arena, the crowd erupts into a frenzy as a massive barrier slams down, completely blinding them to the chaos unfolding inside. As Chen Jun is literally getting the life choked out of him, he's still desperately gasping out excuses, claiming that if Yang Chun were gone, he'd finally have his sister all to himself. Yang Chun absolutely lost it, roaring in a blind rage as he demanded to know where that massive swirling power inside Chen Jun was coming from. Before Chen Jun could even get a word out, someone shattered Yang Chun's barrier, leaving him gasping for air until he collapsed and completely humiliated himself right there on the arena floor. Peng Wujun and the crowd were absolutely glued to the action. But Yang Chun's massive wall of fire had completely swallowed the ring, leaving everyone blind to the chaos unfolding inside. Peng Wujun lets out a massive hyped-up laugh, blown away that young Master Gu is actually this cracked. The guy is a straight-up legendary genius. He spins toward young Master Chang, whose eyes flash with pure irritation as he coldly demands to know if Pang actually thinks this disaster is something to celebrate. Chung warned them that this junior wasn't just strong. He was outclassing the three great clans so badly that their entire mission was now on the verge of total collapse. Peng Wujin's tone turned dead serious as he pointed out that the kid only crashed because he forced his unstable energy just to snag a win, before turning back to Chiang to demand exactly why he dragged Namong into this mess in the first place. Zhang Jian just keeps it cool, explaining that he's only using Namong because the guy is a valuable tool. Peng Wujun just scoffs at that, mocking the idea that a talentless nobody could ever be worth his time. Zhang Jian fires back that Ryong is the real deal, asking Peng if he's just bitter that he wasn't the first one to get a power-up. At those words, Peng Wujun's face instantly twisted into a look of pure, chilling fury. Then, out of nowhere, he let out a roar of laughter that caught everyone in the room completely off guard. Chang Xian was totally baffled by Penguin's weird vibes, but before he could even get a word out, Penguin shut him down hard. Penguin immediately shut him down, demanding he take back those words because, even without a falling star or some fancy power-up, the young master could easily stomp any junior, especially a guy like Chang Jian. Chang Xian didn't even blink, questioning why Penguin was so desperate to distance himself when they were both trapped in the exact same mess. He couldn't help but wonder out loud if they'd seriously managed to piss off Penguin that badly. Ping Wujian goes silent for a beat before flashing that signature smirk, telling Chang Jian he's got it all wrong because he actually thinks the young master is great and was just being honest. But Chang Jian immediately fires back, asking why he's acting like best friends with the 9 Yang master, Yang Chun. Ping Wuzhang's eyes practically popped out of his head as he stared down at the arena, explaining that for him, every bit of color just drained away, leaving him wandering aimlessly through a soul-crushing gray void. He swore that one day a light so blindingly beautiful would finally pierce the darkness. And just like that, it materialized right out of thin air, staring him dead in the face. It was a radiance so blinding that words couldn't even begin to describe it. A power so overwhelming it bled into everything, painting his entire gray world in vivid color. He wondered how on earth he was supposed to just look away once he'd finally found a light like that. He admitted that Chang Xian definitely had his own way of shining, which is why he liked the guy. But young Master Gu, that man was just radiating a whole different level of heat. Right as he finished his sentence, a deafening explosion ripped through the entire arena. Yang Chun's barrier finally shatters, unleashing a massive wave of heat that slams right into the stands. Everyone instinctively shields their faces, choking on the sudden blast. Panicked whispers ripple through the crowd as they struggle to breathe through the thick steam, and a stench so foul it's making their heads spin. A few people even joked that the place smelled like a literal toilet, leaving Chang Xian frozen in total shock, while Ping Wujun just stood there with a massive, satisfied grin. He's standing there in total shock, trying to wrap his head around what just happened as a massive cloud of dust and smoke turns the arena below into pure mayhem. As the barrier shattered and the smoke finally cleared, we caught our first look at who was still standing and who was flat on their back. The referee's voice bellows across the arena, crowning 9 young master Yang Chun the victor, as the entire stadium explodes in a deafening, ground-shaking roar. The crowd erupted as Yang Chun took down Railong, proving once and for all that he's every bit as legendary as his brother from Sword Peak. Qing Wuzhen squeezed his fist in pure satisfaction, realizing he'd finally claimed the one thing he'd been starving for his entire life. He vowed that the 9 Yang master, Yang Chun, had to keep blazing bright until his light finally brought color back to this dull world. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Yang Chun stared at his own palm as it pulsed and overflowed with the bizarre, raw qi he'd just absorbed. He's drenched in sweat and pushing past his limit, silently screaming at the absolute mess he's stuck in. Seconds turned into agonizing hours as the wait continued inside that treatment room. The air was filled with non-stop screams as Chen Zhen woke up clutching his head in total despair, losing his mind because his internal energy, his mica, had completely vanished into thin air. His mind flashed back to the absolute war he just had with Yongchun. He grit his teeth in total denial, swearing that there was no way he'd ever let this be his reality. Manhwa is practically gnawing her fingers off as her world crumbles, thinking about how hard she fought to snag this engagement just to watch the whole thing turn into a total train wreck. She realized that if things kept spiraling like this, begging the Namen clan for a favor would be the least of her problems. She'd have to go straight to the top and plead with the Heavenly Venerable himself. She let out a heavy, bone-tired sigh, looking like she'd finally hit her limit. She was desperate to know how much longer this nightmare would drag on before she could finally stop living in fear of the deadly condition choking her from the inside out. She was desperate for the whole mess to just disappear, wishing it would melt away like snow under a warm spring sun. Suddenly her mind flashed back to the very first time she crossed paths with Yongchun. She realized there might be one last wildcard to play, but first, she had to make absolutely sure it would actually work. Back at the mansion, Yongchun is strolling through the halls with Muon, who's basically fanboying over his master's legendary performance and begging to know how long he's been this cracked. But Yongchun just shrugs off the hype and he turned to his bodyguard in total shock, realizing Muon had somehow smashed through the peak stage barrier while he wasn't even looking. But Muon just scratched his head and shrugged it off, saying that reaching this level is just a basic requirement for a Jew family guard. He asks how the match actually wrapped up, admitting that all that thick steam made it impossible to see a thing. Yangchun's face drains of color as he scrambles for a cover story, desperately claiming he only used his firewheel technique to deliver the final blow. Deep down, he's panicking, wondering how he could ever explain the absolute disaster that just went down. He remembers the real reason he sparked that heat. He was literally just trying to dry the pants of a kid who'd peed himself from pure terror. Honestly, if he wasn't worried about his reputation as the Naemon clan's future son-in-law, he would have let that kid be the laughingstock of the century. Thank God he threw up a barrier just in the nick of time to keep the whole messy situation from being exposed. Laughing it off, Yongchun keeps moving, shouting back that he's totally spent and needs to crash. Yongchun bows his head respectfully, telling the young master he did a great job. But just as Yongchun, he reached for the handle, but at the very last second he completely froze up. He never saw this disaster coming, and he was starting to freak out over the bizarre nightmare happening to his own body. He remembered that the monster inside him had resurfaced and just straight up devoured all of Rai Long's bizarre energy. He was absolutely baffled. Where in the world did this kid get his hands on such a massive amount of power? But no matter how deep he dug, every single lead turned out to be a total dead end. This wasn't some dark demonic aura. It felt strangely familiar, like a power specifically tuned to cancel out his own. And he realized it was a dead ringer for Seele's chi just as he yanked the door open. Seal leaps to her feet with a massive grin, welcoming him back and gushing about how he absolutely crushed it in his match today. Yongchun recoiled in total shock, sending Seele face-planting into the dirt. But she immediately started nagging him for being out all the time and demanded to know if he'd actually paid attention to the martial arts matches. Wincing in pain, she looked up and confessed she'd been spying on them, explaining that since the next matches are absolute must-wins, she and the sisters had to go and scope out the competition. She leaped to her feet and cornered Yang Chen, bragging about the braiding skills she'd learned from Sister Ling Hua and begging to do his hair, leaving him totally flustered as he stammered about why she was doing this out of the blue. Sale instantly hit him with that signature pout, begging for one last shot since she was absolutely certain she'd nail it this time. Her desperate plea hit them like a ton of bricks, leaving both Yongchun and Mu Yun completely frozen in shock. Yongchun shoots a sharp look at his bodyguard, demanding to know if Ling Hua really took her under his wing. And Mu Yun confirms it, revealing that the scouts caught her training like a beast every single night after the banquet. Left with no choice, Yongchun finally gave in, but right then Namang Bai and Tang Sawal came charging over, totally geeking out about how legendary young Master Gu was, and how his flames looked like a straight-up savage wolf. But before another word could leave their mouths, they both went stone-cold silent, paralyzed by the insane sight right in front of them. Sayal Ah tries her hand at braiding Yongchun's hair, but the final result looks less like a style and more like a mangy chicken feather duster. Yongchun's face went dark as he pointed a finger at the newcomers, demanding to know why they were acting so sketchy, while a panicked Seol A started backing away and tripping over her apologies. Yongchun gave him a playful smack and booted him right out the door to serve his time. Tang Sao looked totally bummed as Yangchun let his hair down, whining that it actually looked pretty cute, but Yangchun just huffed that being adorable is completely useless to him. He spins toward Namong Bai, hyped that he actually cracked the top 4, and teases that he can't wait to see him go toe-to-toe with his sister. but Namongbai just tells him to chill out and stop celebrating so early. He reminds him that the brackets aren't set yet, and as they prepare to draw lots, Yang Chun calls out the final two threats standing in their way: Young Master Chang and Ms. Murong. Namungbai's eyes narrowed at how casually Yang Chun was speaking to Tang So, and he immediately demanded to know what kind of secret history he'd missed. Yang Chun kept it chill, explaining that Tang Su had actually begged him to ditch the formalities if they crossed paths at the tournament, and even though she'd broken her word, he was cool enough to let it slide anyway. Namongbei's face twisted with pure jealousy, and Yang Chun caught him red-handed. He teased him about the sour look, asking if he wanted a favor too. But Namongbai just pouted like a total brat, huffing that he was way too embarrassed to ask for anything since Yang Chun keeps ducking his requests for a spar. Yang Chun scratched his head with a nervous grin, apologizing and doubling down on Tang Xiao's word that their clash in the main arena is officially inevitable, and since Yang Chun has nowhere left to hide, Namongbai just flashed a confident smirk. But unfortunately for Namongbai, his grand plan was about to go completely off the rails. The quarterfinal matchups just hit the big screen, revealing exactly who's about to throw down in the next round of the tournament. The 9th young master of the Shaniju family, Yang Chun, was just pitted against the formidable Murang Silhua of the Murang clan. Meanwhile, the Neimong clan's Mongbai was gearing up to throw down with Yang Zuni from the Tailing Zhang family. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian struts onto the arena with a smug grin, totally convinced that this entire stage was built just for his big moment.